Chapter 1351. Be Good. Leonel and Ina rose from the ground. Surprisingly, the both of them didn't seem to care much about the precarious situation they had been in. Ina simply picked up her enormous axe as though nothing had happened. Yip. Little Blackstar dove into Ina's chest, causing her to smile. It seemed that little guy was even more excited than she was. But, of course he was. He had finally gotten his favorite bed back. The three youths frowned. They were suddenly acutely aware that Leonel and Ina weren't injured in the slightest. Leonel's bruises and lumps had already healed along with his cracked ribs. Aside from a small bit of dried blood that touched his body here and there was nothing else. As for Ina, she was even less injured, having been stowed away for their only major fight, a bone she had yet to finish picking with Leonel. Leonel looked over the three youths. In truth, he had no intention of taking on burdens, and it would be more difficult to avoid detection if he took 3 people with him, but he also wouldn't feel right if he simply allowed 3 people he could have helped die. "We're close to the exit," Leonel said with a smile, and that was all he said. He had realized already that the method he and Ina had been taking was correct. They ruined rapax hadn't been luring them incorrectly, but it was rather a problem of the fact a rapax would obviously be more familiar with their nest than Leonel could possibly be. So, when the ruined rapax realized what they must want to do, cutting them off before they could reach their goal was child's play. Luckily, this meant that they were still near the entrance, or rather exit nonetheless. However, whether it was safe passage to take or not was a different matter entirely. Leonel turned and began to walk away with Ina by his side. The trio looked at one another, frowning. They weren't sure if Leonel's words were true. They had only come to this place because they were running away. They hadn't been paying attention to where they were going. The lack of injuries on the pair and their nonchalance seemed to scream that they were powerful. But, was it really possible to leave this nest without so much as an injury? They were all absolute geniuses in their own right. They didn't believe that the gap between them and someone else could possibly be so wide. So, could it just be that they had gotten lucky and didn't come across any enemies? Forget it, it doesn't matter. We have no idea where we're going anyway and would have to just randomly pick a direction. We might as well see if they're right about the exit. One of them spoke. Leonel didn't look back when he felt them being followed. He had already done his part. Whether they chose to follow him or not had nothing to do with him any longer at that point. As Leonel had expected, after splitting down just one more tunnel, the wind shifted and the air became slightly cleaner. After traveling several hundred more meters, Leonel came to the edge of a corner and came to a grinding halt. Ina stopped right behind him and little Blackstar grew quiet. Following their lead, the three also came to a pause. Leonel closed his eyes, his brows furrowing. There was nothing there. No guards, no sentries, nothing. He couldn't sense any force arts, no traps, and even the flow of force didn't have anything wrong with it. There wasn't even something as simple as a door. It was just opened wide to the expanse of what Leonel assumed was the void battlefield. No, there's something odd there. Leonel's brows shot up and he suddenly understood. This path sloped upward, going from deep underground to above it and forming the whole of an exit entrance. However, on the opposite side, there was actually another entrance. It wasn't just that. There were entrances surrounding this one entirely. And, beyond that, there were enormous domes riddled with holes that Leonel was fairly certain were likely the very same holes they had been looking up through earlier. There was definitely a 300-meter drop on the other side of them. Shit. Leonel's gaze narrowed. This wasn't just a rapax nest. It was a field of rapax nests. If they wanted to get out of here, they would need to somehow navigate through them all until they could find a nest on the edge to escape. Leonel was suddenly annoyed by his dad. The old man couldn't have said a single word about this. He could have at least pointed out a direction. But, as things stood now, Leonel was truly uncertain of which way to go. Even though he had noticed that his senses had actually greatly improved, it still wasn't enough to cover an entire network of nests, especially when just one was so large already. On top of that, for the same reasons as before, traveling above ground definitely wasn't an option, at least not long term. It was fine if this exit didn't have guards because each nest essentially fed into one another. However, Leonel was still certain that there were many keeping an eye on the above-ground holes, or else the rapax would be far too easy to infiltrate. We have to take a risk. We can't just blindly choose a direction and hope for the best. I need to fly high enough into the sky to see which way is the shortest to safety. So long as I can lock onto that direction, even while stuck beneath the ground, I'll be able to stay true to it. But I need the direction first. Leonel took a deep breath, his gaze steeling. Then he took a long stride forward. But just before he could do as he planned, he suddenly felt a strong force grab onto his wrist and yank him backward. Leonel looked back to find a glaring Ina. No, you don't. You're going to be a good boyfriend and tell me exactly what you're planning. Then we'll see if I should get involved or not. Leonel's lip twitched. The three youths to their backs looked toward one another, not sure of how to react. Chapter 1352, Trust. Chapter 1352, Trust. Leonel sighed. All right, the exit is around the corner, but there's nothing guarding it. She was smart enough to know that this was definitely not a good thing. Different species aside, the rapax were clearly intelligent. They wouldn't make such a rudimentary mistake. There's nothing guarding it because they don't need to guard it, at least not this exit in particular. We're currently surrounded by 3 other identical entrances that lead to other hives identical to this one. In fact, we're in a field of nests right now, and my internal sight doesn't spread far enough to tell if we're nearer the middle, an edge, or what direction we should go in. The expressions of the three youths sunk when they heard this. They had thought that they were close to at least leaping over this first hurdle, but there was actually so much more to go. Who had set up this selection? Did they want them all to die? So you want to fly up and check which direction to go, Ina finished. There's no real other choice. All novel FRUSX POM. Of course there's another choice. You could make an image probe to check for you. If that doesn't work, there's Blackstar. His stealth is much higher than any of our own. He could probably do it without risking being found out at all. An image probe would require materials and a force art that wouldn't be eroded by anarchic force, neither of which I have on hands right now. As for Blackstar, that is a more legitimate possibility, but I don't like it. So it comes down to you being stubborn again. It isn't stubbornness, just efficiency. There's no amount of stealth that will help little Blackstar hide himself in the air. It's just relativity. Blackstar is far smaller than any one of us and also has the best evasive maneuvers. At the same time, the Rapax likely know that there's a bunch of humans running around in their territory by now. They might not be ready to spot a little mink. And, on top of that, can't little Blackstar change form as well? If it comes down to it, it might be worth exploring the possibility of using that to our advantage. I just think it's still better if I go. You aren't explaining. It's hard to explain. It isn't. I know why you want to go. For one, you don't want to put Blackstar in danger. And, secondly, you trust in your ability to react to unforeseen circumstances far more than anyone else. You're just reluctant to say so because it proves my point. Leonel opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly found that he had nothing to say. Little Blackstar's head bobbed back and forth between them as the two argued, if it could even be called that. He seemed very curious about how this would end, and even seemed amused about how Ina had cornered Leonel. Whenever Leonel made an assessment, there were two things he always took into consideration. The first was what the situation was at face value, and the second was what the situation had a chance of mutating and warping into. The first was straightforward enough. However, the more likely the second was to cause his analysis to veer off path, the more likely it was that he would rather take on the burden himself. In Leonel's opinion, there was simply no one who could adapt to a change faster than he could. In fact, one of the only people to ever impress him with their adaptation ability, Emna Bysarin from Crimson Hall, was a woman he almost immediately invited to become one of his generals. To this day, she had still been the only person he had ever tried to recruit like that. Sometimes he still lamented that he didn't manage to win her over. These were the two forces tugging at Leonel's mind. And the truth was that even if Emna was here, he would still trust himself hundreds of times more. That was just how he was. He liked to cut out variables as much as possible, even way back to the final game he and James had played together. Thinking to this point, Leonel closed his eyes and took a breath. When he opened them again, he rubbed his thumb on Blackstar's small little head. Ready, little guy? Yip, yip. Blackstar excitedly bounded into the air, flipping and vanishing into the fog before appearing around the corner. Ina smiled, but inwardly her heart was beating wildly. She felt that this was the right decision, but if things went poorly, it would become even more difficult for Leonel to make this choice again in the future. In a lot of ways, Leonel was right. He was able to adapt faster and better than most. The reason he was so confident that he could defeat people as strong as Ina despite being weaker was because raw strength wasn't his greatest asset, his mind was. Leonel had had no business defeating sixth-dimensional experts as a mere Tier 1 existence, and yet he had done so. That kind of confidence, that kind of bone-deep and unflappable poise in the face of terrible odds was all too rare. However, Ina also knew that if Leonel didn't learn how to trust that others could accomplish good as well, even if they weren't as great as him, his dreams wouldn't be able to progress very far. There was only so much a single person could accomplish. Ina looked toward Leonel's side profile, but he was already extremely focused. His gaze had frosted over, his expression had become unreadable, and an oppressive aura began to weigh down on the surroundings, suddenly making it difficult for the three youths behind them to breathe. Little Blackstar shot out of the exit like a beam of black light, then performed a sharp 90-degree turn upward, flying into the skies. Leonel could feel his partner's excitement through their connection. Chapter 1353, Shadow World. Chapter 1353, Shadow World. Little Blackstar's speed was extraordinary. With the inherent darkness of the void battlefield and the black fog that hung over everything, Ina had indeed been correct about the little mink's stealth ability. However, there was another reason that Leonel had chosen to go with Ina's suggestions, and that was because of the problem of visibility. While it seemed like a good idea to get higher ground and see further, there was one important matter that had to be considered, and that was the fog. Even back on Void Palace grounds, Leonel could hardly see a few meters ahead of himself, and this was fairly similar for everyone else as well. Leonel wasn't convinced that the void battlefield would be much better. In fact, it was likely that it would be even worse. Leonel had planned to circumvent this potential issue using an internal sight manipulation technique. By changing the form of his internal sight, he could gain more range in a straight line simply by rearranging how he allocated its volume. With the sudden increase to his mind's strength, Leonel had been confident that he could do this. Of course, this came with a great risk. Internal sight was just another form of manipulating force, and it could be sensed by those sensitive to it, especially those of higher dimensions. It was possible that rapacs would be less sharp about such things considering their immunity, but it was also just as likely that they'd be hypersensitive as seen by the first rapacs Leonel had fought after coming to this nest. That particular rapax, due to Leonel's loose use of his internal sight, had already sensed him before he even rounded the corner. It was because of this that Leonel wasn't confident in avoiding detection using the fog, which was why he wanted to be the one to personally take on the burden. This aside, Little Blackstar didn't have such an ability. He hadn't learned the technique Leonel had, nor did he have great use of internal sight. It was odd, but Leonel couldn't remember Little Blackstar ever using internal sight at all. However, what Little Blackstar could do was something else. All novel F all S com. The little mink was a shadow sovereign and had access to the shadow world. The shadow world was considered to be a mirror of their current world, one where shadows reigned supreme. Whenever it was that Little Blackstar became immune to outside attacks, it was because the little one had shifted his physical state into his shadow world. And, whenever Little Blackstar teleported, what was actually happening was him shifting to his shadow world, then popping back out. It had taken Leonel a very long time to construct the ins and outs of this ability because Little Blackstar couldn't communicate via conventional means, but he believed that he had some understanding of it now. Without getting overly lost in the details, Leonel had commanded Little Blackstar to shoot into the air as high as he could. Once he was in position, he would shift into his shadow world. While within his shadow world, Little Blackstar was essentially on a very short timer. Although being within the shadow world gave Little Blackstar a great amount of control, it was also a great burden on the little guy. This was why Little Blackstar never blinked away for too long. The little mink had 3 states. One where he was fully within the real world. A second where his image was in the real world and his physical form was in the shadow world. And the third was one where his entire being was in the shadow world. Staying in the first and second state were relatively easier. However, to take full advantage of the shadow world, Little Blackstar needed to enter the third state. The shadow world was shared by shadow sovereigns. As they moved about in the real world, so too would they shift within the shadow world. Whenever a shadow sovereign entered battle, that location of the shadow world they were in, the mirror image of their location in the real world, would effectively become their domain. Within this domain, the shadow sovereign would gain control over all sorts of abilities. But what Little Blackstar used the most often was folding space. This was why the little mink could move so fast. By shifting into the shadow world, Blackstar could fold reality to his whims and teleport. This even allowed him to do what Ina couldn't and leave and enter the segmented cube at will. However, this wasn't what Leonel wanted Little Blackstar to do this time. By having control over a domain, you would, by proxy, know every single little detail about that domain. Knowing this, Leonel's goal was obvious. He wanted Little Blackstar to enter the shadow world and push the bounds of his domain as far as possible. In doing so, the little mink would gain a perfect understanding of everything within his domain in the blink of an eye, albeit for just a very small moment. This leads to an obvious question. Why risk Little Blackstar like this then? Couldn't this same thing be accomplished within the tunnels? And the unfortunate truth was, no. Little Blackstar had a hard enough time expanding his domain in the shadow world already without having to worry about thick barriers of wall infused and tempered with anarchic force over countless generations. Simply put, Blackstar's attempts would end up being stalled before he even got the chance. Leonel didn't want Little Blackstar to waste time trying to map out the tunnels. Instead, he wanted a perfect aerial view of the network of hives. After that, everything else could be left up to him. Little Blackstar reached his apex height, his little body suddenly vanishing into a blackness. Almost instantaneously, several powerful auras swept over, sensing something amiss. However, they just barely missed Little Blackstar entirely, ending up snagging their senses at empty air. Within the shadow world, a perfect replica of their world reflected in Little Blackstar's eyes, but the range was too small to see everything. However, the good news was that in his domain, even the fog couldn't obstruct Little Blackstar's vision any longer. The little guy had never tried to push the barriers before, but this time, he would go all out. Little Blackstar's long whiskers twitched, his hair standing on end and his body seeming to expand by twice its original size. Bang! Little Blackstar's domain grew explosively. Yip! A violent shudder suddenly shook the little mink's body, a ripple of pain coursing through his mind. Within the tunnels, Leonel's frosty gaze dropped several more levels of temperature. There's a second Shadow Sovereign in this place. Chapter 1354, Smoldering, Chapter 1354. Smoldering Leonel wasn't infuriated because there was a second Shadow Sovereign. From the very beginning, he had been aware that there was more than one. In fact, he knew a second one in Mordred. When he first learned about Shadow Sovereigns from Uncle Montez, he had introduced it in a way that Leonel knew from then that there would always be more than one. Without a doubt, the true reason Leonel was pissed was because Little Blackstar had been hurt. It wasn't a devastating injury, but it was definitely one the little mink would need some time to recover from. Leonel had always treated Little Blackstar like a little brother, a child that was still growing up. This was why he rarely, if ever, used Little Blackstar in battle, even if the little one was a powerful warrior. Leonel had no doubt that compared to these geniuses of the Void Palace, little Blackstar was no worse. However, he was still reluctant to truly let him loose. And now, his little brother had been harmed. How could he not be infuriated? The Shadow World was shared by Shadow Sovereigns. Under most situations, this wasn't a problem as they were rare beings to begin with. However, in the case that two Shadow Sovereigns did meet on the same battlefield, Leonel hadn't known exactly what would happen until now. The clash of domains had caused a strong backlash and harmed little Blackstar. In fact, Leonel could feel the malicious intent that converged on the tail end of the interaction. Little Blackstar had tried to envelop the network of hives with his domain from above. But, this being the first time the little one had tried to do such a thing, he hadn't been prepared for the possibility of running into another domain. All novel FUSS. Yip, little Blackstar fell from the skies. Leonel had already moved, rounding the corner and catching little Blackstar from the air. His expression was as dark as could be. Little Blackstar's small eyes were tightly closed, a hint of blood trickling from his nose. He trembled as though he had just been plunged into freezing waters. Leonel cradled the little mink in his arms, his snow force reaching out and caressing him from head to toe. It was only after this that Blackstar showed the slightest hints of relief. However, the smoldering fury in Leonel's gaze only seemed to grow hotter. In those moments, had little Blackstar not retreated beneath his command fast enough, the result could have been devastating. A shadow world was tied to something intrinsic within a Shadow Sovereign, and the loss of it was equivalent to the loss of a life. He had been that close to losing his partner of so many years. Leonel? Ina's voice came from his side. To her, this was the worst-case scenario. Even though she knew that this was the best course of action to take and that her logic had been sound, it was simply human nature to feel terrible. If she hadn't said anything, this wouldn't have happened. But, then again, the person to suffer would have likely been Leonel instead. It's not your fault, Leonel said softly. It's mine. I've sheltered him too much. He has no idea how to deal with situations where the enemy isn't a ridiculous amount weaker than him. Ina's gaze flickered. Leonel's words were sound, but they had a biting cold to them that he couldn't seem to retrieve just yet. Despite the fact they were standing out in the open of the void battlefield, he made no movement to retrieve as though he was begging someone to come. No, I'm sorry. I should have taken that into account as well. Ina shook her head. Leonel didn't reply, but he truthfully didn't blame Ina. Judging a decision by only its result, and nothing else was foolish, and it wasn't the kind of logic Leonel would prescribe to. However, that wouldn't stop him from feeling like this. He stroked little Blackstar's head, hoping to soothe the little mink just the slightest bit more. What happened? Ina asked. Blackstar's shadow domain clashed with another Shadow Sovereign's domain. He wasn't ready for the backlash, and now he's hurt. The three youths, hearing the term Shadow Sovereign, froze. That little beast was a Shadow Sovereign? The mixture of jealousy, apprehension, and darker thoughts was almost immediate. However, the heavy atmosphere around Leonel seemed to snap them out of such thoughts. They weren't fools. That sort of oppression wasn't normal and should even come from a rare type of ability. The number of families they could think of that had such abilities was all too small, and each one of them was from astounding families. They had great backgrounds themselves, as did pretty much everyone in the Void Palace. But there were still levels and degrees of separation to be found everywhere. Then it's a failure? Ina asked. No, it wasn't a failure, Leonel explained. The domain of the second Shadow Sovereign was just a small point toward the center of the hive. For whatever reason, they had shrunk down their domain to an incredibly small degree, at least in comparison to what their true abilities should be. It's likely that there are other reasons for this. Regardless, little Blackstar managed to find us several points toward a true exit. Leonel explained all of this calmly and evenly, his voice not wavering in the slightest. Everything about his demeanor was steady. However, Ina could almost feel his fury. Although it had just been for a few split seconds, Leonel had already memorized the images Blackstar had shared to him perfectly without missing even a single detail. He knew the location of a true exit, what could be found there, and he also knew the exact locations of every entrance in a section of the network. That Shadow Sovereign likely knows we're here then, Ina concluded. They will know that we're located somewhere within the range of little Blackstar's domain, but I truly hope they come. Leonel's hair danced lightly in the air, a smoldering crimson flickering in his irises. Chapter 1355, come again? Chapter 1355, come again? Ina didn't say anything toward Leonel's words, but, seeing the state little Blackstar was in, her expression, too, turned cold. She had been too wrapped up in her initial guilt to feel the same rage Leonel did. But, after that faded, it wasn't a surprise that she didn't feel too differently. However, for the three listening to this conversation, they felt like they were listening to an insane pair of people. You wanted to meet a Shadow Sovereign? Excuse me? Just judging by the state little Blackstar was in, this Shadow Sovereign was most likely at least within the 6th dimension, if not higher. The fact they had deployed their shadow domain here also likely meant that they were a rapax. It had to be understood that rapax with non-physical type ability indexes were extraordinarily rare. Often, they were taken to be cripples by their race. However, there were a small percentage of this already rare contingent that were seen as even more valuable than those with the most powerful physical type ability indexes. In this case, a Shadow Sovereign would most definitely be among this number. This meant that this Rapax wasn't just a ruined Rapax, it was definitely an elite amongst ruined Rapax and would be treated as such. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. That was because there was a hidden struggle between Shadow Sovereigns that only involved them. Each Shadow Sovereign was a unique sort of existence, but it was also very difficult for them to improve as a result. However, swallowing another Shadow Sovereign's domain was an easy shortcut to this sort of improvement. It wasn't a matter of if this Shadow Sovereign was coming, it was a matter of when. With Little Blackstar in such a vulnerable position, he was practically easy food. All novel FUS-com. The fact that Little Blackstar was a beast only made it all the more enticing because his beast crystal could be taken and swallowed as well, allowing the Rapax to benefit twice over. They should be running for their lives, not standing menacingly out in the open as though they couldn't wait for confrontation. That was suicide. The middle young man finally couldn't seem to take it anymore and stepped forward. Listen, I know exactly how my words are going to come off as, but I don't care. Our lives are on the line here. It's fine if you want to stay and get revenge for your beast companion, but we can't risk our lives along with you. If you could tell us which direction is closest to the exit, I would greatly appreciate it. The young man was known as OGA. He tried to choose an approach that was respectful, but also forceful in what he was asking. He didn't want this to devolve into a battle, but if it had to, he was ready nonetheless. He had no will to risk his life for the sake of a little beast he had just met. At the same time, he knew that he had no right to ask for information this very same little beast had risked its life to get. However, without this information, he didn't believe he could survive. Toward such ends, he could only choose the path of the hypocrite. No one would care about this in 10 years when he was alive and these two were dead. However, what OGA hadn't expected was, that direction. You can go now. Leonel pointed straight between two of the entrances and toward an expanse of fog. He didn't particularly care whether these people stayed with them or not. And the truth was that he hadn't wanted to take them along to begin with. The only reason he had was because of his conscience. However, since they wanted to go, he wouldn't stop them. Ogier froze. He opened his mouth to say thank you, but then he suddenly thought of a large problem. What if he was lying? His heart began to beat out of his chest. Technically, they were all still in competition, right? What if Leonel wanted a convenient method of dealing with them? Ogier didn't know what to say or do for a very long time. He couldn't even think of a way to ensure that this was the truth. Are you lying to us? The only young woman of the three stepped forward, her brows knit into a frown. Roxane, we need to ask. If he's sending us off to our deaths out of spite, then wouldn't we be dying for nothing? It's true that he doesn't owe us anything, but that wouldn't give him the right to screw us over, right? The last of the three stepped forward, realizing that there was only one side of this issue that he could stand upon. If he didn't side with Roxane and Ogier, he would have no way of confirming his own safety as well. Leonel met the momentum of the three across from him with a deadpan expression. Quite frankly, he wasn't in the mood, not at all. This was the absolute worst time for anyone to antagonize him. He was very close to attacking and leaving them here to rot in their own foolishness. Even though he could understand where they were coming from, he simply didn't have the patience for it. The fact they had run into him in the first place was already a blessing for them, but it seemed that they hadn't realized this. Even their previous battle had only ended because his father had scared the Rapax they were fighting away. How exactly do you expect us to prove this to you? Surprisingly, it was Aina who spoke instead, her expression frosting over as her battle axe vibrated. There's a simple solution. You seem to care about your beast partner, and it's in far too injured a state to help you in battle regardless. Give it to us, and we'll follow your directions. That way we'll be rest assured in the fact you aren't lying to us. Roxane had hardly finished her words when she felt her knees go weak. Come again? Aina asked coldly. Chapter 1056. Bully. Chapter 1356. Bully. It was oh so very convenient. The logic was sound, and there was nothing wrong with it in a perfectly neutral sort of sense. Taking Little Blackstar with them would definitely guarantee that it would be in Leonel's best interest not to lie to them. After all, he cared about his beast companion surviving, right? It was clever. However, it was from that point that everything else collapsed. Leonel owed these people nothing. Why would he leave his little brother with three individuals he had just as little trust in as they did him? On top of that, just because he hadn't said anything about it didn't mean that Leonel didn't notice their shift in demeanor when learning that Blackstar was a Shadow Sovereign. Just how convenient was this? They got to force Leonel to hand over someone dear to him, and in their minds he would likely die seeking revenge, and then they would get a convenient and very valuable beast to use or sell in the future. Was there anything in the world that could be so good? If it wasn't for Aina stepping forward first, Leonel would have likely already lashed out, his smoldering fury bubbling over to deal with these three before he met the thing that had put his little brother in such a state. I'll give you all 3 seconds to get the fuck out of my sight, or I'll make it so that you can't even if you want to. Aina's aura pressed down on them from above, and it suddenly became obvious why she was the only one who seemed completely unmoved by Leonel's own every time. All novel F ulti time U, Roxane brows jumped, but the fiery glow of Aina's golden eyes seemed to suppress her impulse to react before it could even manifest. A menacing darkness loomed overhead, and Aina's canines grew as delicate black patterns ran over her skin. The oppression seemed to triple in an instant, only growing with every passing moment that went by. Leonel's gaze shifted from the three before them to the intricate tattoos forming on Ina's toned back. They followed her curves and gave her a bestial sort of aura that was highly enticing. Abyssal Panther, Leonel had almost forgotten that Ina had gained this treasure from terrain, and most importantly, had forgotten exactly what that meant and represented. It wasn't entirely Leonel's fault. He hadn't been there when Ina first unchained herself from her curse, and City Lord White had called her a blood sovereign. Leonel was still ignorant to this, or even what such a title even meant. But what he did know were two things. First, Ina could do what other humans could not in absorbing beast blood and taking their strengths as her own. This meant she could essentially create any lineage factor she wanted so long as she had the blood to do it. And second, her existence was a lethal attraction to invalids, and especially variant invalids. In her rage, Ina's blood had begun to boil, and her Abyssal Panther blood resurfaced, giving her a carnivorous edge. The first second felt like an eternity, but the second whizzed by so fast that it felt like they had been thrust into a pot of boiling oil. Their feet lit and their hearts threatened to jump out of their throats. Without a word, they dashed away, feeling the oppression about to suffocate them from all sides. The three clenched their fists as they picked a tunnel to rush into, unsurprisingly in the direction of Leonel's finger. If I wasn't so injured, Roxane's nails dug into her palms, soothing herself with these thoughts of revenge and excuses. Ultimately, they were geniuses in their own right. How could they feel good about any of this? Now they could only hope that Leonel truly hadn't lied. You didn't run into any invalids while you were away? Leonel suddenly asked. Ina's back was still faced toward him, and he couldn't seem to take his eyes off of her slowly receding tattoos. Ina turned back and smiled like a blossoming flower. It was just a simple question, but its meaning meant the world to her. Leonel was actually asking about her well-being. She didn't think she would miss something so simple, so profoundly. I entered a subdimensional zone of the Silver Empire a few months ago and ran into some trouble there, but I came out fine. Leonel's brows shot up when he heard the words Silver Empire. It was an interesting coincidence. After a moment, Leonel nodded. Ina's words seemed to remind him of something else. As much as he wanted to control everything, there had been certain points where his people had been just fine on their own. His brothers had survived years in the dimensional verse without him. Ina had been through countless life and death experiences when he was nowhere to be found. Even the likes of Savan had been all on her own for a very long time. It was easy for him to only see things he had been through and filter everything through that lens. But there were people around him that had arguably been through worse. Every time he tried to shoehorn them into needing his protection, he was actually belittling them. Have you thought about finding more powerful blood to ingest? I'm holding back on doing that for now. I'm very close to grasping a new, evolved force. Once I do, I'll burn away what remains of my curse and breakthrough. Oh, you're still holding back, huh? Leonel chuckled. Ina grinned. It's okay, you're still handsome when your face is swollen. I don't mind protecting you for a few more decades. Decades? Leonel scoffed. Like I said, I can beat you right now. Maybe you can, but would you? Ina blinked innocently, stretching her arms down toward her back and clasping her palms to rest on her ass. She leaned forward slightly, and almost instantly, her chest seemed to double in size, her eyes glittering as she observed Leonel. Leonel opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly found that his throat had dried out. Damned hormones, they had failed him again. Leonel shook his head and looked away. Come on, little Blackstar, let's go kill some rapacs. She really thinks she can bully us into submission. Ina's smile brightened as Leonel turned and walked away. She hadn't been this happy in a very long time. She sent a glance toward where the three youths had disappeared before entering a different entrance with Leonel. Not long after they had left. Bang! A rapax fell heavily from above, its silver body rippling with power and strength. Its head turned from side to side, eyeing three entrances before it made a choice and dove into one. Chapter 1357, Easy to Trust. Chapter 1357, Easy to Trust. Ina thought about going to kill those three. It would make her feel more at ease. Plus, there was also the chance that she would be able to take the final step toward earning an amethyst token if she did. But she decided against it. For one, she didn't want to waste her and Leonel's time. Plus, though she knew Leonel likely wouldn't stop her, he wouldn't be ecstatic about it either. He was always soft when it came to that kind of thing, and Ina wasn't fooled by his newfound bravado. Under the surface, he was still very much the same Leonel. If anything, he was only being more open with his true self around her. The core parts of his character had always remained unchanged. There's no need to be so eager. Karma has its way of working things out. Ina shook her head. You? Believing in karma? You could come up with a better lie, you know. You just don't want me to kill them. Leonel smiled, lightly stroking little Blackstar's head. The little one was doing a bit better now, but Leonel could still feel him wince from time to time. He was too sensitive to little Blackstar's usual state to miss when he had shifted so far from baseline. Others might have a hard time reading a beast's emotions, but that wasn't the case for Leonel, especially when it came to a beast he was so intimately familiar with. A small distraction was exactly the kind of thing Leonel needed right now. Usually, such a thing would be almost impossible to find in a place like this, but he happened to have Ina by his side. As much as she had missed his care, Leonel had almost forgotten how much he liked to just talk with her. Leonel didn't get to do much talking these days. His most recent intimate conversations were with a 1,000-year-old ghost, and the other was in a drunken state he would rather forget, if Raj ever let him, that is. In a lot of ways, during their time together, Aina had become his best friend. This was maybe the greatest aspect of their relationship. He had been ignoring the fact he missed. All novel F all-time time. Though they had been cordial over the last few days, and even somewhat close, there had always been a barrier there that neither had crossed, Aina out of respect and Leonel out of stubbornness. But this was why the words of his father were so profound to Leonel. He remembered that day he was in the Mayan tomb, a naked girl kneeling over him and threatening to choke what remained of his life out of his body. Back then he had realized it was his 18th birthday, and he sighed in relief. He had sighed in relief because if he died after his 18th birthday, it would no longer be his father's burden. His dad wouldn't have to feel guilt. He would have done his duty in getting Leonel to adulthood. It had been so long since then, but the sentiment still hung over Leonel's head, but his father's words seemed to snap him away. There wasn't some demarcating line where a father stopped being a father and a son stopped being a son. Leonel's logical brain had tried to make it like that, but it simply wasn't how life worked. To his dad, he was probably the very same baby boy he had been more than 2 decades ago. His father's words had sounded sharp and grating, but to Leonel, they were like a pass, his father reminding him that it was all right for him to take his time to grow, that he didn't have to be perfect immediately, that he still had his old man protecting him to his front. When it came to his father, it was very easy for Leonel to trust. Maybe not karma in the normal sense, but the old ghost has told me a lot of interesting things about force and how it breathes life into everything around it. It made me think, if force is the underlying foundation to all that there is, and every action causes a disruption in it, then there might very well be some supernatural balance that keeps everything in check. Who knows, maybe karma is real then. Aina blinked. Old ghost? Ah, Leonel laughed. He had forgotten that there were now things in his life Aina was completely ignorant to. He was so used to telling her everything and her knowing everything he meant that he hadn't considered an opposing worldview. When Aina was caught up with Y-Star Order and everything related to him, her brows shot up. Unsurprisingly, she didn't like the idea of Leonel being in a constant death match with an old man so much more seasoned and experienced than him. But it seemed that there would be no convincing Leonel otherwise, so she could only take a step back in this regard. Aina fell into her thoughts, her mind suddenly feeling as though it was blooming toward something new. The words Leonel had used to explain how Y-Star Order viewed the dimensional verse weren't things that she had ever heard before. No, it was more accurate to say that she had known of them, but she had never heard them stated so clearly and firmly. It made her wonder, was this how her intuition worked? Did the Force speak to her like it had a life of their own? Is that what was always whispering to her whenever she made a decision about her training? Whenever she chose ingredients for a meal or a pill concoction? Aina's breathing grew deep and unhurried, her gaze glazing over for several moments. Seeing this, Leonel smiled but didn't say anything. It seemed that she was having another breakthrough. Right then, Leonel's gaze suddenly sharpened. He gently placed Little Black Star on Aina's shoulder before his figure vanished. In the very next instant, he had appeared dozens of meters away, soaring through the air above the head of a ruined rapax. His eyes glowed with a hidden crimson light, a murderous intent erupting from him. Chapter 1358 couldn't. Chapter 1358 couldn't. Bang! Leonel's fist flew forward like a falling meteor, shattering the metallic carapace of ruined rapax before him. From start to finish, it had been an absolute slaughter. What had started off as a rapax stalking their position had immediately turned into an all-out assault. In one moment, Leonel had been by Aina's side. In the next, he was above a rapax's head, his fist falling as though an ice-infused rock through the atmosphere. His gaze flashed with a hidden rune, his body covered in a destructive crimson coating that seemed to burn everything in its path. In a single strike, a Tier 9 5th Dimension ruined rapax had fallen without even a method to fight back. As cautious as Leonel had been last time, he didn't even bother to store this rapax away before it died. His foot stamped down on its neck, shattering its spine and severing his head from its shoulders. Then he ripped out what remained of its spine, taking with it its tail. He snapped it all together, squeezing tight until the joints crumpled together into a long makeshift polearm with a scorpion-like blade on one end. It alone was easily over 3 meters long, but Leonel didn't seem to care at all. Ignoring the dismembered corpse, he took his new spears and turned back to find Aina waiting with Little Black Star in her arms. All novel FAll.com. Don't look at me like that. There was really nothing I could say this time, Leonel said. It was true, the rapax had just fallen from the skies and it tried to stalk them, maybe because it had more questions than answers about certain things. It wasn't exactly the situation for Leonel to explain things before he acted. No, you definitely could have, but that's not what I'm looking at you for. You got stronger again. Oh, that. I was teetering on a breakthrough before I fought the 6th-dimensional ruined rapax, and I broke through just before I beat it. It's pretty useful. Her senses weren't as sharp as Leonel's, but her battle sense and intuition was on a different level entirely. She could tell that Leonel's force output, as in the strength in his arms and legs, hadn't changed at all. And yet, somehow, his damage potential had skyrocketed enough to make a ruined rapax look like Play-Doh. The difference was enormous. Of course, the only runed rampax Leonel had fought until now was a 6th-dimensional one, so he didn't have an appropriate gauge for how powerful they were in the 5th dimension. But they still knew enough to know that they should be more powerful than that. This breakthroughs Leonel was speaking of was the formation of his Scarlet Star rune. He had been on the verge of forming it before and just barely managed to against the 6th-dimensional runed rampax. Unfortunately, against it hadn't been enough, but against its lower dimensional counterpart, it was a different matter entirely. In its presence, things tended to become far more fragile than they really were, and even without any additional force output, it was as though the world scaled down in its sturdiness to benefit Leonel. Plus, it felt more pointed and controlled. Leonel was a bit confident now that he could use a spear without destroying it, but he still chose this route instead so that he could fine-tune some things. This spear would do him well enough for now. Plus, he felt that he was close to Tier 6 after forming his rune, and he didn't want to have to lose another spear under the whims of a sudden breakthrough as his 8th star formed. Aina, though, didn't take her off of Leonel. I know I looked very valiant just now, but I have a head between these broad shoulders. Leonel feigned hurt. You can't just look at me like a slab of meat. Aina was caught off guard for a moment before she sputtered. She knew this was Leonel's way of getting her back for just moments before. Maybe only these two could so casually banter this deep into enemy territory as though there wasn't a hunter coming at them right this moment. That's not it. It's just that your dad seemed to have done something to you. You don't feel any different? Nothing's changed? Leonel paused for a moment, not answering immediately. The two broke out into a run once again, heading down the winding tunnels. Leonel's sense of direction was immaculate, and despite the number of twists and turns they took, he was always able to point out the very same direction he had pointed out to the 3 youths that had followed them. He only had 2 goals in mind. The first was to avoid the center of these nests. There was no doubt that they were the most protected regions, and they would also have the most powerful warriors. The center was where the eggs should converge and be located, so it made sense they would be the most heavily guarded. With this goal in mind, he had to ensure that the paths he took brought him closer to the direction he wanted to go while not locking them into an obvious death sentence. The second goal, obviously, was to continue to head in the direction of the nearest exit. I'm not sure. It both feels like I've changed and that I haven't. My mind is clearer and more relaxed. My number of split minds increased another tenfold from 10 million, and I've suddenly thought of countless other ways to use my ability index. But I also don't feel different. It just feels natural. Leonel knew that there was something off. His ability had gone from being suppressed back down to Tier 3 to suddenly being stronger within Tier 4 than he had ever been in a benign environment. He had no doubt that if he returned to a lesser world now, he would experience another huge burst to his ability that was still being hampered here. It was just that he couldn't understand why. Fallen Apostle's reception has been amazing. Thank you all for the support. Chapter 1359, Square 1. Chapter 1359, Square 1. Leonel had been aware that his father had been tinkering with his body for a long while. Maybe it took a personality like Leonel's to not be bothered by it in the slightest. The first oddity was obviously the vomit smoothies he had been forced to drink for as long as he could remember. His father had been so insistent that despite hating it with all his being, Leonel still never missed a single day. In the end, it seemed to have been worth it. Originally, Leonel had thought that it was designed to strengthen his body. Right after the metamorphosis, his body seemed to undergo odd burst periods where his speed and strength would increase faster than they should for a person without using a special training technique or method. But, after reawakening his innate node, Leonel became almost 100% certain that the smoothies were actually for the purpose of providing enough strength to allow him to accomplish such a feat, something he hadn't quite understood was an enormous deal until meeting Y-Star Order. However now, Leonel was suddenly not so sure anymore. For one, the entire reason he had had such an enormous store of anarchic force within his body to begin with was because, according to Y-Star Order, he had stolen energy from the regulator. If the energy he needed to reform his innate node came from the regulator, then what role did the smoothies play? Was he overthinking things? Had he been mistaken? Or was it that both had played a role? Leonel suddenly felt that he understood far too little about his dad. The man was messing with his son's body as though he had access to the knobs that defined everything that was him. All novel FFFFFFF. FFFFFFF. SFFFFFFF. One probably knows how to create lineage factors. I don't doubt it at all. Leonel thought to himself. Leonel shook his head, his mind somehow both absent and running 1,000,000 miles an hour at the same time. His father seemed to be dealing with a burden he wasn't telling anyone about. Leonel wanted to help, but there was really only so much he could do, not while he was still so weak. This was another large part of the reason he had made the decision to set aside the king nonsense, for now to focus on blooming his own strength. As for how he would do that, he would just continue almost the path he was already on, focusing on comprehending his innate node. He hadn't forgotten that ticking time bomb was still looming over his head. At the same time, he also had to gain a firmer comprehension of his ability index as well, though that no longer seemed to be as important now that he could access Tier 4 on the Void battlefield, Wise Star Order had said that Leonel's Dream Force affinity was far too high for the level of mastery he had over his ability index, but he still had no real idea how to use it. This situation seemed to answer the question of how quite well. His father had sealed a portion of his ability, or at least what seemed like his ability. As for what extent, by Leonel's estimation, it should probably be a level infinitesimally close to the savant realm. If he was truly a savant, he shouldn't be able to utilize force or comprehend the universal cycles, so this was the best explanation he could come up with. Of course, Leonel had thought of the wild possibility that his father had actually suppressed his ability from the savant levels down to normal ranges precisely so that he could do what savants normally could not. But, after some more thought, Leonel felt that this was likely not the case. While it wasn't the first time his father had accomplished something impossible, this felt like far more of a special case. During the months Leonel was bedridden and couldn't move, he had had a great number of talks with Wise Star Order, and in that time, he had come to understand savants a bit more. The main reason Leonel thought it was impossible was because suppressing the ability of savants wasn't a rare ability. No, it was rare. It was instead more accurate to say that all those of a certain level of power could do so. This power is referred not to individual power, but rather the power of a family or organization. The suppression and control of savants was an entire sort of industry in and of itself, and it wasn't as difficult as it might seem, or else savants would rule everything. In fact, the favored method of organizations and families that had savants was precisely to suppress them from Tier 5 down to a lesser Tier 4 or Tier 3. In extreme cases, it was even possible to suppress a savant down to the point they had no ability to access whatsoever, exactly like Earth had done with its savants. The methods ranged from as simple as Earth's, which only required isolating the savants from force, to far more sophisticated methods wherein savants might even end up permanently crippled without special intervention. This was all to say that even in such situations where savants were suppressed to lesser tiers, they were still unable to do as Leonel could do and begin to increase their strength as a normal person would. The moment you were born a savant, you were forever cut off from such things, and that didn't even consider the biggest elephant in the room. If Leonel was born a savant, he would have never been gifted an innate node by the regulator to begin with. Savants couldn't have or form nodes, so they likewise couldn't have innate nodes. In addition, if a savant were to be given control over Scarlet Star Force, they would be similar to Elthor and his chaotic particle affinity. They wouldn't be given an innate node to begin with. This evidence left Leonel at a bit of a loss for how to comprehend his father's actions. It truly felt too disjointed and none of it made sense. So, he was right back to square one, not understanding a thing. Chapter 1360, Profound Analysis. 1360, Profound Analysis. It wasn't all bad though. This gave Leonel a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Without having to worry about the weakness of his ability index for a while, he could focus on his Scarlet Star innate node like he had wanted to. The formation of a single rune seemed to remind Leonel of just how far away he was from comprehending it entirely. This singular rune was just a small branch of a small corner of a small segment of a small piece of the overall natural force art that called his innate node home. Having comprehending a single one, his force seemed to flow smoother and his destructive capability had skyrocketed. But other than this, it was just a reminder that he was weak. If I had to improve, what would you say I have to do? Leonel suddenly asked Ina. The two had been running for quite a while, but the tunnels were far too expansive. They hadn't even run into another rapax in over an hour. Leonel's sense of direction had remained true, and they were getting closer to their destination. Right now, Leonel could imagine them curling around the center of this particular nest, avoiding its core regions while slingshotting closer to the exit. This method would take longer, but it was also safer. And, with the boost to his internal sight, Leonel could ensure that it stayed that way. As much as he wanted revenge for Little Blackstar, there were only so many Shadow Sovereigns the rapax could have. Not to mention the fact they were a rare breed to begin with, the rapax rarely awakened such abilities as well. To Leonel, this meant that he would be able to find this individual again in due time, so long as they didn't die. You're asking me? Ina raised an eyebrow. I don't know if I'm the best to ask. The path I take is different from yours. Ina and Leonel never really interfered in each other's training, they just left each other to their own devices. So, Ina was a bit caught off guard by this question as well. All novel FUS com. I want to know your opinion. When our minds connected, you felt it too, right? Ina blushed slightly. That experience was a bit, well, she had definitely been impulsive. But, whether it was true or not, she still felt that allowing Leonel into her mind like that had made it far easier for him to make the decision he had just moments ago. She wasn't wrong in thinking this either. Though Leonel had tried to ignore it, Ina's emotions had hit him like a ton of bricks. But, as he had said, he was very good at closing himself off from such emotions. Ina had mostly been able to ignore that moment because she fell into a deep sleep right afterward. But, now that Leonel had brought it up, all those memories kept rushing back. It was just a shame that Leonel's mind was far too complex for her to truly understand in that short span of time. Unlike Wise Star Order, she couldn't shift through millions of minds in the blink of an eye. I did, but it was too vague. It was hard to get a read on you because you have too many split minds, and at the same time, my ability weakened a lot when applied to another person. That's fine, just tell me your perspective. I don't really need to tell you what my ability thought, I can just tell you what I think from observing you. When you said you could beat someone as powerful as me 10 out of 10 times, I don't think you were lying, but I think that's actually part of the problem. Well, it isn't objectively a problem, but it's rather a problem relatively speaking considering the path you seem to be taking. Right now, you are focusing on your innate node, and rightfully so. Most probably should do that, especially if you're on a ticking time clock like your ancestor said. But given your battle style, it might make more sense to focus more on your ability instead. Your raw battle strength isn't your greatest strength, your mind is. Battle sense is something that's difficult to quantify, and it's especially so for you. Within a certain reasonable range, even without time to prepare, I would think that there are a rare few people you can't defeat. If you had time to prepare, I think that even outside a reasonable range, you could still find a path to victory. But that's exactly the problem. Honing your strength requires repeatedly nailing down your strengths, then doubling and tripling down. It's all about reproducing results and making sure that your battles are almost formulaic in their outcome. In my opinion, the strongest warriors are those that can force any enemy to fight on their chosen battlefield. Then, upon making said enemy meet you on your terms, you can reproduce the same victory again and again. You, though, are the exact opposite. Because your mind is your greatest asset, the more variables there are, the more randomness and variety, the higher your chances. But because of that, you can't reproduce your results. Every victory looks different, and you don't mind meeting an enemy on their battlefield. This can look like a good thing, but what it also means is that a large majority of the training you do ends up being wasted. For every 100% increase to your overall strength, the strongest person you can defeat increases by a marginal amount until you trigger a watershed. Sometimes the return is even worse. One day you might double your speed, but you're just as content to not move a single step in a battle so long as you think this is the best approach to victory. At the same time, you might break through in your bowmanship, but you won't even bother to use it if you can think of a better method. Because you approach battle like this, focusing on anything other than your mind seems like a waste of effort. Or, at the very least, it should be your main focus. Leonel fell into silence. He knew that Ina would have something profound to say, but this was still beyond his expectations. What should he do? Chapter 1361, Archetypes 1361, Archetypes. Ina couldn't have been more right. In fact, she was so right that Leonel almost regretted not having asked this question earlier. All of his tendencies, she had gotten down to an exact science. Leonel rarely, if ever, went all out in battle. Sometimes it wasn't even as Ina said, and that he just felt there was a more efficient way to win. Sometimes it was just because he liked having trump cards in his back pocket to prepare a perfect counterattack given the situation. The style of battle Leonel liked to use was one that withheld as many cards as possible until it was the most advantageous moment to use them. There was even a very long time in his life where he didn't even use his speed branch of his snowy star owl lineage factor because it was so much more beneficial to have his enemies believe him to be a slow, bumbling spearman. And this was just one example. Leonel could think of countless others Ina hadn't mentioned, like his wisdom branch, his gravity domain. Sometimes he even neglected to use his radiant force, despite the fact fire elemental force was quite literally one of his most powerful weapons. Then there was the most glaring one, his bow force. It was fine if Leonel saved his bow force as a trump card back when he could only use it 2 or 3 times in battle before collapsing. But now that he had a quasi-life-grade bow, he quite literally didn't have this problem at all. It had been entirely negated. Yet Leonel was content to keep this card in back pocket, waiting for the moment he had to use it. But all of this was fine until Leonel considered the words Ina hadn't spoken. A true warrior brought out their greatest strength and forced their enemies to meet them on their terms. They didn't care about the retaliation of their enemy because they were already confident that their greatest strength would trump everything. Compared to this ideal, Leonel was sorely lacking. In fact, his battle style could even be said to be directly opposing to Valiant. In some way, he had been aware of this. That was why during his battle with Michael, he had chosen not to use his ability index at all. Leonel was far too confident in his ability to win with his mind. Even the likes of Michael would only be a matter of an added bit of effort. If Leonel was honest though, let alone a valiant warrior, his method of battle definitely didn't feel like the way of a king either, and that was just the honest truth. Leonel fell into his thoughts, not quite sure of what direction to go in. He didn't want to become a brute who only thought of honor in battle. That wasn't him, even though he liked to dabble in it from time to time. He would never act that way during a battle that really meant something. At best, he had seen Michael as a bit of fun, but he felt that Ina's words had great merit as well. What use was his training if he threw it all out the window the instant he entered a battle? It was no wonder why he could never settle on a style. He was constantly going his own way and making up his own path. Style, Leonel's gaze suddenly flashed. Create new ability subcategory. Call it Dream Class. Set parameters. Archer, Spearman, Fighter, Mage. Set subparameters. Sniper Archer, Explosive Archer, Strong Spearman, Flexible Spearman, Mixed Fighter, Speed Fighter, Fire Mage, Defensive Mage, Combat Mage. Leonel's mind went into overdrive, formulating a new ability, splitting it into 4 subcategories and then further into 9 subcategories. Dream Class was an application of Leonel's Tier 4 control. Leonel saw this situation just like he had his spear dilemma. He could never decide whether to focus on instinct or calculation until the day it all snapped into place and he felt he could subtly grasp the intricacies of both. This would be no different. Leonel had 4 main archetypes: archer, spearman, fighter, and mage. Depending on the situation, he tended to rely on one or the other, sometimes mixing and matching. This time, however, he would do so far more deliberately. By shifting these 4 archetypes into a Tier 4 ability, he was essentially honing all the skill his body had in a certain path and fine-tuning it to maximize his strength in this category. For example, if Leonel ran into an opponent he thought would best be dealt with as an archer, the first thing he would ask himself is if he should be a sniper archer or explosive archer. The sniper archer archetype focused on long-ranged, unmoving assault. It was a relentless pinning of an enemy from a distance. Explosive archer involved movement. The power output was less than that of the sniper archer, but its flexibility benefited from it. Once Leonel made the decision of which to go with, he would activate Dream Class. Once Dream Class was in effect, everything about Leonel's very being would shift to optimize this archetype. If he chose Explosive Archer, he would hone in on light elemental force, movement technique conducive to evasion, and firing at the same time would be prioritized, and he would focus on rapid fire rather than powerful shots. If he chose Sniper Archer, his element of choice would lean more toward fire. He would root himself in place, focusing on heaviness and power. Every strike would be aimed toward maximizing strength and quality of shot. Organize all techniques and abilities, categorize into archetypes, deduce strength. Leonel began to organize everything he knew one by one. Some abilities fit into multiple archetypes, but he didn't mind, duplicating them as he saw fit. Soon, he had finished tabulating the result and had come to a conclusion. Sniper Archer. 058 new novel chapters are published on Freewebin, LCNM. Explosive Archer. 031 Strong Spearman. 013 Flexible Spearman. 011 Mixed Fighter. 07 Speed Fighter. 07 Fire Mage. 018 Defensive Mage. 011 Combat Mage. 011 Combat Mage. 01 Lear realized that of all the archetypes he could fit into, only Sniper Archer was even close to meeting his maximum output while relying on his ability index. All of the rest were severely lacking. Chapter 1362 Efficiency. 1362 Efficiency. Though Leonel had subconsciously always known, seeing the numbers laid out before him now was depressing. It only put into perspective just how right Ina was. The numbers were fairly straightforward. 1W0 was a theoretical maximum that Leonel could reach. This maximum was decided by the maximum strength Leonel could match by using his mind. This theoretical limit thus became his ceiling. It was difficult for Leonel to put a real tier or dimension on this max strength of his because the numbers were all so variable. No 2 tier 9s were the same, and depending on talent, ability index, lineage factors, and a host of other variables, the strength of 2 individuals could be wildly different. This was why Leonel could use tricks and his mind to defeat 6th-dimensional existences of lesser galaxies. While here, it hadn't been rare for him to run into 5th-dimensional existence he had to put in quite some effort to defeat. Even now, Leonel didn't believe that he had met the theoretically strongest existence within the 5th dimension yet. That Tier 9 ruined rampages he had just defeated was only of a particular grade, and according to Y-Star Order, there were definitely far more powerful ruined rampages. This was all to say that assigning a value of 1W to his adjusted strength output was the best that Leonel could do. This was the value that took in a combination of everything he could do, his mind, his thinking speed, his quick reaction times and deduction abilities, and put them together to formulate a certain ceiling of strength. When things were looked at this way, the numbers became far more depressing. Sniper Archer was the best, but even that could only bring out 58% of Leonel's true strength. A step down from that was Explosive Archer, but it plummeted 27 points down to 31%. The rest were even worse. Leonel almost couldn't help but chuckle. It's not accurate to say that this is 58% of my true strength, but it's more like a measurement of efficiency. The closer I am to 100%, the more exponential the increase in my output, with a massive watershed occurring probably at least once per 20 points. That means I'm a lot further away than just 42% away, and that's just with one. Sniper Archer being the strongest wasn't a surprise to Leonel. Bar none, Leonel's strongest strength currently was his bow force. So long as he could be rooted to a singular spot and shoot to his heart's content, his power output would be devastating. However, the rest was far worse. Fire Mage was a bit of a surprise at 018, but this was likely due to Leonel comprehending the first rune of his Scarlet Star Force. Just that comprehension alone had closed the gap between his bow force and his lesser-dimensional fire force by a great measure. What if, calculate, Scarlet Mage, 319, seeing this number, Leonel sighed. It seems that even his mind couldn't make up the gap of his inability to use Scarlet Star Force freely. 309% was a value that he found difficult to compute, especially since the scale he was using was exponential. If he ignored everything and was content to end his life here and now, it might not be impossible for him to kill even a quasi-seventh-dimensional existence. After finishing these calculations, Leonel explained them all to Ina. After she looked at him a bit weirdly for a moment, she opened her mouth to speak, only to be stopped by Leonel's chuckle. "What is it? Do you always break down your abilities with such raw numbers?" "I used to do it a lot more frequently, but the system was flawed when I used it on others because there were too many variables to account for. It's 100% accurate when I use it on myself though. It's just that there's no real point in doing so." "Well, honestly, I'm not sure how these numbers would translate in the future. If you increased the efficiency of each individual class, what would happen to your overall strength? How would you calculate it if the goalposts kept moving?" "Instead of moving the goalposts, I could just put a stake down as a checkpoint. That way there will be a version 1 of 1.0 and a version 2. New novel chapters are published on Freewebin, LCCMM. Sure, you could do that, but then what would be the point? If your individual classes would also be behind whatever version 2, 3, or 4 there was, then it just goes back to the idea that you should be focused on your mind anyway. Maybe, unless I have a different sort of end goal." Ina's brow raised, waiting for Leonel to continue. "Technically, given a number of factors, I could probably make a lot more than just 9 classes. If I mix and match, I could make classes like Spearman Mage or Fire Archer or any other number of things. The reason why I chose these exact 9, though, was because they are the most foundational. Everything else grows outward from them. However, it's because it's all so disjointed that I'm probably having such issues to begin with, right? But if I can increase the efficiency of each one, then my ability to tell exactly what should be used in battle skyrockets as well. I tend to use as little as possible in battle, in one part to keep trump cards, but another reason is because it's easier to perform high-level calculations when the variables are minimized. Oddly enough, the reason why Sniper Archer is probably highest isn't only due to my bow force, but it's also by far the simplest of all the classes. If I can raise the efficiency of each class to 60, 70, maybe even 90%, or a theoretical 100% in the future, then how well I can shift from one style in battle to another also increases. Then, the day that I can use them all seamlessly and form a unique style of my own will be in reach. Leonel smiled. This was what he wanted. A fusion of instinctual combat given by individual classes and his mind's calculative abilities. The results would definitely be beyond imagination. We're out of this hive. Chapter 1363, Escape or Gamble? 1363, Escape or Gamble? Leonel came to a pause, his gaze sharpening. His makeshift spear was gripped in his hands and his senses were primed. Their journey through this hive had been too smooth. Remembering back to the map Little Blackstar had gotten them, there was only one more hive to go through before they could escape this part of the void battlefield. But it was all too convenient. Little Blackstar had managed to move fast enough to avoid the initial lock of senses that could have gone poorly for them. However, he had still ended up being detected by the Shadow Sovereign rampages. Knowing this, the fact that they had only been hounded by a single Tier 9 runed rampax was too odd. Then there was something else to consider. From Little Blackstar's memory, the shadow domain of the Shadow Sovereign rampax had been far smaller than it should have been while deployed. In fact, it was only 2 or 3 meters in diameter. A size when compared to the scope of this network of nests was like a needle drifting through the ocean. If it wasn't because Little Blackstar was trying to blanket everything, it would have never been a problem. One might not understand why this was so odd. Given the fact that maintaining a shadow domain was so taxing on the user, wouldn't it make sense to keep it as small as possible to begin with? Since the shadow domain followed its deployer as its epicenter, it was much more convenient to maintain a small shadow domain, especially for a hand-to-hand combat race like the rampax. So long as they were fighting an enemy, 3 meters was more than enough to keep their target within frame. Leonel had, of course, thought of this as well, but he still felt that something was off. For one, a shadow domain wasn't under constant deployment. It required active thought and action to use. That meant if one was focused on maintaining your stamina, you wouldn't deploy it at all. Secondly, if under normal conditions you wouldn't deploy a shadow domain, that would mean that there were very few instances where you would. One such instance was for the purpose of what Little Blackstar had tried to do by helping Leonel and Ina. However, another one should be battle. The issue was, neither of these reasons made sense. Why would a rampax be fighting in their own nest? Of course, this was an odd thing to say considering they had been invaded by the likes of Leonel and the others, but the problem here was that a rampax of such status wouldn't personally help deal with what amounted to small fry in their eyes. Something about this just feels off. This sort of trial is too dangerous to begin with. Thrusting us all into enemy territory like this without an easy way to come back just makes no sense. This feels like a stealth mission, but Void Palace isn't a place that grooms assassins. There might be 1 or 2 factions within that cater to that demographic, but definitely not enough to throw an entire generation under the bus like this. I would understand if we were just thrown onto the battlefield itself and it was just a matter of survival. But a rapax nest? That's more than a little excessive. Plus, from Mom's story about her relationship with Dad, she wasn't even allowed to step onto the Void battlefield until she became a galaxy-ranked disciple. And even then, she had Dad as a supervisor to protect her. Did things really change this much? Is there new management? Is it possible that I'm being targeted? Or is it because this generation is more talented than others? But if it's because we're more talented, even if you up the difficulty by a margin, was it necessary to react to this good news by throwing us into a fiery pit of hell? Leonel didn't even know what to think. Still, everything seemed to point toward this matter being a special event of sorts. If he was correct, then the odd coincidence of the rapax he had met until this point being so manageable might not be such a coincidence at all. Leonel explained his thoughts to Aina. So you think that the rapax are occupied by something, which would explain the oddity of the shadow domain that hurt Blackstar? I think so. It would both explain why this shadow sovereign hasn't come after us yet and why we've only run into manageable enemies. In fact, the only sixth-dimensional rapax we ran into was due to the fact I forced us to teleport together. If we had teleported individually like was intended, I have a feeling that we wouldn't have had to deal with even that. 20 is extra 6 or 6 or 6 or 6 or 6. If it really is a special event like you said, then there's two possibilities. The first is that we're supposed to take advantage of this lull in security to escape as fast as possible. Or we're supposed to go to the center of the nest to begin with, Leonel finished. In truth, Leonel should have thought of this long ago. However, his life experiences had skewed his bias too far. Someone who innately trusted organizations might have already thought that there was no way the Void Palace would send their students to their death. As such, they would conclude that this couldn't possibly be an impossible task and that there was either a hidden challenge here or the Void Palace had made it easier to escape. Leonel, however, who always seemed to have terrible luck with organizations, only really trusted himself. As such, he had little to no expectations of others helping him to remain safe at all. As such, in an irony of all ironies, Leonel, who had one of the sharpest minds of this generation, was actually one of the last to figure out something so simple. What do you want to do? Leonel asked. Escape or gamble? Aina smiled. Let's have fun. As expected, Leonel was correct. The greatest geniuses of this generation, a group that would have been amethyst in almost any over-selection year, had already begun to converge upon the central nest. Chapter 1364, stumbled after stabilizing little Blackstar and placing him within the segmented cube. Aina and Leonel broke out into a dead sprint. No longer worried about being found out and being more confident in the sort of trial they were currently taking part in, they took smaller measures toward protecting themselves in such a fashion. However, even as they ran, Leonel didn't forget to check all his bases. This sort of thing, it was still leaving an odd taste in his mouth. This matter seemed to require precise timing, but it had to be remembered that Leonel's actions had stalled the true selection for several months. Of course, it was possible that this event could take place over a long period of time, which was why the elders of the Void Palace would feel confident in allowing this to happen in the first place, but there was no way for Leonel to tell immediately. Luckily, he had a trusty encyclopedia of sorts. Old man, what do you think about this? Leonel reached out to Y-Star Order, but surprisingly, he didn't get an answer. He tried again, but was once more met with more silence. After a while, Leonel chuckled. You don't need to be scared, old man. My dad isn't here anymore. You can stop hiding, not that it would do you much good to begin with. A light cough resounded in Leonel's ears. It seemed filled with a hint of embarrassment and another part righteous indignation, as though he was offended by the accusation. Unfortunately, there was no hiding it. When Velasco had appeared, Y-Star Order thought his life was forfeit. Though Leonel had vouched for this odd relationship of theirs, when a father wanted to act, what could a son do? This was especially so with Velasco, considering anything Y-Star Order did in front of that man felt all too easy for the former to see right through. Luckily, he had left without doing much more than glancing in his general direction. However, Y-Star Order was still suffering from cold sweats. Just tell me, is there any ritual the Rapax might undergo? Maybe something that is predictable, that would also last for a very long time? It should also be something that others might be able to benefit from, because I don't see why the Void Palace would allow this unless there were benefits to be gotten. Oh, and these benefits probably shouldn't be enough to move seventh-dimensional existences. Or, at the very least, they should be useless to seventh-dimensional existences, or else it wouldn't make sense for them to leave this opportunity to us, rather than taking advantage themselves. Leonel gave Y-Star Order a list of requirements, hoping the old man would be able to think of something. He would assume that a race like the Rapax might have many rituals and customs that could fall into such a category, but hopefully only a few that might be related to a nest while also fitting these requirements. However, the answer he received from Y-Star Order was outside of his expectations. No, there shouldn't be any ritual of the like. The Rapax aren't a race that participates in such things. They have a very strict hierarchy. They live for war, and duty is at the forefront of their minds. They're very big on cycles of life and giving, not to mention oneness of mind and purpose. It wouldn't be like them to divert their attention toward any sort of ceremony. Leonel's brow furrowed. If there was no ritual, then what could possibly be happening? Then what about something that would require a large amount of precise control? There's a Shadow Sovereign Rapax here whose shadow domain was shrunk to a suspiciously small area. The only reason I can think of that such a thing would be necessary is if they needed extremely fine control over a given area. But that much is far too broad. A shadow domain allowed a Shadow Sovereign to bend reality to their whims within certain limits, of course depending on dimensional level. The larger the domain, the more stamina it took. So, Leonel assumed that if the shadow domain had been shrunk, and it was unlike the Shadow Sovereign was in a heated battle, then it must be trying to control something or the environment around something. The Rapax birthed a Shadow Sovereign? The shout reverberated through Leonel's mind, almost causing his feet to stumble. Aina quickly reached out a hand, stabilizing his shoulder with a worried expression on her face. Her first instinct was to think that what had happened before still had lingering effects on Leonel. What the hell, old man? In his shock, Wise Star Order had done the equivalent of violently shaking Leonel's soul. That felt no different from poking and prodding at an open wound. This wasn't because Leonel's soul was injured, but rather because it was like tender flesh in its current state. It was incredibly sensitive to outside pressures. Shut up, brat, you have no idea what this means. Obviously not. That's why I'm asking you. I told you before that the Rapax don't really have any culture or rituals, this much is true, but they do have certain legends that they abide by. The birth of a Shadow Sovereign is akin to the birth of a king for the Rapax. A ruined Rapax with the abilities of a Shadow Sovereign is like a real dragon. Upon reaching maturity, such an existence would be practically untouchable. Why do you keep saying birth? Because it hasn't been born yet, idiot. It's definitely still within its egg. How the hell do you know that? Wong, 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 extra sex, wong, extra sex, yex. Persephone. 1 Persephone, 70 sections, nonsense. You keep thinking that the domain is too small when in reality it never shrunk to begin with. That's just its original size. That's impossible. Little Black Star wouldn't lose to a newborn. It's not just a newborn, fool. Like I told you before, the Rapax have a tradition of using fertilizer for their newborn. But when a talent on this level is in the process of being nurtured, they go several steps further. Even living Rapax pour all of their strength into it. This baby, under the Rapax's care and nurturing, would be born at Tier 9 of the 5th dimension instantly. Wait, Leonel suddenly thought of a possibility. That's right. All the Rapax here, especially those of the highest levels, are currently severely weakened because they've given everything to this newborn. That's likely why the Void Palace saw fit to send you all in. But that isn't enough of a reason for you to have screamed in my ears like that. Of course it is. Rapax are the only humanoid species born from eggs. In that state, they're not only very vulnerable, but they're basically just like enormous beast crystals. Except, unlike beast crystals, swallowing the essence of a Rapax egg that has been prepared in this fashion comes with its own supporting vitality. What I'm trying to say is that regardless of your ability index, if you swallow the essence of a Rapax egg that's had so much vitality and life force poured into it, you gain its ability without any side effects or impact to your own ability index. Leonel almost stumbled and fell again. This time, it had nothing to do with Wise Star Order yelling in his ear. Chapter 1365, There Was a Reason. 1365, There Was a Reason. Leonel was stunned, not knowing how to take this news. Even the silver tablet couldn't do this. When the silver tablet erased the personality of a previously held ability, it could be absorbed. But one still had to be very careful about doing so. This was because when absorbed, both abilities would combine and an average of the two would be taken. This meant that if you absorbed an ability completely incompatible with yourself, you would essentially be crippling both abilities and, by proxy, yourself. However, according to Wise Star Order, absorbing the essence of this egg would be like gaining a second ability without the side effects. The weird thing about this, though, was why was it that the Elders of Void Palace didn't want this? Why would anyone be opposed to something that essentially broke the fundamental rules of the dimensional verse? Why? Leonel asked. Are they really so kind-hearted to leave this to us? Kind-hearted? Wise Star Order snorted. The Rapax aren't fools. Do you think they would leave themselves in such a vulnerable position just because? This entire hive is blocked off from existences above the 6th dimension. In fact, it's not just this, but even higher-level 6th-dimensional existences have been completely blocked off. You lot are about the only ones that can enter in the first place. Secondly, did you not hear what I said about vitality? It's the copious amounts of vitality within the Rapax egg that tricks the regulator into believing there are two people, not one. This, as a result, allows the birth of two ability indexes within the same person. However, this vitality must be above, or at the very least, near your own. Like I said, the baby Rapax will be born at Tier 9 of the 5th dimension using this ritual. That means you can't be much stronger than this, or else your vitality will be too great. If your vitality is too high, the regulator won't sense two lives, it will only sense yours. Once that happens, your two abilities will fuse instead of remaining separate. That means that it's impossible for anyone that's too high-tiered to absorb this egg at all. When it all settled in, Leonel let out a breath. So things were like this. The elders of the Void Palace couldn't absorb this boon even if they wanted to. Aina, Leonel quickly explained everything Wise Star Order had explained to him. After taking it all in, she seemed to sigh a breath. So that's where that feeling was coming from. When they had first landed here, Aina had said that there was something incredibly nutritious nearby. She had assumed, along with Leonel, that this came from the eggs and the fertilizer used to upkeep them. And she was most definitely correct. It was just that she couldn't have imagined that things would actually be like this. This was more than just a little nutritious. It was absolutely game-changing. There were very few things in the dimensional verse that could break the balance of rules set. At the same time, though, this was odd. The Shadow Sovereign ability seemed perfect for Aina. But if it was really so perfect, her ability index would have violently tugged her in that direction. Much like how she always knew the best meals to prepare for herself and the best training methods to use, she would also know when a great opportunity for improvement was nearby. If things had worked out as they should have, she would have figured out the use of this egg long before Leonel did and given him this information. Knowing this, Leonel would have drawn the appropriate conclusions long ago. This is perfect for you, Leonel said. Your battle style would fit seamlessly with this, I would think. It would also greatly boost your darkness affinity. No, I think it'll be best if you absorb it, Aina suddenly said. Leonel rose an eyebrow. It wasn't that Shadow Sovereign wouldn't be useful to him. Given his mind, technically speaking, any additional strength he gained made it less likely for anyone to defeat him. The more tools he had at his disposal, the more options he had to react in battle. However, Leonel wasn't too eager for this at the same time, and there was no point for Little Blackstar to absorb the same ability index again. That left Aina as the best candidate. My body doesn't seem to want it, Aina said after a while. I'm not sure why, but the more I think about it, the stronger my revulsion toward it grows. This is the first time I've felt this way. Usually I feel either nothing or positive emotions. I've never felt a negative emotion before. I feel that it would cripple me. And I. Leonel's gaze flashed. He couldn't quite understand why Aina would feel this way. He didn't have a proper understanding. But, regardless, he trusted her judgment for herself. It hadn't failed her before, and he didn't see why it would start now. Plus, you spoke about your armor and your goals for it, right? A high darkness affinity is something you'll need if you want to find a way to counter your Scarlet Star Force with Void Star Force. Leonel fell into silence. Aina wasn't wrong. It was just that he had another solid method of raising his darkness elemental affinity to great heights. But, now that she mentioned it, this method just might be the easiest. Leonel didn't know much about these sovereigns, but he thought that it was about time he learned more. All right, he nodded. Rapax. Aina's thigh suddenly grew a size as she stamped a foot down hard. She blasted by Leonel, her battle axe shimmering. By the time Leonel rounded the corner, the Rapax in question had been split into two. However, it was what lay beyond that truly caught Leonel's attention. The good news? They had made it to the core of the network of nests like they wanted to. The bad news? Well, there was a reason they had run into so few Rapax during their time here. Chapter 1366. Muted 1366. Muted Leonel took a breath, his grip on his spear tightening slightly. They were everywhere, or at the very least, it truly felt like it. The center of the nest was an enormous, perforated ball of rock. Pathways of all shapes and sizes, winding in all sorts of different directions, jetted out from the perforations. This perforated ball of rock hovered above what looked like a green sea. This oddly discolored sea gave off a strong, pungent smell that seared one's nose hairs and tingled the skin. It looked like a vat of acid, and Leonel wasn't convinced that if he took a dip, that it would react any differently from one either. The number of Rapax that moved through this construction weren't small. But there was something odd about their movements. Despite the fact Aina had just killed one of their own and they were in fairly clear view of them, none seemed to react. That was when something that should have been obvious all this time clicked for Leonel. The Rapax are blind. Leonel had never noticed any eyes on the Rapax. In fact, their pill-shaped heads were covered by their metallic carapaces, so he had just assumed that their eyes were underneath and they had a method of seeing through the metal casing. However, now Leonel realized that that assumption had been stupid to make. He was still trying to see everything the Rapax did through a human lens when they were decidedly not human at all. The Rapax must have used a different method to track their prey, and since they had no reason to lock onto this particular location, they wouldn't react immediately. However, Leonel was no fool. He didn't believe that the Rapax would be so inept. There was a large distance between the location he stood upon now and the perforated spherical rock that hung ahead. There was no pathway that connected it to where Leonel and Aina stood. If Leonel had to describe it, it was like they were standing in a window, looking through it. If they wanted in, they would have to find a doorway instead. Leonel had a feeling, though, that if they truly did find a doorway, the reception wouldn't be nearly this benign. In fact, they would likely find themselves swarmed. Leonel fell into silence alongside Aina. The pair slowly backed away and retreated to the corner they had just wrapped around. Only then did they sigh a breath of relief and calmly access the situation again. They currently stood within a hallway, but there was a dead end on one side. It made Leonel a bit skeptical about how the rampacs had engineered this place. It seemed that this windows was actually a designed lookout, but it was obviously not a lookout for enemies, but rather a lookout for observing the work of the other rampacs. If Leonel was correct, this confirmed one matter. The rampacs did have methods of seeing things at long distances. And, secondly, it likely wouldn't be long before the rampacs they had killed was noticed to be gone. Leonel wasn't very worried about the second possibility, mostly because at most it would just expose that there were enemies here, something the rampacs were already aware of. It was also possible that it could reveal their location, but Leonel was confident that they would have made a move by then. So, it's an observation station? Ina concluded the same thing Leonel had. I think so. Then we'll need to find another entrance, but even if we do, it'll be very difficult to handle. I can reverse engineer a path to a suitable entrance. I've already memorized the layout of that spherical hive hovering in the center of that acid lake. The issue isn't that, it's just, what would we find on the inside? If the inside is another maze, we can work with it. If it isn't, then we'll end up surrounded from all sides without a simple way to retreat. Did you notice, by the way? Ina suddenly asked. The anarchic force. It's still strong, but there's something oddly mutated about it, as though it feel more malleable and less aggressive. It's like a beast that's been tranquilized. Leonel's brows shot up. When Ina spoke those words, he too realized it. After a moment of thought, he felt like he had come to a conclusion, but he still reached out to wise star order. Anarchic force is the antithesis of life. It's one thing for the rampacs to force their young to be born in such an environment, but it would be another thing entirely if they just allowed the anarchic force to kill them. The girl is sharper than you. The heavy life force in the air, caused by the fertilizer, has a sort of muting effect on anarchic force. This isn't because anarchic force is being suppressed, but it's rather because the anarchic force would rather target this pure and high-level life force than target weak and unsavory babies. Ini Cirrus Perdicious Arcanis Extras Arcani Cirrus Perdicious Arcani Zers Burst Turnies Arcane is where it all is Gani Zerus Turni Zers Perdish. That vat of green is where it all is. The toxicity is concentrated in the top layer because that's where all the life force and anarchic force are fusing. The result of their combat is something high poisonous to life. Leonel nodded. He wasn't shocked Ina noticed before he did. Her life force affinity was off the charts. It was only right. But this changed a few things about how Leonel could approach this. Firstly, muted anarchic force meant that he could use more mage tactics and that his Bowforce's range would be much longer. But, most importantly, he just might be able to draw a teleportation force art that could get them out of here so long as the anarchic force continued to be so docile. The formation wouldn't be enough to take them far. But, at the very least, it would be able to get them out of the center of this nest and toward an exit. There was no doubt that once they stole the egg, the rampacs would be livid. By then, their main focus should be on running for their lives. Bang! 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 Leonel's gaze narrowed, the sudden series of sounds making him peek his head around the corner once more. There, on one of the winding paths, a group of youths charged, battling the rampacs that stood in their way. Chapter 13067, Wild Abandon 3067. Wild Abandon. The moment that group acted, it was as though a chain reaction had been set off. Several roars resounded, and several more groups charged out, each claiming a path for themselves and cutting toward the perforated nest. Leonel chuckled. It seemed that his worries about being found out were unfounded. The cascading effect of the movement of one suddenly unleashed a barrage of assaults from all sides. Shall we? Leonel asked. But we haven't found a doorway yet. Leonel grinned. You didn't know? Your boyfriend can fly. I'm basically Superman. Ina hardly got to respond before she found herself squealing. Leonel swept her into his arms and rounded the corner once more. He crouched into a powerful squat, his thighs bulging and calves compressing until they were as hard as steel. In that moment, his aura flourished, a blinding golden light enveloping his body as he was covered in head to toe by tiny white gold scales. Bang! Leonel unfurled himself all at once, slicing through the air like a speeding bullet. Almost instantly, he appeared above the green lake, a singular dot in the skies amidst a commotion. But, even then, he somehow managed to be the center of attention. Steam rolling into battle, a beauty cradled in his arms and wings spreading to his back. In this bleak world, he was like the only ray of radiant sun, the majestic sight of his very being attracting attention from all sides. Leonel soared, feeling his snowy star owl blood rolling through his veins. He could feel it pressing against its very limits, the breakthrough in comprehension he had made in his Scarlet Star Force stimulating it all to the absolute extreme. Leonel let the feeling roll through him. He didn't move, he simply let the air whip against his skin, his eyes closed and his expression peaceful. His skin began to radiate a delicate golden color that quickly became fiercer and fiercer. In those moments, everything around Leonel was so pure that even the foul stench of the rapac's nest couldn't approach him. The refreshing scent of a dawning day, delicate dewdrops and life wafting around him. There didn't need to be a check nor a guess. Leonel's mind bloomed like a flower, stepping past the barriers of the fifth dimension and sweeping into the sixth. At that moment, Leonel's snowy star owl lineage factor had reached the pinnacle of perfection, unsealing all 3 branches to the 4th awakening. Leonel flapped his wings a single time, his already fast speed suddenly doubling, a violent clap of wind shredding the air to his back as he cut through it all even faster. Bang! Leonel swung his feet forward, their soles smashing into the head of a rapax and crushing their silver skull. He landed heavily on a winding platform, already having covered more than half the distance. The rapax crumpled beneath his feet, a heavy domain pressing down and shredding it to pieces. Aina jumped from Leonel's arms, her battle axe in tow. A single sweep seemed to sever the world itself, the rapax in her path finding themselves experiencing just the same fate. Skkkreee. Leonel's mind felt as though it had been injected directly with adrenaline. Everything was so clear, not just through his internal sight, but through his eyes especially. He could see further, even the slightest bits of detail were laid bare before him. In that moment, things that Leonel would usually rely on his internal sight to pick up on suddenly didn't need it at all, and, just like that, the advantage the rapax had had over him vanished in a puff of smoke. Leonel took a step forward, his figure crossing tens of meters in a single bound. When he appeared again, he had seemingly already chosen the perfect position to dodge a coming kick, his makeshift spear stabbing outward and ripping through a gap that felt infinitesimally small in its plate armor. Right then, the rapax crumbled, but so too did Leonel's makeshift spear, combusting to ash in his palm. Leonel immediately knew why that was. It seems he had gotten the spear domain to acknowledge him enough to hold a spear without destroying it, but he still hadn't gained enough acknowledgement to be able to make it acknowledge one of his creations just yet. However, this wasn't enough to make Leonel slow in the slightest. If he couldn't use a spear, then he would just use his fists. Dream class. Speed fighter. Leonel's steps shifted, his body flickering and his speed reaching nigh untouchable levels. He left after images in his wake. Whenever he appeared, another fist would jet outward, blasting a hole through yet another rapax. His eyes darted back and forth. It felt like there was nothing he couldn't see, nothing he couldn't observe. The twitch of their muscles, the shift in their weight, even the slight change caused by a rush of their blood, was all picked up by him. Numbers seemed to float in his vision. Speed, weight, power, distance, it all branched off one after another. It was as though Leonel's dream world had manifested into reality, layering atop what was with an objective measure of what is. It would be a very long time until Leonel realized that this was the first instance of his dream force working as it should, his consciousness projecting into the world and affecting it. This is what it truly meant to have high dream force affinity. IDS. R1 Niter C SC, 1 Niter C SE, R1 Niter C S, ES, ES the yes. Every swing of his fist and every slice of Ina's axe only made him smile all the more wildly. This feeling, it was exhilarating. Leonel shifted around another rapax, sidestepping the tail of another as his hand reached out, snatching the curved blade with his bare palm and squeezing down. Kai! The metallic tail crumbled, wild bronze runes racing beneath Leonel's scales. Leonel gave a strong pull, causing the rapax to suddenly find itself flying in his direction only to be met by a fist that crushed its head. He stepped over the corpse, his body swaying to one side to dodge a kick. His wings slapped outward, causing the balance of the rapax to falter and spin. Ha! Leonel took a strong step forward with one leg and sent the other shooting straight up. His heel connected with the chin of the rapax with such force that its head was ripped from its body. Leonel's roar bellowed through the rapax nest, his blood flowing with wild abandon. Chapter 1368, 015, 1368, 015. Leonel left a blazing trail in his wake. Sometimes it would feel as though he was attacking 3 different places at once, his speed so fast that it was almost impossible to keep up with. The first awakening of the speed branch merely allowed Leonel to access light elemental force in a fashion that could boost his fast twitch capabilities, not much unlike an elemental speedster, but on a much smaller and more controlled level. The second awakening gave Leonel access to the star road. It was the road of stars that appeared beneath his feet. Stepping onto the road made Leonel feel lighter and also seemed to weaken several forms of friction, making gliding through the air feel all too easy. The third awakening was primed for awakening with the appearance of Leonel's illusory wings and came into true being once Leonel's wings gained physical form, spreading out from his body both powerfully and majestically. The fourth awakening, however, was the most profound of them all. Leonel felt light force fuse with his very bones and flesh, suddenly making him feel as light as a feather. The difference was so drastic that had it not been for the increase to his wisdom branch simultaneously, Leonel might have had to artificially slow himself just so that his mind could keep up. Now, Leonel suddenly had a body as sturdy as any Tier 9 forged weapon, and yet instead of being weighed down, he was as light and free as a breeze of air. Golden runes shaped into delicate feather patterns danced between the bronze runes that were deeply carved onto his bones, making him feel as though he was gliding through the air as opposed to running on ground. In that moment, Leonel could feel the exhilaration of a speedster, a hearty laughter almost leaving his lips. The Morales family lineage factor was always known to be the cream of the crop because it circumvented the usual pitfalls and weaknesses of defensive abilities in ways most others could not. Despite having skin as tough as metal, Leonel hardly lost any flexibility or speed. However, when a lineage factor that was already so amazing to begin with was suddenly stacked with another that not only erased its minor weaknesses, but even turned them into strength, equal each one sequel ytron e equal I equal xx sequel yponi sequel ytron xx kek sequel ycro sequel xxx kek sequel yquo 10 acro decro text that had just swung down a kick at full force. His toes lightly tapped the Rapak's knee, causing a strong surge of golden spear force infused with snow force and destruction to slice downward. The Rapax immediately found its legs severed at the thigh, its weight falling forward as it lost its balance. It had already been leaning forward to begin with after its attack missed, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be able to do anything at all as it fell toward Leonel. Leonel used the light touch of the tap of his foot to skip upward, his body spinning and a vicious kick landing on the side of the Rapax's pill-shaped head. The sound of metal crashing against metal resounded for just a moment before one side crumpled and collapsed. The Rapax's head was ripped from its shoulders, its head being sent spiraling into the green lake below. Leonel landed on the ground for just a moment before he vanished once more, a spiraling circle of wind being left in his wake. Everywhere he passed, arcs of light would follow his swinging kicks and fists. The outline of a beautiful dance was marked, a gorgeous white gold painting the otherwise grotesque atmosphere. 015, Leonel could feel the shift in his speedfighter class. The fourth awakening had caused his original 1W row rating of himself going all out to increase, resetting the entire scale. However, even on this new scale, speed had become a relatively greater strength, causing his weakest class, which had sat at 07 just a moment ago, to more than double in efficiency. There are diminishing returns to such speeds. It was no wonder that even with such an enormous speed boost after reaching the fourth awakening, that the Snowstar Owl would still only be a sixth-dimensional beast. More speed equals more power, but that's only if weight remains constant. This lineage factor gives me what feels like even more than a ridiculous tenfold increase in speed, but it does so by lowering my weight and by extension my momentum. If not for the fact I can rely on my metal synergy lineage factor, I would have to be very careful with how I use this speed as well, or I would end up hurting myself. This made perfect sense. This lineage factor was rooted in the blood of a bird. Birds were known for their hollow and fragile bone structures. This should have been something that Leonel had expected, however, he wasn't disappointed. Right now, this boost was exactly what he needed. He was already confident before that no one would be able to stop him from getting this egg, as he always had confidence in himself. But this only made him more assured. Leonel quickly cleared the Rapax. Because he and Ina had landed in the middle of the platform and had not started at the beginning like everyone else, they were far ahead. But that came with its own problems as well. If they weren't fast enough, they would end up pincered from not one but two sides. By then, what advantage they had gained wouldn't be worth it. However, Leonel had his own plans for this. Ina raced after Leonel, managing to keep up because of how often Leonel had to stop to battle. Any stragglers he missed were unceremoniously cut apart by her. The moment Leonel reached near the end of the platform, he released a low shout, his feet stamping down hard. A flickering golden rune lit in Leonel's irises, a searing heat dancing above his right hip. Destroy. A raging crimson aura erupted from Leonel. Chapter 1369, easier, not harder. 1369, easier, not harder. Leonel's spear force came out marked in crimson. As though his blade had been marred by dripping blood, it left streaks of rouge in the air, drawing hard lines into the pathway just as Ina rushed over. Jump, Leonel called out. Ina complied, leaping into the air. She looked down, wondering why it was Leonel had asked such a thing, only to find that the last point her foot had touched had already begun to crumble. Leonel's gaze flashed, his foot stomping down hard. He tugged at his variant Earth affinity, hard. He knew well that manipulating Earth in a seventh-dimensional plane like this one was impossible. It was far too hard. Maybe only when he formed his sixth-dimensional metal body would he have a slight chance at affecting this environment to any large degree capable of helping in battle. But right now, Leonel didn't need a large change. He just needed a small nudge, just enough to get a chain reaction going. And that he most definitely did. Bang, 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 bang! The pathway crumbled. In one moment, there was just a small section of cracks. In the next, there was an entire network of crumbling rocks falling down in a rain that pelted the surface of the green lake below. Ina landed lightly to Leonel's side, her expression flickering. Even the most benign Earth in a seventh-dimensional world was probably stronger than even the most refined material of the fifth, and even much of the sixth dimension. What Leonel had just done was no small feat. She looked to Leonel's side profile, only to find him breathing quite hard. All novel F of all calm, are you okay? Leonel turned back, facing the entrance to the perforated entrance. I'm fine, just took a lot more out of me than I thought it would. Leonel took a deep breath, suddenly causing a large surge of force to rush toward him. With a thought, he flipped a palm to reveal a pure force crystal, feeling that it wasn't enough. This was among the batch that the golden-scaled koi fish had helped create. Even now, the little guy was still at work, which was excellent for Leonel, because this was without a doubt one of the best ways to replenish oneself. Ina's lip twitched. You, Leonel grinned. I'm Superman, and I'm filthy rich. Aren't you very lucky? Ina was speechless for a moment before she rolled her eyes. Wasn't he getting a little bit too cocky? Let's go. There was already another surge of rapacs coming through, but now the two didn't have to worry about any coming from behind them, at least not for now. Up ahead, there was an entrance to the true center of the nest lay. That really did take a lot. The cost might not be worth it outside of very specific circumstances. Just now, Leonel had drawn the single rune he had comprehended. However, what he hadn't expected was the heftiness of the backlash resulting from drawing it without Scarlet Starforce. Well, maybe backlash wasn't the appropriate way to describe it, but the cost was definitely great. The rune seemed to dislike being drawn with other forces, even the somewhat compatible Radiant Force Leonel had ended up having to infuse his Spear Force with. Leonel could tell that if he had used Scarlet Star Force instead, he would have needed not even a fraction of the force he ended up using. But, because he didn't want to harm his body when they were in the beginning stages of such a dangerous mission, he had chosen this route instead. Luckily, everything worked out. But, he would need to keep this in mind for the future. Drawing the rune was the most effective way to stoke destruction, but the cost wasn't worth it if it wasn't done with Scarlet Star Force to begin with. But that gave Leonel another scary realization. This meant that what he understood about his Scarlet Star Force was just the tip of the iceberg. There was actually room for it to get stronger. Idiot. Don't you have a second innate node perfect for this? Leonel's expression flickered as he fought through the last line of rapacs. You mean, comprehending a rune is supposed to make things easier, not harder on you, or else what would be the point in comprehending it at all? If things just got worse, then you might as well give up and wait for death, so it's not enough to use my innate node as is. No. One rune is far from enough to use the one inside you, but it is enough to use the smaller one with minimal effort. Do I need to implant it into myself? If that's what you needed to do, I would have already told you to do it. You can't. The moment that innate node enters your body, it'll be triggered into undergoing the same growth as the one you have right now. It was only growing so slowly in that other brat because it wasn't his innate node to begin with. Then, how do I use it? This isn't rocket science, brat. Just grab a hold of it and take control of it. Leonel's gaze glowed. His second innate node was only in the fourth dimension. However, it was precisely because of this that he could somewhat use it. He had been putting off finding a spiritual medium compatible with his comprehension of Camelot's magic system. In fact, he had concluded that the best medium was his very own body. However, what was more compatible with his own body than his very own innate node? Leonel split several minds to think about this matter as he and Ina burst through the final line, opening themselves up the true center of the nest, becoming the very first ones to step foot inside. What lay before them was another elaborate network of mazes, but this time extrapolated into 3 dimensions. The obvious choice was to try to race to the center of this spherical maze, but Leonel's gaze sharpened, his dreamscape letting off an arc of lightning. Wise Star Order said that the Green Lake's true purpose is the accumulation of life force. The only reason for the toxicity is its interaction with anarchic force. If not for this, it would practically be a wellspring. That means that the destination isn't the center of this maze, it's the bottom. Leonel's gaze shifted downward. He could use his mind to map out this region and eventually find a path. Or, let's blast right through. Leonel's demeanor shifted, his heart rushing. Excitement bubbled up within him. Chapter 770. Baffling 770. Baffling blast through? Ina's expression changed. She looked at Leonel as though he was a madman. She could tell that Leonel meant that he wanted to speed things up and rush through the maze by breaking through the walls. But if that was so easy, everyone would be doing it. They just witnessed together how hard it was for Leonel to deal with that platform, and that had been a thin walkway to begin with. What kind of effort would it take to blast through reinforced walls? The rapacs obviously hadn't built their nests like mazes for fun. There was a purpose behind it. It made it far easier to defend and gave them an added buff toward enemies. The fact it had taken so much effort to get here in the first place was a testament to that. However, toward Ina's words, Leonel only grinned. Cut them down for me. I need a bit. Ina met Leonel's gaze for a moment before she nodded. She would just have to wait to reprimand him for not explaining another time. This situation was even worse than before with rapacs still streaming in. So, she had to prioritize their safety first. The moment Ina stepped in front of him, Leonel took a breath and settled his mind. This region seemed flooded with nothing more than fifth-dimensional solider rapacs. He hadn't even seen a ruined rapacs yet, which was part of the reason their fight until now was so easy. Thanks to this, he didn't have to worry about Ina's safety at all. He could focus his everything on this. All novel FOOSI-com. With a flip of his palm, a fingernail-sized gemstone appeared in his hand. It seemed almost inconspicuous, but the moment it touched Leonel's palm, it was as though it had been lit on fire. Even when Leonel squeezed his hand shut, radiant light spilled out through the cracks, causing rays of red gold to splinter off in all directions. But he remained silent, his mind soothed and calm. The feeling was a bit exhilarating, and Leonel even felt a hint of excitement bubbling up, but he forcefully repressed it. For at least the first time, he needed it to be absolutely perfect. That way, he could replicate it through his absolute control and achieve the same result again and again. The Camelot magic system had always required a spiritual medium. This was why they used wands and staffs. Some of Modred's most powerful spells could only be cast with the help of her wand. Usually, these spiritual mediums were carved out of what the people of Camelot called spiritual trees. But, in Leonel's understanding, these so-called spiritual trees had just been quasi-fourth-dimensional trees capable of withstanding the amplification of force. Through his study of the natural force art left behind by Merlin, Leonel was able to learn that the best spiritual medium of a mage was actually their own body, and this was where magehood and knighthood intersected. This realization was what led to the birth of Leonel's mage core. Ironically, if one looked into Leonel's ethereal glabella now, his mage core had sprung up and looked a lot like one would expect a spiritual tree to look. In that way, everything seemed to have come back around full circle. The petals of Leonel's mage core each represented a separate element. One for fire, another for space, and more for light, variant earth, and now there was even one for water. As Leonel improved, these petals grew more detailed and his mage core grew, allowing Leonel to pull more and more atmospheric force toward himself. Like this, he became his own spiritual medium, allowing him to cast large-scale spells with great effort on his part as he could rely on force outside of his body. But, if one thought about it, didn't the petals of a mage core sound and feel a lot like an innate node? In fact, the more Leonel thought about it, the more he loved the comparison. In fact, an innate node was just an even more intimate part of Leonel than even his mage core could be. This innate node in his palm right now? It was his. It was the very same innate node he had been born with as a child, the very one his mother suffered to birth with him, the very one that called down the phenomena upon his birth. The intimacy he had with it, even after so long had passed, transcended almost anything else he had ever experienced in life. "Suyu!" A strange vacuum seemed to form around Leonel. In that moment, his eyes snapped open, a wild red-gold light shimmering within his irises even as a similarly colored fog began to waft from his body. Junior Scarlet Mage. Junior Scarlet Mage. Leonel exhaled a breath, the temperature around him skyrocketing more and more with every passing second. And yet, he had never felt better in his entire life. His scales lit on fire, his wings following suit soon after. He was bathed in a red-gold flame, a moan almost escaping his lips as the intoxicating feeling spread throughout his body. And then, he tapped his foot to the ground. A rushing line of flames spread out from his, quickly drawing a majestic magic circle that surrounded him in the blink of an eye. Each line of fire seemed to race against one another, quickly completing their patterns one at a time. "Aina, follow me." Aina's axe swung down once more as Leonel stretched a hand out. In quick succession, several fireballs formed and shot past her, the heat making even her tough skin tingle. Boom, 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 boom! Aina's eyes widened as she watched the tunnel collapse. When she looked back, she found a hole where Leonel had been, her heart threatening to beat out of her chest. Aina quickly pursued, the sound of rumbling explosion resounding beneath her. No matter how fast she fell down each hole, she couldn't seem to catch up, causing the astonishment on her face to only grow. She knew that these walls were actually fragile compared to normal seventh-dimensional rock. After all, this nest had to be built by hand, so it couldn't be too difficult. As such, they were the equivalent of dried mud in the third dimension, within the seventh dimension. Still, despite knowing all of this, Aina couldn't help but be baffled. Her axe, it could barely leave a small nick on these mud walls. Suddenly, a rush of light flooded Aina's vision, and she realized the booming sounds had calmed to a halt. When her vision cleared, she found Leonel standing before her and a vast underwater cavern before them. Streams of vibrant green waters snaked all around, and several waterfalls pooled in from the sides. Toward the center, a delicate stack of heavily runed eggs the size of a human lay, each booming with a clear heartbeat that rocked the soft bed of soaked soil they sat upon. In the very center, there was one egg that was not only by far the largest, it was the only one half submerged in a pond of green liquid. While the runes of the eggs around it varied from black to bronze to silver and even gold, its runes was a bright green color, radiating its own light. However, this wasn't the most shocking part of the cavern. There was already a battle raging on, and it seemed to have been going on for a while. A leader of Rapak's corpses lay, and at a single glance, it was easy to tell that each of them had been at the seventh dimension, with only a rare few having been at the sixth. It was a deduction enough to leave one frozen in shock. Still battling several more Rapaks, a singular young man with simple black hair stood with nothing more than a sword in hand. When Leonel laid eyes on the young man, though, his expression went as cold as ice despite the star-like temperatures he was radiating. The Sword Deity. Chapter 1371. Deliberate Steps 1371. Deliberate Steps. Aina frowned. Looking toward Leonel's back, she could feel that something was off. However, she didn't know about what had happened between Leonel and Amory, as she had already left before them. There didn't seem to be anything too drastically different about Leonel's expression, but she could just sense the shift. It wasn't really something she had ever felt from him before, at least not in such an obvious and large quantity. Her gaze turned back to Amory, her brows furrowing deeper. Someone had gotten here before them and, by the looks of it, they had already been here for a long while, even to the point of fighting all of these rapacs alone. The seventh-dimensional rapacs that had fallen had clearly been severely weakened. However, even with that being the case, their strength was still beyond what normal sixth-dimensional existences could match. And yet, somehow, this singular young man had taken them all on without the slightest hint of help from others. Sixth dimension? He's in the sixth dimension? But Ina had assumed that this young man was part of the true selection, and likely even the one other amethyst token wielder everyone was talking about. But everyone in their generation should still be within the fifth dimension, no? Void Palace didn't allow anyone who had crossed that barrier in because they only raised students who had taken the God Path. Unless this young man managed to step onto the God Path without the help of the Void Palace? Ina wasn't sure what such a thing would entail, but her intuition told her that such a feat wasn't normal by any stretch of the imagination, even if you had a powerful family backing you. You know him? Ina asked Leonel, treading lightly. This chapter upload first at FreeWebin V1. Leonel didn't answer immediately. His breathing calmed and his heart returned to its steady beat. Let's just say I have a few things to pay him back for, he said evenly. From start to finish, Ameri didn't look back. There was simply no way that someone who was battling such a large number of rapacs could possibly have such dull senses, so the only explanation was that he had sensed them, and he simply didn't care to divert his attention. Without a word, Leonel plopped down and crossed his legs, closing his eyes. Ina, who obviously witnessed this, had an odd change in expression. She could immediately sense that Leonel's consciousness wasn't in the present any longer, as though it had been sucked up elsewhere. He must want her to look over him, but this situation was a bit, unbeknownst to Ina, who was perfectly correct in her statement. Not only had Leonel's consciousness vanished, but it had entered the spear domain world, his piercing eyes gazing over the horizon. When Ameri defeated and quite frankly humiliated him what felt like a lifetime ago now, Leonel hadn't actually been angry. Or, more accurately, he hadn't reacted like he might have otherwise. Granted, part of the reason for this was because he was more focused on saving his own life than anything else. Being enraged at that time would have only brought him closer to his death, not further away. Still, even if Leonel hadn't been so close to death's door that day, his rage still wouldn't have shown on his face. He just wasn't that kind of person. He might choose to entertain an outward display of rage when it was related to someone close and dear to him. But, when it came to his own ego, he preferred a much more quiet, brewing storm. Leonel's father had taught him a lot of things in his life. The ones of main importance were respect and persistence. He carried it wherever he went, and one of the rare times he could find his father being serious about anything was when he spoke of them. However, there were many other lessons that Leonel had learned without being explicitly told. His father's casual demeanor, hiding a lurking, slumbering beast within, was one of those things. A large part of the reason Leonel preferred to handle things himself was because he had observed these matters. A betrayal of his friend? He took it with a placid expression. A betrayal of his lover? He simply cut ties and let the relationship rot. A betrayal of his strength? He let it sit and fester, a small, disguised reminder at the back of his head, waiting to be awakened and remembered. Leonel took a step forward. The darkness of the spear domain hadn't changed. A countless, endless chain of mountains, a dark and black sky, even the cracks of thunder and lightning didn't shed much color at all. Leonel walked down a winding path, regions that used to pressure him greatly rolling off his shoulders as though they weren't there at all. It had been a while since Leonel tried to claim a spear. He had stopped at the quasi-silver spear peaks because it simply wasn't smart to go on. Surviving in spear domain required a powerful spear force, but Leonel had always gotten away with far more because he had a powerful mind to offset his weaknesses. However now, not only did he have a powerful mind that had recently entered the ranks of the sixth dimension, but his spear force had evolved to a level it had never touched before. A strong barrier of separation lay between the quasi-silver ranks. As though wading through air as thick as crass black oil, Leonel was forced to push through, his light steps becoming heavier and even his skin beginning to weigh him down. However, he pushed through. A shroud of golden spear force surrounded him and pierced forward, shredding the curtain that lay ahead and allowing him to step through. The moment he did, the overwhelming pressure collapsed in from all sides. Leonel's bones creaked and sweat fell from his brows, but he continued to walk forward, one deliberate step after another. Chapter 1372, Spear Domain. 1372, Spear Domain. The Spear Graveyard in the Black Grade region of the Spear Domain had truly felt as such. However, as Leonel walked forward and crossed from the Bronze Grade region into the Silver Grade region, he felt as though he was entering a whole new world. The number of spears littered in the surroundings were just as numerous and, quite frankly, actually seemed to be far larger in number. The Bronze Grade region had already been twice as large as the Black Grade region, and despite just stepping foot in the Silver Grade region, Leonel could feel that the scale was even larger, at least 10 times that of the Bronze region. One would think that the more powerful the spears became, the less of them there would be. But the spear domain seemed to throw this logic out of the window, and Leonel felt that maybe, just for this case alone, it made sense. Leonel didn't know anything about the origins of the spear domain ring, but what he did know was that every spear here had been acknowledged by it. The spear domain wouldn't allow unworthy spears to enter its ranks. Just by this logic alone, it would make sense that those with access to higher quality spears would be the largest pool of powerhouses whose tales could be found inscribed here. It made Leonel think, though. What was he missing out on? If his logic was sound, then that would mean that the spears in the black and bronze regions were far more impressive for having made it so far. To take less and make more of what they had, the spearmen and women of those regions had to climb a far taller mountain. The thought made Leonel wonder if he was missing out on the best experiences the spear domain had to offer. Ever since he claimed his first spear peak, he had been treating the spears at the bottom of the hills as mere stepping stones. He only observed them for long enough to grasp their essence and bolster his understanding of the domain that ruled over them all. This chapter upload first at FreeWebN V1 C2Me LAN, Leonel took another heavy step forward, his chest heaving. In the future, he would definitely have to observe the spear domain for longer and see if there was anything he had skipped over and missed. He would also definitely have to ask Y-Star Order about what he might or might not know about it. But for now, he needed a quasi-gold spear. Leonel didn't just want to beat Amery, he wanted to defeat him with a spear. Whether that was realistic or not, he didn't know. And, for now, he didn't care. Back then, Amery had tried to take his spear domain ring away. There was no doubt in Leonel's mind that Amery was well aware of what family he came from and what the origins of it were, but he simply did not care. It was obvious that Amery both didn't fear the Morales family, and actually just might be enemies with them. Such a victory, Leonel didn't just want to claim for himself, but also the Morales family. Of course, this wasn't because Leonel had suddenly become a loyal to the core Morales family member. It was rather because, as far as he was concerned, this family would be his to control in the future. If he didn't put his best foot forward now, when would he? Ha! Leonel pulled himself up the hill. By now, in the outside world, his body was completely drenched in sweat. A worried Ina watched on, but there was nothing that she could do. She had to protect Leonel from the front. She hadn't forgotten that they were in the middle of a battlefield right this moment. If it wasn't for Amery, they would have already been swarmed, but it was clear from Leonel's reaction that Amery was most definitely not an ally. The time continued to tick by, and eventually an entire half hour had passed. The sweat-drenching Leonel's body had only gotten worse. If Ina didn't know better, she would have thought that Leonel was being boiled alive, but what could possibly force someone with maybe the greatest fire elemental affinity in the human domain to sweat like this? Ina could only be baffled. Leonel's force didn't seem to be circulating, and his strength seemed stagnate as his stamina plummeted. None of it made sense. Ina's head suddenly snapped up, her gaze narrowing. She had expected this to happen, but when it finally did, she still couldn't help but put her guard up. Several groups of youths poured in, having been delayed by going to the wrong location. When they saw the situation, many didn't quite know or understand how to react, and, the few that recognized Amery, gave themselves a long pause, apprehension growing in their hearts. Conan of the Leo family, Simona of the Pius family, and the large Armand of the Tarius family were all present. However, they only represented the geniuses of just their foggy lake. Ina could tell instantly, just from her instinct alone, that there were at least 6 or more others that carried that same level of danger in the way they carried themselves. Leonel and Ina didn't go unnoticed, and it made those that recognized them frown. They could accept Amery getting here before them, but Leonel and Ina were a different matter entirely. Among this number included a familiar group of 3. Or, rather 2, it seemed that the third of their trio hadn't made it. The atmosphere immediately became odd. In the center, there was a singular young man fighting dozens of elite rapacs on his own. The effort on his part wasn't small, but it was clear that he was reserving himself, waiting for something. Around this battle, several groups formed, among which was Leonel and Ina. Many of them eyed the egg, unwilling to take their eyes off of it. Not everyone understood exactly what was at stake here. In fact, the majority were ignorant. However, it didn't take a genius to understand what the most valuable thing here was. Ina's grip tightened around her axe, her eyes remaining focused as she protected Leonel to her back. Chapter 1373, I'll explain 1373, I'll explain. The hilt of Ina's battle axe slammed against the ground with a dull thud, a light breath leaving her lips, her posture straightened, and her eyes partially closed. Her aura seemed to steam and bubble, the dangerous air coming off of her multiplying several times every second, even as the subtle patterns of a black panther crawled up her skin, highlighted by a faint crimson glow. Her hair was gently lifted into the wind before settling down, its length so long that it almost graced the ground with its presence. Though she didn't move or say a single word, her entire demeanor screamed danger. If anyone took even a single step toward Leonel, she would lash out. The gazes of several of the geniuses narrowed. Everyone had the feeling that this situation was only growing more complicated with each passing moment, and it was difficult for them to tell exactly where their place should be. It was difficult enough for the absolute geniuses who would have been amethyst token wielders in other years to decide how to act, but the stragglers that were golden token wielders at best were even more lost, suddenly feeling that it was a mistake to come so far. At that moment, completely out of everyone's expectations, Leonel's eyes suddenly shot open. A ring of light violently expanded outward, causing a wind to kick up and a wall of pressure to push outward. Some of the weaker individuals found themselves almost lifted up from their feet, their bodies being sent stumbling backward. Ha! Leonel exhaled a long breath, his body slowly rising. He reached out with a hand, sweat dancing down the contours of his shredded physique. As his metal body progressed, it only seemed to make every fiber more defined, every peak larger and every valley deeper, only for it all to be tightly compressed into a lean, thrumming engine. A spear seemed to manifest from motes of light in the air at the behest of his fingers. The lights grew more numerous before concentrating into a solid weight that fell with the heft of a mountain into Leonel's grip. For a moment, there was nothing more than a blinding rod of light, too bright to see any of its individual features. However, when its coat of light began to flake off, dancing in the air like twinkling stars, what was left was a spear too stunning to even be properly described in words. Its length was about 2.5 meters from tip to tip, its minor details more beautiful and gorgeous than the last. Its shaft took up most of its weight, designed with white hexagonal plates of metal. In between the gaps of these white hexagonal plates, radiant golden lights were hidden within, giving off an air of unmatched purity. The spear's blade was a mixture of lethality and astounding design. It had the shape of a harpoon, one side of its blade edge being as flat and smooth as a sword's edge, and the other forming 3 menacing curves that looked like a shark's teeth. The blade was almost 2 feet long alone and was a blinding golden color. Sometimes it would appear to be as solid as a finely worked piece of metal, and at other times it would appear as intangible as light itself, dancing between the two dichotomies with a deft ease. Leonel's grip tightened, his arm flexing as he casually swept his spear to the side in an elegant arc. Bang! The ground was sliced in two and immediately lifted beneath the wind pressure alone, a slab of rock rising up and crash into an opposing wall. The spear made the seventh-dimensional terrain look like nothing more than Play-Doh, its prowess shining through with a healthy arrogance. Leonel's free palm still held onto his original innate node. Without much of a thought, he slid it into his mouth, allowing it to rest beneath his tongue. The familiar heat coursed through his body, making him feel free and alive. His glance swept over Aina. She seemed primed and ready, but he simply smiled. Taking a step forward, his arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Aina, caught off guard by the sudden showing of affection, faltered slightly. Something about Leonel's sweat after so long consuming cleansing waters every day was particularly refreshing and almost oppressively masculine. It was the kind of smell that left her eyes a bit hazy without her knowledge. You like when I explain what I want to do, right? Aina looked up and toward Leonel's side profile, her gaze suddenly blinking expectantly. Then I'll tell you. Leonel's grin only widened with every passing second. Bookmarked this website, FreeWeb NVL, to update the latest novels. He swept his gaze over the growing number of groups before his gaze landed on a Mary. You see that guy over there, he pointed with his spear. Before we leave this nest today, I'm going to kick his ass. But you see, it's kind of unfair, and I'm not a fan of giving my enemies excuses. So, first, I drained most of my stamina claiming this quasi-gold spear. Leonel's gaze shifted from Amory's back, rolling through the crowd of people once more, his voice being the only sound amidst the battle cries and clashes of the Rapax and Ameri. But I don't think that's enough, honestly. I've also heard that there are a lot of people who think my amethyst token shouldn't be in my hands. Leonel released his grip on Aina, taking slow steps forward. His palm flipped over, an amethyst token appearing within. With a flick of his thumb, the token barreled forth before being firmly stuck in the ceiling above Leonel's head, unmoving. So I thought that I would deal with that first. At that moment, Leonel's eyes locked onto Armand. The image of the latter's disdain due to his bloodline's reaction was still seared into his memory. Since that moment, he had had every intention of defeating this person using the Luxnix family's lineage factor. I don't really care if you all come together or one by one. Either way, you'll fall beneath my blade first. Chapter 13074, Monster. In Beast Skin 3074, Monster in Beast Skin. A stunned sort of silence gripped the young geniuses, their eyes suddenly all focusing on the amethyst token vibrating in the ceiling. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, let alone in this sort of situation. Author's note, big boo-boo on my part. I keep saying Armand is part of the Terrius family, but he's actually part of the Tor family. This is an important distinction you guys will learn about in the future. Sorry for the continuity error. Armand's eyes narrowed, his bare torso rippling with strength. Leonel was only just over 2 meters tall, but he stood at 2.5 meters, making the difference between them more than just a single head. With the 2 enormous axes by his side, one to each palm, he looked to be a giant. Whoosh! In that moment, a figure suddenly flickered and vanished, their speed so blindingly fast that it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Their bodies seemed to lengthen into a thin string, their body breaking the laws of physics and reaching warp speeds. Even if one tried to blink during their movement, completing the action wouldn't have been possible. The knife appeared before Leonel's neck almost the instant after the figure moved. The blade shot through the air, its speed whipping by Leonel. When it finally came to a halt, the figure that had wielded it had already passed Leonel, also coming to a stop. The sight of a young man drenched in black and red came into view. His body was lanky to an extreme, but filled with a lean sort of explosive power. They weren't too tall, but they weren't too short either. Everything about them seemed to scream power. However, you're slow. Leonel's words drifted into his ears. The young man's gaze shifted from empty space to his blade, only to realize that there wasn't the slightest hint of blood on it. When he looked back toward Leonel, he found that the latter had moved just half a foot to the right at a completely unknown time to him, just enough to dodge the blade by what would have been nothing more than a hair's breadth. At that moment, a strong stomp shook the earth and caused the connecting rivers and waterfalls of green to ripple outward. Armand took another heavy stomp forward, causing a second quake to ripple outward. By the time he primed himself for a third, he was already in a charge, his tall, lumbering figure building up a deathly sort of momentum. I advise you stay out of my way, Rowan Cancer. This bug to squash is mine and mine alone. Rowan stood in silence. He didn't seem to react to anything, whether it was shame for having launched a sneak attack, nor his miss. It was as though none of it had to do with him. But he continued to stare at the blade without a single word. To insult the Tor family will be the last thing you ever do. Leonel didn't respond. It seemed that this man took pointing a spear toward him as an insult. But that was fine by him. Today he had a few points to prove. On the outskirts of the battlefield, within a group, a young man chuckled. All this fighting when there are two beauty amongst beauties here. I really don't know which one to choose. Choices. The gaze of the young flickered back and forth between Ina and Simona, truly unable to decide which one to linger upon more. He had a feeling that this sort of matter would be dragged on for a very long time, and judging by the situation, everyone was waiting for an opportunity to snag the biggest prize. Once Ameri was tired out and had gracefully defeated all of the Rapax for them, there would be a chance to snag the highest prize amidst all the chaos. As far as he was concerned, fighting now would be nothing more than a stroke of the ego. It would waste his time, his stamina, and ruin whatever timing he had. Chasing beauties, however, that was a very different matter. He, John Verge, could always make time to chase women. His mouth would never run out stamina, whether it was for talking or other things. Bang! John looked back from getting his fill, only for his pupils to constrict. A very familiar figure slid along the ground, their heavy body grinding to a halt at his feet. Bookmark this website, Free Web Ins Evil, to update the latest novels. Armand's hands trembled, flames licking at his arms that threatened to burn them to ash. John looked up from Armand to lock gazes with Leonel. Even without the latter saying a word, the warning seemed to be clear. Watch where you're looking. Even while in the midst of battle, it seemed Leonel was well aware of his surroundings, maybe far too aware. Armand slowly stood from the ground, his pupils constricting as he looked at the state of his forearms. For now, these injuries were only superficial and at most skin deep, something that wasn't a problem for a warrior on his level. However, there was something about these flames that instilled a deep fear within him. If it wasn't for his own force eventually countering it, he felt that he could have already been burnt to ash. Scarlet Star Force. The words Armand spoke seemed to cause the atmosphere to freeze once more. Even Amory, who had yet to turn back to face even a single one of them, had a slight pause in his movements. The weight of such a force was not small by any stretch of the imagination. In one moment, Leonel had gone from someone they were all certain had relied on his connections and nepotism to gain an amethyst token to a monster in beast skin. The fiery light danced along Leonel's skin, making him look like a Roman god bathed in ambrosia. A steam wafted from his spear, the temperature around him skyrocketing. Is that it? He asked lightly. If this is all my generation has to offer, don't you think it would just be better if you all follow me instead? Leonel grinned. Chapter 1375, Shadows on the Other Side. 1375, Shadows on the Other Side. Leonel, with an ability to use his Scarlet Star Force, even at just the 4th-dimensional level, was like giving wings to a tiger. Facing nothing more than a group of 5th-dimensional existences only a tier or two higher than him, it made the prowess of the #1 flame in all of existence shine through all the more. Leonel's words seemed to stoke a flame in the youths. So that's what this is about? I heard that the littlest Nova is late to the party, but I didn't expect you to be this desperate. Do you even understand the dynamics between our families to be asking such a question? The one who spoke was surprising Conan of the Leo family. Despite his usual personality, he had become frighteningly reserved after seeing Ameri present. He might have been the first to act had this situation not been so odd to begin with. The Rapax were so focused on trying to take down Ameri that they hadn't even splintered off a single one of them to try and wipe out what remained of their threats. Conan's words, despite his brutish nature, actually sounded quite smart. And, despite seeing Armand, a man he could at best match evenly in battle, thrown back like a rag doll, he hadn't reacted to this very much either. You can claim an upper hand for now. True state force isn't something that can be countered easily. But we'll all soon be in the 6th dimension, the level where true dividing lines and separations will happen. You're quite confident in your innate node, but do you know why innate nodes are rare amongst humans to begin with? Most people born with them end up dying before reaching their primes because they'll be consumed by them. Innate nodes are the path of the spirituals. They're the only race capable of coexisting with such a burden. But for you, not only will our god paths be able to counter your Scarlet Star Force in the future, but you might very well die in a few decades anyway. So don't you think you're too arrogant? Leonel tilted his head to the side, observing Conan from head to toe. He found it somewhat amusing that the man wearing radiant white gold-plated armor was the one calling him out for being too arrogant. It was even funnier because he could feel something quite similar to his king's might coming off of Conan, making him quite sensitive to just how prideful this young man was. That said, Conan was right about one thing he said. Leonel didn't know the dynamics between the families. For all he knew, asking this of these youths was asking them to betray some ties they had already formed or, in the worst of cases, betray their family themselves. However, that wasn't what Leonel had meant. I think you've misunderstood me. When I said to follow me, I meant in my shadow. I've heard a lot of complaining about my token, but now that I'm here, no one seems to want to prove or falsify anything. I'm just disappointed. As for what you have to say about my innate node, Leonel's smile faded. Don't assign limits you to do to yourself to me. Conan's gaze narrowed, his expression turning dangerous. No one dared to speak to him like this. No one. But the oppressive might coming off of Leonel seemed no lesser than that of his own. No, it even felt like it faintly surpassed it. Conan's brow couldn't help but furrow. Was there a lineage factor that could match his family's in such a field? Why had he never heard of it then? Aina, though, found a very different problem with this situation. Leonel isn't usually like this. Something feels off. She found it hard to describe. It wasn't that Leonel wasn't being himself, but it was rather that he was, being too much of himself. He might normally think these things in his mind, but it was rare for him to verbalize them. Everything from how he started this matter to how he ended it felt weird. First he wrapped his arm around her waist, then grandly told everyone his plan, and even after all of that, he didn't seem to actually be taking tangible steps toward that goal. Everything had seemed overly showy and arrogant, even down to showing her off and claiming her grandly, but there was ultimately no substance to it all. Leonel wasn't like that. Sure, he had knocked Armand down with a single blow and asserted his dominance, but the Leonel she knew was less of a talker and much more a doer. He preferred to show his arrogance through actions rather than words. If he could do something quicker by punching, he wouldn't bother wagging his tongue, and, when it came to matters related to her, he was especially sensitive. Aina had definitely noticed John's looks. She hadn't done anything because she felt that this was Leonel's stage. Under normal circumstances, he would have already lashed out, and yet it was odd. On one hand, Aina thought that Leonel was being far more aggressive than he usually was, but on another, he wasn't being aggressive enough. To an outsider, it sounded like she was asking for the impossible. However, to Aina, without intimately she understood Leonel, she knew something was off. There were only two possibilities. Either this was his Scarlet Star Force already making subtle changes to his personality, or Leonel's gaze sharpened. I knew it. The actions of Ameri were odd enough. However, the actions of the Runed Rapax elites bordered on absolutely ridiculous. If anything, the Rapax felt like a race of incompetent, bumbling buffoons with how they had handled everything up until this point. They had practically allowed a group of children to run rampant in their territory with barely any repercussions at all. Bookmark this website, freeweb.invl, to update the latest novels. This egg represented the pinnacle of their race, the future leading expert of their people, and an investment they had poured practically everything into. Would this really be all the showing they had for such an important thing? On the other hand, Ameri's lack of a response to everything could be taken as a sign of his arrogance, but his pace was still too leisurely and his demeanor far too casual for what he was trying to accomplish. There was only one explanation for everything. It wasn't just Ameri that was waiting for something. The Rapax were waiting for something too. On one side there was the Rapax. On another there was the Void Palace. And now there was a third party. Boom, 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 boom. An entire segment of the underwater cavern collapsed, causing a wall of green water to rush in. It was then they appeared, sinister devils shrouded in darkness. The moment Leonel laid eyes on them, a deep revulsion from the depths of his soul took hold of him, a revulsion he could immediately tell was rooted in his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. He thought back to Y Star Order's words. There were 6 lineage factors in the lights, and there were 6 in the dark. There, the shadows on the other side, Chapter 1376, Shadow 1376. Shadow Leonel immediately shot backward, landing by Aina's side. He crossed the face of Rowan without even glancing his way, his eyes still locked onto the surging waters and flickering shadows. These newcomers seemed to move slowly, but their speed was exceptionally fast. They almost instantly split into 2 groups, one converging onto the Rapax and the Egg, while the others fanned out, clearly wanting to deal with the youths of the Void Palace. Almost the instant they did, Leonel felt an odd shift in the atmosphere. Several heads turned in his direction, their faces obscured by the shadows to the point even their body shapes were hard to make out. Whether they were male or female, fit or slim, even their heights seemed to wildly fluctuate, making Leonel's calculations reboot every other second. A chilling wind nipped at Leonel's neck, but his gaze only became colder. What was immediately obvious was that these individuals couldn't break the rules of the Rapax either. They were all most definitely either within the 5th dimension or the low 6th dimensional tiers. Leonel's gaze sharpened. He couldn't afford to use this as an experiment any longer. This wasn't the time to train. It was a time to focus on survival. Aina, yes, go all out. Bang. Both of their auras skyrocketed, intertwining in a blazing pillar, one side of blinding white gold and red, another side of dense black and crimson. A shadow appeared before them both, only to be met with two blades simultaneously. Boom. Mature snowy star owl? What an unexpected find. Be a good little boy and tell me where you got your lineage factor. The shadow's dense fog seemed to morph, becoming two glistening bat wings that reflected hues of silver from time to time, as though it had trapped the rays of the moon. Leonel's lips upturned, forming a sneer. I'm pretty interested in where yours came from, too. The shadow seemed stunned for a moment, its wings slightly trembling as one half blocked Leonel's spear and the other handled Ina's battle axe. Even facing the two of them, its feet dug into the ground, its powerful legs pushing back without losing out in the slightest. However, it soon burst into a fit of laughter that grated on the ears, making Leonel feel as though a fork was scraping against his eardrum. You want to know where mine comes from? I have not met a boy so arrogant and ignorant in my life. Do you believe that even if you did know, that you could do something about it? The wings of the shadow flexed. An uncontrollable strength pulsed down Leonel's arms. He immediately found his balance shifting, his attempts at forcing down and fighting back against the feeling failing. Without suspense, both he and Ina were forced back, their bodies sliding against the ground. Leonel's blood rumbled, immediately allowing his wings to unfurl from his back once more. He realized in that moment that there was no sense in holding back against these people. Scales of white gold erupted across his skin, hiding the dense bronze runes that formed beneath them. In that moment, his speed skyrocketed, the golden blade of his spear shimmering with an added flare as he struck outward over a dozen times in quick succession. Ina's pupils elongated and sharpened, her canines growing and the black fog that came off of herself becoming all the more prominent. The pair shot forward in unison, their blades practically intertwining and leaving wild streaks of shimmering, sharp force in the air. Leonel's figure flickered, his spear crown erupting. Radiant light followed his every movement. Ina's strides were long, her attacks wild, each movement carried with it an explosive power. The dichotomy of fast and swift versus powerful and purposeful almost instantly overwhelmed the shadow. Leonel was able to calculate Ina's next move even before she did it, and Ina was able to instinctually react to every action Leonel took. Despite it having been over a year since the two fought with one another, it felt as though they had never missed a single day. Leonel's spear flickered, appearing before the shadow's throat, only to instantly find a wing in its path. However, as though he had expected exactly this much, he had already moved, his figure vanishing and appearing to its back. His spear snaked forward as though its trajectory had never changed, piercing toward the back of the shadow's skull. Ina appeared to its front, her stance firm and her battle axe swinging in an upward arc. The momentum of her string was so fierce that its polearm warped and bent, the crashing sounds of wind pushing against its blade making one feel as though their eardrums might burst. The snarky voice of the shadow had long since faded. It was impossible to tell what sort of state it was in, or if it had even bled once since this battle began. However, its lack of a word seemed to speak volumes all to itself. The shadow dodged Leonel's spear by tilting its head to the side, but almost immediately crashed against Ina's axe as a result of its efforts. All novel all. Calm. It stumbled backward in time to find that Leonel had already retracted his spear, his heel slamming into the back of the shadow's knee as it retreated. The shadow's heart skipped a beat. With how ethereal its form was currently, it couldn't understand how Leonel had managed to pinpoint its joint so precisely. But by the time it had finished this thought, it was already too late. Ina's axe descended from the skies, carrying with it the momentum of the original upward swing and slamming downward with a piercing wind pressure that made the shadow feel as though it was about to be split in half without even feeling the touch of the cool blade's edge. Leonel's gaze sharpened, a dense fire lighting within. He had been careful to not use his Scarlet Star Force to not harm Ina, but now was the perfect time. Flames erupted on the tip of his blade, fusing with his spear force in the blink of an eye. Crack! Leonel's expression flickered when he heard this, but his strike remained true, timing it all perfectly. Their teamwork was simply too seamless. However, at that moment, his eyes widened. Retreat. Chapter 13077, Tell Me 3077. Tell me Ina didn't need a second warning. Her gaze flickered, her muscles reacting on instinct. Her mind flashed back to the flick of Leonel's father's finger. A single action changed the trajectory of an attack that had her everything behind it with what was seemingly minimal effort. The key wasn't to try to reverse everything at once, but rather to apply pressure in a new, easier direction. Well, maybe this was how Leonel would have broken things down, but to Ina she only needed to see it once and it was already seamlessly incorporated into her battle style. She didn't need to think, she only needed to react. Her axe's arc shifted only the slightest bit, missing its intended target and swinging down and back. In one smooth motion, all of her forward momentum was suddenly pushed in a new direction, sending her body retreating even faster than it had been coming forward. Ina's pupils constricted as a palm enveloped by shadows and darkness just barely missed her chest. If she was just a moment slower, the result would have been devastating. At that moment, a strong wall of wind slammed against Ina's body. But this wind wasn't from the palm, but was rather from a flap of Leonel's wings that had just reached her. Her backward momentum shot up, causing the palm that had still been pursuing her to fall out of range, coming to a halt. Ina immediately recovered, shifting the momentum of her battle axe once again and crossing it before her chest. Her grasp on impetus and motion seemed to have touched an otherworldly level, seamlessly loosening all of the pressure she felt from sudden changes in movement. Still, her heartbeat couldn't help but slow to a crawl, each individual pump becoming more and more powerful. Right then, that attack had come out of nowhere. She would have been a step late in reacting if not for Leonel, something that was shocking to her. It was clear that this individual had tried to get rid of her first and quickly. While Ina was sure that she would have managed to come out without dying, there was no doubt that she would have been injured, maybe even heavily. Just like that, Leonel and Ina found themselves separated by a few dozen meters, there now being two shadows in between them instead of one, the second seemingly having appeared from thin air. However, Leonel knew better. They hadn't appeared out of nowhere, they had folded space. It was yet another Shadow Sovereign, a third one had appeared. They're a Shadow Sovereign, be careful. Leonel said, pushing his senses to the absolute maximum. He almost hadn't noticed the change. Luckily, ever since he ran into the Umber family, Leonel had a habit of not only scanning regions but also checking for shifts in force concentration, a task he assigned to one of his many split minds. The Umber family had a strong concealment ability that was difficult to detect. The only method was by checking for the shift in dark elemental force concentration. Just then, Leonel had sensed a random and sharp spike which made him realize that there was something wrong. He chose to retreat first and not get greedy. How do you detect them? Ina asked. Feel for dark elemental force. Leonel responded, using his internal sight this time. Though he wasn't sure if there was a way for Shadow Sovereigns to hide their tracks, but he would rather not let an enemy know that they had to do so. This way, they'd still have a leg up. With just a short exchange, Ina understood. Her dark elemental affinity was high to begin with. This wouldn't be a problem. She wouldn't need Leonel's sharp senses to sense it. After being told once, that was all she needed. The second shadow slowly retracted their palm. It was impossible to see their face, but Leonel still felt uneasy to the point he felt that it was too optimistic to believe that it currently had a surprised expression. This second shadow was far more of a problem. In the short lull, Leonel quickly scanned the battlefield. He realized that the number of shadows wasn't enough to overwhelm them, but they were extraordinarily powerful. If not for Leonel and Ina working together to defeat the first shadow, it would have taken either one of them far more effort. Their battle prowess fighting together was greater than the sum of their individual strengths, something Ina would most definitely remind Leonel of at a future date. Even while being outnumbered, the momentum of the battlefield had taken a large swing. In fact, many youths from the Void Palace had already fallen, never to rise again. Their numbers had already been cut by a fifth, and it was only getting worse with each passing second. To make matters worse, the flood of water the shadows had allowed in was slowly overwhelming the land. Leonel could already feel the moisture at his feet, and maybe soon they'd all be wading in it. Things were fine for now because this water was filled with life force and could actually be greatly beneficial if they saved and stored it away. However, what about when the anarchic force poison layer began to flood inward as well? That level of toxicity wasn't anything they could combat alone. Even Leonel wasn't sure if he would be alright. Get up. All novel FLS calm. The second shadow spoke to the first, a harsh disdain in their voice. The first shadow was the only one to have come so close to losing their life so quickly. Despite its usual snarkiness, the first shadow didn't say a word as it complied. Go support the others. All the information he has will soon be mine. We don't have a lot of time before the Rapax try to close the cage of this trap they think they've sprung on us. Yes. The first shadow flickered and vanished, its wings only needing to flap once to take it across the battlefield and toward its target. The palms of the remaining shadow flipped over, revealing two slender shadowy swords. It turned toward Leonel, its head seeming to tilt. Why don't you tell me where the lineage tablet is? Chapter 1378. Counter 1378. Counter Leonel's gaze narrowed. Of all the things he could have expected to happen, this was the last. He didn't think that just existing would end with such people on his tail. He couldn't help but wonder how it was the Luxniks had remained safe for so long. From what Leonel could tell, these shadows definitely came from an organization far more powerful than what the Luxniks could hope to match. Leonel exhaled a light breath. The obvious conclusion was that this was thanks to Wise Star Order. The old man had remained silent even up until this point, despite the fact Leonel was quite certain he was paying attention to the current situation. It suddenly felt obvious to Leonel that the old man had more reasons for forcing the Luxniks to lay low for 3 generations than he was letting on. However, Leonel had absolutely no intention of selling out a family he planned on taking over personally very soon. And, even if he hadn't had such intentions, exposing them would put his mother, grandmother, and cousin in harm's way. If they wanted such information from him, they would have to try harder than this. Leonel's body relaxed. The toned outline of his scale-covered body seemed to lengthen somewhat, his tense muscles loosening. Almost the moment he did, spiraling flames seemed to erupt around him as though this was simply his most natural state. I've never fought a Shadow Sovereign before. How about you enlighten me? The shadow didn't respond. Instead, it flickered and vanished. This time, however, this wasn't an illusion of speed. Leonel could almost impose the image of Little Black Star onto this person. Whether it was vanishing in a puff of black smoke, walking through the air, or the heavy domain that almost instantly sunk around Leonel, it was all the same. Blood shot up from Leonel's chest, a line being drawn from the middle of his torso up and out his collarbone. The strike was fierce and swift, leaving him almost no room to maneuver. However, it was also shallow. The shadow seemed taken off guard that Leonel hadn't even tried to dodge, but was even more shocked by the fact that their blade hadn't sliced him in two. Unfortunately, as shocked as it might have been about these two things, the spear running through its chest was without a doubt the highest priority. Bang! A surging tide of Scarlet Star Force tore a path out of the shadow's body. Leonel's gaze narrowed. But, almost in directly opposing fashion, a sneer spread across his face. He had spent every day of the last several years of his life with a shadow sovereign by his side. Not just this, but his mind was connected with one. Seeing this sneer, the shadow, who had just been preparing to attack again even with a spear running through its chest, immediately chose to retreat instead. However, under what was the astonished gazes of many spectators, Leonel rushed forward to match its backward momentum. The shadow darted from the left and right, shooting in the skies and even rushing back down to the ground. But, as though he could read the future, Leonel matched it beat for beat, his spear still running through its chest. As expected, the shadow had gone incorporeal, much like Little Black Star could. While Leonel's spear had, indeed, run through its chest, it had hit nothing but empty air. However, this was exactly what Leonel had been expecting. Caught off guard and unable to react, the Shadow Sovereign reacted on instinct, dodging Leonel's strike using its greatest evasive ability, and it was exactly this that had caused it to fall into Leonel's trap. While in this state, the Shadow Sovereign had no ability to attack. It, if wanted to counter Leonel, it would have to become corporeal, but doing such a thing would be like driving a spear through its own chest. Leonel remembered very clearly that Little Black Star had once saved his life by bringing him into this incorporeal state. The little guy had been so tired after doing this that he couldn't even bring himself into the incorporeal state for a long while. This told Leonel one thing. There was most definitely a limit to how long the shadow could keep this up. Maybe it was a few minutes, maybe it was a few hours, but there was definitely a limit. And, if Leonel was correct, it was definitely on the lower end or else it wouldn't be moving so erratically. All novel F all. Calm. The first shadow that Leonel and Ina had fought together saw this scene and had no idea how to react. The sight would have almost been comedic if it wasn't so blatantly obvious that they were suddenly towing the line of life and death. Shit. The first shadow immediately turned back, only to find Ina in its path. Get out of my way! Ina didn't say a single word, swinging her axe down. Leonel's gaze continued to flicker and calculate. He could already think of several methods the Shadow Sovereign could use to get out of this fate. It simply had to go somewhere, Leonel could not. But, for every second it didn't take one of these options, the more certain Leonel became of a few things. First, the Shadow Sovereign was already running out of time. And, second, it seemed this incorporeal state didn't allow absolute freedom. At that moment, the shadow suddenly came to a grinding halt, but Leonel was prepared, stopping just as quickly. However, what he wasn't prepared for was the Shadow Sovereign to suddenly hack up a mouthful of blood. In one moment, Leonel felt like he was piercing through air, and in the next, the weight of flesh pressing around his blade was all too obvious. This should have been a good thing. He should have just found the limits of the Shadow Sovereign. But Leonel's instincts told him different. The Shadow Sovereign had chosen to do this on purpose. On cue, twin swords crossed around Leonel's neck. It seemed the Shadow Sovereign had chosen to use the same trick as Leonel, exchanging injury for devastation. Chapter 1379, Yin-Yang, 1379, Yin-Yang. At that moment, hanging on the verge of life and death, a twin pair of swords ready to sever his head from his neck, Leonel was calmer than he had ever been. In fact, he was frighteningly so, to the point one would have thought that he was watching a movie play out before him rather than experiencing this himself. But the difference was that even while watching a movie, an observer would have shown more of an expression than he did. In that instant, his irises flashed with a pair of golden-red runes, his hidden bronze runes suddenly becoming lit ablaze as a crimson light raced across them and up his neck. Clang! This time, Leonel was certain. Even without being able to see its face, he knew for a fact that its expression had been warped in shock. The twin pair of swords clanged against Leonel's neck as though they were meeting two sides of a steel wall. All of the force that had once coated them crumbled, being destroyed by an odd force field that filled one with an impending sense of danger. Who said destruction could only be used for offense? Leonel's spear ripped upward, slicing through the shadow's body. He showed not even the slightest hint of mercy, his gaze remaining cold from start to finish. Just as he finally managed to slice its skull in two, the spear force he had been forcefully holding together shattered into motes of light. But the resulting explosion also took with it the head of the shadow, causing its skull to also explode. Bookmark this website, freewebin, Fignus, Aval, Quo. M to update the latest novels. Leonel looked toward this scene and shook his head. He had heard the crack before, but it was truly unfortunate. His spear force was the most powerful when his Scarlet Star Force was infused into it, but it couldn't retain its structure. It had only lasted a few minutes before shattering, a time that would have been even shorter had Leonel actually been clashing with it instead of just leaving it in what was ultimately thin air, considering the shadow had spent most of its time incorporeal. Still, this result was satisfactory. He had managed to overwhelm the shadow with his mind and take it out with minimal effort. This was definitely a good thing, because this shadow seemed to be a top 3 threat amongst them all. Taking it out now removed a huge burden from his shoulders. My spear force seems to still be lacking. I don't think it's a problem of its level. If it can't handle 4th dimensional Scarlet Star Force now as a 5th dimensional Blade Force, then it'll never be able to handle it in the future. It needs to evolve beyond its current means without reaching the 6th dimension. This thought made Leonel wonder if he had progressed his bow force too fast. Was there anything he had missed in that time? Leonel retracted his spear, spinning on his heels and rushing toward Aina. She had been blocking the first shadow for him all this time, and though she was doing fine, it would be best if they could team up and take out yet another shadow. From what Leonel could tell, he was the only one to have killed a shadow at all. If things continued like this, it would become troublesome. Conan, his cousin Gunther, and Simona, along with their subordinates, had already formed one resistance group. Armand and John had formed another. Finally, Rosen and a few others formed the last. A balance seemed to have been struck, but it had once again entered a lull that made Leonel uncomfortable, especially after so many gazes locked onto him. The moment the Shadow Sovereign had fallen, piercing auras threatened to rip Leonel to shreds. Boom! Leonel stomped a foot down, hard, his head suddenly snapping backward. What remained of the Shadow Sovereign's shadow had shattered like dry ice falling to the ground. Tendrils of darkness spread out wildly, scratching and clawing at the earth and lapping up the slowly moistening ground. Leonel's expression became a fusion of slight shock and confusion. Was there possibly an ability of the dimensional verse capable of bringing someone back from the dead? Or was it really possible that his attack just now hadn't killed this person? Leonel might have been able to accept something like that if he had just used normal spear force, but he had used his Scarlet Star Force as well, and it had even exploded, taking the shadow's head with it. How was any of this possible? The tendrils of shadow suddenly shot together, forming a large ball of black that burst in the next instant, revealing a figure Leonel understood even less. It had short legs and arms and seemed to be covered by incorporeal fur. It had a round, sturdy belly, and it stood at over 3 meters tall. Its 2 eyes were surrounded by an abyss of black along with its ears, but much of the rest of it out of its limbs shimmered with a sparking white. A panda? It felt like more than a panda. If there was ever an emperor of pandas recognized by all, this would be it. This creature felt almost too majestic, to the point that Leonel almost mistook it for being real for just a moment. He could tell that this was just an illusory panda. It didn't have a tangible form. In fact, it was a lot like his beast constructs when he used the Luxnix family force arts. The Luxnix force arts and much of their techniques should come from the bronze tablet. Are these things related? Leonel's pupils constricted. The shimmering white fur of the panda glowed brighter and brighter, the moistness of the ground suddenly vanishing as it was all swallowed. It was clear that the Shadow Sovereign was using this to heal itself. But that wasn't the problem. Leonel had already accounted for this possibility, but the injuries he had left behind should have been far too devastating to even think of doing something like this. Yin-Yang Domain. The oppression of the Shadow Domain around Leonel suddenly increased by tenfold. Chapter 1380. Realization. 1380. Realization. Leonel's expression changed. It wasn't because of the pressure, but rather because he felt as though his control over the light element had practically just vanished. To make matters worse, that extended to his Scarlet Star Force as well, leaving him baffled. The majestic panda swung a paw. It was a simple action, with hardly any effort put behind it, and yet it almost instantly felt as though the entire world was falling onto him from above. Shit! Leonel dove out of the way, his wings flapping once when he was already out of the way. Boom! The entire cavern quaked, the location where Leonel had just been standing suddenly gaining a paw print that was easily a meter deep. Leonel's expression flickered. That level of strength was ridiculous. Slicing the earth apart or destroying it was one matter, but compressing so much when it was already so sturdy? That was absolutely ridiculous. Had that attack landed on him, unless he used his destruction to flood his runes again, he didn't think a single bone would survive being shattered. Old man, don't you think you've been quiet enough? I know you know something. Is this shadow just unkillable? Should I run? Leonel had never seen an ability allow someone to survive having their head explode. He had no way of telling how many more times the Shadow Panda could repeat that sort of action. The situation was already precarious, and he was pushing it by remaining here instead of finding a way to run. If things fell any further out of their favor, Leonel wouldn't care about what benefits they could get here any longer. He would take Aina and run. Bookmark this website Free Webin Varej. Level M to update the latest novels. It's an Aurora Black Panda. Leonel's figure flickered. He tried to approach the panda, but it felt as though the laws of nature itself were stopping him. Every step closer he took to the Shadow Panda. It was like his weight would double, his feet becoming filled with lead and his blood running cold. To make matters worse, his control over force would also be slowly ripped away. What does that mean? The Aurora Black Panda is the third in the shadow line of evolution. It's the equivalent in strength of the starry-tailed fox in our lineage. So it's a lineage factor at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, yes. Leonel diverted his attention back to Ina to make sure she was faring all right, and he was pleasantly surprised to see that she was actually winning. The longer she battled, the more of an advantage she seemed to gain. Seeing this, Leonel turned his attention away from her entirely. He couldn't afford to keep diverting his brain power. He really did just need to trust her. But it shouldn't be so strong. Why is it so strong? Leonel's metal synergy lineage factor was also considered to be at that level, if not beyond, when the 5th door was taken into account. But he couldn't bring out nearly this much power. Of course, that was because most of its strength should be gate-kept behind the doors he had yet to open. But still, this Aurora Black Panda lineage factor should be similar. The Metal Synergy lineage factor had doorways, and the Aurora Black Panda lineage factor should have awakenings. This was the trade-off. It's not powerful, you're just weak. If it wasn't for the situation, Leonel would have truly rolled his eyes. Couldn't this old man go a single day without spewing this nonsense? The shadows seemed to still be waiting for something. The trump card of the Rapax had yet to be sprung. And Leonel didn't believe for a second that Ameri didn't have the ability to at least kill a shadow just as quickly as he had, and yet despite paying keen attention all this time, he had yet to see anything of the sort. Leonel realized that he was running out of time to decide whether or not he should run, yet this old man was insistent on playing games. I'm not saying this just to say this, it's the truth. I have limited knowledge about the shadow lineage factors, as I didn't spend much time studying them for various reasons. But I know enough to be considered to have surface information. The Aurora Black Panda's awakening levels are the healing branch, the strength branch, and the wisdom branch. Its healing branch works differently from the light lineage factors as it functions similar to lifesteal. Its strength speaks for itself, you've already seen it. As for the wisdom branch, it also manifests differently. Well, at least differently from your Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. The wisdom branch of this third level manifests a domain, and unfortunately for you, the yin-yang domain is like steroids to a shadow sovereign, and that's especially so to you considering the light element is one of your strongest assets. Just explain, I'm running out of time. The yin-yang domain grants control over the balance of two elements, and is especially strong when these two elements are on entirely opposing sides. The rise of one leads to the fall of the other. In addition, as the latter falls, it becomes fuel for the former. This domain is basically sucking away all of your light elemental force and converting it to dark elemental force. This not only makes you weaker, it makes all aspects of the Shadow Sovereign's abilities stronger. Leonel's jaw set. Maybe he really should run then. He doubted that the Shadow Sovereign would be set on following him, at least for now. Considering he had exposed himself to be a Void Palace disciple and a Morales family heir, they knew they could find him again, so they didn't need to take him away now for the sake of the tablet. Damn it. That's a pretty useful domain, and it's 7th dimensional too, so I don't have anything that can easily counter it. Leonel looked at his spear. It had a domain he was looking forward to using, but it was only at the pinnacle of the 6th dimension. It could be possible to counter this Shadow Sovereign with it, since he doubted the Shadow Sovereign had perfected the Aurora Black Panda lineage factor it wielded yet. But the situation was becoming too volatile. Boom! The panda swiped again, its figure vanishing and reappearing to Leonel's back. Its paw descended like a mighty avalanche, the weight of a mountain crashing down toward Leonel's head. Fuck, if only I had a domain like this. You will. What do you expect? The Shadowtail lineage factor, the equivalent of your Snowy Star lineage factor to them, doesn't have a domain either. Who asked you to spend so much time at the lowest levels because you didn't like the next level? Leonel froze, his steps coming to a grinding halt. What did you just say? What are you doing, brat? Are you doing, brat? Run! The paw descended from above, ready to squash Leonel into minced meat. Did you just say Shadowtail? Shadowtail, the Umbra family's lineage factor, the very family that had run away from the Three-Finger Cult. The Shadowtail lineage factor was the first in line of the Shadow lineage factors. The paw continued to swing down, the wind pressure alone making Leonel's knees creak, and yet he remained unmoving, as straight as a javelin. His father's rage and sadness flickered through his memories. He had never seen his dad make such an expression, one of such hurt and fury. This was the cult that had killed his grandfather. Leonel saw red. I'll kill you all. Boom. Chapter 1381, Worst Mistake. 1381, Worst Mistake. The father Leonel knew was always smiling, always joking, always pointing fun at something. He was a man who didn't take anything seriously, and yet he was the best father Leonel could have ever asked for. There was no one in this world that Leonel respected more, no one he loved more. His father's happiness was his happiness, his father's sadness was his sadness, his father's fury was his fury. Leonel, many seemed to witness Leonel being crushed beneath a palm that dwarfed the size of his. But, in the very moment that such a thing appeared to happen, a towering pillar of crimson shot into the skies, shredding apart the hand that had come above it. Tier 6, everything in the surroundings was shredded apart. A violent surge of Scarlet Star Force shot in from all sides, taking apart the yin-yang domain as though it was never there to begin with. The most violent and destructive force in all of existence made its presence known that day, and in that moment, furiously tearing apart everything in its path. The shadow panda was sent flying, a pit of magma and molten earth being left in its original location. With slow and deliberate steps, Leonel walked out of the pit, billowing smoke and harsh heat wafting into the surroundings. Bookmark this website. Free Weapon Fire. Kaval M2. Update the latest novels. The spear in his hand was cracked to the point it seemed it might collapse at any moment. Any shred of clothing he had once had vanished as well. However, at that moment, the halo above his head expanded, scanning down the length of his powerfully chiseled body and rising back up to reveal a glorious armor of bright sky blues and reflective silvers. Space began to rapidly heat and then cool, the rapid changes causing the cracking glass effect of the domain around Leonel to become more and more obvious with each passing second. However, it felt like, to the man himself, none of it mattered at all. Bang! Leonel shot forward, cascading colors of violet, crimson, bronze, and gold circling around him without pause or end. When he reappeared, he was already swinging his spear down from the skies, its momentum making whatever power the shadow panda had behind its strike seem like nothing more than child's play. You're the Destruct. The Shadow Sovereign spoke again for the first time in several exchanges, but it was already too late to finish its words. Its body was in shambles. Having been in range of Leonel's 8th star formation, an entire side of its body had collapsed, and the paw it had used to swipe down toward Leonel had been shredded to pieces, revealing the true shadow instead. Leonel's cracked spent splintered through what remained of the outer shell like a hot knife through butter, his momentum so fierce that the ground beneath them earned a nice gash all to itself. The shadow just barely managed to dodge out the way, losing just a bit more of his shadow panda construct in the process. But Leonel was absolutely relentless. His spear became like a raging flood dragon, every pierce causing spiraling winds to tear vicious holes through the body of the shadow panda. After 3, there was nothing but a single leg, part of a torso, and its head remaining. After 3 more, the head was shredded to pieces and there was nothing more than an oversized leg. In a final volley of 3, the shadow coughed up a violent mouthful of blood, their body being sent reeling backward. With a flicker, the shadow vanished into the shadow world. But, the moment it appeared once more, Leonel had removed a hand from his spear, reaching it out in a clawing motion and causing the surroundings of the shadow to crack like glass, freezing it in space. The expression of the shadow changed below its cloak, but the constriction only seemed to double down. Leonel's dream force flourished, his hand still being held up. In that moment, the raging fires around him concentrated into thin lines, rapidly racing across the air as each formed the singular gear of an increasingly complex force art. The Shadow Sovereign was about to learn what true destruction was. Lingering in the air, right this very moment, was a thick assortment of Scarlet Star Force. No one but Leonel could even dream of controlling. There were only 2 options. The first was to allow it to dissipate over time, making the region safer for everyone. The second, though, was to use it, to destroy everything. The cry of a bird rose through the skies, the complex lines of force art suddenly fusing into a rising phoenix which rose to its tallest height in one flap and shot down in a beam of laser-like crimson light with another. The expressions of all the shadows warped, but it was already too late to do anything. The attack was too powerful, Leonel's fury was too strong, and even if they somehow managed to cross a distance that was much too far, the result would only be their own inevitable destruction. Boom. Leonel's gaze hid coldly behind the visor of his armor. The billowing wind around him and the harsh spike in temperature didn't seem to harm him in the slightest. For the first time, the rapax who had focused their attention elsewhere finally focused on the singular young man standing among smoking shards of ice, falling down around him like twinkling stars reflecting harsh ruby colors. Leonel's figure flickered once more, his speed even more unconscious and untouchable than the past. When he reappeared, the ragged body of the shadow was being gripped by its throat, lifted into the air as the last of its life was slowly being squeezed out, 40% of its body having been charred to black. The flames of the phoenix construct rose again, releasing a cry in the skies and reforming to Leonel's back. 3-finger cult. The atmosphere shifted as soon as Leonel uttered these words, every one of the shadows sending a piercing gaze toward him. Put her down. A baritone voice that made Leonel's heart and lungs tremble within his ribcage called out. However, Leonel continued speaking as though he hadn't heard a thing. Your worst mistake was appearing before me today. Leonel's hand squeezed down, an eruption of Scarlet Star Force following his actions and charring everything in its path to ash. Chapter 1351, Crown and Halo, 1382. Crown and Halo. The corpse vanished as Leonel released his grip, his head slowly tilted upward, his irises having turned entirely crimson. It seemed as though they had gained unfathomable depths, impossible to gauge, impossible even to look straight into. With a single flap of his wings, the ground beneath him cracked and trembled. When his figure became slightly more substantial than a blur, he had appeared amidst Ina's battle with the first shadow seamlessly, crossing through the parade of blades and sharp wings as though they weren't a danger in the slightest. His spear descended down from the skies, the cracking of its body seeming to be slowly healing with each passing moment, erupting fiery licks of golden red flames jetting out from its imperfections. "No!" The raspy voice for the first shadow called out, but there was no longer a chance. The Scarlet Star Force swirling about Leonel now was firmly within the fifth dimension. To these people here, he was a god and a deity, untouchable and unblemished. Bang! The blade severed the shadow in two, incinerating them to ash before even hitting the ground. At that moment, a third shadow appeared before Leonel, just a step too late. Leonel was almost certain that this was the very same man with the low, baritone voice that had called out for him to stop initially. Unfortunately for him, he had been far too slow. Bookmark this website, Free Web and Favel, Co-M, to update the latest novels. A surging palm aimed directly for Leonel's chest, fast and swift. The air collapsed around it, stacking and fusing. There was no room to move or dodge. The instant Leonel landed on the ground, it had arrived, and a clap of the sound barrier shattering matched the timing absolutely perfectly. Boom! The hand doubled in size the instant it collided with Leonel, becoming no different from the Shadow Panda of before. The difference was that this time, rather than being a Shadow Sovereign, this individual seemed to have a vibration-type ability. The power behind this blow alone should have been enough to even tear a Tier 1 sixth-dimensional existence to shreds in a single strike, and it landed right on Leonel. Vicious winds kicked up, a violent cyclone of wild gusts and gales wreaking havoc toward everything in its path. Aina, who had now ended up to Leonel's back, braced herself for impact, her eyes widening in shock and worry. She didn't understand why Leonel was suddenly so infuriated, but that didn't mean that she wanted to see him hurt. However, what was supposed to come never did. Leonel's gaze shifted down to the palm resting on his chest. This time, two flickering golden runes danced within his crimson irises, sometimes apart, sometimes fusing. Their fluidity was something that one could get lost in for hours on end, only to realize that you were still in the middle of a battle. Leonel's free hand reached out and clamped down on the wrist of the male shadow. The coldness of his eyes, hidden behind the visor of his divine armor, almost permeated through, making one feel that their souls had suddenly been thrown into the abyss of hell's coolest waters, freezing to death in what was nothing more than a single instant. AGH. A pained roar left the shadow as it pulled away. But, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, the arm that Leonel still held on to crumbled to ash. If the shadow hadn't forcefully ripped itself away, maybe its entire body would have suffered the same fate. It was then that the flickering and dancing golden runes in Leonel's irises increased from 2 each to 3, making the intensity of the flames around him increase once again. Die. Leonel swung his spear from its downward-sloped position, leaving a gorgeous arc of crimson and gold that sliced the shadow in two. There was no suspense, only a final roar of struggle before he suddenly found himself eviscerated. At that moment, the glowing phoenix finally caught up to Leonel once again, spiraling into the air and releasing a sonorous call into the skies. Its beak opened wide, its wings spreading and its chest expanding. With a single bellow, a piercing laser of crimson left its lips, cutting across the battlefield and piercing through 2 more shadows. They stood not a single chance, finding themselves burnt to ash even before they could even call out for help. The fiery pits left in the beam's wake were quickly dodged by those that remained. The heat alone became enough to char their skins and dry their throats. The phoenix shrunk in size by a small measure, but Leonel didn't seem to care in the slightest. With another command, the majestic bird's chest expanded once more. Another beam of light cutting across the battlefield, and this time taking out another 3 shadows. Leonel was absolutely relentless. By the time the first beam had landed, he had already crossed through half the battlefield. By the time the second landed, he had reached his destination. His king's might pressured their minds. His Scarlet Star Force pressured their bodies, and his relentless want for violence and blood shook their hearts. It was an absolute slaughter. Leonel didn't seem to see any rapax or humans. Every time he laid eyes on a shadow, it didn't matter who they were fighting, how many were fighting them, if they were winning their battles or if they were losing. It was simply one savage execution after the next, and none of it seemed to be enough. Even crossing a Mary's face, he didn't spare the latter a single glance. Piercing his spear into the ground, he caused a volcanic eruption to splinter even the moistening earth. The shadow, who was arguably the most powerful of them all, fighting amidst Amory and the Rapax, suddenly found that it had nothing steady to stand upon. Leonel didn't even bother to retract his spear from the ground, his hands coming together like a twin pair of claws, clamping down toward either side of the shadow's head. It roared in protest, but the space around its skull suddenly cracked like ice-blue glass, freezing it in place to the point it couldn't move in the slightest. Leonel drove his knee upward, an enraged roar leaving his throat as he slammed his kneecap into the shadow's head. An explosion of ice, space, and fire spiraled out in all directions as a headless corpse fell to the ground. Leonel stood in the middle of the battlefield, no one within a 10-meter radius of him except for a litter of corpses. The crown of a king graced his forehead. The halo of a god graced his presence. Chapter ch1351, Good Luck, 1383, Good Luck. In the skies above the Rapac's nest, far above where their protections lay, a raging battle was ongoing. On one side, there were the elites amongst the Rapacs, and on the other, there were the shadows of the Three-Finger Cult. If anyone saw this level of battle, they would realize that that would decide the fates of all those below and not whatever petty squabbles the youths had gotten into. If Leonel saw it, he would come to understand that this was what was truly going on and why it seemed the Rapacs had such lackluster preparation. However, upon realizing this, he would also gain himself another question. Where did Amory fit in all of this? The only explanation then was that Amory had a method of leaving this place outside of conventional means. On another hand, though, this also meant that the youths who had chosen to run away instead were suddenly in a precarious position. Leaving was impossible for them. There was danger on the inside, and there was most definitely danger on the outside. A group of youths who had had every intention of rushing away and finding a path back to human domain territory within the void battlefield were stuck. They had made it to the outskirts of the nest only to find that there was nowhere to go. A few brave souls had tried to cross the barrier as there didn't seem to be anything stopping them, but the result was devastating. The Rapacs and the Shadows didn't even pay attention to these youths, and they were even thousands of kilometers up into the sky, and yet the reverberations of their battle alone was enough to blast everyone who tried to escape into minced meat. The youth found themselves at a loss, not knowing what to do. Running was suicide. Staying was also suicide. What kind of selection was this supposed to be? Among these youths were, surprisingly, Michael and Noah. They observed the situation with placid expressions, feeling neither fear nor apprehension. However, even if they had no outward showing of emotion, they still weren't taking this matter lightly. The both of them wanted to find a path to survival, and they also both seemed to realize that just staying here wouldn't do them any good either. Everyone was working under the assumption that the Void Palace wouldn't give them an impossible selection to complete, so there had to be a way, being completely ignorant to the true inner workings of this matter. It would be difficult for any of them to survive this at all if things continued like this. Bookmark this website, Freewebin, Fishdeed, FLN, to update the latest novels. But maybe the God of Fortune had truly smiled down upon this generation. Not only had this God given this generation more talent than maybe every other before it, but it just so happened to hand them a savior this time as well. Velasco scratched his head, feeling annoyed. He really was this close to being in the embrace of his wife. He already knew that Alienor wouldn't allow him any intimacy with a clone. That was nothing more than a pipe dream. But he could have at least gotten himself some cuddles and softness. Unfortunately, these damned kids were so annoying. In truth, he didn't give a single care if all of these children died. The unfortunate part of it all was that his little nephew was part of them. He quite liked his little nephew and couldn't just leave him like this. If Leonel could hear his father's thoughts, he would be speechless. Where was this care and affection for his own son? Why did it sound like he cared about Noah far more than he did Leonel? By all rights, Leonel was technically in an even more dangerous situation because he wasn't even close to leaving. Leonel would definitely have to give his old man a piece of his mind. It really is you. Velasco continued to scratch his head for a moment before switching over to picking at his ears. It was as though he hadn't heard the voice that had so suddenly appeared to his back at all, and yet this individual didn't do a single thing either. If one knew who this person was, they would have been shocked to an absolute extreme. This sort of apprehension wasn't the sort of trait one would ever expect them to exhibit. There were many ranks amongst the Three-Finger Cult. However, one of the highest was the title of Scholar. No one knew exactly how large or widespread the Three-Finger Cult was, but what a select few did know was that there were only 5 confirmed scholars. Every time they appeared, it would without a doubt be during a very important mission, and, without a doubt, this mission would succeed. Ah, I understand. This is just an avatar of yours. It's no wonder you haven't done anything. There shouldn't be much of anything you can do. The scholar seemed to visibly relax when he came to this conclusion before his gaze swept over the location Velasco had been observing. If you would like, I won't stop you from taking away those children. Consider it a favor. Their lives and deaths aren't worth much to me anyway. Velasco finally seemed satisfied with how clean his ear was, pulling out his pinky and blowing on it. A Shadow Sovereign shouldn't be enough for the Three-Finger Cult to make this move. Oh, you're interested in our goals? You're correct. We do indeed have quite the large assortment of Shadow Sovereigns. 1614 from my recollection. 1615 truly isn't enough for me to make a move. When it comes to Blood Sovereigns, though, the scholar didn't say anything more, chuckling lightly. Interesting. Velasco yawned. He took a step forward and vanished, appearing before the barrier of youths. When Noah saw him, his brows couldn't help but shoot up. Come on, kiddos, I'm here to escort you away. Girls, please keep your panties to yourselves. I'm a married man. As for you lads, I don't swing that way. Sorry to disappoint. Velasco waved a hand and the barrier retracted. He turned, beginning to bring everyone along with him. In the skies, the scholar sneered, his face, obscured by shadows, twisted, jagged teeth dripping with blood and flesh barely being hidden beneath the dense black. His palm suddenly waved, his cock almost standing at attention when he thought of the feeling of euphoria he would experience not only killing so many people, but especially Velasco himself, even if it was nothing more than an avatar. However, before he could swing down, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, his entire body freezing over as though it had been dunked into a vat of ice water. At some unknown time, Velasco had appeared in front of him, just barely off the side. He placed a palm on his shoulder, leaning forward until his mouth was barely a half-foot away from the scholar's ear. Just as stupid as always. You three-finger cult members are all the same. I didn't make a move before only because I can't be bothered to deal with small fry. But it seems that you didn't take the new lease on life I gave you seriously. In that instant, the shoulder Velasco touched crumbled along with an entire half of the scholar's body. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing just but half a hip, torso, and head. The scholar stood shivering in the skies, Velasco's breath still feeling searing hot on its ear. If you manage to survive this, you should learn to count again, by the way. You only have 1613 now. I would also warn you, my son's temper seems worse than mine and my father's. Even if you sent that variant invalid, things probably won't work out so well for you, especially if he finds out you're targeting his little girlfriend. Good luck, though. Velasco turned and vanished once more, the kids below being none the wiser. Maybe I raised that brat wrong. He was supposed to be the calm and cool-headed one. Forget it. If worse comes to worst, I'll just have to have my beautiful Alienor pop out another one for me. As for Leonel's safety, Velasco truly didn't care. As far as he was concerned, any son of his wouldn't have any trouble with even 10 times the odds stacked against them. Chapter 1384, Scree, 1384 SKREE. Leonel took deep breaths, but he didn't seem to be very tired. It was as though the billowing steam coming off of him painted the illusion that he was heaving much harder than he actually was. Fear and apprehension colored the faces of those in the surroundings. They were suddenly almost too obviously aware that there was no one here capable of withstanding those flames. The prowess of Scarlet Star Force was obvious for all to see, blatantly within their faces. Even the likes of Conan, who had been certain that it would all be meaningless the moment he stepped onto the god path, couldn't help but hold his breath slightly. In one moment there had been a raging battle going on, and yet in the next it had all been ended by a singular young man who entered a fit of rage. It was difficult even to fuse the images of the smiling young man from before with the one before them now. Despite the arrogant words he had spoken previously, the joking tone within them and the smile on his face made it difficult to hate Leonel. However, right now, with his face hidden behind a visor and his body wreathed in flames and shards of sparkling ice, it felt difficult to humanize him. He was a monster, an insurmountable mountain. He was exactly as powerful as he needed to be in a given situation, and if you thought him to be weak, well, maybe you should look in the mirror and see if you were worthy of him putting in any effort. At that moment, the ceiling cracked and splintered, a shimmering amethyst token falling from above. Leonel only reached out a palm, and it seemed to fall into it as though he had commanded it to do so. He turned back and grabbed his spear, ripping it out from the ground and ignoring the spurt of molten rock that threatened to cover him from head to toe. His body seemed to still be fuming, almost like it was enraged that there weren't any other enemies left to battle. Just thinking this was absolutely ridiculous, especially since there were still a large contingent of rapacs still remaining. Bookmark this website freewebin vey, well ft, fey fa, fey fa, fey fa, face ftf, fairy ft, vfa, face ft, face. When Leonel turned back he found an enormous runed rapax looming over him. Its silvery armor was etched in gold runes, and even with its poor, curved posture, it towered over Leonel by at least 2 meters. Leonel looked up, his body uncaring and unmoved as he stared into what he thought would have to be the rapax's eyes. The low, almost growl-like breathing of the rapax echoed through the cavern, the surging tides of water only barely managing to remain relevant in low hums beneath its baritone. The chest of the gold-runed rapax rumbled, its plated carapace expanding and contracting along with its breath. Its mouth opened up to reveal 2 rows of long, transparent teeth, each with its own floating golden runes within. These runes happened to match the exact kind that could be found on the claws of its feet, the precise sign of a 7th-dimensional rapax. Its long tongue dripped with saliva sliding out of its mouth. Leonel could see the individual imperfections and roughness along it, almost making the blackish-red tongue look a lot more like a piece of sandpaper than flesh. Hints of saliva dripped downward and toward Leonel, but before they could even reach within a meter of him, it was all incinerated to ash. If Leonel cared to ask why Star Order about this right this moment, he would understand that this was a rapax's method of showing excitement and eagerness. There was a reason that this was the very first time Leonel was seeing any one of their mouths. The rapax were warriors, bred for this purpose since their youth. From the moment they were sentient of anything, they had already begun to fight for their lives, and even after reaching adulthood, they continued to do so. Whether male, female, young, or old. A rapax would die on the battlefield, and they lived for that sort of thrill. Leonel was too enraged to see it at first, thinking this to just be another challenge, another head he had to slice off. However, the longer it went on, the more Leonel's gaze seemed to waver. He could feel it. The thoughts of this rapax. No, its last thoughts. Leonel hadn't considered something very important. These rapax were so weak now, despite having been 7th dimensional in their primes because they had poured all of their life force into this egg, but what now? Would they just recover given enough time? Leonel now understood he had been too naive. When Y-Star Order said that the Rapax went even further when such a talent was born, even using living Rapax, he never said they would get to live. These Rapax Leonel was seeing now were already on their last legs, just a few hours away from breathing their last. He could feel the wall of emotions coming from this Rapax now. Excitement, eagerness, regret. Regret that it didn't get to watch Leonel grow. Regret that it couldn't wait to fight Leonel when he had reached his full potential. Regret that this would be the last chance he would get to face such a warrior. Leonel's expression flickered, his cold gaze softening and his heart skipping a beat. He looked past the Rapax, his eyes landing on the egg. The emotions were different, but they still felt so real, not quite human, but who said that only the human experience mattered? He had been so caught up in the Rapax being the others, he had even taken Y-Star Order's word at face value, believing this egg to be not much different from a beast crystal you could absorb. But that's not an egg, that's a baby that's carrying the hopes and aspirations of its parents and seniors on its shoulders. Leonel's shoulders relaxed, his gaze locking onto the Rapax again. You want to fight? Scree! Let's fight then. I'll give you the send-off you want. Boom! The ceiling above suddenly came crashing down. Before Leonel could react, a figure fell from the skies, landing on the gold-ruined Rapax before him and squashing it to meat paste. Leonel stood, frozen. Chapter 1385, My Queen, 1385, My Queen. The figure was enormous, just as big as the previously standing gold-ruined Rapax had been, and yet somehow far heavier. Standing at 4 meters tall and with a body covered in hair and beast skin, he looked like a Goliath straight from biblical tales. His waist was as wide as a barrel, his arms as thick as legs, and his legs as thick as pythons. He was covered in hair from head to toe, down to his legs and arms, and most definitely his chest and torso. His hair was a wild mane of white and his beard followed suit. But what was the most shocking was the fact his eyes were nothing but orbs of white. Immediately, everyone understood. Variant Invalid. The Variant Invalid took a breath, and it suddenly felt as though all the air in the surroundings had surged toward it. Some of the weaker youths were forced to grab a hold of something before they were inadvertently sent flying toward what was clearly an enemy. The Variant Invalid exhaled and patted its torso. However, the sound was a lot more like metal crashing against metal than flesh meeting flesh. This air smells like shit. How do you Rapax live here? Have a little sense of pride? Ah, fuck it. All novel F allbot.com. The Variant Invalid took another large sniff, and its head finally locked in a particular direction before a wide, white smile plastered itself across its face. At that moment, the Variant Invalid's white hair and beard looked almost ethereal. If one wanted to depict a perfect representation of Zeus, maybe there would be no one better than it. Excellent. 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 The booming voice of the Variant Invalid caused the cavern to rumble. My queen, my blood sovereign, I have finally found you. The uproarious laughter of the Variant Invalid rocked the cavern, its gaze of wild lust locked onto Ina and refusing to move to another place. In that moment, Ina seemed to be plunged back into a well of memories she wanted nothing more than to forget. That familiar feeling of weakness and helplessness, when her life hung in the balance and yet she could do nothing to take control of it, it all came back. However, this Ina was no longer the Ina of back then. That crippling feeling of fear and apprehension suddenly became nothing more than an unfettered rage. Almost the instant the Variant Invalid had laid eyes on her, her hair began to billow in the winds, her canines growing another length as even the dark black tattoos that covered her body gained themselves a tinge of crimson. Her battle axe trembled, a crimson light wafting from it. She and it wanted nothing more than to hack this bastard before them to shreds. At that moment, hearing the words the Variant Invalid spoke, Leonel's gaze slowly looked up from the gold-ruined Rapax. All that had been left of it was its head, its tongue still hanging out as though to freeze its feelings of excitement in its final moments, only for it to be robbed away. You may call me the Steel Beastmaster. Come, tell me, my queen. What is your name? Our offspring will be legendary. Boom. The laughing of the Variant Invalid suddenly came to a grinding halt, its body shooting out like a speeding bullet. One would have thought that it weighed no more than a feather would instead of being heavy enough to crush a Rapax to death given its outgoing speed. And yet, reality was right before them all now. Leonel hadn't moved a single inch, but his Scarlet Star Phoenix most definitely had, sending another barreling beam of Scarlet Star Force right into the chest of the so-called Steel Beast Master. Boom, boom, boom. The Steel Beast Master crashed into the walls, surging out into the tide of green liquids once again. Leonel stared into the distance, his gaze lowering down to the Rapax once more. The green waters around it lapped at its body, beginning to dissolve it already. Soon, the Rapax would become much like its ancestors before it, completing the cycle and becoming the nurturing liquid of future generations. Leonel watched this scene silently, not saying a word and not moving in the slightest. The human experience wasn't all he wanted to capture. He had Oryx beneath his wings now, and how easy would it have been for him to dehumanize them? There were countless lived experiences in a place as large as the universe. Who was he to decide which ones mattered more than the other? I'll make sure no one touches your junior. Bang! In that moment, another hole in the wall shattered and a familiar, enormous figure landed heavily on the ground. Its chest was charred and the white hairs in the area were entirely singed. In some areas, wounds as deep as bone lay. But, just as quickly as they had appeared, layers of skin and cracked bone fell to be replaced by a healthier, stouter flesh. Leonel's head raised again. In the blink of an eye, the Steel Beastmaster had closed the distance, standing over the dissolved corpse of the gold-ruined rapax and towering over Leonel. "You have?" Bang! The variant invalid was sent flying once more. However, this time, before it could crash through the walls, Leonel's figure had flickered and vanished, appearing above its head. Sheeing! 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 Leonel reinforced his spear force, controlling his phoenix to flood into his spear and fuse it until it glowed a fierce red-gold color that radiated enough heat to burn a person to ash. He swung down, his momentum not falling even the slightest bit. The expression of the Steel Beastmaster warped. One of its behemoth-sized legs kicked at the air, causing a strong wind pressure to knock it to the side. However, it was still too slow. PCHU. All the defenses in the world couldn't save its arm. The limb flew and spiraled through the air, a spurt of blood following its trajectory as the Steel Beastmaster crashed heavily to the ground. Leonel landed as light as a feather, his soft steps ringing out as his crown and halo continued to glow. Chapter 1386, Let Luti U6. Let LT-Ni 86, let LT-Ni. Many couldn't believe what they were seeing. A variant invalid was considered to be the pinnacle of their dimension, especially when one was at the quasi-sixth dimension like this one. Scarlet Starforce should have only been enough to place them on even ground, not enough for Leonel to overwhelm one to this extent. However, he made it look like it was easy, as though there wasn't anything special at all about what he was doing. Leonel's mind was simply too focused, too cool, too calculated. Nothing escaped his vision, even the slightest twitch was accounted by him and countered in the most efficient way possible. At the same time, Leonel's spear domain lineage factor seemed to fuse with his dream controllability index. Now that his mind had entered the sixth dimension, the fuel given to his spear was on a completely different level. Every instinct, every possibility, every potential counter was refined to the absolute extreme. Leonel knew quite well that he was running out of fifth-dimensional Scarlet Starforce. Once it was gone, it was gone. He didn't know how the creator of had done it, but it didn't matter right now. All he knew was that this variant invalid would fall beneath his blade. The Steel Beastmaster slammed a palm to the ground, shooting up. Its expression was like that of a roaring lion, furious and warped, the lines of his flexing features making him look more alien than anything human. It looked at its stump, the wound having already been cauterized by the residual heat of Leonel's swing. The constant burning made it impossible for its healing factor to kick in, leaving it effectively armless until it could break free from this situation. All novel FUS-com, but was that ever something that Leonel would allow? Even if he wasn't absolutely furious about the last moments of the gold-ruined rapax, where did this bastard get off thinking that he could do as he pleased with his woman, shouting and bloviating about their future children and who wasn't now his queen, not bothering to even look down to notice that there was a furious man right beneath him? Leonel's spear swung out again, taking with it another arm. The variant invalid's expression was filled with shock. It had most definitely dodged. How had it still ended up losing yet another arm? And if Leonel could so precisely see through its movements, why hadn't it just taken its head yet? It was then that it suddenly sunk in for the Steel Beastmaster. A low chuckle left its mouth, shining through its sharp teeth. It had spent its whole life as the predator, from the time it was an invalid, swallowing its own kin, to the point it evolved beyond that and became a variant invalid, before eventually being recruited by the Three-Finger Cult. In truth, it was only chosen for this mission because it was the only one that could pass through the Rapax's barrier. Once it brought Ina back, it wouldn't even be in line to use her, let alone claiming her as queen. This was meant to be its chance. Another swipe of a spear took out the variant invalid's legs and forced it to its knees. Leonel stepped forward, but he suddenly found that a fuming beauty had appeared to his side. "Let it heal," Ina said slowly. Leonel cast a gaze to the side for a moment and retracted his spear and even his armor. He took a step to the side and found a stone to sit on, removing a beast cloth from the segmented cube to cover a small bit of his decency. A dull bang sounded as Ina lowered her axe hilt to the ground, her hair fluttering wildly. Despite being forced to its knees, the Steel Beastmaster was still more than a head taller than Ina, and yet her aura seemed to stifle it entirely. For a moment, the Steel Beastmaster was stunned that this was happening, but a low rumbling chuckle eventually left it. In that moment, its arm stumps imploded as a jet of blood flying outward, but with it, it took much of Leonel's Scarlet Starforce. Before the eyes of everyone, its arms regrew and its legs healed. When it rose up, its furious mane was back and the furious glint in its eyes was undeniable. Ina swung her axe the moment it stood to its full height. However, the Steel Beastmaster didn't even move, its torso flexing and its gaze looking down toward Ina without a hint of lost confidence. Clang! Boom! The ground beneath their feet shattered like cobwebs, but the variant invalid didn't move a single inch, its flexed torso meeting Ina's battle axe as though its blade was a blunt butter knife. "The worst mistake you could have made was not killing me when you had the chance. I'll be sure to savor each and every one of your deaths, except for you, of course. You'll be the witness to it all." Aina didn't say a single word, at least not immediately. Her hair fluttered, her feet pressed into the splintered ground, her arms flexed, and her thighs bulged. Die. The Steel Beastmaster's expression changed. A sudden, overwhelming pressure pressed forward, knocking it off its feet. In the next instant, it found itself speed away once again, its body leaving harsh licks of flame in its wake as the atmosphere whined and groaned. Bang! The ground beneath Ina's feet sunk by another measure as the Steel Beastmaster skid along the ground. It quickly flipped to its feet, his expression filled with shock as it looked down. There was a shallow wound across its torso, barely deeper than a paper cut and only about a foot in length. Compared to the rest of its body, it was impossibly small. However, it was just enough to drip with blood. At that moment, a strong suction force pulled at it, though it quickly cut off the feeling. By the time it looked up, a globule of blood as large as its head had already appeared above Ina's palm. The blood thrummed with vitality, shimmering with blinding lights. Ina's palm drew an arc across the air, causing the globule of blood to spread into the form of a blade, an axe blade. Her battle axe stretched outward, allowing the blood to coat it. The effects of this blood would be far more powerful if she ingested it. However, she didn't want anything to do with this variant invalid. She didn't want its apology, she didn't want its remorse, and she most definitely didn't want its strength. She only wanted its death. Ina swung her battle axe as the Steel Beastmaster's expression widened. It suddenly realized that it was frozen in place, and there was absolutely nothing it could do to survive. It had been humiliated not just once, but twice in this day alone. This was how it would die. The variant invalid's corpse fell into two pieces, bursting into motes of light that flew toward both Leonel and Ina's bodies. However, Ina rejected it entirely, giving it all to the former. I would advise that you not take another step toward that egg, Leonel said lightly, not even looking in Mary's direction. Chapter 1387, At Once, 1387. At once, Leonel's words seemed to light a fuse under an atmosphere that just barely seemed to be calming. Many more had survived than one would have thought, much due to Leonel's previous actions. However, in that moment, everyone seemed to remember the original reason why they had all suddenly ended up in this place. Mary seemed to not have heard Leonel at all, his expression just the same as always. And, oddly enough, despite him continuing to walk and even close in on the egg, Leonel still hadn't looked in his direction. The youths no longer had much of a choice. There were 2 amethyst tokens handed out this year, and it felt that neither was undeserving. The tension alone seemed to prove this. In any other situation, those who knew well of Mary's strength would have called Leonel foolish. In fact, even at this point, the bias toward him was still very much real. The difference was that it was far less vocal than it had been in the past. Mary stepped through the maze of eggs, ignoring them all. By this point, the rapax that remained had grown too weak to do much of anything. The sudden appearance of the shadows had taken out a lot of their remaining strength, and the reinforcements they had been waiting on still hadn't appeared. It was unlikely at this point that they would ever appear now. The strongest of them was the only one that had still had the strength to move around. However, he had found himself crushed by the variant invalid even before he could go out in his final blaze of glory. Leonel watched silently as the rapax gathered up the last of their strength, pushing themselves up from the ground and steadily walking toward Mary. Leonel didn't do anything as Mary brandished his sword, cutting them down one after another. No matter how many rapax fell, another would appear in their place. Even in their final moments, as they breathed their last and fell to the ground, they took special attention not to harm the eggs around them. All novel F. Quan Leonel would almost see through their thoughts entirely. They felt that even if the worst case happened, and their future king was taken away and killed, at least what remained of the younger generation would be able to hold them up. Mary didn't spare these eggs a glance. However, Leonel could tell that he didn't take any special care to hold himself back from harming them either. If it wasn't for the rapax using their bodies, at least a dozen eggs would have already been sliced completely through, their lives becoming forfeit before they could even begin to live it. Leonel suddenly sensed a shadow looming overhead, a pair of hands clasping his cheeks and jaw and lifting his head up. He hadn't even noticed, but sitting on this damned rock, his posture had been as terrible as a rapax's, slouched and curved, his gaze transfixed to the ground. With his back to everything that was happening, it was his internal sight that aided him in spectating everything. Ina felt her heart sink when she saw Leonel's expression. His eyes were sunken and dark, as though he hadn't slept in years. His face was covered in sweat that drenched her palms, and his skin felt as scalding as the surface of the sun. He was tired. And how couldn't he be? Rage could only take you so far. Using a sixth-dimensional mind was taxing, wielding and restraining atmospheric Scarlet Star Force was taxing, claiming a quasi-gold spear was taxing. He hadn't even managed to have a break all this time. Ever since he had stepped foot into Void Palace territory, it was a constant battle, a constant war. The reason he hadn't moved to stop Mary yet was because he was using the distance the latter had yet to cover as a small buffer to catch his breath. And yet, Leonel grinned. "What? Am I that handsome? You look stunned." Ina was stunned for a moment, not even knowing how to react. She suddenly felt that maybe Leonel and his father weren't so different after all. "It's fine, you know. You don't have to save everyone. If you have been a little less stubborn, they all could have taken a lot of burden away from you." Ina wasn't wrong. Whether it was the shadows, the rapax, and especially the variant Invalid, if Leonel had been just a little less hot-tempered, it would have been everyone's burden to deal with. Things had started off with Amory being the only tired one, to suddenly him having had the time to recover while it was now Leonel who was coughing up a lung. Leonel chuckled. It was never about them or saving people. He just wanted to chop off a few heads. He just hadn't accounted for the fact that he would actually want to save a baby rapax now. Before, he had already decided to trade off giving up on the egg in exchange for teaching the Three-Finger Cult a lesson. Well, now that he thought about it, that decision was pretty reckless too. The Three-Finger Cult wasn't going anywhere, but a Shadow Sovereign ability in his hands would be an extraordinary boon to his future. By then, it would only be a matter of time before he slaughtered them. But sometimes, Leonel somewhat liked doing the thing that wasn't the most logical. It made him feel more human. Feeling the warmth of Ina's small hands on his face, he smiled. A beauty being worried about his health was pretty nice. What more could a man ask for? Leonel reached out, grabbing his spear and slowly rising until he towered over Ina. At that moment, Amory had reached the egg, the last rapax having fallen to his feet. He calmly took out an embroidered box as though there was no one else around him. I expect a reward for gallantly saving the world, Leonel said with a grin, still not looking toward the swordsman. Ina rolled her eyes. If we worked together, dealing with him would be easy, sure, but I have a few debts to settle first. Amory lightly closed the lid of the box, the egg having vanished, and at that instant, both he and Leonel moved at once. Chapter 1388, Clear Line 1388, Clear Line, clang. Spear and sword met, an overwhelming strength traveling up Leonel's arms and making his teeth chatter. Leonel found an uncontrollable force sending him back, his feet gliding along the moist ground as waters continued to flood inward. At this point, it felt that it would only be a matter of time before they were forced to use force to glide atop the green water. Leonel's gaze shifted to Amory's blade, his lip curling when he realized it was the very same wooden sword from the day. He hadn't even bothered to take out anything better, nor did he feel like he had to. There was something very special about Amory's sword force. It was powerful, and seemed to be even more useful than a blade itself. It almost felt like blasphemy to use anything other than a wooden sword because that was the only thing that could bring out its true strength. Leonel knew that this was just an illusion, or rather, he deduced that it was, an instinctual sharpness of his eye and experience coming to the conclusion. He could see through and understand much more of Amory's force now, and he knew well that it wasn't because of his spear force. Leonel's aura surged, a crown appearing upon his forehead as a shimmering golden spear took up its center. Amory seemed to respond in kind, a bright golden sword forming upon his. Clang, 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 all novel F-U-F. Calm. The flurry of exchanges was heated, but there was no doubt who had the upper hand. In swiftness, Amory was faster. In power, Amory was stronger. In skill, Amory was more deft and dexterous, his sword responding to every situation with the relaxation of a leaf blowing in the wind. The battle seemed to carry him from stance to stance, nothing seeming to be too difficult for him to respond to. Cuts began to appear along Leonel's body, Amory's blade treating his metallic skin like thin sheets of paper. Only the most minor of shifts and dodges managed to keep Leonel away from fatal blows, but it felt as though a trap was closing the distance around him. I see. Leonel's expression remained cold and indifferent, the smile he had had for Ina not seeming to be present in the slightest. So, that's the difference between them. That's what my spear force is lacking. That's also what my bow force is lacking. It seems that there's a shortcut that fixes all of this. Bang. Leonel's aura flourished. No matter how tired he was, there would always be one thing that remained unblemished and untainted, untouched by the weaknesses of the world, his will. A dense purple fog rose up, the shimmering halo above Leonel's head vibrating as he stretched out his spear, the glow suddenly infusing into it. Why did Leonel feel such reverence for Amory's swords? Why did Amory dare to call himself the sword deity? It was because his sword embodied those very characteristics. Y-Star Order had already told Leonel that at the highest levels, force could curate a personality of its own, and, in that case, wouldn't that mean that the highest levels of comprehended blade forces would also have to reach such a level? To step into a realm that would be worthy of the life grade? Amory had to spend his whole life honing his blade, refining his force, and tempering his skill in order to birth a sword force that had its own dignity and pride, one that not only embodied strength, but also a loftiness that few could match. However, Leonel didn't have as many years as Amory did, nor did he need to. Leonel's king's might flooded his spear force, causing its bright golden hue to suddenly gain a violet tint. The royal violet gold color it now wafted seemed to elevate it to an all-new level. Bang! The crown upon Leonel's forehead grew a size. The singular golden spear tripled, forming two smaller units to its side, the now semicircular crown glowing with a tinge of purple now as well. I would advise that you hold back, Leonel said coldly, his spear swinging again. Clang! For the first time, Leonel's spear met Amory's blade and neither took a single step back. The viciousness of their clash was somehow completely understated, not even the slightest wind splintering outward for just a moment. And then, the cascade of booming cacophonies rampaged about, their figures becoming blurs as they weaved in and out of their clashes, the cavern slowly filling up with water as it trembled. Boom. Leonel landed heavily on the ground, his breath heavy. Ameri landed lightly a distance away. He rose up his sword in a fencing stance, gazing upon his wooden blade with a curious eye. "All right," he said lightly. His sword swished downward. In a single motion, it seemed to have flickered and vanished. When Ameri's hand rose up once more, a completely different sword had taken its place, reflecting delicate blue lights as rays shone right through it. "Shing!" A sword howl rose into the skies. "I'll show you a small bit of my power, so that you stop wasting my time. I've already said that your spear is weak and you don't deserve the ring on your finger. I have someone much better for it in mind. I don't fight you because I respect you. I fight you because the things you have would be better served elsewhere. I am called the sword deity, Ameri. Be thankful that you'll fall beneath my blade." Sword gashes suddenly appeared all around Ameri without even his effort. It was as though he was pulling sword force from the surroundings, something that should have been completely impossible. And then it happened. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded and the howl of level 3 sword force roared through the battlefield. Ameri flicked his wrist just a single time, causing a wall of white gold sword force to shoot forward like a raging tsunami. Leonel hurriedly crossed his spear across his chest, but even after bracing himself, he found his feet leaving the ground, his ribcage rattling until it shattered. However, even with the pain racking his body, he couldn't take his eyes off of the nick that had appeared in his spear. It started as a small scratch, but the sword force made it deeper and deeper. And soon, Leonel's eyes widened, his quasi-gold spear splitting in two, a line of sword force gaining a clear path to his chest. Chapter 2039, White Lions, 1389, White Lions PCHU. Leonel flew out, a large mouthful of blood flying from his mouth. But soon, the fountain became so large that no one could be sure whether it came from his lip or his torso. Bang! Leonel crashed heavily against the ground, his mind going somewhat blank for a moment. A blade force capable of slicing apart a weapon a step away from the 7th dimension. Even Leonel's Scarlet Star Force hadn't been able to destroy his current spear. It had weathered his breakthrough into Tier 6 with only some superficial cracks, and that was in the presence of the strongest fire force in all of existence. It was difficult even to wrap his head around what level of refinement a blade force needed to reach to be able to display such power. But even then, Leonel's mind seemed all too blank to even begin to parse apart something so complex. Compared to Ameri, Leonel had only just entered the world of dimensions. He hated losing. In fact, that wasn't a strong phrase. He abhorred it to the very depths of his being. Losing wasn't something he ever really experienced before, but it seemed to be happening a lot in this place. He never really needed to put in any effort to win. And, quite frankly, the state of the Milky Way galaxy hadn't done much of anything to change that mindset in him. Those people were weak too. There was nothing that could push him, nothing that could really excite him. All novel FUS calm. It was no wonder he had so arrogantly proclaimed that he would become king of it all. It took his father appearing once again to remind him that there was a taller mountain out there. It was just that easy to get Leonel to change his mind state. A single word from his father and everything seemed to relax. He allowed himself to open up again, but he had also become that same relaxed kid with hardly a weight on his shoulders. No, it wasn't that the weight wasn't there. It was just that he had seemingly transferred it to his father, letting him carry it for a while so that he could relax. But even with that being the case, he really hated to lose. He really, really, really hated it. It was funny for a person like him to have such a disposition. He had coasted through much of life. He coasted through school. He coasted through football. When he entered the dimensional verse, he didn't do much else other than follow Ina, so he coasted again. Then he got it in his head that he would become a king, but had he really put all the effort into that he could? He had definitely tricked himself into thinking he did. He had even abandoned the only woman he had ever really cared for because he was so convinced that he was trying his hardest and his best. But was he? No, not really. Everything was just too boring. Maybe the only excitement he got from the goal of becoming a king was all the naysayers he got because of it. Maybe that was why he had pushed Ina away to begin with. It was much more interesting when it was someone he cared about that doubted him, but then she stopped doubting him entirely, and then she became a thorn at his side, constantly reminding him of that very same boredom again and again until his father appeared. Like an angel swooping in from the skies, the old man centered him. His father was always the only one that could put him in his place, the only one that could make him feel inferior, the only one that could remind him that he couldn't always have things the way he wanted to have them. Leonel knew exactly what his problem was. It wasn't a goal. It wasn't a lack of aspiration. It was a lack of discipline, a lack of maturity. A childish lashing out by a brat annoyed his dad wasn't always by his side anymore. And suddenly, it made all the sense in the world that his dad had chosen the methods he had, to leave him in this world without backing, without support. But even that wasn't true. How many people could have something like the spear domain? How many could have the segmented cube? Ninus instant recovery. A bathing of golden light felt from the skies, white gold illusory feathers falling onto Leonel's body as he rose. Alright, fine. I guess I can't have everything exactly like I want them. Leonel's palm flipped over, revealing the raging aura of a bow. The roar of twin white lions shook the cavern, an aura the likes of which none here had ever personally experienced before swallowing them whole. Mary, who had already turned away, suddenly looked back, only to find Leonel having already pulled the string of his bow tight. Level 3 bow force flourished, its howls swallowing everything in its path. For today, I'll just defeat you with my bow. As for my spear, if you manage to survive this, that is, you can taste it another time. Mary's expression changed wildly as Leonel's fingers released. Clang! The first arrow had already appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Mary quickly flipped a palm, retrieving his crystalline blue sword and parrying it away. But his hand ended up shooting off and into the air, his grip on his sword almost faltering entirely. Leonel took another step forward and released another arrow. Clang! Mary's expression turned a fiery shade of furious red, his other palm having flipped over to reveal a second sword, this one a crystalline red. Clang! Leonel fired again, and Mary was nearly lifted from his feet, his heels digging into the ground. The latter released a low roar, his force flourishing and the whites of his eyes vanishing into an abyss of blackness. But, as though he hadn't seen anything at all, Leonel just fired again. Clang! Mary's blue sword was knocked away again. Clang! Mary's red sword was knocked away once more. Clang! Mary's robes were torn to pieces, revealing a hidden armor within. Clang! Leonel's arrow landed in the same exact spot once more, knocking Mary off his feet and sending him crashing into an opposing wall. A barrage of arrows seemed to fall from the skies. There was no technique, no deviations, it wasn't even a question where Leonel was aiming. The distance was simply too close, and having entered the range of a sniper, there was no getting out of it. Arrogant. It was even more arrogant than using a wooden sword. He could have aimed for Mary's head. He could have aimed for the joints in his armor. He could have aimed for his wrists and severed his ability to ever hold a sword at all, and yet he did none of that. It was as though each arrow was another punch, another furious hit, another close combat barrage. Clang! Leonel's arrow landed in the same spot for the third time, causing Mary's inner armor to crack into countless pieces and fall into useless shards. PCHU. Another arrow soared, but instead of taking Mary's heart, it took his finger, mangling his hand into the same unrecognizable mess the latter had left Leonel's in all those months ago. Mary fell to a knee. Even with his hand in such a state, he never released the grip on his sword. He only watched in silence as his spatial ring landed in Leonel's hand, the box that had stored the egg now no longer being in his possession. Mary didn't say a word as he rolled his finger over his sword domain heirloom. His figure flickered, vanishing into thin air. Leonel stood tall, his bow still roaring as twin white lions raced around him. Chapter 1390. Boredom 1390. Boredom. Leonel's gaze remained impassive, shifting down to the bow in his hand before he shook his head. He didn't really feel any sense of accomplishment. He had wanted to defeat Mary with his spear, but that had ended up with his own being cut in half. Not to mention his spear, even his body had almost suffered such a fate. If not for his spear taking much of the edge off, he would have been in two halves right now. Of course, Leonel had progressed a lot. The first time he had fought Mary, the latter had his ability locked, and he had dealt with several rounds of vital star force weighing him down. At the same time, Leonel was not only not weighed down by the star force, it even made him several times stronger. Even under those conditions, he had lost handily. In this situation, though Leonel didn't quite know it, Bowman had a decided advantage in anarchic force-laced environments. It was for that reason that Cornelius was so shocked by Leonel's bow force earlier. Being able to use long-ranged attacks in a place where gathering atmospheric force was almost impossible gave one a huge leg up. In fact, it was only because the Rapax nest was relatively lighter on anarchic force in the first place that Mary's sword force was able to travel so far. But, even then, it weakened too much before it could slice Leonel in half. None of this even mentioned the fact that Leonel had no ability to use his enlightened bow force so many times in a row without the support of this quasi-life-grade bow. Even if he hadn't been teaching Mary a lesson and he went directly for the kill, Leonel believed that he would have still needed at least 5 arrows to claim Mary's life. Under normal conditions, Leonel could shoot 2, and if he realized pushed himself into a comatose state, 3. After his mind broke into the 6th dimension, he could barely shoot 4 now. Unfortunately, since his body had yet to catch up, his breakthrough into the 6th dimension didn't give as large a boost as it might otherwise. Regardless, it would leave him one short of victory. Bookmark this website, freeweb nzvo.c0m2, update the latest novels. Plus, none of this even mentioned what advantages just shooting with his bow alone gave. It was subtle, but Leonel felt that it had had a suppressive effect on Mary's sword force, likely something related to abilities of the bow he had no right to use just yet. All of this made Leonel incredibly unsatisfied with this victory. If he had wanted to win like this, he could have done it ages ago. This true selection would have been a joke if he used his bow from the beginning. Leonel suddenly felt a dull thud thump against his chest. Looking down, he found Ina standing before him, a slightly annoyed look on her face. "Less than 4 years," she suddenly said. "Huh?" The metamorphosis happened less than 4 years ago, and he's been training since he was a toddler. If he saw your face right now, he'd probably die of rage. Leonel raised an eyebrow before he eventually shook his head and chuckled. He never cared to compare himself to others. When he told Conan to stop placing his limitations onto himself, he had meant it. He didn't care how many more years of experience, backing, and knowledge Ameri had than him. He still felt like he should be able to win his own way. You're also lazy. Leonel blinked, snapping out of his own thoughts to look at Ina again. Don't look at me like that, I'm right. You can easily lose yourself in your work, giving the illusion that you're hard-working, but you only like to focus on things that are interesting to you, or things that give you the thrill of deduction, like finding out something new. But how often have you stripped things down to their bare bones and just swung the wooden spear 10,000 times in the same stance for days on end? Leonel opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly found that he had no answer. Was he really lazy? Now that he thought about it, the only reason he was so fascinated with force crafting, at least in the beginning, was because his dad had challenged him. And now, just like Aina said, he loved it because every craft was like a new challenge, a new puzzle to solve, a new world to jump into. She was right. He had never really gotten to the nuts and bolts of things. Ina sighed, seeing Leonel's expression. She remembered that at first, she didn't want Leonel to follow her because she cared about him, and thought that his talent might not be great enough to stay by her side, not until she got her revenge anyway. But, almost instantly, he had flipped that thought of hers on its head. He seemed to improve all the time with hardly any effort at all. It was hard to tell someone like that they should be better and do better, especially when it worked so well. Leonel had an embarrassment of riches, but eventually the wellspring would come to an end. Eventually, a quasi-life-grade bow wouldn't be enough. Eventually, he wouldn't be able to travel any further in Spear Domain. Eventually, he would have to travel to places he couldn't survive in with the segmented cube. And then what? Would he hope another rage-fueled tantrum would push him over the edge and give him the strength he needed? If you want to be a king, you should learn how to deal with boredom. Or else, when that peace you want finally comes, what are you going to do with yourself? Ina looked at Leonel seriously when she spoke these words. It was just a few short and simple sentences, and yet it hit Leonel like a truck. She was right. When all the excitement was gone, what would he do? Chapter 1391. Really? 1391? Really? Leonel fell into silence, his palm flipping to return the bow to the segmented cube. He didn't quite have an answer. He never really thought about it. Even when he was with Ina, he never really thought about what their future together would look like. He didn't think about marriage. He didn't think about kids or grandkids. He never really imagined them growing old together either. It was odd that he never did. A man like him who was logical to a fault should have been thinking about those things. And, at the very least, he should have talked to Ina about it at some point. But he never brought it up. Do you want kids? Ina, who had been staring intently at Leonel, was suddenly caught completely off guard by the question. She was baffled in one moment before she went entirely red. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Seeing her reaction, Leonel laughed, all his worries seeming to float away. She could be quite bold sometimes, but she could also be adorably embarrassed just as easily. The ebbs and the flows of this were quite peaceful and relaxing. Maybe there was nothing wrong with some forms of boredom. No, really, Leonel said after he finally stopped laughing. Do you? Ina's eyes darted around. She couldn't believe Leonel had really chosen this kind of situation to ask this question, but seeing that the answer was important to him, she bit her lip and nodded. Bookmark this website, freewebnivel.c, niv.c.niv.c, niv.c, 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 niv. Leonel pressed. Ina was exasperated. What was wrong with this man all of a sudden? Knifey? 10, huh? Leonel leaned in. Even with his hearing, Ina had spoken so softly that he couldn't hear exactly what she was saying. Was this really something to be so embarrassed about? As confusing as he was, this woman was even more confusing. She didn't even blink an eye when they got caught making out in the middle of a rapax nest. Now she wanted to be all flustered? At least 10, all right? Ina snapped, her voice practically blowing Leonel's hair back. At least 10? Leonel's brows rose. Does that mean you want more than that? Yes. Ina placed her hands on her hips. Is there a problem? I'm doing most of the work anyway. Leonel blinked. It seemed that this was more important to Ina than he knew, to think that he hadn't even thought to ask before. She even seemed a bit defensive about it, as though she was afraid that Leonel would say no. Even without going down that path, Leonel could tell that saying no would really hurt Ina, maybe even more so than those cruel words he had spoken that day on planet Montex. He could even feel the anxiety within her as she waited for him to respond. Leonel felt that he should have been able to guess this long ago. It was one thing for Ina to get super defensive and anxious over her experience with the puppet master back when her psyche still wasn't completely whole. But for that to bleed over into her rage for the Steel Beast Master as well long after her mind had been repaired was a different matter entirely. What did both variant invalids have in common? Well, both them wanted to use her as some sort of sew to pump out babies for them. Maybe the reason Ina was so enraged went beyond them just crossing boundaries any woman would have up, but rather because they were also perverting something she held close to her heart and cherished. Leonel smiled. What are you so worried about? Like you said, you're doing most of the work anyway. How about we start now? Leonel's smile spread into a wild grin. 1 baby, 10 babies, 20. He didn't really care one way or another. Aina sighed a breath of relief before she rolled her eyes. I'm ignoring you. She turned away and began to walk to who knows where. How can you ignore me? If we don't start now, how are we supposed to get to 20? Think of the gestation period. Aina's lips arched in a smile Leonel couldn't see as she continued to walk away. The relief in her eyes almost seemed palpable. Be serious, we need to find a way out of here. Aina stopped by where the green ruined egg had been, waiting for Leonel to put it down so that they could go. She knew Leonel well enough to know that he no longer had any intention of taking the egg with him. I can think of a few ways, Leonel spoke as he took out the box once again. No need to take it too seriously. Getting out of here probably isn't all that difficult anymore. Just look at all the energy around us. Really? Aina raised an eyebrow. Really? Aina was a bit skeptical, but she didn't think he would joke about something like this. Look at you, doubting me. How could you doubt your future baby daddy? Don't say it like that, I physically cringe. What, baby daddy? That struck a nerve? I'm going to slot that in with things you get wrong, like putting cereal in first. You're a terrorist to society, Aina snapped back. This terrorist would like to book a baby-making appointment. Really, if we don't start now, it'll be too late. I suddenly regret telling you this. It's real, though. I hear having babies is harder at higher dimensions. The earlier we start, the better. Maybe for other women, but not for me. I can have a baby whenever I want. Leonel's brows shot up. He was going to ask Aina what she meant by that, but his senses caused him to turn his head instead, only to lock eyes with a young man. The two had apparently completely forgotten that there were others around them. That bow. Leonel didn't need to hear the rest for his gaze to narrow. Chapter 1392, You're Not. The young man wasn't a person that Leonel had interacted with before. He had an unassuming build, but his gaze was extraordinarily sharp, sharper than any Leonel had ever seen before. Among the youths here, he was one of the very few who didn't have a single scratch on him despite the sheer violence and carnage of the previous battle. There was no doubt that this person was highly skilled, extraordinarily so. From what Leonel could tell, this young man was also a person of very few words. The stronger his king's might and dream force became, not to mention his soul, the better he was at reading people. For this young man to come out and say something, it was definitely something that was very important, at least to him. That bow, the young man repeated, seemingly not perturbed by Leonel's silence. How is it in your possession? Leonel observed this young man for a while longer. The silence didn't seem to make either man very awkward at all. Leonel continued to stare, and the young man continued to remain silent, waiting for the response he wanted. My mother gave it to me, Leonel finally said. The shock of Leonel's victory against Ameri was still hanging thickly in the air. Many didn't quite know what to do moving forward, their minds stuck in limbo. On one hand, the prize they had all rushed forward for was now already in Leonel's hands, and he had also more than proved his strength. On the other, there wasn't an easy way to leave this place, and many still didn't know how to wrap their heads around exactly what had just happened before them. For those who knew Ameri, they understood him to be a real deity within their generation. If they wanted a chance to catch up to him, they needed to step into the sixth dimension because it was the only way to bridge the advantage given by the sword domain heirloom. Bookmark this website, freeweb.nvile.c0m to update the latest novels. Simply put, Ameri gained a head start on his god path, touching upon it much earlier than one should thanks to the insights granted by the sword domain. There was no use in getting jealous over it. After all, to be able to earn that sword domain heirloom in that family of monsters to begin with was a feat all to itself. However, to see that legend in their eyes fall, and so easily at that, they found it difficult to wrap their heads around. But this young man seemed to have shocked them awake. That was right, the bow. That bow was at least of the quasi-life grade. In fact, it felt stronger than even others of that caliber they had seen. The fact that Leonel even had it in his possession was shocking enough, but the fact he could actually wield it, the young man's gaze narrowed when he heard Leonel's answer. That bow shouldn't be in the hands of a Morales family member. In fact, it shouldn't be in the hands of anyone not of our families. But somehow it has acknowledged you. This does not make sense. The young man knew how finicky this bow was. Most couldn't even lift it up, let alone pull its bowstring. It was like the bow had made the conscious decision to lower itself to Leonel's level just so that it could help him. It didn't make any sense at all. In fact, it would cause a major uproar if these matters were known about to the Void Palace. No, it would cause a major uproar when these matters were found out. So, what do you want me to do about this exactly? Leonel asked. He wanted to understand what this young man's goal was exactly. My name is Nazag Tarius. I tell you this so you know I am not a coward, but also for you to understand that I'm also far more reasonable than most. If a member of my alliance were to see you with this bow, their first assumption won't be that you claimed it for yourself. Their first assumption would be your father has something to do with it. You aren't the first genius bowman in the Void Palace's history, and you aren't the only one of this generation either. Nazag's aura flourished, the piercing howl of enlightened bow force roaring through the surroundings. Leonel's gaze narrowed, but he didn't say a word, waiting for Nazag to finish. If I find out that your father has tampered with the White Lion bow and suppressed its will just so that you can use it to bully those of your own generation, not only I, but the whole of the Constellation Bow Alliance will declare war on the Morales family. Wife, your hubby has returned. Velasco's voice boomed across the void palace, causing its mountains to quake and the youths to his back to cover their ears. Somewhere deep within the void palace, there was one gorgeous woman who rolled her eyes, but outside of her, there were several others that began to scramble. The arrival of Velasco Morales wasn't something any of them took lightly. "You kiddos stay here, I have something to take care of." Velasco flashed a smile and his figure vanished, leaving the youths who were still in a daze from their near-death experience alone. When he appeared once more, he was already on the highest peak, his hands in his pockets and his feet suspended in the air. One would have thought that he was the perfect picture of Leonel if not for the fact that, unlike his son, Velasco was enamored with dressing as immaculately as possible. Everything on him was prim, proper, and trimmed, down to even his individual hair strands. "Rosen, why don't you come out here for a chat?" By this point, the head of the unfettered Blade Party had already stepped out. His head tilted up into the skies, his jaw steeled. "Velasco, don't do any!" Val pointed a finger down, and as though commanded by a deity, Rosen's right arm began to crumble to ash, vanishing into the wind piece by piece. Just like that, before the eyes of everyone, a mighty swordsman was crippled. "You family should think a bit more before they act this time. Luckily for you, this failure and your arm are enough to calm me for now." Velasco looked away from Rosen, whose forehead was pulsing with veins and face was dripping with sweat. I've used too much power with this avatar. It's already about to fade away. Wife, wait for me. I'm coming." With a step, he vanished. Chapter 13093. Don't worry. The weight of Nazog's words were exceptionally heavy, so heavy in fact that those who truly understood what the ramifications of such a thing would be were left frozen in silence. A war between the Morales and Constellation Bow alliance wouldn't just throw the human domain into turmoil, it would be a near-extinction level event. With two powerhouses on that level fighting it out, the idea of protecting the rest of the human race would become nothing more than a joke. By before the dust even settled, maybe half the human domain would be embroiled in this war while the other half would simply be too weak to have participated in the first place. The fact that Nazog could spear these words, though, meant a few things. Firstly, there was no doubt that his standing was high, exceptionally so. Even if it was just a guess on his part based on the importance of the bow to the Alliance, there were certain things that people without a certain amount of power wouldn't dare to say. If Nazog held no power, it would be like a homeless man of ancient America declaring that they would lay siege to ancient Russia. It might be true depending on the context, but what place did a homeless man have to speak of such things? If anyone was going to make the decision, it would be the president or someone of high military rank. And that led to the second thing. This bow was far more important than Leonel knew. It could be said that his mother had dropped a hot potato in his lap. Truthfully, though, Alienor hadn't been expecting Leonel to gain acknowledgement of the bow. She had only heard from her father that her little lion was a bowman, so she snatched the best bow she could find, expecting Leonel to grow into it eventually. She could have never expected that there wouldn't even be a barrier of entry. Like this, Nazog's assumption was quite cogent from his perspective. Leonel, indeed, wasn't the only genius to have ever existed, and while his Scarlet Star Force was impressive, none of that was related to bowmanship. Bookmark this website, freeweb.nvv.c, nv.c.c.c.m to update the latest novels. None of these people here had any way of knowing how early on Leonel had grasped Bowforce, and they were even more in the dark about the fact Leonel would have grasped enlightened Bowforce even faster if he had been aware that there were higher levels to strive for. It had to be remembered that Leonel originally refused to ask the dictionary about progressing his spearmanship because he wanted to organically progress and improve. He didn't want his decisions to be jaded or influenced by those that came before him. Ultimately, this method had worked out excellently for Leonel as he finally managed to find a method to fuse his intuition with his analytical ability in combat. But the downside was that he was left in the dark about many things until it was later than one might expect. In the end, Leonel had actually ended up only learning of natural spear force and enlightened bow force after entering the fifth dimension, the latter coming later than the former because it was the catalyst that made Leonel realize there was something beyond. With things laid out like this, it was hard to see exactly how Leonel separated himself from other geniuses. Or, more accurately, exactly how he was supposedly a better fit for the White Lion bow than anyone else that had tried to gain its favor. In Nazog's mind, with the information he had on hand, the most likely series of events was that Leonel's father, known for his extraordinary abilities as a force crafter, tampered with the bow to allow Leonel to use it. To those of Nazog's ilk, this was worse than a slap in the face. If Velasco had done such a thing, he might as well have pulled his pants down and pissed into their mouths. It was that foul of a mark on their history. Now, Leonel had suddenly ended up in the middle of not just one, but two sweeping storms. On one side, there was the Constellation Bow Alliance, and on the other, there was the Sweared family. In the middle, there was the Morales family, and much of its current problems seemed to be Leonel's fault. It was then, amidst all the tension, that Leonel suddenly chuckled. His head turned back and looked toward Aina. "It seems I'm being underestimated again." Aina shook her head. "Blame yourself. Who asked you to try and act cool? About that baby-making appointment, can you be serious?" Leonel laughed, his hand reaching for the box and opening the lid. With a thought, he reached in and pulled out the egg, placing it back down where it had been and giving it a small pat. Just sitting there, the little guy was even taller than him. Leonel believed he even felt a little kick just now, causing his lips to curl into a smile. Stay in this egg for a little while longer. Your race is much cuter like this. Leonel suddenly felt a hit to his waist. How could you say that to a baby? Did you want to serve this baby up on a platter a few hours ago? So did you. Leonel cleared his throat. Don't worry, even if our baby is ugly, I'll still love them just the same. Watching the two banter as though there was no one around at all, many weren't very certain of how they should be feeling. Did he just ignore the threat? What was happening here exactly? You all, Leonel looked up, having had his fill of teasing Ina. I'll be leaving this egg here, but that also isn't licensed to take it. I'm going to begin drawing a teleportation formation out of here now. If you'd like to live, then you should probably forget your greed. Leonel spoke these words and then began to do as he said, his mind already becoming focused enough to forget everything else. Chapter 1394, Grinded to Dust. Leonel ignored everything else around him, the pressure suddenly becoming stifling for reasons most couldn't understand. In recent times, Leonel had mostly learned how to control the leaking of his aura when he focused thanks to fully awakening his King's Might lineage factor, but he couldn't be bothered to do so this time. The level of focus he needed was much deeper now than maybe it had ever been. Trying to draw a teleportation array fit for a seventh-dimensional world was already beyond much of what Leonel should have been able to do. To try and draw one while also surrounded by dense anarchic force was another massive hassle. To make matters worse, even though they were technically surrounded by a large amount of energy currently, energy that could most definitely be used to fuel such a thing, this energy was in the form of life force and not spatial force, making the task even more difficult. This meant that Leonel not only needed a focused form of mass teleportation, he also needed it to be able to convert force toward another use case. In the dimensional verse, using one form of energy as another was nigh impossible. Like Y Star Order had said, these forces, especially at these high levels, practically had personalities of their own. To try and fit them into a box they weren't meant to fit in was basically impossible. However, there was good news too. For one, this was life force, not something unruly like Leonel's Scarlet Star Force. In addition, it was designed to be absorbed by babies. Granted, the Rapax weren't exactly coddling of their young, not in the normal sense anyway. But a baby, simply put. Compared to other seventh-dimensional forces Leonel could try to take control of, this would be the simplest. And that led to the second advantage Leonel had, eight-dimensional Cleanses visualization. Bookmark this website, freeweb, nevel.c.lemus.c.lemus.c.limist. It had to be remembered that the fifth dimension was all about unchaining the mind and removing mental limits on the body to unleash its true and full potential. In order to do this, techniques used visualizations and certain artistic conceptions as exercises of the mind, helping those that used it to strengthen and fortify their minds, thus facilitating its unshackling. Despite this being the case, Leonel had hardly relied on E-dimensional Cleanse at all during his breakthroughs. This was because he had another method of releasing the shackles of his mind, and that was his true state innate node. Visualizing and comprehending his Scarlet Star Force was not only just as good, but in Leonel's use case, it was even better than relying on any other technique. This was because his innate node was perfectly tailored to him, more perfectly tailored than any other technique could possibly be. However, despite this being the case, this didn't mean that Leonel had ever stopped comprehending the third stage of E-dimensional Cleanse, because only by comprehending it fully like he had done with the second stage could he pass it on to those around him. It was a difficult and long drawn-out process. Even with his computing powers, closing in those final gaps for Leonel was almost too difficult. But he luckily had 3 breakthroughs. The first was his ability index suddenly gaining a huge boost thanks to something his father had apparently done. The second was his Luxnix family lineage factor reaching perfection and allowing his mind to enter the 6th dimension. And the final breakthrough was him entering Tier 6. Leonel had still yet to fully comprehend this third stage, but he had gained a small inkling that had inspired him. How was it that the formation of his stars could cause so much atmospheric Scarlet Star Force to surge toward him? It could be said that if not for this benefit, this battle would have been far harder on Leonel. Of course, it only lasted a small time and eventually ran out, but if Leonel could trigger this more often without having to form a star, wouldn't he essentially gain the ability to use his Scarlet Star Force without any of the drawbacks? Leonel was certain that if he hadn't run out of Scarlet Star Force, his spear would have been enough to beat Amory. Of course, that would have not been much different from using his bow anyway, but the point still stood. This aside, Leonel's thoughts were simple. He couldn't catalyze such a large surge of force without much input like A-dimensional Cleanse seemed to be able to do. But what he could do was use a large amount of force as a catalyst to bring in the force he wanted. Just like that, he could exchange all this 7th dimensional life force around them for 7th dimensional spatial force. Then, he could reverse engineer the teleportation path they took to get here to send them all back in the proper direction. Easy? Leonel's body flickered around the cavern, the force art beneath him growing more and more complex as he wielded the half that remained of his spear. It took several hours, and he even had to pause several times, but he was soon close to finishing. Unfortunately, it was exactly at that time that the cavern rumbled. Leonel's gaze shot up, his jaw steeling. Aina appeared to his side without hesitation. Leonel swept a gaze around. If you all want to live, I would advise that you hurry up. If you don't, feel free to stay here and die. The sudden rumbling seemed to cause the prideful geniuses to forget themselves for a moment. One tried to take advantage of the commotion to swipe the egg, but they ended up with an arrow between the eye before Leonel could even do anything. Nazag lowered his bow in silence, not bothering to look in Leonel's direction. As for Leonel, he didn't have time to guess at or understand Nazag's motives. Maybe it was just his way of saying he didn't owe Leonel any favors anymore. Regardless, he didn't care. Leonel finished the final stroke as the youths of the Void Palace surged in. A wild green glow overwhelmed everything, blinding most. Leonel squinted, his brows furrowed tightly. He had created this array on the fly using a force art system he wasn't even used to. He hadn't been able to optimize things the way he would like. It was still possible for them to be stopped. If that happened, things would get more than just a little troublesome. 70%, 80%, 90%? At that moment, the ceiling was crashed through once again, a horde of rapacs appearing. The lights had grown so bright that Leonel could hardly see what was happening beyond the bounds of the formation anymore, but he could just barely make out a ruined rapacs cocking their arm back. Shit. Leonel's jaw steeled. Anything thrown by a seventh-dimensional existence was bound to be endlessly powerful. If it landed on the formation lines or had enough force to disrupt the natural flow, they were screwed. The latter was far less likely since the vastness and quantity of force Leonel had used was too much. But as for the former, 97%, 98%, 99%, a beam of light that looked like black lightning shot through the skies. It was so dense in its blackness that all the light around it seemed to vanish. The beam swerved, shooting up until it was right above Leonel's head and then barreling downward with an impossible-to-track speed. 100% boom, a roar of pain resounded. Leonel? Aina, despite her head and vision swimming, rushed to Leonel's side. At that moment, Leonel was pinned to the ground, an odd rod lying horizontally across his palm and shattering the gray land around him. Leonel's entire body was driven into the ground. His shoulder was dislocated, his knee was shattered, and every bone in his hand had been grinded to dust. Chapter 1395, Leet felt like, son of a bitch. Leonel had never experienced so much pain in his life. He had had almost all the bones in his body broken before, suffered runes being etched directly onto his bone. He had even almost been cut in half just hours ago. But somehow, this was worse than all of it. The group had managed to complete the teleportation thanks to the fact that this black rod hadn't fallen onto the ground until just a split moment after they teleported. As a result of this, the rod managed to enter the range of the teleportation and was taken along, thus ending in the current situation. Beads of sweat fell from Leonel's brow. Come on, come on, come on. Leonel could vaguely feel that Aina was trying to help him. But this rod was way too heavy. It was denser than anything Leonel had ever felt before. Despite being only a small bit longer than a usual polearm, its weight was unfathomable. It was to the point Leonel was more so shocked that his hand hadn't been directly severed instead. For the first time, he lamented his sturdy skin. That result would have most definitely hurt less than this. The only way out of this situation was to send this rod into a snow globe. But the problem was that in order to accomplish this, he had to envelop it with his internal sight. Bookmark this website freewebnv.d.0m to update the latest novels. However, not only was this rod seemingly resisting his internal sight, it was hard to focus at all with this much pain racking his body. Fuck, listen to me. Leonel roared at the rod. But it didn't seem to matter. Leonel thought of just pulling his hand away, allowing his fingers to be severed. But he knew that he couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Although it would make the pain go away, he wasn't sure how recovery would work after that. The pain here was clearly originating from how much superior this rod was in comparison to him. An injury from a higher dimensional being, existence or object, tended to scale accordingly. Leonel couldn't even focus enough to see what level this rod was at, but he knew that it was at least well into the gold grade. The only thing keeping him sane was the thought that whichever bastard Rapax threw this thing at him after he helped save their little baby king was probably lamenting their poor choice. If he ever met that guy, he would definitely use this same rod to bash its head in. Come on. Leonel failed to envelop the rod again. I've tried one too many times, I need to try something else. If he was in the right headspace, Leonel would have given up on this endeavor after the first failure. The definition of insanity was repeating the same action over and over, knowing it would fail. Leonel had realized that he would never be able to envelop this rod with his current level of internal sight. He didn't know why, and he had never run into such a problem before, but there was no denying it. He needed a different approach. His opposite palm flipped over to reveal the white lion bow once again. His thought process was simple. He hoped that it would be able to suppress the rod enough to allow him to do what he needed to do. It was a wild thought, quite frankly. He had never thought of doing such a thing before, but he assumed that if weapons could eventually grow to have personalities of their own, then this wasn't too far-fetched. This was especially so since he could subconsciously feel that this rod was fighting back against him. It was similar to his duality spear when he first claimed it. It hadn't wanted to listen to anything he wanted to say and refused to allow him to use its domain as well. It was clear that some weapons had their own sort of pulls and preferences, even if it wasn't as exaggerated as having a real soul. However, what happened when Leonel brought the bow shocked him. The good news was that whichever rapax threw this weapon was definitely kicking themselves, absolutely furious that they had lost such a weapon. In addition to that, it seemed that Leonel was right. Weapons could suppress one another after reaching a certain level. The bad news? Well, it wasn't the bow doing the suppressing. What the hell? Leonel really didn't know what to do at this point. Would he really have to sever his hands? It would be a huge issue. He would have to restart his designation from scratch, and that was only if he was lucky enough to regrow them or reattach them. He was beginning to feel that he was getting a raw deal. What kind of idiot just throws a life-grade weapon like that? A seventh-dimensional being's ability to calculate should be beyond even Leonel's. It should have known it wouldn't make it, or at the very least, it shouldn't have made its rod divert at the last minute like it had just for the sake of targeting him. Now he was in this mess. God damn it, you annoying brat, listen. Leonel, who had practically cut off everything around him to deal with this situation, finally heard Wise-Star Order's voice ringing in his head. Well, it was actually ringing in his soul. The old bastard had really gone the extra mile. What? It's not a spear, you idiot. A spear you can touch without it disintegrating beneath the presence of the spear domain. Put it in the damn ring. What? Leonel looked again. He was absolutely certain it was a rod or a staff. It was a dense black, perfectly smooth, not the slightest blemish, all while warping the space around it just the smallest bit. There was no blade to be seen anywhere. However, now that Wise-Star Order said it, it really felt like a spear. Leonel didn't hesitate, acting immediately. Mime. The relief was almost instantaneous. He fell over, gasping for breath. Unfortunately, the reprieve didn't last for long. The commotion around him, the very same he had ignored until now, wasn't small in the slightest. Chapter 1396. Ellingered patient Leonel lay on the ground, the pain coming in waves, but still much less than before. His hand was practically just a mangled ball of flesh. His shoulder still hadn't been pushed back into his socket, and after the initial pain subsided, he finally noticed that he had shattered his kneecap when he was driven into the ground. Luckily, it was only one shattered knee. But that just left an entire side of his body practically useless. And yet, right this moment, there seemed to be a battle. Leonel's gaze squinted as he finally took in the surroundings. The landscape was just as bland as everywhere else, albeit rockier than usual. The region looked like it was covered in sand dunes, but these dunes were just small hills of hard rock. When Leonel's internal sight cleared, finally recovering from the beating the supposed rod spear had given him, he frowned. He had thought that they had somehow stumbled into enemy territory, but there weren't any enemies around at all. In fact, the ones fighting were Ina and the other geniuses, amongst themselves. Leonel frowned, trying to stand, but he felt over before he could. He actually felt so weak. To make matters worse, every time he moved, the rattling bone left in his hand and leg sent more sharp spikes of pain through him. All novel FUSSSFSSSSSSS. All novel FSSSSSSF. FS was good news for Leonel. If his bone had truly been grounded to powder, he might as well just chop it off now and find a different method to regrow it. But if they were in charge like this, he had a chance of making a full recovery. Of course, it would require a lot more pain, but it would be a worthwhile exchange. Peng! Right then, a dagger landed right beside Leonel, missing him by a hair's breadth. His brows furrowed. Just then, someone had aimed at him, but Ina's axe had deflected it from its path. Were they aiming after him? Leonel's expression darkened. This region should be in or very near human territory. That much Leonel was certain of. They were maybe a journey of a few hours away from the Void Palace at worst. This much was confirmed by the fact everyone's golden glows seemed to be back. Likewise, his purple glow was very much back as well. Seems I chose a terrible time to get injured. What happened here, old man? You collapsed? Your little girlfriend ran to your side? But some saw this as a potential chance. Most have already left, using their tokens to orient themselves toward the Void Palace. But those that have stayed probably want your head. How fantastic, Leonel replied dryly. Ungrateful didn't even begin to describe it. His gaze scanned those that remained. There were 5 of them, all of which Ina was fighting alone. Leonel could tell that she was absolutely furious. Don't worry about me, Leonel's voice called out. Ina's ear twitched, but that seemed to be all she needed to hear. Her aura flourished and her hair whipped back. Leonel watched silently and without much of a word. The individual of greatest note here was Rowan Cancer, the very same young man that had sneak-attacked Leonel when he first put up his amethyst token for competition. It seemed that he was very much eager to lay his hands on one for whatever reason. Ina's axe took one of their arms. A limb flew through the air, taking a spurt of blood with it. Ina reached a hand out, and almost immediately, a harsh scream followed. No! The young man was sucked dry, becoming a mummified corpse before the horrified gazes of his allies. Rowan dashed forward, using the opening this created to attack Aina from the back. Aina's palm flared outward, the large orb of blood she had just procured becoming as a sheet of paper and wrapping around to her back. Its speed was sublime, surpassing anything human legs at this level could possibly match. Clang! Rowan was sent reeling backward and was soon faced with a wall of crimson spikes chasing after him, as Aina actually chose to take a strong step forward, severing the heads of 2 more youths and adding to her bloody concoction. Seeing that the situation was bad, Rowan's gaze flickered as he continued to retreat, looking toward Leonel. But all he found in return was a gaze that was somehow both cold and dull. Despite the fact Leonel was just sitting there, clearly heavily injured, Rowan felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. There was a large problem as well. Even if he killed Leonel, he would have to face Aina's wrath, and he wasn't willing to get entangled into such a battle right now. Thinking to this point, he turned on his heels and sprinted away, his straight-line speed making him look like a black line racing across the rocky dunes. Leonel didn't do anything as Rowan ran away, not that he could do much of anything. He was entirely focused on at least trying to get his right leg working. Unfortunately, he had already used his instantaneous recovery, and even though he could now use it once a day, it hadn't been 24 hours yet. Plus, while it would work on his knee and shoulder, he was certain that it wouldn't work on his hand. After all, the snowy star owl was a 6th-dimensional creature while that rod was of the life grade. They weren't comparable at all. Aina slaughtered the final 2, her expression still fuming. While it softened a bit when she returned to Leonel's side, it was clear she was pissed. Not only had Leonel been attacked after saving all of them, no one had even bothered to help out of gratitude. It was as though they were doing them a favor by not getting involved. Leonel chuckled as he hopped up to 1 foot, unceremoniously leaning all of his weight on Aina and draping his uninjured arm over her shoulder. "You're adorable when you're angry. Don't make me kick you away." "Ow! Ow!" Aina's head snapped toward Leonel, but when she realized he was pulling her leg, she pinched his hip hard. "Hey, I'm an injured patient here." "Then act like one." Aina supported Leonel's weight without the slightest issue, and the 2 began to walk back toward the human domain, their banter becoming probably the only laughter in the whole of the void battlefield. Chapter 1397, Very, Very Scared. The trek back was long but not particularly arduous. If it wasn't for the dense anarchic force in the air, it would have been quite a simple hike. With Aina's strength, even if Leonel was 100 times heavier, it would have hardly made a difference. If it wasn't for the difference in their sizes, she could have just lifted him up and over her shoulder. With Leonel's teasing, she was almost tempted to do it anyway. But she eventually decided that she would give him some leeway. Leonel, though, was greatly fascinated with Aina's blood force. Even now, he couldn't really understand how it worked. It seemed to both be a really sharp weapon and simultaneously a powerful shield as well. And that was only when Aina didn't consume it. Leonel knew that Aina could benefit greatly from blood. He still remembered her absorbing his own blood through her fingers. The result of that was her curse being burnt away and her true appearance being locked into frame. Still, it seemed odd. What was it about blood that could make it such a powerful tool? The answer seemed obvious enough. Blood carried much of what we were. But that was mostly the answer of someone obsessed with talks of bloodlines and lineages. The reality was that every piece of a human's body, so long as it contained a cell, carried just as much information about their genes and DNA as their blood did. Maybe the only reason blood became such a forefront of such talks was because it was among the easiest and less disgusting things to sample. You could just as easily get a full picture of someone's genes from their spit. This was how things were if you looked at them logically anyway. But this left Leonel all the more fascinated. Aina's control over blood went beyond just manipulating it. She could absorb and assimilate it. In fact, if she absorbed enough of Leonel's blood, he wouldn't be surprised if she birthed the Scarlet Star Force affinity no worse than his own, much the same way she had taken all the strengths of the Abyss Panther of Terrain for herself as well. All novel FUFS-com, maybe those things are true for Earth in the 3rd dimension, but blood represents much more in the dimensional verse. The simplest way I can describe it is that it's the conduit that life force resides in. Life force? So your blood force is that powerful because of life force? Then why the hassle then? Why not just use life force directly? That way you don't need to cut your enemies to make use of their blood. Aina shook her head. It doesn't work like that. Life force is like gasoline or electricity, while blood is the engine that runs on it. Alone, gas and electricity, or most forms of that type of energy, are useless. It's only when they're applied across certain modes that they gain power. Blood is like a vehicle I'm driving, and life force is the fuel. There's no better fuel than life force, and there's no better vehicle for it than blood. If I use life force alone, I can only really apply it to my body, and it becomes difficult to apply it to others. That's because unlike other forces which have universal signatures to them, the life force of everyone differs from one to another. Hopping between them is inadvisable, and only someone skilled enough to make life force neutral could use it to heal someone other than themselves. It's similar to blood types in that way. Leonel was suddenly enlightened. If what Aina was saying was true, it was no wonder she was so powerful. Her life force affinity was exceptionally high. This would make her greatly in tune with her particular life signature, which would in turn lead to many of the abilities she seemed to have. At the same time, because her life force was so powerful, it made her blood force just as powerful. The end result would obviously be physical strength. It all seemed to tie together quite nicely, and Leonel came to very solid understanding. So when you take the blood of an enemy, you're essentially taking their life force with it. Then you use their own force to fuel the strength of your blood manipulation. Aina nodded. It's also a bit more complicated than that as well. Life force is tied to your vitality and how long you can live as well. Because of that, when within the body, the responsibility of blood force is to regulate how much is used over time. That means that at any given time, the active life force within your blood is only a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of your total life force. When I rip someone's blood out of them, that regulation falls under my control. I essentially gain access to the total sum of a person's entire life's worth in an instant and can use it as quickly or slowly as I please. The more powerful the person, the more difficult it is to take their blood. But, likewise, the results are also far better. The power I can output with blood by my side is exponential. Theoretically, I don't really have a limit. It's just that I don't use it very often in battle because it feels like a cheat. I prefer to hone my foundational skills, knowing full well that when I want to, the power I can output easily tenfold or even many more times that stronger. Leonel chuckled. Should I be scared of you? Aina nodded eagerly. Very, very scared. Leonel laughed. He knew that his assessment of Aina wasn't off, and this explained a lot. Her base strength was one thing, but her power when multiplied by her blood force and life force affinities were on a completely different level. So how does this relate to you saying you could have a baby whenever you want? Leonel suddenly asked. Chapter 1398. Heartless Aina blushed slightly and looked away. Why was this man always asking her about embarrassing things? Leonel smirked. Is this related to your period? Leonel's words were cut off by an elbow to the gut. Damn, this woman was too strong for her own good, but maybe he deserved that a little bit. He didn't really think it was an embarrassing thing to talk about, honestly. All women had to deal with it, even those of higher dimensions. He just never really looked into it. Though, now that he thought about it, he was quite clueless about Aina's cycle, something that didn't make much sense considering how long they had spent together. It had never really been a problem, and he didn't notice any trends. In addition, he never really picked up on her discomfort or mood swings either, though the latter could be explained away by the fact Aina had practically been in a perpetual state of mood swings back then. But that wouldn't begin to explain the former. I don't have to worry about my period, especially recently. It's entirely in my control. I can decide when an egg is released and when it isn't. It's not a problem. Usually, higher dimensional beings have trouble having children because their life expectancies increase, slowing down all of their biological functions. Whereas for someone in the third dimension, an egg would be released once every month. The higher you go up in dimension, the more erratic and dilated the timing becomes. Beyond there are extra added barriers to life-clashing high-level forces that make it difficult for some batches of sperm to fuse with an egg even if the egg really is there. In those cases, it becomes a matter of frequency and determination. But, in most cases, it's just a waiting game. All novel FLTX.CX.com. Clashing high-level forces? Leonel asked. An egg and a sperm each have half their owner's DNA, but the resulting combination is completely random. The higher you are in dimension, the more force plays a role in this. Certain affinities, lineage factors, and even ability indexes can cause clashes. In fact, at those high levels, every variable matters. For example, the female or male's diet that month. At high levels, food also contains large influxes of force that can fundamentally change the chemical and hormone balance of the body and thus potentially ruin proper fertilization. It can become really complex, very quickly, even down to the environment. So, rather than becoming easier as you grow more powerful, it actually becomes a lot more difficult. Aina seemed like she could continue for days talking about this topic. She was obviously not only well-versed, but she had dedicated a lot of time to understanding. It only reminded Leonel all the more how important it was to her. At the same time, it also reminded Leonel that Aina was labeled a 5-star health professional for a reason. It'd make him think. The gene analysis exam of Earth was actually so accurate. What mechanisms were it built on? Was it really possible to guess what someone would be good at from their genes alone? If the answer was yes, it felt almost existential in the level of problems it could present. So you're able to control all of those factors, Leonel guessed. Yes. I can feel what food would be beneficial to me. I can choose which egg is released, and when I can fuel it in the most optimal way. Hold on a minute. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Doesn't that mean that a condom was completely unnecessary? Aina blinked, staring off into the distance before turning her head to look up into the skies. Well, would you look at that, she said cheerfully. What nice weather we're having today. Ah! Aina suddenly felt a greedy hand squeeze at her chest. Leonel had his arm draped over her shoulder for support, but now it seemed he wanted a little bit more. Aina jumped up and scurried away, letting Leonel fall. However, to her shock, he appeared by her side again. Your legs, they're already healed. Aina was part relieved, part betrayed, and another part amused. Leonel grinned. You're not getting away that easily. You heartless vixen, I want my emotions back. What emotions? Heartache, despair, and the king of them all, blue balls. Ina sputtered with laughter, her body suddenly becoming enveloped by a crimson aura. By now, Leonel knew that this meant that Ina was pouring more of her life force into her blood, increasing her physical attributes. She could basically exchange her life for a buff whenever she wanted. Of course, Leonel wasn't worried about her shaving years off like this because, firstly, it wouldn't be so exaggerated, maybe days at best. And, because Ina's life force affinity was so high, her lifespan was beyond what Leonel could imagine. On top of that, she could steal life force from others whenever she wanted. At that moment, she smiled sweetly, looking every bit as lovely as usual. But, for some reason, Leonel could almost see the devil horns and tail coming out of her. Your legs might be healed, but running with that arm would be quite the hassle, don't you think? Catch me if you can. Ina bolted into the distance, leaving a line of red and black in her wake. Leonel was left speechless. Where was the justice? What about his emotions, his blue balls? Leonel looked at his right hand, realizing her probably couldn't even enjoy sex with his arm like this. What a waste. With a thought, Leonel brought out some metals from the segmented cube, then formed them around his hand, locking everything in place so that the hurt to him was minimized to the extreme. Then, with a grin, his body lit up with a white gold glow. He didn't max out his speed branch for no reason. He shot off, leaving a blazing trail of gold in his wake. Illusory wings appeared to his back, making it feel as though he had been shot out of a cannon. The air imploded as he closed the distance by half in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Leonel's fun didn't last. Over the horizon, the tall gates of the human domain loomed. It seemed he would have to put his fun aside for now. Another win for the heartless vixen. Just 2 chapters today, back with 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1399. Relax, I lied. Here's number 3. As Leonel caught up with Ina, he slowed, eventually coming to a halt by her side. He smiled a bit, seeing that her cloak of gold had indeed become violet. Leonel knew that she was already close, so defeating those last 4 individuals should have put her way over the edge. If she took out her golden token now, it would most definitely be amethyst. Leonel looked down at his metal-encased arm. He didn't know what else this journey would have in store for him, but this would definitely be a problem. He could only sigh toward his bad luck. He had never really consciously trained his left hand, and his right always took the lead. No, I should be able to, if I... Alright, I'll name this Dream Mirror. Leonel closed his eyes for a moment, a focused aura concentrating around him. It took a few minutes, and he even had to come to a stop, but when he opened his eyes again, the feeling of his left arm was completely different. It was almost as though he was looking through a mirror world. The control Leonel had over his body had definitely increased. Just now, he rewired his proprioception and reworked how he received signals from his nerves. He didn't physically change anything about his body, he only put the signals he received through a filter he built in his dream world. Dream Mirror allowed him to now use his left hand as though it was his right. It felt as though nothing had changed at all. Good. Leonel nodded to himself. Ready? Ina asked. She didn't bother to ask Leonel what he had just done. She assumed that if it was important, he'd say. If wasn't so much, it was fine. allnovelf.alt.com. Seeing her trusting expression, Leonel sighed inwardly. He knew he would have to tell her what he had tried to do with her father soon. He didn't feel right keeping it to himself. Ina. Leonel met Ina's gaze. The two ignored everything around them, even the slowly opening gates up ahead. Leonel bluntly explained everything, not leaving out any details. From start to finish, Ina didn't say a word. Even after he was done, she remained silent. Leonel didn't press her and simply waited. You wanted the tablet? Yes. And you were willing to steal it? Yes. But you rejected me? Leonel blinked, a bit confused. Ina suddenly smiled. It was the kind of smile that froze Leonel in place, one he couldn't even properly react to. She was simply too beautiful. Even wearing beast skin clothing, something that should have made her primal and quite rough, she had an air of softness and a rare gentleness that left him in awe. You're quite the idiot, don't you think? Leonel responded absent-mindedly, unable to take his eyes off of her face. If you want to steal something from a woman's father, you just have to get her to steal it for you. What are you going to do without me? You can't even do the simplest of things without my guidance. Leonel was speechless. What was this woman saying? Come on, we still have work to do. Don't worry your handsome little head, I'll take the vanguard. Leonel found himself being pulled away by a strength he probably couldn't resist even if he wanted to. His brain was still trying to compute what he had just heard, but it felt as though the program kept returning errors. And then his eyes happened to land on Ina's swaying hips and the dimples on her back. Had those Venus dimples always been there? Maybe he had felt them with his hands before, but he had never actually seen them. It felt like 2 enchanting pair of eyes were looking back at him, swaying with the rhythm of her hips and ass. Damn, tokens! Leonel was snapped out of his daydream by the shout of guards. When he looked up, though, he found that their appearances were far more reserved than one might have expected. It was clear that their apprehension was rooted in the violet glow that surrounded both Leonel and Ina. Doing as they were told, the couple presented their tokens, and as expected, Ina's own had mutated. There was just a tinge of gold that separated it from Leonel's own. This was likely just confirmation that Ina had battled her way to earning her own. The apprehension was still quite muted, though. The youths could probably hardly be considered youths any longer, and they had seen their fair share of battle. Plus, reaching this step, Leonel and Ina could only be considered quadrant-ranked disciples while all of the students here were galaxy-ranked at worst. Their status could not be compared. However, whether that would last was a different matter entirely. There was something that Leonel had forgotten in his thought of the true selection being over. This was merely the gold token-ranked selection. As for the amethyst token-ranked, there's some god up there that hates me. Leonel looked toward Ina, suddenly understanding what she meant by, take the vanguard. She literally meant that she would carry him the rest of the way. The duo had hardly stepped foot into the walled-off fort when a familiar woman appeared before them both. The human domain fort was unlike anything Leonel had ever seen before. The height of the walls were measured in kilometers, their thickness measured in hundreds of meters. They seemed to be all metal worked into a single sheet, and he couldn't find a single seam anywhere. Maybe if it wasn't for the gloomy atmosphere, they would be shining like stainless steel. The inner workings of the fort were a bit confusing. They seemed almost too simple compared to the walls. There were nothing but endless beast-skin military tents, with even the tallest only being barely 3 meters. There wasn't a hint of luxury in sight. The woman that appeared before both Leonel and Ina was, of course, Osena. Her expression was impossible to read, even for Leonel himself. However, he had already been carefully observing this woman since she had a spat with his mother. You have 3 days. Failure in that time frame demotes your token and your only chance to become galaxy-ranked disciples in a single bound. She snapped her fingers and a formless pressure took hold of Leonel and Ina. When Leonel's vision cleared, he found himself in a world he couldn't make heads or tails of. What he could tell, though, was that aside from Ina, there was a third person by his side. A Mary. Leonel sighed. The Void Palace was truly not a place that allowed you to relax. Chapter 1400. Which one? Leonel expressionlessly met Amari's gaze before his own shifted toward the latter's hand. Amari obviously hadn't had a chance to properly heal himself. His right hand was now useless to him and wrapped up in several bandages. The two of them were ironically the same in this facet. Amari didn't seem to react very much to the appearance of Leonel and Ina. It was clear that he had been expecting as much. The light in his eyes didn't seem to have faded at all despite his loss, being just as starry as they always were. Maybe the only difference between now and then was the fact he actually looked at Leonel this time. Both men looked away at the same time, observing their surroundings. Ina, who had been observing this scene, shook her head. Men, if you want to kill each other, just do it. There obviously wasn't a chance to do so now, so in that case, what was the point of the dick-measuring contest continuing? Her lips curled into a smile despite her thoughts. Seeing Leonel act like this was adorable to her. Sometimes he seemed less than human, but it was things like this that grounded him a bit. She didn't know which was the real Leonel, and it somewhat worried her that he was only able to be this human at all because of the restraints his father had placed on him. However, what she did know was that no matter what the answer was, she wouldn't be changing her mind about whether or not to stay by his side or not. That much was already decided. Despite spending some time observing the world, Leonel couldn't pick out anything. There was nothing but an endless blackness in every direction. All novel F, all calm. The only good news was that at least Osena wasn't just messing with him again. Since Amari was here as well, it meant that he didn't get a chance to rest either. Though there was a gap of few hours, that much could only be blamed on Leonel himself. Welcome to Void Tower. The voice boomed, enveloping everything. Leonel's brows shot up. Would they actually get an explanation of what was going on this time? This was great. This must be what victims of Stockholm Syndrome feel like. Leonel shook his head. How ridiculous was it that he was getting excited for the bare minimum? As wielders of the Amethyst token, you will be allowed one free entry into the tower. Do not squander it. The voice vanished. Was this supposed to be an explanation? Before he could think any more, a strong pressure enveloped him. Leonel realized at that point that letting Ina carry him was out of the question. It seemed that this would be a solo venture once again. Looking down at his right hand, he could only sigh. When Leonel's vision cleared, he found himself in a room filled with weapons. You have 10 minutes to pick your weapon of choice. Leonel looked down at himself, realizing that all of his accessories and spatial rings had vanished. He was stark naked, being stripped down entirely. Soon, though, his naked body was covered in a skin-tight black onesie that felt like a second skin. My metal arm is going to crumble without my conscience protecting it. Leonel frowned, realizing instantly that this wasn't his real body. But, to make things worse, the Void Palace wasn't nice enough to give him back use of his right arm. What the hell is the point of a virtual simulation if you're handicapping me anyway? Though Leonel was complaining, he understood why. This was an extension of the true selection. Of course they wouldn't be nice enough to let him heal. They wouldn't make things so convenient. The good news, though, was that this skin-tight suit was able to adjust based on Leonel's thoughts. He solidified the fabric around his hand and then caused extensions to grow so that his arm could sit in an arm sling. He rotated his right shoulder and nodded once it was secure. Now, his right arm was practically fused with his body. It wasn't going anywhere. What weapon do I pick? Leonel's brow furrowed. He couldn't use a bow with one arm. And while he could get away with using a spear with one arm, it wasn't ideal. Now wasn't the time to suddenly start experimenting with new weapons. Leonel's gaze flashed. Since he was only getting one shot at this, there was only one right answer. I guess the quarterback of the Royal Blues is going to make an appearance today. Time to bring the show to the wider dimensional verse. Leonel began to load himself up, his thoughts flickering and new weapon racks appearing again and again as though he was flipping through pages. No one had ever said he could only pick one weapon, right? Leonel had no idea that currently, outside the Void Tower, a large commotion was brewing. Every year at this time, the spectacle was just the same. Seniors would gather to watch their amethyst token-wielding juniors either fall flat on their faces or soar beyond their previous records. This year, the number was fewer than they were used to, being just 3, but the spectacle was just the same. A large crowd accumulated at the bottom of the tall black tower, many of which were representatives from factions of various ranks. The atmosphere this time, though, was a bit odd. That was because just hours ago, Velasco Morales had made an appearance, crippling the shared majority leader of the Void Senate, and now, rumor said his son was about to undertake his first Void Tower challenge. Velasco had long since vanished, but the commotion he stirred lit a blaze of fire beneath the Void Palace, causing even those that wouldn't normally come to such an event surge over. The crowd this year was easily 10 times larger than it had been in any other true selection era, and it was right then that 3 screens flickered to life. Almost instantly, a large wave of whistles rang out. Who's that beauty? We have another one for the list? Shut up and focus. Which one is Velasco's son? None of them have the Morales family's bronze hair, and I don't see anyone wielding a spear. It was obvious in the end that only Leonel could have been the one they were looking for. But, seeing his choice in weapon, or rather, weapons, their faces couldn't help but turn odd. In the crowd, though, 6 particular young men watched silently, waiting to see what their baby brother could do. More coming. Chapter 4001. Tortoise? Leonel looked like an artillery unit, if artillery units came with one arm and humanoid forms, that is. His entire body was strapped in countless daggers and needles. Just a cursory glance put the numbers well into the hundreds. They wrapped around his torso, his groin, his thighs, his calves, his ankles, even his neck. The only part of him that wasn't swamped was his left arm. As though this wasn't enough, 10 enormous javelin containers crashed into the ground, each easily over 3 meters tall and the javelins within them being even taller. This was enough to make the crowd raise an eyebrow, but it was like Leonel wasn't satisfied with making a fool of himself only this much. On the ground around him, several round shields lay. Is the littlest Nova of the Morales family a tortoise or something? The individual who spoke was a prominent member of the Sword factions, clearly uncaring about offending the Morales family. Plus, with Velasco gone, what did he have to fear? A sputtering of laughter followed his comments. No matter how you looked at it, Leonel feared for his life so much that he had drowned himself in weapons he wouldn't even be able to use to their fullest potential. Cross-referencing his current appearance with all of the most successful individuals of the past, then seeing how each of Ina and Ameri only had a single weapon each, it only made him look all the more pathetic. Ameri wielded a single wooden sword, just like he always did. Ain wielded a single battle axe with a polearm taller than even her own body. None of them even bothered to wear any armor. But then there was Leonel, who would have probably drowned his face in weapons if he got the chance to do so. You've missed the big picture, Ulfin. Oh, enlighten me. Just look at him. He's so flustered he can't even tell the difference between a spear and javelin. Tell me, you think he thinks the more spears he has, the better he'll perform? The laughter of the Sword faction bordered on exaggerated. It was as though they were venting all the stifling frustration Velasco had left them with. In just these few hours alone, the head-butting between the Sword and Spear factions was quickly reaching a fever pitch, and it only seemed to be getting worse. Unfortunately, the Spear faction couldn't even say anything in rebuttal. They had no idea what Leonel was doing. What did a Morales need so many daggers and needles for? And could he really not tell the difference between a javelin and a spear? Javelins were lighter, had smaller heads, and were designed to balance in the air. A true spearman should be able to tell the difference with a single touch. Ha! I think you've overestimated his intelligence, Sarod. If he thinks so many shields will help him, he's already a lost cause. Look at him, he hasn't even opened his eyes yet, and the simulation is already about to begin. The laughter continued to ring, but in the skies, Cornelius stood with his arms crossed. His mind flashed with images he had seen just hours ago. Still, even he was a bit confused. What was Leonel trying to do here? Leonel's eyes remained closed, his mind entering a state of focus. Within this dream world, a perfect replica of his current state reflected in his mind. Then, one by one, the daggers, needles, and knives dotting his body lifted up. Numbers began to fly about within Leonel's dream world, building a new dreamscape in the blink of an eye. Weight, balance, effective range, hardness, sharpness, even how well they accepted the flow of force, everything was labeled and organized. When Leonel's eyes opened, a deep sharpness split the space before them in two. At the very same instant, whether by coincidence or not, the growing peanut gallery surrounding the tower fell into silence. The world of deep fog around Leonel rumbled. Leonel didn't care if his right arm was useless. Today, he'd be sure to ploy through. Leonel stepped on the shield before him. It was the only one that didn't have a round form. It was a tower shield probably designed for someone much taller than him. It was 1.5 meters wide and 3 meters tall. It had an intricate design and force art on its face, but it was ultimately just a fourth-dimensional product, as were all of Leonel's other shields as well. But that was exactly why he chose them. These shields weren't designed for protecting him. The moment Leonel's second foot stepped onto the shield, it rose high into the air, soaring 3 meters up in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the round shield scattered around him shot forward, scooping up the 10 javelin containers and raising them into the air as well. Leonel looked forward, feeling the rumbling of the first floor continue. And then they appeared. They were hulking beasts, monstrosities that seemed to lumber and yet had speed that could rarely be matched within the fifth dimension. Chasm flame lions. They had manes of flickering black flames and claws that shimmered with silvery, starry lights. Even the smallest among them was 3 meters tall on all fours, the larger ones measuring in at 5. He got a beast horde on the first floor? Unlucky, Cornelius mumbled. The theme on the first floor was locked in from floors 1 to 9, with the bosses waiting on the 10th. Beast hordes were often the most taxing to deal with and often became a huge stamina drain. The events of the Void Tower were random to stifle preparation. However, as a result, it was impossible to make everything perfectly fair. Let's see. Cornelius's words caught in his throat. All novel F all see com. Leonel didn't wait, his palm swiping at lightning speed and snatching 3 needles from his hip. He stepped hard on the tower shield, a loud boom resounding as his left arms cocked back and his torso twisted explosively. Bang! The needles whistled through the air, a shockingly bright bow force enveloping them. The first 3 chasm flame lions found their foreheads pierced through. One could follow with their line of sight the trail of the 3 needles. Everywhere they passed by within the body of the lions, a violent bulge would take place until all 3 exited with just as much fierceness. Bang! The 3 lions imploded into a rain of blood and gore. Leonel's fingers beckoned, causing the 3 needles to zip back even as he cocked his arm back once again. A slaughter had begun. Chapter 1402. All-time Leonel's sharp eyes seemed to pierce through everything. Every time he threw, 3 would die, his bow force leaving blazing trail through the black and foggy skies. He soared through the skies, his javelin containers following in his wake. The chasm fire lions opened their mouths, sending beams of black fire shooting for Leonel. However, as though he couldn't see them at all, his right foot stepped forward, his left arm shooting forward once again. The needles whizzed by, bypassing the arc of flames that seemed to appear before Leonel in the blink of an eye. Leonel didn't elevate too high off the ground. The moment he tried to, he felt a strong pressure. It was clear that the Void Trials wouldn't allow him to just easily cheat his way to victory by plucking them off from above. In real life, just flying into the skies wouldn't be convenient. The air often had even more savage and primal enemies waiting. Due to this, it wasn't difficult in the slightest for him to be attacked. In fact, since he could only fly 3 meters up, his javelin containers seeming to be an exception as they could go much higher, it was still quite easy for even physical attacks to be launched at him. Bang! The beams of fire seemed to completely envelop Leonel. But when the air cleared, the fire had suddenly shot into a single palm, forming a concentrated ball of fire in Leonel's hand. To try and play around with fire before him? It seemed that these lions overestimated themselves a bit too much. What Leonel didn't know was that his actions had shocked those on the outside. No matter how high your affinity, you shouldn't be able to so easily snatch force in the control of another being. And yet, Leonel had done it as though it was as simple as breathing. This was a hidden power of the mage core that Leonel hadn't realized was so abnormal. But very soon, the entire world would know that those with fire affinity should steer clear of the Morales family's littlest nova. His palm flared, the ball of fire splintering into a dozen controlled and concentrated javelins. Leonel's spear force and bow force surged. With a wave of his hands, the javelins shot forward, all 12 piercing into the body of the largest chasm fire lion. A roar of pain and horror resounded as the lion was suddenly enveloped by its own fire, its body incinerating from the inside out. In its final moments, it thrashed about, slapping some of the smaller lions to death. Leonel didn't even pay attention to the death of the lion. He was systematic and cold. He attacked once. His confidence was such that he didn't need to double-check. He crashed into the first line of charging beast, tilting the tower shield he was riding upward and slamming down hard. Bang! The head of the lion imploded, but Leonel had already brought out a dagger from his thigh, whipping it to the side. A lion whose mouth had opened wide to bite Leonel's head off found its throat, greeted by a flying dagger laced with bow force. The dagger shot through the back of its skull as though it was butter, spiraling through the air and curving through the head of a second lion. At some unknown time, a needle had appeared between Leonel's teeth. His chest expanded, his eyes flashing as a belly full of air jetted out. A line of crimson flames and bow force followed, tearing a line through the lions that had tried to bear down on him from the front. 3 lions found themselves imploding one after another, their flesh as fragile as wet paper. Leonel palm opened, his thrown dagger snapping back into place, only for another flick of his wrist to send it flying through another skull. Leonel's wrist throws weren't as powerful as his full body throw, but what was undeniable was the fact they still had their own powerful strength, and how could they not? A spearman without powerful wrists was a weak spearman. Barely several minutes had passed, but Leonel wiped the entirety of the first floor, standing unmoving. 8 beast horde cleared. W-A-1002. 1,000. There were several leaderboards that lined the outside of the Void Palace. New records were divided into whether it was a first or later attempt. In addition, because of the randomness of the Void Tower, they were also divided into floor types. There were clear records for single floors and tiers. Tiers referred to groups of 10 floors, where Leonel was currently within the first. The Beast Horde leaderboard shifted. It was a list dominated by those who controlled large area of effect attacks and archers for obvious reasons. And yet, there was no clear on a first attempt faster than Leonel's own. 1. Leonel Morales, WAC 0000231 Balis 2, Sualterius, W00025 Re 3 Alphon Pius, W000 3020 however, W00020 however. This leaderboard only contained those who were currently disciples of the Void Palace. There was always a duplicate leaderboard for all-time measurements. However, it was very rare for this leaderboard to move. And, even if there were movements, it would be deep into the hundreds upon a leaderboard that only displayed 1,000 to begin with. Today, though, that changed. Tower 1, Reginald Atarius, W0001, 42W0, Tido W0, W0001, 48 Tido, 3A0001, 48 Tido, 3A0001, 49, There0002, W0000, 2000, There0000, top 100. No one here could remember the last time there had been a change that high. The surroundings had fallen silent for quite a while now, but it seemed even more all-encompassing than before. However, this shock only lasted for a moment before it was overwhelmed by another. The leaderboards moved again, but this time it wasn't for the sake of Leonel. And then it shifted again, once again not for the sake of Leonel. Under the shocked gazes of those watching, the leaderboard for forest goblins and stone maze began to shift as well. Both Amory and Ina had set their own records. However, Ina's, being the only one of them without a single injury, set an eye-popping number none were quite ready for. Forest Goblins, first attempt. All-time 1, Triana Viror, 00429, A22 Ina Brosinger, 000,000. Chapter 4003, Efficiency. The shock was palpable. The Forest Goblin floor was exceptionally difficult not only because of the strength of the enemies, but more importantly due to their stealth. Just finding the targets took time, let alone dealing with their assault once they were done. No one was sure how Ina did it. She seemed to just stumble onto her targets one after another, and even when most would have thought that the floor was cleared, she continued to attack and took out several more before finally putting down her axe. In the end, she was only 3 seconds away from surpassing the previously long-held record, and that was set by a person from a family so in tune with nature and greenery that the plants practically spoke to her. The idea that Ina would come even close to such a feat was baffling to the point of being difficult to accept. However, it felt like today would be a day the world lost its logic. Stone Maze, first attempt. All-time A1, Barouge Gemin 0 Etha 721, Siwa 721, AC7, Amory Suerd 0 Etha 752S, 3 youths, 3 new records, all set back to back to back. It was more than just a little difficult to accept, it bordered on ridiculous. When they had said that there was something special about this generation, the truth was that only the older generations had taken it seriously. The youths, however, snorted at the prospect. They had been on the front lines, slaving for the Void Palace every day. Why would they suddenly move to the side obediently so that these youths could take their spot? In truth, most of them had just directly ignored the rumors. They felt that once their juniors stepped foot in this place, they would quickly learn their place and realize whatever genius they had on the outside wasn't worth much here. However, now they fell into silence. There were no longer any jeers, no longer any talks of beauty leaderboards, there was only a quiet brewing. It seems that they would have to put some more effort into showing these juniors exactly where their place was in the hierarchy. What was a military without strict rules? What was a military without strict hierarchy? The sooner these juniors learned exactly how well they placed, the better. Of course, while there were many with these thoughts, there were also a few faction leaders who licked at their lips, already communicating with their networks to see how many resources they could move around to pull these geniuses into their fold. However, in that time, second floor cleared. New record. Leonel Morales 0002 19D2 third floor cleared. New record. Leonel Morales 0002 11D 2001 whirl. When people were shocked awake by their thoughts, they were suddenly stunned to find that Leonel was actually getting faster rather than slowing down. They had been shocked by the appearance of Ina and then subsequently Amory. They hadn't even noticed that in the time it had taken them to clear the first floor, Leonel had already long since moved on and stepped onto the fourth. Each floor should have been getting more difficult. No one could wrap their heads around why Leonel was only getting faster. Was it because he hadn't been trying earlier? Was he not aware that there were records on the line? These leaderboards weren't just for show. Those that could enter the top 3 would gain equivalent resources for as long as they maintained it. These rewards were even more plentiful when it was the all-time leaderboard. For Leonel to be taking it easy wasn't cool, it was foolish. What these people didn't know, though, was that Leonel really was unaware of the leaderboard. But even so, he wasn't taking it easy. He's becoming more efficient, Cornelius thought to himself. This thought was the very same thought every individual in the crowd who had a calculative ability or mind concluded. And, the more they observed, the more lost they seemed to become in Leonel's art. Leonel never used more effort than the last time. Yet his needles became faster. The arcs of his daggers became sharper, and when he finally brought out a javelin, Leonel's chest expanded, his gaze lighting with a fiery light. His hips locked into place, his thighs bulging and his torso tightening to the point his body became a wall of steel. His left arm cocked back, his wrist stabilized, his forearm flexing and his shoulder coming to a grinding halt as he reached back as far as his flexibility would allow. He locked eyes on a towering red-scaled python slithering up 20 meters into the sky, not even counting its coiled and stabilizing base. And then the world seemed to split. Fang, she, shoo you. The javelin shot out from Leonel's grip like an iron ball out of a cannon. The air imploded and violent concentric circles of wind quickly formed, only to be left behind in an instantaneous blink. Bang! The scales of the python split before the javelin even landed, and, by the time it did, a hole with a 3-meter diameter was blasted through its skull. F4th floor. Clear, new record. Leonel Morales, WA21-1001-1059. Leonel broke the 2-minute mark, and yet he was completely oblivious. He had already moved up from 58th to 1st on 2 all-time leaderboards, but his eyes seemed to still be calculating, spinning at speed most couldn't understand. He wanted more efficiency, greater efficiency, and it wasn't without reason. These beasts had only ever been at the 5th dimension, and Leonel simply didn't believe that things would continue like this. The Void Palace was far too sadistic to allow anyone to reach the galaxy rank while just displaying 5th-dimensional strength. If he couldn't become efficient, he would quickly find himself ruined. Just as advertised, the moment the horde of the 5th floor appeared, Leonel's gaze narrowed, his vision coming into very sharp focus. It was another group of reptilian serpents, but they all had back-like wings and spewed acid from their mouths. However, this wasn't too much to accept. What was difficult, though, was that they were all outrageously fast, and each and every one had entered the 6th dimension. Chapter 1404, All-Out Leonel exhaled a breath. He tested the range of his elevation height again, just to see if he was locked into. He same rules and quickly found out that the answer was yes. That much was still fine. The point of the shield he was riding on wasn't to escape. The only purpose it served was to allow Leonel to maneuver and throw at the same time. It was easier to do it like this than it would be with his wings because it could counterbalance his downward force with upward thrust. The air pressure shifted, the atmosphere is different, the anarchic force concentration has raised. Leonel's mind began to calculate once more, adjusting his effective range, his throwing speed, and the output of force that would minimize his stamina drain while maximizing lethality. It was all completed in the blink of an eye. Leonel zipped forward in the next, his left hand reaching for his body once against and pulling out 6 long needles, nestling 2 apiece to 3 gaps between his fingers. His gaze turned cold and the world seemed to be covered in numbers. His arm whipped forward, releasing all 6 needles at once, but through the air it truly looked as though there were only 3. They flew so close together and so perfectly that they might as well have been flying as one. However, in a blink, one had surpassed the other, zooming forward with a burst of acceleration the other simply didn't have. Even with this change, it looked just the same. 3 streaks through the skies, each just as blinding and powerful as the other. They arced through the air as one, curving through the air until they hit their targeted 3 different flying serpents, each right beneath the jaw. Pinge, pinge, pinge. The needles collided with their targets and then sprung away as though meeting steel walls. Leonel's bow force might as well have been a splash of water to them. However, just as quickly as this occurred, PCHU. The second line of 3 needles landed in the exact same spot, skewering the flying serpents. However, Leonel only shook his head. With his sharp eyes, he could see that the needles had only penetrated a part of the way through, taking advantage of what had been a micro-tear. But the flying serpents were only knocked back for a moment and hardly felt the attack, let alone dying from it. The was part of the reason, despite his skill in throwing, Leonel always gravitated back toward a bow. The effort to power output of a bow was simply on an entirely different level. He had gone all out with that throw just now, but had barely pierced skin. To make matters worse, in order to maximize his control of these shields and these throwing objects, he had chosen the former to be at the 4th dimension and the latter to be at the 5th. Leonel obviously didn't have telekinetic abilities. He was using his Earth-variant affinity to control these metals to do his bidding. If he could only throw weapons, but not retrieve them, he would very quickly run out. And holding all of these weapons wasn't nearly as good as having a single spatial treasure that only held arrows like he had seen this damn tower provide. So, because his weapons were only at the 5th dimension, they had an even harder time piercing skin. Of course, the Void Tower didn't allow you to just choose weapons of whatever dimension you wanted, but here, the 6th dimension was considered standard. Leonel had to purposely demote himself to maximize his chances. The rampages had really done a good job of screwing him this time around. Leonel could only sigh. There's only one way. I guess I have to stop worrying about stamina and resource consumption. Leonel swerved out of the way of a projectile of acid, his gaze glowing. Runes began to appear within his irises one after another. First 1, then 2, then 4, then 8. The space around him trembled. Leonel's fingers flicked backward, causing the 3 needles that had been knocked off course to rush back to his hands. He snagged them out of the air and threw them back with even more force than before. This time, however, they left a trail of crimson in their wake, a burning inferno threatening to melt everything in its path erupting. The 3 needles landed exactly where they had originally, driving into the butt of their stuck counterparts. There was nothing the flying serpents could do to dodge this. S-K-K-R-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E. An enormous hole was ripped through their throats and out the back of their skulls. Leonel exhaled a light breath, steam pushing out through his teeth and lips, red flickering within his irises. He had already pushed himself to the limit once today and managed to use instantaneous recovery to get back on his feet. But since then, he had fought a battle with a Mary, then used several hours to draw an array back to the human domain. With the current state of his mind, sustaining 8 destruction runes was a tall order. And it only made it worse that once he used it, the object he had used it on would be finished and vanish for good. Leonel had a few hundred throwing knives and objects, but facing beast hordes, he didn't know if it would last even 3 more floors, and he still wasn't sure exactly how far he had yet to travel. But facing this opportunity, there was only one real path to take. He had to go all out. Leonel's chest heaved, the daggers he plucked away from his hip already glowing a fiendish shade of red before he even finished imbuing them with his mark. You annoying spitting snakes put me in this situation. Come die then. Leonel unleashed a barrage of relentless assaults, razing everything to the ground. There was nothing elegant and beautiful about his efficiency any longer. He saw a target, and he destroyed it from the inside out. Nothing more, nothing less. F5th floor, cleared, new record. Leonel Morales, W2000 2170, W2001, W2000 1005 1005 1005 W2. 7th floor cleared, new record. Leonel Morales, W2001 482, Chapter 1405, W2, Chapter 1 W2, Chapter 1 WW1008, 1047 W2, 7 W2008, W2008, 1047 WW2. His body was still fine, not having suffered any wounds just yet. But anyone who had been watching him battle previously would notice quite a striking difference. You could actually see the skin-tight black fabric that wrapped around him, making his arm sling and useless right arm all the more obvious. Leonel had been right. By the end of the 7th floor, he had run out of flying daggers and needles, making his life a living hell on the 8th. It had taken him almost 10 minutes to clear the whole of the 8th floor, and the 9th floor started off even worse. The beasts from the 5th floor to this point had all been in Tier 1 of the 6th dimension, however they had all been relatively weak and easier to handle. If Leonel had to describe it, it wasn't quite like what fighting 6th-dimensional experts from the Milky Way would feel like, but it was only barely a step above. The difficulty of these towers obviously wasn't in quality, at least not for this version. It was more so in quantity, until the 9th floor, that is. Leonel was suddenly faced with a horde of blue-furred, 4-armed apes. Runes flickered about their bodies, giving Leonel a sort of stifling feeling, as though no matter how hard he attacked them, he would never be able to break through their defenses. Leonel didn't quite understand where these runes were coming from, if they were similar to his own destruction runes, or something entirely different. But, once he stepped into the God Path, he would understand what these runes represented, and exactly why it was Conan had said stepping into the 6th dimension would help them all to close the gap between themselves and Leonel's innate node. These were indeed runes similar to Leonel's destruction runes, and they were indeed primed toward defense. And yes, that did mean that Leonel's task had suddenly become another living nightmare. Shit. Shh. It was suffice to say that Leonel's record-breaking streak had come to an end. They could all see it. But they could also see the reasons why this was. No one knew the details of this year's true selection, but it had caused a major commotion that resulted in even Void Senate members clashing heads. Just looking at Leonel and Ameri, it was clear that the both of them had taken this the hardest. But, by contrast, Aina only seemed to shine brighter. Leonel had done the bulk of the work when it came to battling in the rampage's nest, much to her dissatisfaction, so this was clearly one reason. But the truth was that even if this wasn't the case, simply put, Aina's stamina was quite literally endless. And, even if she somehow ran into a wall, she could just snatch stamina from others. When you could tap into your life force and the life force of others whenever you pleased, physical limitations wasn't something you would ever face, at least not when you were in your right mind. The berserk state that Ina's previously faulty berserk god lineage factor sent her into was almost always the reason she spiraled out of control and overextended herself. Now that she was healed, that was nothing more than a problem of the past. If she needed to battle for months or even years without rest, she could do so. Leonel was forced into a corner, unable to dodge as a fist half the size of his body crashed right into his chest. Luckily, he managed to activate his bronze runes first, mitigating much of the damage. But this was just yet another stamina drain that he now had to sustain. Blood flew from his lips, his ribs threatening to crack as he was sent barreling away. Maybe the worst part of the situation was that the only reason his ribs had managed to survive was because his right arm was slung across his body, forcing it to take the brunt of the hit. The pain was like a fire lighting in his flesh, and Leonel's mind threatened to go blank for a moment. If not for a timely use of dream sense, it might have really happened. He crashed against the ground, managing to use the momentum to spring up and flip to his feet, his heel still grinding into the ground as he slid backward. There was only one enormous ape left. He was certain that he had already shot well over the 10-minute mark, but he wasn't even aware of a leaderboard to begin with, so these matters were the furthest thing from his mind. I guess that's the only way. Leonel took deep breaths, wiping the blood from his mouth before his aura surged one more time. The images of an enormous red-gold star appeared above his head. He pointed 2 fingers toward the sky, wild spear force forming and concentrating before shooting upward. The blue ape had entered a mad charge, barreling toward Leonel on all fours as it lumbered over. In that moment, the concentrated spear force began to swirl about the 3-meter-tall star, quickly forming the tip of a drill that spun faster and faster and faster. Leonel breathed heavily, pushing his universal force to its limits as the ape entered a 10-meter range. His fingers descended from the sky, pointing right at the charging ape. Die. The star shot forward, the golden drill before it acting as a vanguard as it tore through space, appearing before the charging ape in the blink of an eye. The ape rose to its hind legs, its chest expanding and the runes upon it glowing with a fierce light. It roared out, smashing 2 fists toward the rotating drill. Bang, 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 bang. Sparks flew, a stalemate suddenly ensuing for just a moment, until Leonel's spear force finally won out. Laced by his king's might, it tore into the runes of the ape, shredding them to pieces, and eventually its entire body. 9th floor cleared. Leonel Morales, WOW 117,030-19. Leonel collapsed to a single knee, his chest heaving, but the environment around him had already begun to shift. The world of black vanished, replaced by a resplendent white. A young man stood in the distance beneath a small tree, his delicate hand reaching up to lightly touch a golden apple. He seemed too handsome for words, as though he shouldn't belong in this world at all. This kid really has terrible luck. How long has it been since one of the spirituals race has appeared in the Void Tower? Cornelius thought to himself. Important announcement below. 4. Chapter 1406. Ottoworth Leonel took deep breaths, observing the scene before him. He couldn't quite understand what was happening. Since nothing had been explained before, he had headed into this completely blind. He had no way of telling what he should be doing, if this was an enemy, if it was a break room, or if he should be worried or not. He had no way of communicating with Wise Star Order. Even his innate node, which had been beneath his tongue, couldn't be felt by him any longer, let alone any of his other treasures. If it wasn't for this, Leonel wouldn't have had nearly as many problems using his destruction runes. I guess since this is the 10th floor, it was due for a bit of a change. They must treat this a lot like a video game with a bosses every 10th floor. But why is this environment so different, and why hasn't this man attacked me yet? Despite his thoughts, Leonel took every second he had to regain his breath. He couldn't do much about the drained state of his mind, but he could at least try to let his healing factor kick in a bit to help with his physical fatigue. At the same time, he circulated his force through his nodes, allowing them to do the work they were meant to and quickly flood his body with oxygen. Leonel looked around. No needles, no daggers. I used up the last of my javelins on those apes. It seems that all I've got now is myself. Leonel stood. He didn't understand what was going on, but what he did know was that if this was an enemy, their patience wouldn't be nothing more than a detriment to him. He didn't believe that in such a trial, an enemy would be so nonchalant without cause or reason. This individual was definitely benefiting from his inaction somehow, or at the very least, this was the highest likelihood of what was otherwise a toss-up. Leonel liked to live his life based on probability, so, knowing such a thing, he couldn't remain inactive. The moment he stood to his feet, though, the young man seemed to finally notice Leonel's presence. The moment their eyes met, Leonel took an explosive step backward, his pupils constricting and his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Any fatigue he had had seemed to be forgotten, allowing adrenaline to rush forward in its place. This is bad. Leonel didn't like his reaction just now at all. Adrenaline sounded nice, but the crash that came on the other side was very much real. It would have been better if he output what remaining stamina he had left in a steady stream rather than releasing it all in a sudden outburst. However, Leonel couldn't help it. Right then, his hairs had stood on end and his mind rang with blaring warning signs. He had quite literally felt as though his very soul was about to be pulled out of his body. The feeling was similar to when Y-Star Order had tricked him into reading the protected technique of the spirituals, except 100 times more potent. It was almost like a harpoon had latched onto him. Leonel had not a single clue just the kind of commotion his actions just now had caused. Let alone others, Cornelius finally stood stunned, unable to speak a single word. One of the most cursed objects of the Void Palace was the Void Tower. This was because so much of one's progress during a single run could be decided by good or bad luck, and definitely more especially the latter. There were a few things, though, that went beyond just bad lucks. These chance events of the Void Tower were known by the students as drawing dead. It didn't matter what happened, how prepared you were, how good your run up until that point had been, so long as one of these events occurred, your run would be over. One of these so-called drawing dead events was the appearance of a spiritual as a boss. The only way to combat a spiritual in real life was to have a soul-protecting treasure on hand. The human domain never did battle with the spirituals without outfitting an entire army with them, and missions were never completed in spiritual territory on the Void battlefield without them either. However, as one might have already guessed, it was impossible to bring treasures into the Void Tower, and the only weapons available in the armory you got to choose from were very simple weapons without any special effects whatsoever. So, what would you do in the face of a spiritual without a soul protection treasure? Well, what else could you do but wait to die? There was nothing else you could do. Some of the spear factions had already begun to feel sorry for Leonel. After all, even though he didn't know it, they knew well that so long as he cleared this 10th floor on his first run, he would become among the few in Void Palace history to ever be directly admitted as a galaxy-ranked disciple. However, running into a spiritual after having the bad luck of being given beast hordes to begin with, it could only be said that luck was truly not on Leonel's side. According to the usual pattern, so long as you remained unmoving, the spiritual would be too enamored by its precious tree to even bother with you. But the moment you did, it would look at you and your mind would go blank. Game over. And yet, somehow, Leonel had risen up, moved, made eye contact, and still managed to explosively retreat, all without losing? How was that possible? Within the crowd, a particular young man stood in silence. His hair was bronzed, his eyes deep and somber. His stature was large and his shoulders were broad. His presence was sharp as a spear and as sturdy as a mountain. Even now, there was no shortage of looks of admiration and respect being aimed in his way. He was none other than the first Nova, Leonel Morales. He smiled to himself seeing this scene. Then, he turned on his heels and walked into the distance. Chapter 1407. Drawing Dead. At that moment, Ina exited the tower, followed a few moments later by Ameri. Ina had climbed to the 12th floor before running into some bad luck of her own. Well, she had technically run into said bad luck on the 11th floor where she was faced with a skeleton graveyard. Without any blood force to take advantage of, strength at tier 2 of the 6th dimension, stacked with God Path comprehension, was beyond what she could contend with. In order to cross the 11th floor, she essentially drained herself of all her life force, knowing that it was a simulation. But, facing even more undead on the 12th floor, there was really nothing that she could do to contend, leading to her loss. As for Ameri, he climbed to the 10th, clearing it before he directly stopped. It was clear he knew things that Leonel and Ina didn't, so he hadn't even tried to go beyond. Stepping out, he rose his head to the leaderboards, giving them a once-over. When he saw that Leonel was still inside, and facing a spiritual at that, his gaze narrowed, an expression that only became darker when he realized that Leonel actually hadn't died. Ina's attention had been on Leonel from the very beginning. When she realized the race Leonel was up against, her brows too shot up. Beauty, beauty, how about you join my morning dew faction? We'll give you 100 void point daily spending quota, and this big brother here will be your personal bodyguard. Fuck off, 100 void points? Are you trying to entice a beauty, or call up a common street whore? Piss off. Beauty, my twin rope faction will give you a 10,000 void point monthly spending limit. The shouts instantly drowned out all the quiet, flooding the area with the bustling sounds of bids as though Ina was merchandise to be bought. No one bothered to try to entice Ameri, knowing full well exactly who he'd join. There was simply no point. However, Ina was a different matter entirely, and her performance had been simply outstanding. Shut up, all of you! An overwhelming pressure crushed the growing noise, the delicate voice that called out, still somehow seeming like a clap of thunder. Most almost immediately shut their mouths, moving out of the way as a beauty sauntered over. They all recognized this woman quite well. There was no man of the Void Palace that wouldn't. Number 3 on the Queen Beauty rankings, Vega Corius. However, this identity of hers was most definitely the weakest, because she also happened to be the faction leader of the Limpid Touch faction, not just any faction, but a gold-grade faction. The Limpid Touch faction was most definitely a frontrunner to soon become a legacy faction, as it was well known that Vega would soon meet the requirements to become the part of a party. As such, the current Limpid Touch faction was in a sort of contentious time as Vega waited to choose her successor and the soon-to-be second leader of the Limpid Touch faction. The trouble was that while the faction was filled with talents, none were so greatly superior over the other that there would be no pushback toward her choice. Knowing all of this, Vega's purpose here was all too obvious. Although Ina had only just appeared, the talent she displayed was unlike anything they had seen in a very long time. That, along with the fact she was a beauty that lost out to Vega in no way, made Ina quite literally the perfect candidate. Vega would have to slow her plans down a bit and push some things back so that she could groom Ina, but it would most definitely be worth it. It was like this present had fallen right into her lap. The prestige of a legacy faction was something she had wanted for a very long time. Only by making the Limpid Touch faction a legacy faction could it gain the foundation and strength to become a party. Once that happened, she could return as its leader, making her a party head with some real weight and authority. Such a thing, though, couldn't be accomplished with just a single astounding talent. There were many talents in her faction, but the number on Vega's level was 0. If Ina was added, that number would tick up to 1. One pillar was shaky, but 2 pillars were a different matter entirely. Little sis, my name is Vega. If you join my Limpid Touch faction, I'm willing to give you 1,000,000 void point and 10 void merit allowance a month. We'll also give you a free pass to any of our stores and libraries. Also, Vega's offers had already caused the crowd to suck in a cold breath. Many who had made offers previously could only blush in embarrassment, falling into hushed silence and scurrying into the crowd to escape from the jeers. However, Vega still came to a pause, realizing that Ina wasn't actually paying attention to her at all. Vega's cherry lips closed, her expression not faltering at all. She was truly worthy of her title of Queen Beauty. Her blue dress, embroidered by gorgeous green and gold patterns, clung to her every curve. Her hair was a radiant and almost fairy tale-like blue, her eyes shimmering a deep and vast emerald. Even being ignored, her expression was calm and her small hands clasped to her front, following Ina's gaze to the screen above. Ah, Ina looked back, seemingly feeling that someone was talking to her. I'm sorry, a moment please. Then she turned back to the screen, focusing her entire attention on it. Vega had only rushed here after receiving a report from her subordinates and had only paid attention to Ina's screen from the very beginning. Her faction only had women in it to begin with, and she also didn't have time to spend on juniors. If not for the insistence of some of her faction, she wouldn't have come at all, and she was glad she had. But, now finally paying attention to Leonel's screen, her gaze couldn't help but narrow. Drawing dead? Chapter 1408, Lake Prison. Leonel stood easily 50 meters away from the spiritual, his brows locked into a deep frown. Is this man a spiritual then? Or is he a human with an ability to target souls? I don't think I've ever heard of the latter, but I've never seen Ina's ability index in a compendium either. It's possible that this is a uniquely evolved ability. I have seen those before, and they can't be documented. Though Leonel thought this, he was more inclined to believe that this man before him was a spiritual. He looked simply too perfect. It reminded Leonel a lot of Y-Star Order's appearance. Souls tended to be extremely pure and more beautiful than the bodies they came from, according to Y-Star Order anyway. This was because souls could be idealized thanks to their more intangible forms. In addition, a body had to undergo certain abuses a soul never would. For example, nutrition, injury, environment, all of these things could negatively affect the perfection of a body. The soul, though, was protected by its shell of flesh and thus avoided this. Of course, if this man was a spiritual, what Leonel was seeing right now wasn't a soul, but rather the body it had created for itself. A body which, likewise, wasn't subject to the same harsh realities of a human's body. Like Y-Star Order had said, spirituals form their own bodies after their births. Being able to mold themselves in their own image like this would obviously give birth to the same sort of overdone perfection. Well, I guess my Ina is an exception. If others knew that Leonel had wasted a thought for such a clarification, who knew how they would react? Now that Leonel had calmed, though, he noticed several things. Well, several things outside the fact he was even more tired now than before. The first was that this spiritual wasn't in the 6th dimension at all, they were in the 5th. Leonel had a feeling that if his soul was still in the 5th as well, that attack just now would have most definitely killed him. The gap in skill was almost too much even for the dimensional gap to overcome. The second was that this man seemed to now be frowning a bit, almost as though he was surprised that Leonel was still standing. The third was the tree and especially the golden apple. Leonel hadn't really thought about it before, but why was it here? Was there something important about it? It was then that he felt a subtle sort of connection between the man and it. But, almost as soon as he did, it was as though his internal sight had rammed into a steel wall, being rebuffed and knocked flying. Leonel almost subconsciously fell backward, only to realize it was only his mind that had been sent soaring. Leonel retrieved his internal sight, reining it in and sending it forward again, only for the result to be just the same. And then he tried again, then again. Leonel's gaze narrowed, stepping forward, slowly. He closed the distance between himself and the young man. The rebuffing became more and more powerful, but every time it happened, Leonel seemed to get better at handling it. Do it again, Leonel thought silently to himself. What he spoke about wasn't the internal sight sparring at all. He meant something entirely different. Leonel eventually stepped to the very spot he had been in before when he explosively retreated, and that was when he felt it. No, this time, with his internal sight deployed, he could almost see it. It speared through the air, appearing before his forehead in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge. Almost. Leonel's head tilted to the side, but he was still a step too late. The harpoon threaded into the side of his forehead, snagging at a piece of his soul and trying to rip it out. For just a moment, Leonel didn't fight back against the sensation, feeling it pulling at him. The feeling was much less life-threatening than it had been before, but he could feel that if he allowed it to happen, his mind would be irreparably harmed. This wasn't the kind of injury you could heal. Leonel was certain instantaneous recovery wouldn't have even the slightest effect. However, this was just a simulation. Leonel felt that if there was any place he could toe the line like this, it was in this place. Just when Leonel felt like his soul was truly about to be ripped out, his will flourished, his dream force pulling back, and his stars began to rotate faster. The weak hold the harpoon had had on him weakened even further, snapping and releasing Leonel. However, at that moment, Leonel's partially awakened soul seemed to have perked up more. Again, Leonel said, taking another step forward. The spiritual didn't need Leonel's input. He had already attacked again the moment Leonel moved. Leonel's head shifted again, but this time he purposely let himself get nicked. Leonel repeated the process again and again. Slowly, from somewhere deep within the recesses of Leonel's body, his soul was slowly being dragged out from its slumber. With each attempt, Leonel's dream force seemed to become thicker, his affinity deepening and his ability index trembling, creeping forward at a slow but steady pace. In an odd, unknown world, a version of Leonel stood. Its arms dangled forward limply, its legs pinned down to the ground and its head drooping, its expression impossible to spot. All around it, a dense lake of crimson lay, its hands and feet bound within. Black chains wrapped around it entirely, shackling its neck, its torso, and its hips. However, the greatest anchor seemed to be the lake of red itself, what very much seemed to be a pool of blood. Every time the harpoon nicked Leonel, it would stir, its head raising slightly. By the time Leonel had closed the distance to the spiritual to just 10 meters, its head had risen just high enough to see a pair of eyes just barely cracking open. A chain snapped, the blood lake suddenly beginning to boil. Chapter 109, Flood. Sorry to everyone who saw the earlier 2-day hiatus message. I guess I lied. Leonel's body convulsed, the white of his eyes being taken over by a deep red. Despite this, he felt oddly in control of his body, so much so that it was almost as though adrenaline had been injected right into his heart. Even still, he couldn't feel the needle. Something snapped and his dream force rolled out in waves, the strength of his internal sight increasing tenfold and his ability index taking another enormous leap forward. The world slowed and the complex runes of his Scarlet Star Force almost felt simple. His internal sight only swept over it just a single time, but his number of comprehended runes increased from 8 to 9 in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the red-gold runes snapped together as though pulled by a rubber band, forming a larger rune that danced within Leonel's irises as though it had a mind of its own. Leonel didn't even need to check. In that moment, he was absolutely certain that he had perfectly grasped third-dimensional Scarlet Star Force. So long as he wanted to do so, using his mage core, he could rip it out of the atmosphere just like his stars had done. Of course, this didn't mean that these runes were third-dimensional. Even for Scarlet Star Force, using the third dimension to harm the sixth dimension was impossible. If this had been the case, then the use of his runes against the rampages would have only been a lesson in futility. Rather, it was more accurate to say that grasping these destruction runes gave Leonel all the knowledge he needed to understand the foundation of his Scarlet Star Force, and thus use its third-dimensional form without harming himself or using an innate node as a medium. However, this wasn't what Leonel was focused on at all. His mind seemed to be boiling, spilling over with strength that seemed to come out of nowhere. It was almost too much, as though he was suddenly being overwhelmed with strength that he had no method of controlling. It spilled over, rushing out of his body and into the surroundings. The sudden change made Leonel's expression change. He had never been able to force his dream force out of his body before. It had never allowed him to do so. Everything he did with dream force was constrained within his body. Even when he drew mage arts using dream force, the process was internal, and yet had an effect on the outside world, similar to how internal sight functioned. There was a reason internal sight had its name. Although it could be used to observe the outside world, its roots were internal, and its external influence was a sort of force field of sorts, and not truly tangible, at least not in the most obvious of ways. What the hell? Leonel was so focused on himself that he didn't even notice the spiritual sent forward another harpoon. But, before it could even get close, it became stuck in a swamp of dream force. Before being crushed and twisted as though it had suddenly run into a heavy gravitational environment, it didn't have the structural integrity to survive. The spiritual's brows furrowed, its gaze flickering with a hint of fear and apprehension. It wanted to retreat, feeling that Leonel was a danger, but every time it thought of doing so, it looked toward its tree and then back at Leonel, before turning back to the tree. The truth was that spirituals paid a price for their oneness with nature. Well, from a human perspective, it was a price. To a spiritual, at least the one in question, it was a beautiful thing. To wider spiritual society, though, it was a curse and a mental illness. Just as easily as a spiritual could fall in love with another member of their species, it was just as likely for them to fall in love with a beast or in this case, a tree. Things wouldn't be so bad if the target of their affection could move. But in this case, it couldn't. Well, the spiritual might refuse to move from a singular location all their lives. In practice, this was actually quite rare. Most spirituals would never end up feeling this sort of connection, and still some others, even upon feeling it, would choose to sever it entirely to maintain their freedom. However, the trouble was that in taking the latter approach, said spiritual would lose much of their oneness with nature and thus their affinity upon making such a choice. Likely in order to make this boss fight more fair, the spawned spiritual was anchored to a tree it was in love with. It was almost like an Easter egg, an opportunity for easy victory. So long as the tree was destroyed, the spiritual would fall into despair and likely kill themselves, thus resulting in victory. Unfortunately, things almost never worked out in this way. A soul attack was far faster than any physical attack. The only reason Leonel could even begin to dodge was because he sensed it coming before it was levied. It was impossible to destroy the tree before the spiritual killed you. But in this case, Leonel's dream force continued to roll out of him, refusing to listen to any of his commands. The spiritual stood before his tree to protect it, unwilling for any harm to come to it. But Leonel's dream force continued, coming out in wave after wave. When the dream force made contact with the spiritual, nothing seemed to happen at all. But the spiritual's eyes still widened. Leonel's dream force was like a thick oil, latching onto his skin and blocking all of his pores. Even when the spiritual tried to project his soul out again to attack Leonel and stop this madness, he found that his soul rebounded against its skin, being locked into his body. Leonel continued to stand in silence, his mind still clear as he focused on trying to take control of himself again. He couldn't decide whether what was happening was a good or bad thing. What was happening to him exactly? Chapter 1410. So what? It was odd. Dream force was meant to be one of the most dangerous forces in all of existence. As the arbiter of consciousness, having it in too large a supply was always a bad thing, as those who didn't have high affinity for it would find the line between fiction and reality blurred, a lot like what a schizophrenic would experience. Dream force carried with it the power of perception, and fundamentally, perception was often reality. If someone had a dream about being invincible, they would wake up and this feeling would be gone. In addition, they would then be able to pick out all the oddities in the dream that should have made it obvious to them that it was one. However, if the dream force was cranked up, suddenly the line wouldn't be so obvious. The dream would become too real, too tangible. Then, you'd suddenly have a person jumping out of a building as a mere mortal in the real world because they got it in their heads that they were invincible. The effects went beyond dreams as well. Just things as simple as thoughts, inclinations, biases, etc. could easily become too real to ignore. Suddenly, an opinion would become objective fact. A daydream would be reality. A hope would become certainty. Believe it or not, these would be the most benign effects of excessive dream force. Beyond this, one might sink into a forever coma, believing their dreams to be the new reality. And, in the worst of cases, one's mind could collapse, forgetting how to function correctly and thus leading to the most direct cause of death. Playing with consciousness was dangerous. Almost like playing with layers of irony. Eventually, if you went deep enough, you would lose the ability to tell where the joke started and where it ended. However, somehow, despite all these dangers, the spiritual was fine. It was like Leonel's dream force was in a benign state. Despite being able to come out of his body now, he still wasn't able to use it to attack people or harm them. Leonel had known that his ability limited him in this way for a long time. In fact, even Leonel, who had reached Tier 5 and could project his dream force outward, couldn't use it to harm others directly either. He could only mold his dream force to shape reality and use said changes to attack his enemies. However, Leonel couldn't do that. Not to mention the fact he was fairly certain he hadn't been born a savant due to the existence of his lineage factors and his innate node. Right this moment, he still couldn't even begin to control this dream force. How was he supposed to manipulate reality if he couldn't even stop it from flowing outward? I need to change my approach, do something different. Leonel began to make a scan of his body, going through every vital sign and checking for any stages. But before he could even get halfway through the analysis, he froze. Whenever Leonel wanted to do in-depth analysis, he would always enter his dream world. Everything flowed faster there, and he was in control of every single variable. His models were vivid, his mind seemed to work at twice the pace, and it was easy to visualize everything. But never had his thoughts appeared in the real world like this. Leonel stood, stunned, a perfect replica of himself standing right in front of him. It was illusory, and its skin was quite blue, but Leonel could see it, not with his mind's eye, but with his real eyes. His dream clone, it was standing right in front of him. What the hell? Leonel lost focus, causing the dream clone to waver and almost completely collapse. No. Leonel settled his mind, and the dream clone stabilized again. It felt as though he was looking right at a hologram, as real and tangible as such a thing could get. He stretched out a hand, but his hand passed right through it, just like it would in his dream world. Leonel was baffled. His expression kept changing, trying to understand what this sort of change meant. Had his ability index evolved? Could he make illusions now? Warp reality? No, that didn't seem to be the case. Even when he tried to make himself more tangible than just a blue hologram, it didn't go very far. Even a toddler wouldn't be fooled by this image. In addition, if he couldn't even make an illusion, warping reality was an even further away pipe dream. This was very clearly something else entirely. If he had to describe it, it was like his dream world had suddenly manifested into reality. He could do everything he had been able to do in there, or here now. But, so what? Leonel couldn't think of what use such an ability could have. If he really applied it, he could probably become one of the greatest teachers or professors to ever exist, and he would be pretty good at relaying his thoughts precisely and with ease. But all of this felt a bit hollow. Maybe there was something more. Something greater on the other side? If only he could just retract his dream force. So long as he could do that, he could try to get the spiritual to work with him again, pulling out more of his soul. Leonel was certain that the result of this change was related to the changes to his soul, so he just had to try to replicate it to the best of his abilities. What Leonel didn't know, though, was that he had been frozen in place ever since those chains snapped. Everything that he had imagined himself and his environment doing, from the movement of the spiritual, to the flood of his dream force, to the appearance of his dream clone, and even down to the movement of his hand through its hologram, had never happened at all. Chapter 111. Perfectly despite the fact he had concluded that the ability was useless, Leonel was still fascinated by the feeling. There was something especially immersive about having all of his ideas and thoughts floating around him. It made it all more real, more tangible. Although Leonel had always been able to sink into his dream world whenever he wanted, the disconnect between it and reality was such that he was always keenly aware of his real body's place in the world. Because of that, he could never fully enjoy himself. As such, he had always kept his dream world to the bare minimum. White walls, pale and transparent dream clones, even his dreamscape was nothing more than a skeleton of ideas, like jotted down notes only he could understand. When things were like this, though, Leonel felt more licensed to have fun. The world became overlapped with the vastness of space. His dreamscape became like constellations in the skies, its ideas connecting to form fantastical images and gorgeous picturesque scenes of legends gone by. His thoughts became organized into planets and their ecosystems, the trees carrying his thoughts, the waters carrying his streams of consciousness, the clouds becoming as fleeting and numerous as his daydreams. Leonel smiled. He didn't know why he hadn't done this before. Like this, everything seemed so much more beautiful. It connected in a way that surpassed what it had been capable of before, making his cold calculation feel a lot less like work and more like the masterful strokes of an artisan. Leonel became so lost in it all that his concept of time warped. It was only when he finally snapped out of it that his expression changed. How long had it been since he paid attention to what the spiritual had been doing? Just because the spiritual had powerful soul attacks, that didn't mean it was all they were capable of. They could just as easily attack with their bodies, or even make use of another one of their powerful abilities, elemental manipulation. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freeweapon.com to experience faster update speed. Leonel's eyes snapped open, trying to find the spiritual. Wait, weren't his eyes already open? Hadn't he been observing his dream world being projected onto the real world? Isn't that why he was so confident in losing focus a bit to begin with? After all, if his soul was useless, the spiritual couldn't do much that Leonel wouldn't be able to react to. After all, the both of them were in the fifth dimension. If the former had to attack physically, Leonel was sure that he could at least do something about it. But if his eyes had always been open, why did he suddenly open them? Wait, if he had opened his eyes, then why was he still seeing the same thing? Leonel's gaze turned cold. He should have known this would happen. His dream force couldn't affect others, but it could definitely affect him. That was the main purpose of his ability index to begin with, and precisely why Tier 4 was called Control. The fact that he couldn't control the outflow of his dream force should have already told him that it had surpassed the barriers that his affinity could control. However, he had actually been slow in realizing such a simple fact. The situation wasn't entirely bad, though. When others were lost in dream force, the most dangerous part was that they would become unaware. The fact that he knew that something was wrong already proved that he was beyond most people. The trouble was, even knowing he was trapped, he still couldn't separate dreams from reality. He couldn't even tell whether his eyes were open or not. There's something else here, something that he needed to deal with before he could find his way out. The situation outside seemed to only be getting odder. Leonel hadn't moved in several minutes, but the trouble was, neither did the spiritual. And it was then that it happened. 10th floor cleared. First clear event. Leonel Morales, W006119. This sent waves through the crowd, but the picture above was still frozen in place. Could it be that there had been a glitch in the Void Tower system and Leonel was actually just fine? Ina sighed a breath of relief. She had been worried that the run-in with the spiritual had affected Leonel's real body. Her worries weren't unfounded. The reason why the spiritual was in the fifth dimension, despite the fact that Leonel had already stepped into sixth-dimensional floors, was because the elders of the Void Palace were worried that the shock would be too much otherwise. So long as it was just a simple image glitch, she could accept this. Now, she just had to wait patiently for Leonel to come out. However, what happened next was somehow even more astonishing than a first clear event. 11th floor cleared, new record set. Leonel Morales, W2000-2021 Heavy Gravity. First attempt, all time, 1-1. Leonel Morales, W2000-21-2021, A2000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000. Hadn't Leonel just been tired? He had already been on his last legs, on the verge of collapsing. How did he clear the 11th floor, and setting a record that beat the previous by more than a minute? 12th floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales, W 2000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 1000 49 ENS 1000 49. 14th floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales, several thousand 3000 3000 1000. The crowd didn't know what to say. Cornelius didn't know what to say. It felt like they were the ones stuck in a dream, unable to extricate themselves. 23rd floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales 00711 30711 F 37th floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales W 1000 4000 far 5 dives or 50. Second floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales W times 40,000 40,000 and far 1034 2. Floor 50, floor 50, floor 50 was where the 7th dimension began. PAU 60. Third floor cleared. Leonel Morales, 03000 28000 3021, We2A 74th floor cleared. Leonel Morales, 22,000 42 80,000. The doors of the tower opened on the dawn of the third day. The doors of the tower opened on the dawn of the third day. A young man stumbled forward, but he lacked the strength to do much of anything. He tripped, his body falling forward. However, before he could hit the ground, a rush of fragrant wind assaulted him and swept him into a soft embrace. The young man didn't say a word, collapsing, his light snores ringing out just moments later. Ina held on to Leonel, her brows furrowed. Tears of blood ran down his face and caked his scalp, giving his hair a dark, redder hue than it usually did. His fingers dripped with blood. Slung over her shoulders, she could still hear the pitter-patter as they hit the hard ground. His chest was practically a gaping cavity, his ribs torn open, and his beating heart thrumming for the world to hear as pulsing golden runes laced around it. None of this made any sense. The Void Tower was a simulation and nothing more. Your real body never entered. How could it leave Leonel's body in such a state? What had happened to him? However, maybe the most shocking part was that his right arm was out of its sling, somehow perfectly healed. The novel will be updated first on ZNM Chem. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1412L. Ina brought out her axe, allowing it to hover in the air so that she could lay Leonel across its large blades. Although she could carry Leonel herself because he was so much larger than her, she was worried about injuring him further than he already was by forcing him into an awkward position. As things stood, this was the best option. Ina turned back, somewhat frantically, feeling that Leonel's breath was far too weak and it seemed to only be getting weaker. She didn't understand how things had ended up like this, but it simply didn't matter until Leonel was at least stabilized first. Do you know where I can get him help? Vega had ended up staying here the entire time. But the more she saw how attached to Leonel Ina already was, the more she felt that her dreams of claiming Ina for herself were slipping away further, at least not by any ethical means. Treatment isn't free, Vega replied. She wasn't wrong. Nothing in the Void Palace was free. There was a reason why the envoys sent to oversee the selection on planet Luxnix had been so eager. That time they spent, despite it technically being for work, was basically a vacation for them. The Void Palace was practically hell on earth for its students. There was nothing that didn't cost, and no small number of promising young talents had fallen because they couldn't afford medical treatment. Of course, the most talented of these promising youths usually had other backers to rely on. But for Ina and Leonel, who had only just arrived, despite their talent, this spelt trouble. If an organization wanted to take advantage of their current weakness at this moment, it would almost be too easy. Luckily, there was a silver lining, and that would be competition. With their talent, it was likely that many would want them. Although no one understood what had happened to Leonel, they had at least watched his performance on the first 9 floors, and that much was enough. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebin.wvllcom to experience faster update speed. The trouble was, how many dared to compete with a gold-grade faction? And not just any gold-grade faction at that, but one on the verge of becoming a legacy faction? Ina's brows furrowed, clearly understanding this. Aren't there rewards for breaking records? She asked through gritted teeth. Vega's gaze shifted upward, looking at the long line of leaderboards that surrounded the tower. By now, Leonel's name appeared much too many times for comfort. The crowd had considerably thinned in recent days, but the intrigue around what was happening hadn't lessened in the slightest. Whether or not these records will hold up is one matter. However, even if the Senate decides to keep things as is, leaderboard rewards are calculated by the month, and we happen to be right in the middle of one with the next turn being a little more than 2 weeks away. Vega looked back. Why would they do that? You might be ignorant to what the 74th floor means, but others are not. I, myself, have only managed to climb to the 48th floor. Of course, that's also because I have not entered the tower in years as I've been focused on other things, but I can still guarantee that the me of back then shouldn't need to lift a finger to defeat someone within the 5th dimension. As for those who have climbed to the 74th floor, they're all in the Senate, 7th dimensional powerhouses who dictate how things run here. Do you think they'll believe that someone of the 5th dimension was able to accomplish this? And on top of that, he's heavily injured, something that shouldn't be possible in the tower. It's obvious that something has gone wrong. If you're lucky, he'll be allowed a redo. However, considering what his father just did to the majority leader, I wouldn't bank on it. Ina's brows furrowed. His father? Obviously, she had no idea what had happened. But this matter had been the talk of the Void Palace until Leonel's matter seemed to have taken over. Unfortunately, it was exactly because of this that there was even less of a chance Leonel could get away with it. The Void Senate was definitely in the know, and the Unfettered Blade Party held all the power right now. It was already a dark enough time for Spearman in the Void Palace. As for Leonel, well, it didn't take a genius to understand that it might very well be worse. Vega didn't explain, instead choosing to talk about something else entirely. I won't take advantage of you, but I also won't help you for free. I have no obligation to. It's simple, really. All you have to do is join my faction. The benefits I listed before will be the same, and I can also guarantee that once I enter the Void Senate, you will take my place and control the faction. Ina's brows furrowed deeper. She didn't want to leave Leonel's side. She hadn't gotten to spend nearly enough time with him, and they had already been apart for over a year. She had been a part of the Void Palace long enough to know even if they were in the same organization, they might be worlds apart. The rules were strict, and the room to maneuver was minimal. If she joined a faction, especially an ambitious one like this one, they would probably run her ragged for the sake of the group. That didn't even mention the trouble that would come with joining such a hot pot. There would definitely be waves of internal struggle. But she had already left Leonel alone for too long. His injuries were far too severe, and if he could have healed them, he would have already done so. This wouldn't work at all. She had to. Ina bit her lip, ready to accept. But, before she could, a voice came over. What's this? Trying to exploit my sister-in-law in her most vulnerable state? You're quite shameless, Third Queen Beauty. A chuckle came from the distance as a bronze-haired young man appeared. He was quite sloppily dressed, but the brightness of his eyes was undeniable. It gave him a sort of charisma most lacked. He was the fourth Nova, Sio. The novel will be updated first on InCNM. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1413. Elantris Sio was the very same Nova Orin and Exavnik had spoken about during their earlier conversations. He had gotten into the stalwart polearm party a step later than First Nova, leaving him fighting for its scraps. But, despite his supposedly desperate situation, one definitely couldn't tell by his demeanor that anything was wrong. His robes were in disorder, his hair was messy, but he still looked well-rested and sharp. If anything, he was just too lazy to groom himself any better than he already had. Vega's eyes narrowed, looking back towards Sio with a sharp look. Don't look at me like that, I scare easily. Are you interfering with my business? Have you forgotten the lesson I taught you last time? Vega's gaze turned dangerous, her hair rippling about. She had already wasted several days here, and she was close to getting what she wanted, but now it felt like someone was snatching food she was just about to bite down on away. Sio sighed and shook his head. These are simply the lumps a romantic like me must take in pursuing love. I dared to bare my heart, and I suffered for it. As a man, I can only respect your decision and move on, but why must you dig up my scars like so? Vega lost her patience, suddenly striking out with a palm. Sio didn't have a chance at all to dodge, facing the full brunt of it crashing into his chest. Clang. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebin WVLL.com to experience faster update speed. Oof. Sio stumbled several steps backward, coughing. Bronze runes flickered across his body. It was clear that while he had been slow to react in action, his runes still activated on instinct. Sio beat a fist against his chest, wheezing a bit. Good hit. Definitely solid. 8 out of 10. He raised up a thumb, giving Vega a sign for a job well done. It wasn't very surprising that Vega was actually much stronger than Seo. The trouble was that Seo was a bit shameless. Seo took Velasco as his idol, and his romantic life reflected that. He had already snagged several women from Vega's faction, and yet still somehow had the audacity to chase after Vega herself. It could be said that his face was quite thick. Normally, Vega wouldn't care about this. Her faction might have been female only, but she didn't monitor their relationships so long as it didn't interfere with their duties. The trouble was, this time it did. In fact, it could be said that about 20% of the strain of her faction currently was caused by this man here. Sio had managed to woo 2 of her 7 Valkyries, and they also happened to be 2 of the 3 or 4 most likely to succeed her. When they found out that they had both been with the same man, they became like oil and water, if they were both somehow on fire. Vega had managed to suppress much of these issues, and Ina felt like the perfect remedy to deal with this matter once and for all, but then this bastard actually dared to appear before her again. Sio coughed again, finally straightening up. Still, even if you're mad Third Queen Beauty, I still have my duties as a big brother to fulfill. Vega's expression twisted with disgust. Knowing Sheo, it would be a miracle if Leonel was left with his underpants after all of this was through. Still, she turned on her heels and began to walk away without so much as a goodbye to anyone present. She had wasted enough time here, and the one rule that everyone had to follow in the Void Palace was no killing. Even if she beat Sheo to a pulp, it wouldn't help her mood out. In fact, he would only take greater pleasure in ruining her plans. Seo grinned wildly, his eyes practically glued to Vega's swaying bottom as she glided into the distance. Damn, that woman's really like water, even her palm felt good. I really need to have me a taste. Aina's brows furrowed listening to Sio's vulgarity. She suddenly wasn't very certain if this was a good turn of events or not. Sio turned back, his eyes lighting up when he saw Aina's face. He had already known that this sister-in-law of his was beautiful, but to think she really lost out to the likes of Vega in no way. Tsk, littlest Nova sure was lucky to have snagged something like this before stepping foot into the Void Palace. Where was the justice? This gaze, though, only made Aina's frown deepen. If not for the fact Sheo had already become her last hope, she would have long since turned and left. Sheo chuckled. No need to act like this. I'm greedy and lustful, but I never touch the women of my brothers. However, I will take their money. I'll pay for littlest Nova's treatment. But the interest, well, let's just say that the interest won't be small. Sio grinned, his smile both devilishly handsome and demonic. Many dispersed and left the traffic around the Void Tower about normal for what it usually would be. However, the mystery around what exactly had happened felt heavier and deeper than many knew or were even willing to think about. Most assumed that the Void Senate would soon find out what happened and report these matters. But the oddity was that the Void Tower was still open, functioning as though nothing at all had happened. Still, despite this, what was maybe even more shocking was that the Void Elders themselves were also baffled by exactly what had occurred as well. They stood in the air, unbeknownst to anyone, cloaked in black. You all sense it, right? Yes, this dream force. It leaked out from the inside. You mean? For several days we didn't dare to approach this place. We could only let things play out as they would. But it seems that this dream force didn't have any malicious intent. Maybe, but it also distorted reality to the point none of us know what happened inside. The cloaked figures fell into silence, their gazes turning toward Cornelius, who was still frozen in the air, unmoving. Cornelius might have an inkling of what happened as he was in range. Yes, but he's currently stuck in a dream loop. It will take him several months to pull himself out. Time might also not be the only price he pays. This isn't a normal application of Dreamforce. It feels almost like a soul attack, like those under its influence were pulled in rather than the world around them distorting like usual. Another silence fell. What did Velasco do to this child? Someone finally asked. I don't know if even the likes of Velasco can do this. But what I do know is that this child is even more trouble than his father. So, those of you who've been colluding to stab the human race in its back, I hope you glide on the tips of your toes a bit lighter. Velasco's line seems intent on revenge. No one spoke a word as they gazed back and forth between one another. They had known that there were traitors among them for a very long time, but it was impossible to weed out exactly who it was. In recent decades, after Velasco had come into his own strength, the movements had only become more subtle and harder to detect. But this Leonel Morales seemed to be another wild variable thrown into the fuel. The novel will be updated first on CNM Depunem Depressy. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1414. Twice Leonel shot up, his body covered in cold sweats as he breathed heavily. When a normal person hyperventilated, maybe the worst thing that would happen was lighthead and some noise. However, when someone like Leonel did so, it was like the entire room had become infused with a raging tornado. Winds whipped into the surroundings, crashing against the walls and sending whatever was light enough to not remain anchored down, spiraling into the surroundings. It took Leonel several moments before he realized he was no longer stuck, but the fear made his heart thrum. He couldn't be sure. Was this really the real world? Leonel looked down, finding Aina sleeping soundly on his lap. Even through all the commotion, she remained in a deep sleep. She sat in a chair by Leonel's side, leaning forward to rest her cheek on him. There was definitely more than enough room in bed for her to sleep by his side, but she must have been worried about him not healing properly. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully helped Leonel's heart rate to calm considerably. Bit by bit, his heavy breathing slowed and returned to a normal cadence. What happened to me? Leonel's brows furrowed. He subconsciously checked over his body, but what he found was even more difficult to accept than anything he had put the crowd observing him through. It was so baffling that he almost couldn't accept it. All novel FLTCS. Calm had he been in a coma for years? It was the only way he could explain what he was seeing. No, that didn't make sense. With years, considering Aina's talent, she would have most definitely progressed into the 6th dimension. There was no way she would still be at the 5th. Leonel had no one he could ask except Y-Star Order. He almost felt stupid doing so, knowing full well that the old man shouldn't have been able to see what was going on in the tower. But something compelled him to do so anyway, feeling that he had nowhere else to turn to. Old man, what the hell happened to me? Leonel's question was met by a long silence. At first, he thought the old man was taking his time to respond, something that happens sometimes. But as the seconds ticked by, Leonel felt that there was something wrong. Where were the snide remarks, the sarcastic comebacks, the rain of insults? Leonel sent his mind into the segmented cube, and what he saw left him frozen. There was nothing. An empty, vast nothingness. No, this wasn't entirely true. In the place of what should have been Leonel's greatest reliances, there was an odd swirling portal and fragments of space. The only time he had ever seen something like this was when he entered subdimensional zones, but there was very clearly no zone magically hiding within his segmented cube. Realizing what this could mean, Leonel's expression went ashen. He rarely reacted like this to any change. In fact, he could ever remember reacting like this to anything. However, if he was correct, this sort of event warranted exactly this kind of shock and horror. The segmented cube was ultimately a powerful spatial tool. If the inside of it looks like this, then the only explanation was that the inner space of the segmented cube collapsed, taking with it everything that had been within. The bronze and silver tablet, the cleansing waters, the tentacle womb, Y's star order, the two savants, and Little Black Star. Leonel's heart seized, his jaw clenching tight. He didn't want to believe it, but he didn't have any other explanation. The resources he could accept the loss of. He had no idea what happened, but things were ultimately things. He could even accept the loss of Y's star order. Though the old man had been useful, Leonel had already lost count of the number of times he had tried to kill him. Even the tentacle womb and the golden-scaled koi fish, he could get over it. However, Little Black Star, Candle, and Vice, that he could not accept. Leonel's gaze flashed with red, his teeth clenching so hard the blood dripped down from their crevices. What happened? What happened? WHHHH happened to him. Leonel balled his fists, trying to calm himself down, but he found it hard to do so. There had to be a way to reverse this, a way to turn it back around. The segmented cube was the heirloom of the Morales family. How could it possibly collapse so easily? How could something like this happen? No, there has to be a way. I don't believe it. Leonel wouldn't accept that this could just happen. Little Black Star had been injured, but Leonel had always been keeping up with him. Thanks to Leonel killing the Shadow Sovereign, the little guy had been able to absorb another's shadow world into himself, strengthening him and helping him to heal faster. By the time Leonel had entered the Void Tower, Little Black Star had already recovered to easily 90% and was prepared to surpass his former self. This was all to say that given his abilities, the one most likely to survive the collapse of a spatial device was most definitely the little mink. It was impossible for Little Black Star to just sit there and wait for death. Even if the little guy couldn't save everything, he could most definitely save himself. Wait, connection? Leonel placed a hand to his chest. All novel F, all. Calm. If Little Black Star had died, their connection would have definitely been severed. Even though Leonel couldn't feel Little Black Star right now, he knew that their connection was still intact. This thought helped Leonel to relax slightly, but it still wasn't enough for him to settle down all his worries. There has to be a way, but I won't find it by panicking. I need to find out what happened in these last few days, and to do that, I'll need to first understand the changes to my body. Maybe then I can get an inkling as to why the change was so drastic. The change wasn't just a little drastic, actually. The main reason Leonel had been shocked was because the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor wasn't within him any longer. It had evolved, twice. All novel F-ball uff, all. Comic KSS. Chapter 14-5 Awakenings. Somehow, without his control or consent, Leonel's Snowy Star Owl lineage factor had become the Starry-tailed Fox lineage factor. Not only that, but it had completed all of its awakening completely. Just the base strength Leonel's body right now was beyond anything he had ever felt before. It was as thought his body had been injected with steroids. The Starry-tailed Fox had 3 branches as well. The Speed branch, the Healing branch, and the Wisdom Spirit branch. Y's Star Order had never been able to explain to Leonel exactly what Wisdom Spirit branch meant, but experiencing it now, Leonel felt like he was almost walking on clouds. To the Snowy Star Owl, the Wisdom branch was simple. It only represented the mind and its dimension, in addition to the senses. Each awakening either increased the strength of the mind or the eyes. In combination, they became the greatest embodiment of the Snowy Star Owl's sensory capabilities. The Wisdom Spirit branch, though, went beyond just senses, or at least it went beyond senses in just its normal and rawest form. It also happened to extend to senses of the spirit, or in other words, the very same sort of oneness with their surroundings that spirituals felt. If Leonel was any other person rising to the 4th awakening of the Wisdom Spirit branch, his light and star elemental affinity would skyrocket to realms beyond words. He would gain the ability to control atmospheric light and star elemental forces as though he was breathing, and he would also find that increasing his strength through the use of light and star elemental forces had become vastly easier. These benefits didn't bother to mention other miscellaneous matters such as better control over the light and star elements as well, along with many other related matters. Unfortunately, a 7th dimensional lineage factor, even one that sat at the pinnacle of the world, wasn't enough to grant Leonel any of these benefits because, quite frankly, he already had them. The Starry-tailed Fox wasn't strong enough to outclass an innate node like Leonel's, especially not when it was so outrageously large to begin with. However, this didn't mean that Leonel had gained nothing from the 4 awakenings. All novel F all TF cam. Firstly, his mind had climbed to the pinnacle of the 6th dimension. It would have entered the 7th, however his body's limitations had stopped it from growing any further. Even with all of said limitations, Leonel's split minds could only be counted on orders of hundreds of millions now. Secondly, and maybe Leonel's favorite benefit, Leonel could use light and star elemental force to replenish his tired mind. He didn't have to sleep if he didn't want to, but this wouldn't be what Leonel used it for. Instead, he was more interested in the fact that the state of fatigue his mind had reached before would be much harder for him to hit now, even if he was using his destruction runes. The third benefit was related to the third and fourth awakenings of the wisdom branch. The first two awakenings elevated Leonel's mind to what should have been the pinnacle of the seventh dimension and gave him the gaze of the starry-tailed fox. The latter worked similarly to the snowy star owl's eyes, but was much more potent and even carried with it a dazing sort of effect that was similar to how Leonel's king's might worked. The third and fourth awakenings, though, were related to the namesake of the starry-tailed fox, their tails. Upon entering a battle state, long, large, and illusory white tails would appear to Leonel's back. Each tail was like a powerful black hole, pulling in the exact sort of force it wanted and forming a domain with it. The starry-tailed fox had three tails: the tail of light, the tail of stars, and the tail of spirit. With them, Leonel could form a starry light domain, a starry star domain, and a starry spirit domain. From what Leonel could tell, the starry light domain was both defensive and evasive, working in tandem with the speed branch. The starry star domain was defensive and worked well to control a battlefield, especially if there were many enemies. The starry spirit domain was a sensory domain that elevated beyond internal sight. In addition, it also worked similarly to a spiritual medium, forming the illusory tail as its core. There were many things Leonel could think of using it for if he combined its effects with his mage core. The healing branch raised what Leonel had experienced with the snowy star owl to a completely different level. The first awakening granted his instantaneous recovery once again, but the potency was beyond imagining. Leonel had a feeling that this had to be what had healed his right hand even though he couldn't remember using it. The second awakening granted him his passive healing factor, something that when stacked with a fully awakened wisdom spirit branch would hardly allow him to get nicked without instantly healing, though this reality only made the fact that he had been so heavily injured to begin with even more baffling. All novel FUL. Calm. The third awakening granted him access to the starry-tailed fox's bestial transformation. Though he had never seen it, he could probably guess what it would look like. Finally, the fourth awakening amplified everything to its extreme, allowing him the ability to, once again, use instantaneous recovery once a day. As for the final speed branch, Leonel had grown numb enough to not continuously feel shock, but he could already feel that his speed was mind-numbing. The final awakening of the speed branch, when fused with the starry light domain, practically gave Leonel instantaneous teleportation abilities. Matched with his mind, so long as his stamina kept up, Leonel truly couldn't see how anyone below the sixth dimension could last a few rounds against him. Well, maybe aside from this masochist girlfriend of his. After going through all of this, Leonel managed to calm his heart a bit. But, as fast as his mind was now, it was only a matter of time before he stumbled into a new problem. One heirloom seemed to be completely ruined, so what about this other? Leonel slowly turned his attention to the spear domain ring, his heart trying to beat out of his chest. He had hardly sent his mind toward it when his pupils constricted. All novel all. Calming Chapter 14-6 Spatial Destruction. The spear domain ring looked as though a hurricane had rampaged through it. Spear peaks had been flattened. Spears that managed to survive the carnage had been ripped out of the ground and wildly strewn about, and it might have been a figment of Leonel's imagination, but it also felt like the rumbling storm above was also far more violent than it ever had been before, as though the entire domain had been provoked. Arcs of thick black lightning continuously rained down the tallest peak in the distance. The scene half left Leonel in a trance where he couldn't take his eyes off of the magnificence, and another half of him felt as though the lightning was crashing into his mind, threatening to tear him apart piece by piece. This scene made Leonel realize that what happened to his segmented cube couldn't have possibly been a coincidence. Whatever happened while he was out happened to both. But this realization made something else settle in for Leonel, his mind sparking and his thinking speed heading into overdrive. This opens up a separate sort of possibility for what might have happened to the segmented cube. Originally, if I had to guess what happened to it, I would have assumed that it was related to however I ended up injured. The Void Tower was supposed to be a virtual trial. However, if the change to my mind somehow allowed my dream force to mess with that process, then the lines between virtual and reality could have blurred. If I was forming a virtual reality simulation in the dimensional verse, I wouldn't use technology. The obvious choice would be Dreamforce. If manipulated properly, you could make things as realistic as you wanted them, and rely on the processing strength inherent to the human mind to deal with it all. But let's say that barrier is breached. If you're toying with that line, then injuries would theoretically be the obvious result of crossing a safety line that shouldn't be crossed. That doesn't exactly explain how what should be illusions could injure me, but the answer to that isn't exactly important right this moment. All novel FUS calm. What is important is that if that line was crossed, what else would distort? I would assume that fundamental laws related to gravity, electromagnetism, and especially space would be the first to distort. And, in the case something like that happened, wouldn't the segmented cube obviously collapse no matter how high grade of a treasure it was? Even as his mind worked at warp speed, Leonel did the only thing he could to check this, the spatial bristle rings. Most of the spatial bristle rings Leonel had been traded in for points, but he had kept just one on his person in case of future issues. But when Leonel looked at the finger he had kept it on, as expected, it was no longer there. Leonel could imagine that if the space of a spatial bristle ring collapsed on his finger, it would have most definitely taken his finger and most of his hand with it. But here was his hand, perfectly fine. This isn't the first time I've dealt with warping spatial rings either. Whenever you take a lower-level dimensional ring into a higher one, the space within shrinks. When you take it back to a lower-level dimension, the space within increases once again. The spatial rings are always responding to their environments. The theory is sound. But that is just the first step. The next logical step is how. I didn't think about this earlier because I let my emotions get the best of me, but any collapsing space is not some quiet event. The casing around it would definitely suffer as well. But why is it that the segmented cube is still perfectly shaved into a jigsaw-like finger glove? The only explanation is that someone or something stabilized it and protected it. There was only one thing that Leonel could think of that could possibly do this. The image of an illusory little girl came to mind. If the segmented cube had an AI of sorts protecting it, what would that AI decide to do in the case that Leonel's actions placed it and everything it protected in danger? The obvious course of action would be evasive maneuvers. Now, the question was, how could he get it to come back? One problem at a time. Leonel's gaze narrowed, turning his attention back to the spear domain ring. It was clear that whatever hardship the segmented cube had been forced into, so too had the spear domain gone through. But, rather than the spear domain folding or running, it fought back and eventually managed to stabilize its space. The result of that, though, was a far more volatile and dangerous world, not to mention the destruction of many spears. The good news was that many of these spears would be able to heal themselves in time. However, the bad news was far heavier. For one, the difficulty of crossing through the spear domain had increased far more than 1,000-fold. Leonel had been standing within the black-grayed region of the ring just now, and yet he still felt like his mind was about to collapse. Usually, he appeared in the last place he had left, but seemingly sensing his weakness and protecting him, the spear domain had shuffled him all the way back. Secondly, due to this change, Leonel lost access to even the quasi-bronze spears he had been fond of. This wasn't because they were being repaired as some had still managed to survive. It was because he quite literally could not reach them. Leonel had gone from being able to enter the silver-grade region to not even being able to freely walk throughout the black-grade region. Let alone calling out his quasi-gold spear, he would be hard-pressed to claim a black-grade spear from the ones around him. It felt like he was right back to square one, standing at the same place he had been when he hadn't even completed his nodes yet. All novel FUS, Chapter 1417, Mage Core Tree. Toward this, Leonel could only sigh. He had just been feeling like he was making great progress with the spear domain. He had finally gained a small bit of its acknowledgement, his spear force was rapidly evolving every day, and he had finally claimed a quasi-gold spear, only to be shuffled right back to step 1. Leonel couldn't help but feel that there was a small sense of irony to this. The moment Leonel thought that he should maybe stop emphasizing peak spears so much and focus a little bit more on the spears beneath them, he was thrust into a situation where, if that would seem like a privilege. Truthfully, Leonel would feel pretty depressed about this setback if he had truly gotten nothing in return for it. But the change to his lineage factor was just one of the changes that had occurred in Leonel's body during these last few days. If Little Blackstar was truly safe and just shuttled off to some pocket of space by the spirit of the segmented cube, then this sort of trade-off wasn't bad. In fact, Leonel could be said to be benefiting. The second most obvious change to Leonel was the evolution of his mage core. Although he couldn't understand what had happened, it almost felt as though an answer to everything he needed was already engraved onto his heart. The mage core had become a looming canopy within Leonel's ethereal glabella. If one was looking from afar, it looked a lot more like an entire forest than a singular tree. Leonel almost couldn't believe it when he saw it again for the first time. The mage core had lost its petals and flower-like characteristics. Instead, it had become an enormous tree with countless millions of leaves and branches. However, what was truly special was the fact that these leaves were multicolored, each representing a different element and each engraved with a rune. These runes looked completely different from the ones Leonel had seen on the blue apes he fought on floor 9, but the feeling they gave off was practically identical. It was an esoteric sort of feeling, as though they were elevated in being and worth, touching upon something Leonel couldn't quite understand fundamentally, but could somehow still grasp. It was almost as though Leonel was reading a book and had stumbled upon a word he couldn't understand. However, thanks to the words and context around it, his guess was accurate as the definition itself. All novel F all. Calm. If he focused, he could understand what the individual runes meant, but if he wanted a holistic understanding of them all and how they fed into one another and played off of one another, he would need maybe months, probably years. You would think it would be easier than that with all his split minds. But Leonel found that if he tried to split himself to understand things, the clear definition he had in his head would blur. He didn't have a clear reasoning for why this would be but he had a guess. If whatever was controlling things while my mind was stuck in my dream world comprehended all of these runes at once, then that would mean that the bits and pieces of understanding are all spread out and won't be focused unless I train all of my minds on a singular rune. Leonel frowned slightly. He couldn't ever remember his split minds working like this. Aside from Dream Counter, where he would always assign one mind to a task, the rest had always been fluid and interchangeable. But this felt as though his split minds had all been tagged and assigned to a separate control center. Wow, it's no wonder Leonel couldn't deny it. While this made things more difficult on him comprehending the changes to his mage core, it made his thinking speed and efficiency far higher than it ever had been. Before, he had still been stuck in his ways, still trying to use his split minds the same way as always. But when he fell in line with the changes, it was as though some had pressed down on an accelerator, hard. His thoughts became like bolts of lightning, almost completing before he had even decided to use them. His intention was almost lagging behind his actual thoughts. Leonel was almost lost in the world of his own mind again, but this time it was completely intentional. With the way his mind worked before, when he needed to deduce something, he would work linearly. When one line of thought failed, he would abandon it and then proceed on to the next thought. However, with how it worked now, he could simultaneously think through every possibility and even have them ranked by probability and likelihood before his former self could even switch to a new line of thought. Leonel realized that if he had used this method to think back when he first met Y-Star Order, it would have been impossible for the old man to read his intentions by shifting through 10 million minds because every mind would have already had the same intention. It was just that that intention would have been broken up into little tidbits and divided 10 million times, making it almost impossible for anyone other than Leonel to piece them together and understand them. The irony of this was that it was using Leonel's several hundred million split minds as though they were all one mind, and somehow that still made it all more efficient. Leonel took a deep breath. Even if I can't understand my mage core entirely, though, the result is almost too obvious. Leonel reached out a hand and force surged toward him as though it had a mind of its own. He could always do this. However, he had never been able to replicate this feat in a world of dense anarchic force. Most of Leonel's ability to use atmospheric force was locked away in this place. Even the golden-scaled koi fish could only pull in force fused with anarchic force. But right now, so long as it was an element found on his mage core, Leonel could force it toward himself, ignoring all the anarchic force around him. Suddenly, the air sparked and a ball of red-gold flames formed and began to rotate upon Leonel's palm. Scarlet Star Force. Not just any Scarlet Force, but fifth-dimensional Scarlet Star Force. All novel FU, all see come in Chapter 118. Of all people, Leonel didn't know what to think for a long time. This force, this very same force that had been the bane of his existence ever since he had awakened it, was now sitting obediently in his palm. Leonel knew it was lacking in many ways. This force on his palm now compared to the force he could emit from his innate node in the same way force crystals differed from pure force crystals. The gap was enormous. However, it was still with this very same force that Leonel had wiped out a troop of three-finger cult members, and then proceeded to toy with a variant invalid as though each was no more than an ant. And now, he could suddenly use as much of this force as he wanted. To say that this change was huge was an understatement. Leonel quickly snuffed out the flame, realizing that Ina was beginning to sweat beneath the heat. If not for her, he might not have realized something was wrong until the walls began to melt. If this wasn't a seventh-dimensional world, the air would have already heated enough to combust everything around it into a hail of flames. The force on Leonel's palm shifted. He went through water force, spatial force, light force, star force. He even managed to gather enough earth force that he could influence the ground beneath him a bit. Though none of these were as exaggerated as the formation of a ball of Scarlet Star Force, Leonel could still tell that the strength behind each force was far more than it had been in the past, and the only possible explanation was the runes that made up the leaves of his mage core. Leonel summarized the next few changes to his body quickly. All novel FEFU. Calm, his fourth-dimensional innate node, the very one he had taken back from Michael, had found a home in his left kidney. An odd sort of dream force barrier wrapped tightly around it. Leonel hadn't noticed it at first due to its small size, but after a diligent scan, he couldn't possibly miss it. Leonel felt that he could puncture this dream force barrier whenever he wanted, as his dream force affinity seemed to have finally returned to him, but he didn't do it. This dream force barrier seemed to make the innate node ignorant to the fact it had returned to his body. This allowed him to benefit from having true Scarlet Star Force circulate throughout his body without the drawbacks. When Leonel was ready for it to evolve, he felt that he could just remove a layer of the barrier, allowing it to grow in size. Like this, Leonel could get the benefit of the accelerated growth of one innate node and the steady growth of another. He had a feeling that this would greatly help his comprehension as he watched the destruction runes grow naturally. The next change he noticed was in the number of destruction runes he had comprehended, but since these were fused with his mage core, he left alone. The final change, however, was one that left Leonel speechless once again, something that had happened far too often today. Leonel waved a hand. The world around him seemed to distort, delicate sparkling lines of blue coming together until they formed a perfect cube. Everything about the hologram was exact. There was a 0% margin of error, completely unrealistic even to the standards of the higher dimensions. Without fail, every side was exactly 4 inches long, not a measure more, not a measure less. However, the most shocking thing was that this image had been projected from Leonel's mind. The first thing Leonel did when he noticed this was panic again. Had he been flung back into a dream world without his knowledge? But after a moment, he calmed again. No, this wasn't a dream world, this was definitely the real world. There was no doubt about it. But he had gained the ability to project his dream force. No, it isn't like that. Within the confines of my starry spirit domain, I can project dream force. However, outside of it, I cannot. Even within the range of my internal sight is impossible. It only seems to be something I can accomplish within this domain. Without his tail active, Leonel's starry spirit domain was barely a foot out from his skin. With it active, it had a radius of about 5 meters. Whatever change this sensory domain had allowed, it became like an extension of Leonel's dream world. Leonel had known there would be a lot to explore when it came to this new domain of his, but he hadn't expected to stumble upon the first discovery like this. Leonel had dismissed this ability when he was stuck in his dream world, thinking that it would only make him a good teacher and communicator. But, now feeling it in the real world, he realized just how game-changing this ability would be. He almost wanted to stand up right this moment and begin crafting, but that was when it hit him like a ton of bricks. I lost little Tolly too. Leonel's fists clenched. He had to find a way to reverse this as soon as possible. He knew there had to be a way. Leonel was suddenly tackled down by a soft body. Before he could understand what was happening, 2 small palms clasped his cheeks, pressing them together as though to check he was truly alive. Leonel's lips pursed out of his control, his eyes blinking as he looked up toward Ina, who already sat over him. Seeing the worry in Ina's eyes, Leonel's heart softened a bit, but when she tried to kiss him, he dodged and hoisted her over his shoulder. No time for horniness today, ma'am. We have work to do. I have to find out how to save an adorable little mink and an equally as adorable silver blob. All novel FUL Ina was so stunned that she didn't even react to Leonel conveniently squeezing one of her large cheeks as she was halved over his shoulder. Did this man just accuse her of being horny? This man of all people? All novel FUL. Chapter 1419, Void Contract, Soft. Leonel nodded to himself. Ina seemed to snap awake at these words, slapping Leonel's hand away from her ass and pushing herself up and off his shoulder. She harumphed, pulling her skirt down to hide anything indecent and smoothing out the wrinkles. Once she was finished, she gave Leonel a nice, long glare, but in return, she received a chuckle. What's with that look? Weren't you just happy to see me? Not anymore. Oh, if I give you a kiss, will it make you feel better? No one wants your kiss, Ina spoke, waving a hand and walking out in front, ignoring Leonel. Leonel laughed, swiftly catching up and taking Ina's hand. Though she put up some mock resistance, she eventually stopped. It was all too easy to tell the difference. With her strength, shaking off his hand if she really wanted to wouldn't be difficult at all. Where is this place? All novel FUS. Leonel couldn't help but notice that this place was particularly white. It was completely unlike the dark regions he had gotten used to in the last several days. Well, aside from the 10th floor of the Void Tower, that is. This place, though, was obviously not in the Void Tower, and it had a distinct medicinal scent in the air. It's a hospital, obviously. Who asked you to come out of the tower with a hole in your chest? What the hell happened to you? Ina frowned, her slightly annoyed tone shifting to concern as she looked toward Leonel. The more she thought about it, the less it made sense to her as well. It was supposed to be a simulation. During her own death, she had become an old woman after expending all of her life force, and her bones practically crumbled under the weight of her flesh. It was quite gruesome, but she eventually woke up just fine as though nothing had happened. If even a death like that couldn't harm her, then what could have possibly harmed Leonel? I'm not sure. A hospital. It wasn't free, right? How did you pay for it? Did you get leaderboard rewards already? About that, your cousin, my cousin? Leonel's brow shot up. The only cousin he knew of was Noah, but he had a feeling that Ina wasn't talking about him. Noah should be just as unable to pay for his treatment as Ina was. It wouldn't make sense for Ina to be referring to him. Yes, his name was Sio. He said he was the 4th Nova. Leonel's eyes narrowed. The 4th Nova. Though there were over 1 billion recognized to be among the Morales family's Nova generation, the only ones who gained numbers and titles like this were the 7 who had awakened both lineage factors. What did he ask for in return? Leonel still had the segmented cube and the spear domain with him, so it was obvious that his cousin hadn't asked for them. Though, even if he had, Leonel doubted the spear domain would leave him. As for the segmented cube, it seemed to have a spirit of its own. However, in its current state, it was just an empty shell anyone could take for themselves. Regardless, 4th Nova hadn't taken it either. He said that you owe him 1 favor, and he wants 10% interest compounded daily. He made me sign a Void contract, which is apparently a legal document overseen by the Void Senate. Any disputes are handled through the Senate or its branches. Leonel felt uneasy hearing these words. The interest alone was ridiculous, but the favor sounded. Leonel didn't believe that Ina would ever make him return a favor that was too ridiculous, so there were definitely stipulations. But as for what they were, he didn't know. Can I see the contract? Ina handed over what looked like a pendant without its necklace to him after hesitating a moment, and his starry spirit domain acted all on its own. Its information was displayed before him, and he read through it all in the blink of an eye. But by the time he had finished, his expression was as dark as the Void Palace's usual environment. He realized now why Ina had seemingly hesitated, even if just for a moment. The collateral for this contract was essentially Ina's life. Even though the Void Palace didn't allow death, slavery was another matter entirely. If Leonel couldn't fulfill the contract within a month's time, Ina would be forced to work under Shio. Leonel's mother had already been here for over 20 years, and she still couldn't leave the Void Palace freely. This meant that even if this contract was only observed within these walls, something that was unlikely to be true to begin with, that Ina would be stuck fulfilling this contract for at least that long. And, considering the fact the Void Palace, and by proxy the Void Senate, were the most powerful existences in the human domain, even leaving this place didn't mean that you could ignore a contract witnessed by them. This much alone was more than enough to piss Leonel off. Ina was unaware, so he didn't blame her. But, so long as he held on for just one more day, he could have completely healed himself after his instantaneous recovery recharged. In fact, so long as Leonel had been given a space without anarchic force to contend with, his healing factor would have been more than enough to allow him to recover to his full strength. Beyond this, the description left for the favor left Leonel unsettled. The restrictions placed on it were heavy. Ina had insisted that such a favor couldn't go against Leonel's moral code, but as a rebuttal, Fourth Nova seemed to slip in that said moral code had to be provable by Leonel's actions. That line alone was something Leonel knew Ina wouldn't accept unless she felt pushed into a corner. It practically undid all of the restrictions so long as the clause was used cleverly. Leonel didn't think his mood could get any worse, but when he saw the bill, his temper threatened to flare up again, and only grew worse when he recognized the green hair of the woman across from him. All novel F all. Comic Cash, Chapter 1420. A month Ina's frown was even deeper than Leonel's. Her palm pressed down hard on the counter, applying enough pressure to make the marbling tremble. And yet, her voice was as calm and cold as ice. Golden glow root, white azolla oak, silkworm grass. These are all fifth-dimensional herbs priced at barely a few dozen kilograms of herbe ore, itchweed, crimson hair skunk root, queen spruce bushel, poison thistle plum. These aren't even medicines, they're quite literally poison. I wouldn't have allowed you within a mile of him if you had entered with these things. Do you take us for idiots? The green-haired woman continued to look toward them, not looking away in the slightest. There wasn't a hint of embarrassment on her face. The price is as stated. 1029, 293 void points, and 2 void merits. Ina's irises flashed with a golden glow, the marbled counter cracking. The green-haired woman looked down at the result, her eyes narrowing. It took far more than just a bit of strength to cause such a thing to happen, especially when there was no wind-up. The price is now double. The green-haired woman reached forward with lightning speed to take back the invoice, catching Ina off guard. But before she could succeed, she found her wrist lightly gripped. The strength wasn't too strong, and it could even be said that the hold on her hand was more comfortable than not. And yet, she couldn't seem to budge even a single inch. Her name was Rosamond, I believe. Is that right? Leonel said lightly. His anger seemed to have vanished into the wind. Rosamond was the very same woman who had manned the medical center at Village 012. Truthfully, Leonel hadn't done much of anything to her. In addition, after displaying the strength he had during the True Selection, and subsequently within the Void Tower, even if what he did past Floor 9 was ignored, he had already proven himself to be more than worth of the Amethyst token. In doing that, the reason Rosamond should have had for being disgusted with him should have likewise vanished. But it seems that Rosamond was the type of person who didn't like to take losses. Leonel had left her medicinal center alone because he didn't want to be the reason other people didn't get treatment, but she had taken his actions to be out of fear of her. So, he had blatantly stated that if she ever became the reason one of his friends or brothers couldn't get treatment, he wouldn't care about the Void Palace's rules and would directly kill her. Clearly, she had taken these words very personally, even to the point of trying to retaliate in this way. With the way the Void Palace worked, everything run on the power of its students. There was a reason why Vega could offer Ina free discounts from stores, and that was because they were controlled by her faction to begin with. Every establishment was either owned by a faction or an individual student. This was for an obvious reason. They were raising the future leaders of the human domain, and as such, treated them with the proper freedom within certain parameters, of course. So long as they remained within the Void Palace, didn't have children, and didn't kill, they could practically do as they pleased, all the way up until even running the daily functions of the Void Palace through the Void Senate. These rules weren't too oppressive at all. They had to stay in the Void Palace so that they could constantly be under a state of duress and training. If they could leave as they pleased, who would choose to remain here? By then, the effectiveness would plummet. As for children, they couldn't have little brats running around the Void Palace, right? And killing was an even more obvious measure that protected everyone from being pushed too far. However, it was also because of this approach that this was happening at all. Inwardly, Leonel smiled. He didn't believe that only this family controlled all of the hospitals and medical centers of the Void Palace. There were definitely others. Signs pointed toward the fact that Cheo had brought Ina and him here on purpose, knowing the prices would be inflated. As for how he knew that Leonel had a grudge with Rosamond, that was something that Leonel would have to find out on his own. Still, it was clear that this fourth cousin of his was Schemer. It was just unfortunate that he had already touched past Leonel's bottom line because as of this moment he was playing with Ina's life. However, Leonel managed to keep his calm, sliding the invoice off of the table and taking it into his hands. He didn't care for the green-haired woman's answer to his question, he already knew the truth. "This is the invoice, huh? I'll be taking my copy. Be sure to charge that to that cousin of mine." Leonel handed the invoice to Ina. Since he didn't have a spatial ring anymore, he'd have to rely on this girlfriend of his. As they walked out, his mind was spinning. There were too many loopholes in the contract. Just with a glance, he could see dozens. If Sheo was determined to take advantage of them, he could do so. In fact, he could just hide for the next coming month and show up 31 days later claiming that Leonel never paid him, using that as an excuse to sweep Ina away. With this contract, Sheo could even go as far as to force Ina to fight in the air wars for him. While killing amongst heirs was prohibited, killing the helpers of heirs was a different matter entirely. If not for this, why would Valiant Heart Mountain have been so scared to participate? Or, there was the possibility that if his mind was more sinister, Leonel shut his mind down from continuing down that path as quickly as he thought it. But with his current thinking speed, he had already plunged down a seemingly endless rabbit hole. The more he considered it, the more enraged he would become. There was only one option. He had to find a way to void this contract. And for that, he needed to read the rules. To make matters more difficult, he needed a method that didn't rely on the Void Senate, and he only had a month to both find it and put it into action. Chapter 1421. A month. Chapter 1421. A month. Ina's frown was even deeper than Leonel's. Her palm pressed down hard on the counter, applying enough pressure to make the marbling tremble. And yet, her voice was as calm and cold as ice. Golden glow root. White azolla oak. Silkworm grass. These are all fifth-dimensional herbs priced at barely a few dozen kilograms of herby ore. Itchweed, crimson hair skunk root, queen spruce bushel, poison thistle plum. These aren't even medicines, they're quite literally poison. I wouldn't have allowed you within a mile of him if you had entered with these things. Do you take us for idiots? The green-haired woman continued to look toward them, not looking away in the slightest. There wasn't a hint of embarrassment on her face. The price is as stated. 1029, 293 void points and 2 void merits. Ina's irises flashed with a golden glow, the marbled counter cracking. The green-haired woman looked down at the result, her eyes narrowing. It took far more than just a bit of strength to cause such a thing to happen, especially when there was no wind-up. The price is now double. The green-haired woman reached forward with lightning speed to take back the invoice, catching Ina off guard. But before she could succeed, she found her wrist lightly gripped. The strength wasn't too strong, and it could even be said that the hold on her hand was more comfortable than not. And yet, she couldn't seem to budge even a single inch. Her name was Rosamond, I believe. Is that right? Leonel said lightly. His anger seemed to have vanished into the wind. Rosamond was the very same woman who had manned the medical center at Village W012. Truthfully, Leonel hadn't done much of anything to her. In addition, after displaying the strength he had during the true selection, and subsequently within the Void Tower, even if what he did past Floor 9 was ignored, he had already proven himself to be more than worth of the Amethyst token. In doing that, the reason Rosamond should have had for being disgusted with him should have likewise vanished. But it seems that Rosamond was the type of person who didn't like to take losses. Leonel had left her medicinal center alone because he didn't want to be the reason other people didn't get treatment, but she had taken his actions to be out of fear of her. So, he had blatantly stated that if she ever became the reason one of his friends or brothers couldn't get treatment, he wouldn't care about the Void Palace's rules and would directly kill her. Clearly, she had taken these words very personally, even to the point of trying to retaliate in this way. With the way the Void Palace worked, everything run on the power of its students. There was a reason why Vega could offer Ina free discounts from stores, and that was because they were controlled by her faction to begin with. Every establishment was either owned by a faction or an individual student. This was for an obvious reason. They were raising the future leaders of the human domain, and as such, treated them with the proper freedom, within certain parameters, of course. So long as they remained within the Void Palace, didn't have children, and didn't kill, they could practically do as they pleased, all the way up until even running the daily functions of the Void Palace through the Void Senate. These rules weren't too oppressive at all. They had to stay in the Void Palace so that they could constantly be under a state of duress and training. If they could leave as they pleased, who would choose to remain here? By then, the effectiveness would plummet. As for children, they couldn't have little brats running around the Void Palace, right? And killing was an even more obvious measure that protected everyone from being pushed too far. However, it was also because of this approach that this was happening at all. Inwardly, Leonel smiled. He didn't believe that only this family controlled all of the hospitals and medical centers of the Void Palace. There were definitely others. Signs pointed toward the fact that Cheo had brought Ina and him here on purpose, knowing the prices would be inflated. As for how he knew that Leonel had a grudge with Rosamond, that was something that Leonel would have to find out on his own. Still, it was clear that this fourth cousin of his was schemer. It was just unfortunate that he had already touched past Leonel's bottom line because as of this moment, he was playing with Ina's life. However, Leonel managed to keep his calm, sliding the invoice off of the table and taking it into his hands. He didn't care for the green-haired woman's answer to his question, he already knew the truth. This is the invoice, huh? I'll be taking my copy. Be sure to charge that to that cousin of mine. Leonel handed the invoice to Ina. Since he didn't have a spatial ring anymore, he'd have to rely on this girlfriend of his. As they walked out, his mind was spinning. There were too many loopholes in the contract. Just with a glance, he could see dozens. If Shale was determined to take advantage of them, he could do so. In fact, he could just hide for the next coming month and show up 31 days later claiming that Leonel never paid him, using that as an excuse to sweep Ina away. With this contract, Shale could even go as far as to force Ina to fight in the air wars for him. While killing amongst heirs was prohibited, killing the helpers of heirs was a different matter entirely. If not for this, why would Valiant Heart Mountain have been so scared to participate? Or, there was the possibility that if his mind was more sinister, Leonel shut his mind down from continuing down that path as quickly as he thought it, but with his current thinking speed, he had already plunged down a seemingly endless rabbit hole. The more he considered it, the more enraged he would become. There was only one option. He had to find a way to void this contract. And, for that, he needed to read the rules. To make matters more difficult, he needed a method that didn't rely on the Void Senate, and he only had a month to both find it and put it into action. Chapter 142, Wide Grin. Chapter 42-2. Wide Grin. Originally, Leonel wanted to avoid the Void Senate because he had a feeling that it was likely that Sheo would have someone to rely on that could make things difficult for him. However, when he caught up to speed with everything that had happened, he was even more assured in the fact he couldn't rely on them. The fall of the stalwart Polearm Party, the rise of the sword factions as a result, and his dad, well, being his dad. Leonel rubbed his forehead. This old man is always giving me problems. Can't go one day without ruining things. If Velasco could hear Leonel now, maybe he would have to smack some sense into his son. It was clearly the other way around. Why did this brat suddenly sound so exasperated? Ina, who had been in a bad mood, couldn't help but giggle. Much of this information she had just filled Leonel in on were things she had fished out of Vega. The knowledge of a gold faction head was quite invaluable, so though Ina never had any intention of joining Vega's faction, she still gained herself a large well of information just by listening and asking questions. She had to find a way to distract herself from the frozen screen that loomed above her head after all. There was only so much worrying she could do if she didn't even understand exactly what was happening. It was a good thing that Ina had done this as well, because everything in the Void Palace cost some sort of price. Everything. Living accommodations, food, water, even information, all had a price tag. There were several information networks in the Void Palace controlled by various families. Just basic information would cost you hundreds of Void points, let alone something as sensitive as the overturning of a shared majority in the Senate. This saved Leonel a lot of time though, because now he didn't have to walk around aimlessly. The Void Palace, on a normal day, wasn't too much unlike a college campus if you could get over the heavy perpetual fog and the lack of sun at all times. However, it also felt very unorganized. There were buildings of all sorts of shapes and sizes, serving all sorts of different functions strewn around without any sort of real city planning of any sort. Restaurants were right by clothing shops, which were right by residences, which were also right by medicinal halls and libraries. There was even what looked like a small farm randomly irrigated between what was a butcher shop and a clothing shop that displayed animal furs. There was no order at all. Alongside these odd choices in building and in land use, there were what looked like kiosks every block or so. Ina told Leonel that those were locations to exchange void points for things from a virtual library of sorts. But the situation was more complicated than that. Apparently, according to Ina, there were zones. The level of the void point kiosk would be decided by the level of the zone. This meant at lower level zones, you could only trade for things of a certain level, barred off from higher levels. These zones were mostly divided into the level of students that could enter them, and there were further special zones controlled by factions as well. Regardless, outside of the lower class zones which could be entered for free, higher class zones with better accommodations, and assumingly better city planning than this, all cost void points to enter as well. This zone, what is it? Well, Ina bit her lip looking away. It's the lowest class quadrant zone there is. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Quadrant? Oh, did I not climb high enough to make it to Galaxy? That's unfortunate. Leonel didn't really know what happened after he got trapped, so he just assumed what must have happened. He thought that Ina's reaction was to spare him from the embarrassment. In truth, he didn't like the fact he had failed, but the experience with Ameri had already forced him to humble himself a bit. He still didn't like the fact he had to use his bow that day. No, well, Ina took a breath and just explained what happened. Leonel's brows jumped when he heard he had climbed to the 74th floor. How was such a thing even possible? There should be something wrong with the tower, right? Maybe his dream force had affected its output. This was the best explanation Leonel could think of. There was no way he could output 7th dimensional power. If he could, he might as well forget all of this and start conquering the human domain right away. Ah, so it's like that, Leonel sighed. Someone had come to bring Ina her verification as a Galaxy-ranked disciple while he was in a coma. But when Ina asked about Leonel, the person only shook their head, not having an answer. It was likely that the higher-ups were still deliberating on what exactly had happened. So, as of now, let alone a galaxy rank, Leonel didn't technically have any rank right now. Leonel couldn't blame them. Even he didn't believe he had climbed to the 74th floor, so why would others? Leonel suddenly came to a grinding halt, his eyes flashing, and then he grinned like a madman. Aina, who had continued to walk ahead, paused when she realized Leonel's arm was tugging at her hand. "Leonel, are you all right?" Seeing Leonel grin when she knew that he would usually be sad in this sort of situation made Aina a bit worried. "Was his head all right? If I'm right, I just found our loophole." Leonel's grin widened. Even if this didn't get Leonel out of the void contract, he was certain that there was some rule or loophole he could take advantage of in his current rankless state. He just had to find what that rule was. And, if he was even luckier, this much would be enough to void Fourth Nova's void contract with Aina. "Aina, bring me somewhere where we can read all of the Void Palace's rules in excruciating detail. I'm sure there has to be a place like that." Aina blinked and then nodded slowly, thinking of a place. Chapter 1423, 523, 523, 523, 527. The best location that Aina could think of that would meet Leonel's requirements was a branch of the Void Senate. The Senate's main duties were related to setting laws that governed everything from the lowest to the highest levels of the Void Palace. But there were also many smaller tasks, at least relatively speaking, that they also had to deal with. These branches were in place to deal with these smaller functions. For one, the Senate branches were where missions could be taken up and rewards for said missions could be accepted. It would also be the place where Leonel and Aina would have to go in order to receive their monthly stipend for remaining on the leaderboards, so long as they could maintain their top 3 positions, that is. The second function of the branches was as a sort of asylum. A lot like the embassies found within a country, a branch functioned as the one location in the whole of the Void Palace where fights and battles were not allowed. Most likely wouldn't use the branch for this purpose, but it was still a rule that everyone was aware of because the penalty for breaking it was especially harsh. Simply put, the dignity of the Senate could not be infringed upon for any reason. The third function of the branch was as a sort of disciplinary squad. There were very few rules on the Void Palace other than the main 3 always mentioned, but there still had to be a semblance of order. Those who took up positions in the Senate branches were tasked with making sure any commotion remained to a level that was manageable. This didn't sound like a big deal on the surface, but when things like faction wars reached a fever pitch, only the Senate could be relied upon to settle tensions and make sure no one crossed any lines that couldn't be come back from. Likewise, the branches were here to ensure that no one died. No, more accurately, they were here to ensure that no one was killed or murdered. And, in the case that someone was, they would be swiftly brought in and put on trial for what would likely be an inevitable execution. Death in the Void Palace was more common than the no-killing rule seemed to imply. Most would die on the Void battlefield. However, among those that wouldn't, there were any number of ways. Poison, succumbing to injuries, being ravaged by cursed beasts that roamed these lands. There were even cases of people starving to death. In an anarchic, force-rich environment, even higher dimensional beings were in a constant state of fight or flight, their force always working. As such, their hunger and thirst were no different from mortals. If they went a few weeks without food, or even a week without water, they would already find themselves towing the line of life or death, just like any other third-dimensional existence. This was a problem that Leonel had in the back of his mind already. He hadn't been worrying about it at all because he would always have water with the segmented cube, and cleaning cursed beast meat to consume wasn't an issue so long as he had cleansing waters. But now, this was a problem he would have to contend with and deal with as soon as possible. But first, Leonel and Aina walked into the Senate branch. Much like the hospital, it was completely out of place. While it wasn't a large building, it was still prim and proper. The grass out front was a lush and almost obsidian black. The foundation and walls had been laid of evenly cut brick, and the inside smelled of fresh pine and a hint of citric. There was only a single person as the counter, but there only really needed to be one. "State your purpose," the young man almost commanded. Leonel gazed toward this person, feeling that they were quite powerful. Even the weakest member of the Senate was in the latter third of the 6th dimension, and this young man was definitely no different. He probably made more void merits just sitting here than Leonel would gain risking his life for months. Probably. As for whether or not that was true, Leonel actually had no idea, and he didn't like wasting time speculating on things he had no real tangible information about. "I would like a complete record of the Void Palace's rules." The young man, who was mostly disinterested, narrowed his eyes when he heard this. "Are you trying to fuck with me? I don't have the patience, kid." "I'll give you one more chance, but that's only because I'm in a good mood." Leonel refrained from laughing. If this was him in a good mood, he'd hate to see the opposite. Toward these words, Leonel only smiled. "Senior, I recently got swept up into some void contract troubles, and I want to see if there's any method of getting out. I don't want to leave any stone unturned, so I'd like to go through all of the rules to see if there's anything I can do." Hearing such an explanation, the young man's stance softened somewhat, but he still shook his head. "The ignorant truly are fearless. Fine, fine. You live and you learn. Good luck, kid." Clank. The young man brought out a pendant that looked quite similar to the one that had held the original contract. But the jewel on it was a different color. Aina's had been a really pale silver, but this seemed much brighter. It was a detail Leonel noted. Then, clank. The young man brought out another pendant, then another, then another, then another. By the time he was finished, the whole counter was covered in what Leonel counted to be 527 such pendants. The Void Palace was founded over 500,000 years ago. Each pendant represents 1,000 years of laws and amendments. Have fun. Chapter 1424 maybe? Chapter 1424 maybe? Leonel's lip twitched. Even for him, this was a lot. He could tell with a glance that the brightness of the gem on the pendant was likely a function of how much information was within. The contract between Aina and Cheo had been about 1,000 words. If it was multiplied by the difference in brightness, then that would mean that there would be about 100 billion words since it functions on a logarithmic scale. If it was multiplied by a further 500, it wouldn't take me that long at all. In fact, I would probably finish each one in a few minutes, especially since I don't have to read with my eyes. But that wouldn't be too hard for any fifth-dimensional existence to do. 100 billion words is only a petabyte of information. I highly doubt what looks to be a sixth-dimension device would max out at that quantity. For this senior to be acting like this, it has to be even worse than my estimates. Leonel took a breath and picked up one of the pendants, restraining his starry spirit domain so that it didn't act on its own again. I would be careful if I were you. The memory pendants work by projecting all of the information into your mind at once using a small bit of dream force. Even seventh-dimensional existences don't bother memorizing all of these rules. It's easier to just look up exactly what they want when the issue comes up. Dream force? Leonel blinked. The young man smiled. Even if you have some dream force affinity, I wouldn't advise it. I already assumed you had some sensory type ability since you dared to ask for this. Only sensory maniacs like you guys would ask for something so ridiculous. But a small amount of dream force affinity isn't going to help you with that amount of information. Unless you're a savant, or at least in the seventh dimension, I wouldn't advise it. Hearing these words, Aina began to get a bit worried as well. How about we find another way? Or maybe you could try to narrow down the search a bit, she probed. Leonel exhaled a breath, looking at the pendant. What's the worst that can happen if I use the memory pendant, senior? Well, it isn't life-threatening, but you'd be forced to stand there until your mind processes all of it. Since you're in the fifth dimension and have some dream force affinity, I'd say it would probably take you anywhere from a week to a month depending on a few factors. So you can imagine how long it would take to go through all of them. Plus, that would only really work if you really needed to find very specific information. It sounds like you want to memorize all of it by your tone. That mountain is even taller. Even though the dream force will help you memorize a bit easier than you otherwise would, it's not to the point that you'd become an overnight genius. You'll easily become overwhelmed, and by the third pendant, you'll already start forgetting things. By the seventh pendant, you likely wouldn't even remember anything from the first. And that doesn't mention the fact that my shift ends pretty soon. I might be willing to let you stand there, but I can't promise that my colleagues will too. Some of them are pricks, and entering a state like that is dangerous if there's no one around to protect you. I see. Leonel's gaze narrowed. He had already decided to gamble. He had forgotten about the new way in which his brain worked. If he really went at this, he believed he could do it. Leonel's internal sight surged. As though expecting this, the young man shook his head. He already knew this would happen. That's why he had said the ignorant were fearless. Never mind, it didn't matter. He would be harmed a bit, and when he came out, he would have learned a lesson. The young man moved to put the other pendants away. He had only brought them all out for dramatic effect to begin with, but it had fallen on blind eyes since neither Leonel nor Aina seemed to understand what kind of heft these pendants had behind them. But before the young man could finish packing away even a single pendant, a sharp intake of breath caught his attention. He looked up curiously, but his expression changed when he saw that Leonel's gaze had regained its clarity. How long has it been? Leonel asked Aina. Leonel had already expected that he would find a different person at the counter, so he didn't even look in that direction. The largest reason he had dared to do this was because he trusted that if he was wrong in his evaluation, Aina would protect him. But instead of getting an answer, all he got was a beauty looking back at him with a blank expression. The young man abruptly rose from his seat, not understanding what he was seeing. If he could wave a hand and say Leonel just faked it, everything would be fine. But the problem was that he most definitely couldn't do that. His own senses were too sharp. He had felt Leonel's internal sight sink into that pendant. There was no way to fake that. The moment internal sight touched that pendant, the process would start, and there was no easy way to extricate yourself without completely reading through its contents. There was simply no way to fake this. Aina? It's been a few seconds, maybe? Aina's voice tinged with uncertainty. Leonel blinked for a moment before he grinned ear to ear. This was excellent. Without hesitation, he took up a second pendant, then a third, then a fourth. He blazed through them one after another, not stopping for a single moment. Then, just 10 or so minutes later, he had gone through them all, each word, letter, and punctuation marked perfectly memorized. Chapter 1425. Green, Chapter 1425. Green Leonel exhaled, his mind rolling. He slid through the 500,000 years worth of laws and regulations as though he was flipping through the pages of a book, his mind assimilating it all with an ease that astonished even himself. Most of it was completely useless, nonsensical laws that no longer meant anything in the current day and age. But others were far more interesting. Leonel organized it all, crossing out what was useless and also throwing out rules made redundant or toothless by later amendments. And, eventually, he came to exactly what he wanted. Leonel grinned. This was exactly what he needed. The void contract was one matter, however, how he could take advantage of his limbo-like status was a different matter entirely. Since the Void Senate would likely try to play games with him, let them. He would enjoy his short period of free reign while they twiddled their thumbs. As for the matter of the void contract, it was surprisingly easy. The rule was under a set of amendments put into place about 400,000 years ago when the Void Palace's anarchic force concentration had weakened enough to allow lower-level dimensional beings in. The free-for-all rules began to weigh too heavily. As of right now, the only rule seemed to be no killing. But what would one do if a higher dimensional being insisted on crippling you? There was really nothing much you could do at all. That was, until these amendments were put into place. There were many provisions put in place, but the only one Leonel really cared about right now was a clause related to void contracts. According to the stipulations, so long as a contract involved a deal including a lower-ranked disciple, said disciple could use 3 void merits to remove themselves from responsibility. One would think that Leonel was out of luck. He couldn't simultaneously try to use his limbo-like status and hope to get treatment as a lower-ranked disciple at the same time. That wouldn't make sense or be possible. However, it had to be remembered that the contract wasn't signed between Leonel and Sio. It was signed between Aina and Sio. Leonel had been in a coma at the time, meaning he couldn't consent to a contract even if he wanted to. Luckily, Sio should be a sector-ranked disciple, just like Leonel's mother, while Aina was a galaxy-ranked disciple. In addition, even if Sio wasn't a sector-ranked disciple, there were divisions among ranks that could be used as well. There were 9 divisions within each level, which was why climbing ranks was so difficult. So long as Sio wasn't a level 1 galaxy-ranked disciple, Aina would still be able to break free. Now, the only question was one of getting void merits. If Leonel was lucky, he might be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and take advantage of his limbo status at the same time. However, Leonel had also deduced days ago that void merits were far more valuable than void points. It likely wouldn't be easy to get them even if he went all out in the next month. And, according to the rules, while void points were transferable by anyone, only factions, parties, and the Void Palace itself could hand out void merits. This meant that if Leonel wanted to get Aina the merits she needed, they would either need to do a mission that paid them both equally, and was thus work a total of 6 void merits, a mission that would without a doubt be incredibly dangerous, or Aina would need to somehow earn them on her own. But it was exactly then that a spark went off in Leonel's head. For every top 3 spot you have on the leaderboards, you gain an equivalent number of void merits. Aina, how many leaderboards are you on right now? The young man's lip twitched when he heard this question. What the hell was going on here? First this kid flashed through the pendants like they were nothing, and now he was treating leaderboards as though they were nothing. If he didn't know better, the young man would have checked these pendants personally to make sure they weren't broken, but even if he wouldn't get stuck here for a month like Leonel should have, it would have still been a day. He didn't feel like doing that. Plus, all 527 couldn't possibly be broken, right? I believe that I'm on 20. The young man sputtered and coughed. 10 leaderboards? Aina and Leonel looked toward the young man as though he was the weird one. Eventually, they looked back toward one another as though he wasn't there. I assume that's 10 current leaderboards and 10 all-time ones, right? Aina nodded. And what placement do you have on them? Only the top 3 matters. I'm second of 3 of the current leaderboards and first on the rest of them. Same for the all-time leaderboards. Leonel grinned. Sounds like my girlfriend is pretty amazing. Just a little bit. Aina smiled, her amber eyes glistening. The current leaderboards give 3 void merits for first place and -1 downward. The all-time leaderboards are more complicated. They give out a pool of 30 for top 10, and it ticks down by 1 for top 11, 20, and so on. Either way, only top 10 matters for you. Depending on how many active members of the top 10 there are currently in the Void Palace, you'll split those 30 merit points with them, merce. So you have 27 void merits from current leaderboards plus 300 void merits divided by however many people you're sharing them with. Do you know? Leonel thought the answer might be 0, initially, but after hearing her previous explanation, he knew that wouldn't be true. There's one. Her name is Triana Virer. Leonel nodded. In that case, you get 66% of the amount you're in first place for and 33% of the ones you're not. So 27 plus 150, so 177 void merits in the end. It looks like you'll have more than enough. While Leonel and Aina were happy about this change, there was a young woman whose monthly void merit quota had taken an enormous plummet thanks to this change, and her hair also happened to be green. Chapter 1426. What can stop us? Chapter 1426. What can stop us? Leonel and Aina left the Senate branch after completing a few other things, but Leonel still seemed lost in thought, as though he was still trying to work something out. What's wrong? Aina asked. From what Leonel had said earlier, it sounded as if all their troubles were dealt with. Did my cousin say anything else to you? Anything that might sound suspicious? Anything that stood out? Aina fell deep into her thoughts, but after a moment she shook her head. She couldn't think of anything like that. Back then, she had been very focused on the contract and negotiations, so she had practically memorized every little thing Sheo said, but even then, she couldn't come up with anything like what Leonel had asked for. Is there a problem? I'm not sure, Leonel said honestly. It just feels too easy. On the one hand, the void merit rule should be rarely used. Void merits alone are difficult to gather in the first place. Although you'll have almost 200 at the end of this month, there are very few people who could boast such a thing. The number of individuals on the leaderboards to begin with are barely a fraction of the number of students in the Void Palace, and that doesn't even consider the fact that only the top 3 get to enjoy void merits in return in the first place. Then there's the fact that anyone who could earn void merits through any method to begin with wouldn't normally be people that would need to get out of a contract. They would be geniuses that would be easily taken in by a faction or party without issue. Something like selling themselves in exchange for help would never happen. So, that would make the use of this rule even rarer. Then that should be a good thing. Why are you worried? Like I said, it just feels too easy. If my cousin is intelligent, he'll look at things from all angles. He should know both how valuable void merits are and the fact that you'll earn a lot in just a couple more weeks. If I was him, Leonel's gaze went into a daze for a moment as he activated an ability he had only just created. He called it Dream Perspective. With Dream Perspective, he could forget the things he knew and only remember the things his target would. This way, he wouldn't have his thoughts colored by bias and matters he already understood. One of the most difficult things for people to do was look at matters from the perspective of someone else. However, with Tier 4 control, Leonel could create a dream clone in his dream world that had the exact knowledge of whoever he chose. Then, he could simulate how they would think about a situation. The more understanding he had of a person, the more accurate it would be. He could adjust his intelligence and deductive ability, as well as factor in personality and tendencies as well. But, since Leonel knew so little about his cousin, he could only draw conclusions with about 20 to 30% certainty, using an average 6th-dimensional existence as his dream clone. I would be cautious. With the importance of void merits, why give a chance for this variable to pop up and bite me in the ass at all? There are too many ways to circumvent that problem. The easiest way to do things would be to shrink the deadline. Rather than a month, I would give you 2 weeks. 2 weeks is still semi-reasonable, especially since neither of us would be aware that the clinic would mark up the price so much just because of a grudge they had with me. Now that I think about it, a month is overly nice. It's possible that he's greedy, Ina supplemented. Though he didn't say anything that could give away his real goal, he did say, I never touched the women of my brothers. However, I will take their money. To me. Leonel's brows raised as he fell into thought again. There are too many possibilities. The problem wasn't that Leonel couldn't think of what Sheo might do. The real issue was that he could think of too many. And, without knowing exactly what Sheo knew, it was impossible to pinpoint which path he could take. For example, it would be all too easy to close the loophole he and Ina planned on using. Sheo would only have to be demoted back down to Ina's level, then she wouldn't be able to use void merits to escape the chains of the contract. Of course, whether Sheo would go so far, Leonel didn't know. But if it was Leonel, if he could force a talent like Ina to work for him, that would be worth exchanging whatever effort it took for him to raise his level. Ina was someone who had entered 20 leaderboards in her first attempt. Where else would you find a talent like that? In fact, now that Leonel knew the rulebook inside and out, he could even think of some methods where demoting your rank would be a benefit rather than a detriment. Since there are too many possibilities, disregard them all. Ina suddenly said, Ina blinked and looked up at Leonel with a smile. I told you before that your battle style isn't like mine. You like withholding your trump cards and only using them when you can get maximum benefit. But I just give everything I have right from the very beginning. So what if you know what's coming? You can't stop it anyway. Leonel's gaze glowed, his heartbeat speeding up. That was right. Instead of trying to think of a counter for everything Sheo might do, he just needed to find a method he couldn't block no matter what. It's no wonder his spear force was so lacking. He had the disposition of an archer, not a spearman. Thought of something? Ina's smile widened. Maybe, but it will be difficult, Leonel responded. What could possibly stop us if we do it together? Ina asked. Hearing such words, what else could Leonel do other than grin? Chapter 1427, Sly Brat. Chapter 427, Sly Brat. Previous chapter has already been updated. It's been brought to my attention that for those that can't see the update, you can go to Profile Settings, Clear Cache. Then the chapter will refresh. Thanks to Horst for enlightening me to this method, Leonel and Ina returned to the Senate branch, finding that the young man had yet to leave. You two again? I already warned you, you know. You can't return missions you've already taken. You're going to have to bite the bullet. If you fail to complete a mission, you not only fall in debt for 10 times what the reward would be, but you also get assigned manual labor. The time scope of the manual labor is fairly harsh, though it can sometimes be lenient. It all depends, since you'll be on duty until the mission you failed is completed. He could think of a ton of ways to abuse rules like that, especially if he was the head of a powerful faction. But he also didn't plan on failing any missions, so he ignored those thoughts for now. These days, his mind worked faster than he even wanted to, so he winded down paths others wouldn't even consider before said individual could even begin deducing much of anything. We know, we just thought we'd pick out another mission to save on some time so that we can complete them all at once. The young man, who Leonel knew by name now as Dmitri, raised an eyebrow. But he didn't question it. After Leonel and Ina had left, he looked into them to see what he had missed, and he learned that these two were two of this year's only 3 amethyst token wielders. Ina's performance was shocking enough, but Leonel's was especially, well, eye-catching. Though many felt that Leonel's performance was definitely fake, some more analytical individuals felt that there was more to this than met the eye. The reason was quite simple. The Void Senate and the Void Elders never attempted to close down the Void Tower. If there was something wrong with the Void Tower, wouldn't they at least close it down for a while to see what could have gone wrong? And yet, right before Leonel's run, and right after, everything was business as usual. It made one wonder, did he really climb to the 74th floor? No matter how Dmitri scanned Leonel, he could find nothing special about him. He couldn't fathom how a fifth-dimensional kid could climb to even the 20s, let alone the 70s. It just didn't make any sense. Of course, this was one of the other odd changes Leonel had undergone. The more time he spent in this new body of his, the more subtle changes he noticed. For example, his aura and his temperament seemed to have been greatly refined. Not even the tiniest bit of his aura leaked anymore. In the past, when he focused, he used to leak out King's Might, causing everyone around him to feel strained and heavy. But now, he focused and nothing at all happened. He hadn't noticed earlier because Ina had always been unbothered by his King's Might. But with Dmitri here, he should have sensed or felt something. But Leonel could tell that he hadn't. We will take the Goblin Subdimensional Zone Void mission. Dmitri was speechless as he had flashbacks to just before Leonel and Ina had left the first time. They had already had this talk once before, but Dmitri never thought that these two would come back only to ignore everything he had said the first time. He almost felt like banging his head against the wall. Had he been talking to air? Void missions could appear at all ranks from quadrant to domain. They were essentially missions that hadn't been completed within a 10-year span. Usual missions were ranked 1 to 9. Level 1 galaxy missions were designed for level 1 galaxy ranked disciples, so on and so forth. A 1-star void mission was one that hadn't been completed in 10 years of activity. A 2-star void mission hadn't been completed in 100 years. A 3-star void mission hadn't been completed in 1,000. And a death void mission was anything beyond that. The Goblin mission wasn't yet a death void mission, but it wasn't far from that. And even before it became a 1-star void mission, it had been a level 3 galaxy ranked mission. That level was already suicide for the likes of Leonel and Ina, leaderboard prodigies or not. For reference, a level 1 galaxy ranked mission was already designed for 6th dimensional existences. In fact, the only current 5th dimensional existence that could be considered galaxy ranked was Ina herself, with Leonel being unranked. Didn't we already agree that? We changed our minds. Leonel smiled. And you're aware that we know. Leonel smiled brighter. Fine. Dmitri tossed over the mission plate and shook his head, watching the two of them leave once again. If they couldn't complete both missions they had taken within a week, they would be off to do labor. Wait. Dmitri shot up from his chair, finding the specific pendant he was looking for. He poured his internal sight into it. When he read what was on the other end, he laughed and shook his head. Ha! What a loophole. Leonel had been certain to claim the mission himself. Ina never even touched the mission plate. The trouble was that as an unranked disciple, there was nothing for the mission to be registered to. The penalties for completing a mission weren't universal. They were decided by the rank of the disciple and the rank of the mission in question. If a galaxy-ranked disciple wanted to claim a sector-ranked mission, they would not only need to pass the test, but if they failed, the punishment was actually doubled. In fact, not only were the punishments tied to your rank as a disciple, but even the location of our menial labor would be tied to it as well. After all, if they sent galaxy-ranked and sector-ranked disciples to the same place, all of the former would likely die. This meant one thing: as an unranked disciple, Leonel couldn't be punished even if he failed a mission. A sly brat indeed. Well, good luck. Most who take on void missions don't even get to return to be punished in the first place. Topper 1428. Goblin Race. Chapter 1428. Goblin Race Leonel and Ina quickly made it to the location of their first mission. They chose to get the easier one out of the way first, just so that they could get used to what was happening. Then they would tackle the void mission. Missions were separated into a few categories, but the main ones were land missions, zone missions, and void battlefield missions, and finally, outside missions. Land missions were missions that took place on Void Palace land itself. These could range from anything like Dmitri's job to clearing cursed beasts. Void battlefield missions spoke for themselves, while outside missions were like what Leonel's mother had undertaken to oversee the selection. Finally, zone missions happened to be the category both of their couple's chosen missions fell under. These were subdimensional zones that were opened in Void Palace territory, and those that fell under this umbrella tended to be the most complex to deal with. Of course, all of the subdimensional zones of the Void Palace had long since been cleared. They no longer needed to worry about their lands being swallowed or dissolved by history. However, there were many unique zones that the Void Palace kept open with methods similar to what Valiant Heart Mountain had done. The only difference was that the Void Palace did it on a much larger scale. It had to be remembered that unique zones were defined as zone that had been influenced by outside factors. This could range from anything like outsiders entering when they shouldn't, outsiders influencing the timeline of events, and even up to keeping zones that should have been closed long ago open. Unique zones that fell into the third category were used for their continual supplementation of resources. However, the issue was that the longer these unique zones remained open, the more twisted their inner worlds became and the more difficult they were to deal with. In order to keep the zones within manageable levels, missions were released to the disciples. So long as these missions were completed within a timely fashion, everything would be fine and the Void Palace would be able to continuously mine resources. However, in case of failure, well, there was a reason why Void missions were so dangerous. Due to their inherent qualities, Zone missions tended to become Void missions far more often than missions of other categories. And, likewise, they also tended to be the ones that most often became Death Void missions as well. Knowing this, it was no wonder that Dimitri had had just a fierce reaction. Still, Leonel and Ina had made the decision, and it was already much too late to back out now. Hello, Leonel gave a small greeting to the senior manning the zone and handed over their mission plate. With a nod, the senior slotted in the force crystals necessary and opened the pathway. You have a week before the zone closes. Be sure to complete the mission before then. Leonel nodded and took Ina's hand as he jumped in, the portal swirling close after them. The senior manning the post couldn't help but blink and shake his head, trying to rid himself of the daze he fell into after noticing Ina. When Leonel's vision cleared, he found himself in the depths of a familiar forest. The soil was still a grayish black, the surroundings were still layered in a dense fog, and the anarchic force was still thick. The only difference was that the trees were all burnt to the ground, leaving a thick heat and smell of ash and soot in the air. Up ahead, there was a looming castle built right in the face of a wall. Several sentries marched along and patrolled the area. Considering the situation, it wouldn't be long before he and Ina were found out. However, Leonel wasn't worried. This mission was the easier of the two and was only a level 1 galaxy-ranked mission. The good news about this was that thanks to the mission details, Leonel didn't need the dictionary to find out what they had to do to clear the zone. In fact, they even got a history of the situation. Many of these zones were back before the humans conquered this region. The Void Palace was located on the frontier of the human domain, so, as one might imagine, it wasn't always in human hands. In order to claim it and push back the line of defense to the Void battlefield, many other races had to be cleared away first. This mission targeted one of these former races and also happened to be related to the Goblin race he and Ina would be facing in the 3-star Void mission he had chosen. The so-called Goblin race was just a nickname given to humans, and it was honestly quite derogatory, though Leonel wasn't aware of this. The true name of the race was the Dwarven race. However, the Dwarven race was unlike what Leonel was used to. They simply referred to small humanoids. Their females were known as pixies, and their males were known as sparrows. They had skin ranging from dull gray to dark green, transparent wings that seemed too frail to carry their weight, and they ranged from 3 to 5 feet tall upon reaching maturity. They were well known for their speed, cunning, and their ability to build into natural barriers and constructs. This race was especially troublesome to deal with, especially when they had time to prepare. This was why the timeline of this mission was a week instead of just a day, despite the fact the goal was very straightforward. Kill. Leonel exhaled a breath as a blaring horn sounded. It seemed that he and Ina had been found. He subconsciously flipped over a palm, but he shook his head in the end. His bows were in the segmented cube before the incident, and his spears were all locked away thanks to the volatile atmosphere in the spear domain ring. Readjusting himself, Leonel flicked a palm again, a familiar spear landing in his hand. This spear was the very same stinger-like spear he had gained after becoming a woman during his spear domain trial. He couldn't help but laugh when he remembered the ridiculousness of the situation. Since then, he had experienced becoming a woman more times than he could count, but now was the time to linger on that. It was time to see how this new body of his performed. He turned to Ina and grinned before they both bolted forward. Notcher Chapter 1429. Feel Low. Chapter 1429. Feel Low. Leonel shot forward and his head almost snapped back as though someone had just pressed on the gas. His speed was so fast that he almost didn't believe that it was being generated from his own legs. What was the most shocking about it was the fact that his weight hadn't been lowered in the slightest, unlike what had happened when his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor speed branch reached its peak. Somehow, he managed to hit this pace with his weight being just as great as it had been before. He appeared before the castle walls almost too quickly. Realizing that he would crash if he didn't adjust, Leonel focused, his thighs bulging as he leapt into the air. Wah! Leonel let out a gasp. Before he realized what was happening, he was already 50 meters in the air, his eyes opened wide. Jumping 50 meters into the air wasn't a big deal if he was in a 5th-dimensional world. He might even be able to replicate the feat if he put his all into it in a 6th-dimensional world. But, just now, he thought he had already adjusted himself to his new strength, so he used even less than he thought he should. And yet, the result was still like this. Leonel suddenly understood. The speed of the starry-tailed fox was amazing, but somehow it was still secondary compared to its leaping, directional change, and agility abilities. He laughed in the skies, making it to almost 60 meters before he began to fall downward. Aina clicked her tongue, still quite far behind Leonel. She had adjusted her speed based on what output she was used to Leonel producing. This was clearly also outside her expectations. She smiled lightly after a moment, her body becoming enveloped in a fog of crimson as she exploded forth, her palm flipping over to reveal her axe. In the skies, Leonel's gaze flashed, his vision suddenly able to see through everything. His internal sight enveloped the entire mountain castle as several arrows shot toward him. Leonel brandished his spear, its feather fluttering in the wind as he pierced forward. Protected by his spear force, he met the tip of each and every arrow, his speed leaving after images in the air as he thought back to the style of the primitive woman. It had been so long since he sunk into her thoughts, and yet he was back there again as though the first time he touched the spear was just yesterday. He seemed to be able to grasp many subtleties he had completely missed back when he was just in the third dimension. No, he hadn't just missed them, it was like he wasn't looking for them at all. The truth was that even now he wasn't looking for them. It was just that his senses were so far superior to what they had been back then that he almost had no choice but to notice. The subtle but powerful twist of her hips, the way her feet grinded into the ground as though to gain the support of the earth with her every strike, the almost insignificant flex and turn of her wrist just before her strike landed. For a moment, Leonel was in a daze. The process felt eerily similar to him. How different was brandishing a spear compared to throwing a football? Or, more pertinently, a javelin? The mechanisms were slightly different, but the methods and foundation of drawing up and producing power were nearly identical. He could draw on the same concepts, that natural motion that came as easy as breathing to him. He never had to think when he drew his bow or when he cocked his arm back to release the draconic power in his arm, but that was also because he had drilled the latter so many times that it came so naturally. When had he ever put so much effort into the spear, and what about the former? With the bow, much of the mechanics were taken out of his hands. But now that he thought about it, there were many small tweaks he could make to his bowmanship that could take him to a different level entirely. The bow was only more forgiving because he could make up all his mechanical flaws with his calculative abilities. Who cared if his arm wasn't straight, if his back wasn't tight, if his shoulders weren't steady, if he could always just adjust the angle or his bow force so that his aim was true every time? Leonel went through all these thoughts in just the split moment it took for him to fall onto the castle walls. In just those small split seconds, his entire demeanor had shifted and changed, his approach changing entirely. He had the perfect ability to perfect his mechanics to an absolute extreme, and yet he had never used it. He would change that, starting right now. Leonel stomped down hard, his hair fluttering and his aura becoming restrained. He pierced forward, his spear force jetting forward and leaving a hole in the heads of 2 sparrows and a pixie. Their small frames and ridiculous speed and agility was exactly the kind of challenge he needed right now. Leonel restrained his aura even further, not relying on any force other than his spear force and lowering his speed even further. These were just fifth-dimensional enemies for now. He wouldn't be satisfied until his skill alone could overwhelm them. Come, his base was steady, his wrists flexed and his back tall. He walked forward like a mountain, his every pierce becoming more refined, the wind around him shifting as a slight auspicious air began to form as he became more focused. By the 10th pierce, Leonel had reflected the skill of the primitive woman perfectly. Every twitch of the muscle, every subtle movement, even the angle she grinded her feet into the ground at. But he wasn't satisfied. There was more here. He could feel it. .1 Chapter 1430, Whistle. Chapter 1430, Whistle. Leonel's spear flew like a jet stream, leaving blurs in the air as he pierced through head after head. His lethality only increased, and yet his speed seemed to only become slower. It wasn't a surprise that Leonel had only taken 10 pierces to reach the level of the primitive woman. After all, his ability index was perfect for this, and this was ultimately just a black-grade weapon. But he still basked in the feeling. He could sense it. There was a level beyond. There was a level that represented why this woman's spear would be in the spear domain. This wasn't enough to gain the acknowledgement of the spear. There was something he was still missing. 3 sparrows shot toward Leonel, each of them just 4 feet tall. But because they were all flying low to the ground, their heights were no less than that of Leonel. 2 wielded short swords, and the last was an archer who lagged behind. These 3 were most definitely more powerful than the ones Leonel had been fighting until this point, each of them in the latter third of the 5th dimension, beyond even Leonel's tier 6 level. However, Leonel didn't flinch, his pale violet irises twinkling with a hidden light as the auspicious air around him thickened. His spear shot outward, releasing 6 streaks in quick succession. The wooden polearm bent and wove through the air like an elegant thread, matching the trajectory Leonel could see being projected onto the real world in real time. Clang, clang, clang! The 2 swordsmen defended for their lives, their wings flapping hard as they were pushed back. An arrow flew between their head, aiming for Leonel's head before he could follow up. But, with just as much ease, Leonel tilted to the side, his spear tilting upward from a low trajectory, piercing toward the chin of one of the sparrows. Leonel's eyes suddenly widened, his blood rushing through his veins. That was it. That felt so good. He was washed with a feeling of euphoria even before his stinger blade shot through the lower jaw of the sparrow, exiting out the back of his skull. It was almost like Leonel had felt the success before it landed, like it was a perfect move the skies had blessed him with. It was a sort of emotion Leonel had never experienced before, and it left him on cloud nine. He pulled his spear back, his attack suddenly becoming less predictable and more erratic. His rhythm shifted and moved like an elegant dance to music that jumped and warped. Sometimes it was fierce, at other times calm, and at yet other times it was ignited with a fiery passion that almost made Leonel's loins burn with the same heat. He could remember the seduction of the primitive woman, how scantily clad she was, how much grace and beauty she carried through with her every movement. Her pores oozed with charm, her steps fusing with her moving and leaving her enemies in a trance. It was suddenly so obvious to Leonel. How was it that the primitive woman could make a spear that could do nothing but pierce so powerful? It sounded quite ridiculous. Without any sort of variation, how could it be difficult to contend with her? But now, it was before Leonel as bright as day. There were many ways to vary one's attacks without using a different attack at all. You could change your cadence, your rhythm. You could even shift how much power you used, pushing and pulling at the instincts of an enemy until you lured them to a cliff and blew them a soft kiss as they fell off. Leonel's expression turned weird, breaking out of his trance. He shot a hand away from his spear, snatching at the air and grabbing an arrow out of the wind before it could pierce his brows. He laughed to himself, his laugh becoming louder and louder until the castle itself began to rock as the earth force that made up its foundation threatened to quake to the point the entire structure would come crumbling down. Leonel had immersed himself in the thoughts of the primitive woman to the point that he truly almost blew out a kiss mid-battle. Suddenly, Aina let out a whistle to his back. "Why did you stop? I was enjoying the show." Leonel looked back to find Aina's face red from laughter as severed corpses fell around her. She was wheezing to the point Leonel thought snot might fly from her nose at any moment now, yet she still somehow managed to remain gorgeous. "Show me more of what those swaying hips can do." Leonel's lip twitched. It seemed that he had immersed himself more than he thought, but soon a sly grin spread across his face. "If you want to see what my hips can do, you only needed to ask." Sure, Aina laughed. "Do you want me to be top or bottom? Funny. We'll see if you're still laughing in the end, or if you'll be looking at me with those puppy dog eyes again." Aina coughed through her laughter before jumping over the side of the castle wall. "You'll never get to see either of them if you can't keep up," she shouted out as she fell. Leonel flicked his wrist, sending the arrow he had caught through the brows of the pixie that had shot it at him before rushing after Aina. A smile was plastered all over his face. This was far more fun than he had had in a while. Since Aina had already seen him in such an embarrassing state, he might as well also show her the flexibility technique he learned from Valiant Heart Mountain. Even though he hadn't used it in a while, he thought it would be a useful way to get that smug smile on her face to turn into a lustful scream. Leonel's body flashed, a streak of gold being left in his wake, his spear's light severing everything in its path. Chapter 1431, Familiar Senior. Chapter 1431. Familiar Senior. I uploaded this chapter hours ago, but for some reason it didn't register. I guess I misclicked. Either that or one glitched. Anywho, here you go. Leonel and Aina stood back to back in an elaborate throne room. Making it here wouldn't have been too difficult if the construction of the castle hadn't been so conniving and vindictive. Describing the layout of an inanimate object like this might feel like a bridge too far, but if Leonel had the dictionary or Y-star order to explain it to him, he would understand that the dwarven race had always been like this. Even if it wasn't for all the sinister traps and lurking dangers, the design of the castle alone would have been enough to drive the two of them crazy. The reality of the matter was that from the very beginning, the castle was designed for people half their size. Aina was just a bit over 6 feet tall herself, while Leonel was over 2 meters tall. The number of times they found themselves ducking or getting stuck in cramped locations was too much to count. Luckily, the throne room was a vast and wide hall. Unluckily, there were a swarm of protective knights and soldiers that would rather die than see Leonel and Aina kill their king and queen. That led to the current situation where the both of them were surrounded by swarms in the hundreds, let alone to their fronts, backs, and sides. They were even assaulted from above. In truth, this mission was designed for a team of 8 to take it on at the first or second tier of the 6th dimension. It was already quite ridiculous that the two of them had chosen to take it on. But that didn't stop the both of them from grinning ear to ear all the while. As the saying went, the couple that slays together stays together. Leonel and Aina walked out of the portal side by side, a healthy sheen of sweat coating their bodies. The senior manning the gate once again found himself stunned, but this time it wasn't due to Aina's beauty, but rather the time. The mission was meant to take a week for 6th-dimensional existence. Though the senior was aware that Leonel and Aina were in the 5th dimension, it wasn't too rare for more talented quadrant-ranked disciples to take on lower-class galaxy-ranked missions. While it was true that most of them died as well, it wasn't this senior's job to try and save them. He didn't get paid nearly enough to deal with uppity geniuses who thought too much of themselves. Sometimes, though, these geniuses would manage to survive, if only barely, and he would give a slight nod of approval. However, even among that number, he would very rarely see them try again without an ample grace period. Something like this, though, where a pair went into an 8-person mission and came out completely unscathed outside of some heavy breathing, it was unheard of. Leonel smiled, reaching out a hand to get their mission plate back. Ah, right, yes. The senior handed over the plate, which had subtly changed in color. Such a thing would only happen after the mission was, indeed, completed. So now he was absolutely certain that there wasn't a mistake. He could only watch silently as the two walked away, his heart beating slightly faster than usual. The Void Palace was already a location where geniuses all came together from across the human domain. Even the youth at the lowest rung of his place was an overlord back at his home. To see two individuals who could even stand at the very top here, the senior glanced at his checkbook and made note of their names. In the future, this tidbit of information just might make him quite a bit of money in any one of their gambling dens. Leonel checked their gains and nodded to himself. That mission was among the harder one in the first galaxy rank, so their returns weren't bad. The two of them had made 70 W0 void points. While that was only a few dozen percentage points better, more than what Leonel had made with the spatial bristle rings, it was still a great sum. Leonel didn't expect to make a great amount, he just wanted enough so that he and Ina could finally switch out of their beast skin clothing. As great as his crafting was, because he had yet to learn how to counter anarchic force, there was only so long his force arts could last before degrading. Right now, the only reason their clothing hadn't fallen apart was because they made it was cursed beast fur to begin with. That aside, as great as it was staring at Ina's long legs and toned belly all day, he was starting to get tired of running into people whose eyeballs threatened to pop out of their skulls. Soon, Leonel and Ina had swapped into the galaxy-ranked uniforms of the Void Palace. The layered robes and deep violet-black colors made Leonel feel quite good. In addition, they were only 1,000 void points each since it was a mass-produced product. Plus, higher-level disciples rarely wore the uniform to begin with unless on official business representing the Void Palace, so there was no point in marking up prices. I can also exchange for robes of any rank I want because of my limbo state, Leonel smiled to himself, tucking it into the back of his mind. Following this, Leonel and Ina used the rest of their points to exchange for healing items. Both had insane healing factors, but they still chose to err on the side of caution. Leonel also insisted on buying Ina some flexible armor, as well as her defenses were weaker than his own. With that completed along with a small rest, the two of them nodded toward one another and stepped toward a desolate region almost devoid of students. Up ahead, a singular senior stood, but this senior happened to be one that Leonel was almost too familiar with. His gaze narrowed, a slight killing intent manifesting around him in a subtle sheen of red. Ina blinked, taking note of the change. That was definitely not something Leonel had ever done before. When she saw who was ahead, though, she came to an understanding. It was none other than the envoy of the Void Palace, Awespec. Chapter 1432, Lucky Star. Chapter 1432, Lucky Star. Leonel had known for a very long time that Awespec was the one that had spread information about how he had gotten his amethyst token. In reality, Leonel didn't care much about this alone. After all, Awespec was telling the truth, he didn't spin a lie. Leonel had, indeed, used his connections to gain his token. However, the matters of back then were quite a bit more complex than others knew. While Miguel hadn't used the innate node during their battle, Leonel hadn't used his ability index. When Leonel's ability index was active, he could even defeat sixth-dimensional existences while at Tier 1 of the 5th dimension. Of course, those sixth-dimensional existences couldn't possibly match up to the sixth-dimensional existence of the Void Palace. But Miguel hadn't been in the 6th dimension back then either. On top of that, if Miguel had insisted on using his innate node, he would have lost even faster. Even back then, Leonel was already completely immune to the 4th-dimensional Scarlet Star Force Miguel had access to, and he was completely immune to destruction runes in general. This was all to say that if Leonel hadn't wanted to fight a thrilling battle, he could have made it very boring and left without suffering the injuries Awespec seemed to look down on him for suffering. While Leonel could admit that he would have still been lacking compared to the other true geniuses of the Void Palace back then, he had also never denied that. His problem with Awespec was the fact that his actions put Leonel's life and death in the line of fire, something he was well aware of. Leonel's life and death was one matter, but he also had the weight of the others on his shoulders during the first part of the true selection. If Leonel really hadn't had the strength of an amethyst token wielder back then not only would he have died, but their entire sector would have been wiped out, all because of this man before him. Leonel's steps didn't falter as he stepped forward. Awespec's gaze narrowed as well, but neither said a single word, at least not for the moment. When Leonel stepped before Awespec, he handed over his mission plate, causing Awespec's expression to change. Awespec had originally thought that Leonel had come here for revenge. It made sense. This place was quite secluded, and disciples almost never came here. His job was more of a formality, another easy job he managed to land thanks to his connections. Everyone knew that this mission was practically suicide, and higher-level disciples weren't allowed to go backward and complete void missions after promoting past their rank. The only exception to this rule was if a void mission had grown to the point that access to the resource would be lost without action. But in those cases, the rewards usually tied to void missions were discontinued. However, Leonel needed this mission. Ina was right. Rather than leaving things in the hands of others, they should go all out and leave no doubt. Complete void missions came with a special reward where one could request a rule break from the Senate. With the exception of a pardon for killing, you could pardon anything else. The only catch was that the person in need of a pardon had to clear a void mission of their rank, and a pardon couldn't be used on behalf of another person. Depending on the star level of the void mission, you received a certain level of pardon. To void a contract, you needed a 3-star void mission, so this was the only choice. Obviously, Leonel wanted to help Ina clear this void mission so that they wouldn't have to fall into whatever scheme Sayo might or might not have concocted. After a few moments, Aurinik, who had been ready to teach Leonel and Ina that there was still a large gap between levels of galaxy-ranked disciples, relaxed. So long as the two of them got themselves killed, he wouldn't even need to bother looking over his shoulder anymore. His lip curled. He didn't even ask any questions, nor did he try to talk them out of it like someone else might. Plus, even if he did, they were pretty much finished anyway. You couldn't retract a mission without having a 1-star pardon. And, if you failed a mission, you would end up doing manual labor until it was cleared. Considering this mission hadn't been cleared in over 1,000 years, they would be mining until they were old and gray. Aurinik almost couldn't believe his luck. His problems were wrapping themselves in a neat little bow. It was beautiful. The portal whirred to life for the first time in a long time. Aurinik's hands were practically a blur as he worked, as though he was scared that Leonel would change his mind. Leonel watched this coldly, not saying a single word, and his expression not giving anything away as he thought of how he would deal with Aurinik in the future. After a careless glance, he took Ina's hand and disappeared into the portal. When it closed, Aurinik almost couldn't hold himself back from laughing. It was only after he managed to rein in his mad cackle that his mind began to spin. He had made it to his current level by biding his time, backstabbing when he should, and retreating when he should. He had made quite a pretty penny selling out information about Leonel and making him public enemy #1 during his true selection. Even if it wasn't Leonel, someone entering a 3-star void mission was already a money-making machine. The fact that it was the son of Velasco and the rising star Ina Brasinger who had entered made Aurinik feel like he could practically print his own money. I can take advantage of this. This was the second reason he had pulled strings to net himself this job outside of its ease. There was money to be made. There should be a week until the portal told him they had failed. In that time, he had more than enough leeway to start a betting ring. With Ina's and the Morales' names, the number of people who would join wasn't small at all. In fact, there might even be some sector-ranked disciples that joined. Aurinik almost rubbed his hands together. Leonel was his lucky star. He just had to milk this star before it inevitably died. The novel will be updated first on Free All Novel FLCA Come. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1433, Familiar Scene. Chapter 1433, Familiar Scene. Leonel and Ina had no idea that they were being used by Aurinik once again. And, even if they did know, they wouldn't have the luxury of thinking too much about it because almost the instant they stepped through the portal, they found themselves being thrown into a bed of hot oil. Their first mission had placed them right in enemy territory, something that wasn't so bad considering the enemies they faced were still weak and manageable. However, when this void mission chose to do the very same thing, it was much less of a funny matter. Almost the instant Leonel and Ina appeared, they were surrounded by 5 six-dimensional members of the Dwarven race, their strength layering down with an oppressive might. Just as Y-Star Order had said, most races outside of humans had maximized their evolution down one path, and as such, they tended to share the same ability indexes, lineages factors, and overall strengths. The Rapax were often born with explosive power and flexibility, the ability indexes falling in line to maximize their strengths. Pixies and Sparrows, however, had extremely sharp eyes, high dexterity, agility, and speed. The first two helped greatly with their crafting and their traps. The latter two were exceptionally difficult to handle in battle. They tended to be excellent swordsmen and archers, not to mention assassins. The main reason that Leonel had chosen this 3-star void mission in particular was so that they could use their first mission to get used to the battle style of the Pixies and Sparrows. But the leap in skill and danger was so large that he felt he was to have thought it would be very helpful. We'll retreat first, Leonel called out to Ina. Only step where I step, then we'll cut a path outward. Leonel's palm flipped over to reveal his stinger spear, his gaze flashing with a blaze of glory as he unleashed a barrage of piercing strikes. Almost instantly, the 2 archers of the ground reacted, each brandishing 2 arrows wrapped in vines. They communicated with their eyes seamlessly, releasing their bowstrings in a breath. Leonel's eyes glowed with, he saw this scene. Despite the danger, he felt that these 2 had truly become one with their bows. When they inhaled, their bowstrings were pulled tight. When they exhaled, their attacks were released, following the trajectory of their gazes as though being controlled by nothing more than their wills. Beautiful, Leonel's spear force shattered apart beneath the twisted level 2 bow force. They tore apart the impurities and faults in his blade force as though it was nothing more than dried weed. Leonel took note of their target, taking a strong step forward and allowing light to envelop him. Right now wasn't the time for training, he had to go all out or else he and Ina would be buried here. Right this moment, they were stuck in a familiar forest with yet another castle built into the face of a mountain to their backs. It was clear that this was a staple of the Dwarven race. But this one was far more elaborate than the last, and the powerhouses protecting this one were on a completely different level. This wasn't something that Leonel and Ina could just barge their way through. They needed to plan, scope out the situation, get a lay of the land, and approach with purpose. Leonel's pupils dilated, his pale violet irises waking up, they shimmering like two purple torches in the darkness as Leonel's canines grew. Bang! Leonel exploded forward, his speed completely unlike what it had been before. The two archers didn't even get the chance to pull their bowstrings again before their throats were pierced through .u motion here. But now, there was absolutely nothing. What was going on exactly? It would be several hours before they realized that an entire scouting unit had vanished. But, by then, Leonel and Ina would be long gone. Leonel exhaled a breath, landing on a thin branch. Not long afterward, Ina landed on a tree across from him, putting her axe away to stop it from snapping in two. At the moment, her brows were a bit furrowed. She realized that this would be difficult. If they didn't have a time limit, they could just take their time. But they only had a week, or this would be considered a failure. The good news was that in a controlled zone like this one, failing just meant they would be ejected. The bad news was that failure also meant manual labor, not to mention a heavy monetary penalty. Leonel suddenly laughed. Worried about failing? A bit. Don't worry about it. Ina's brows rose as she listened to Leonel's explanation. Eventually, she started laughing too, her body becoming far more relaxed. She believed in them as a pair, but something about the looming potential punishment still made her feel suffocated. Now knowing it didn't matter if they failed, she was far more relaxed and composed. She still had the weight of her mother's revenge on her shoulders, and she also cared about Leonel achieving his goals as well. Something like being stuck doing menial labor for hundreds of years wasn't something she could accept. She would rather fall out with the Void Palace and kill herself a path out. So, what do we do first? First, I'll do some scouting. Stay here, I'll be back within an hour. After that, it'll be the same as usual. The couple grinned at each other, seemingly liking the scent of blood a bit too much. The novel will be updated first on freeallnovelf.com. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1000, Chapter 1000, Chapter 1000, Chapter 1000, 20,000 for Tai Tai. Chapter 1000. Leonel flashed through the trees. He kept his light force restrained as much as possible. The atmosphere was a huge help to him. There was no reason for him to ruin it for himself. In the past, he had hated the atmosphere of the Void Palace. But right now, the perpetual darkness, the heavy fog, and the restrained internal sight was a huge benefit to his stealth right this moment. Instead of projecting it, Leonel allowed this new light force to circulate through his nodes. It felt weird no longer having snow force within him. But the unique light force of the starry-tailed fox was so far beyond it that he was sure he would get used to it very quickly. Not only did this light force boost his speed for more than snow force ever did, its passive healing was unlike anything Leonel had ever experienced before, and it was also certain that its potency in battle was on a completely different level as well. Leonel could see images of a majestic illusory fox, with 3 long spiritual tails, sweeping out a claw that collapsed solar systems. The blades of light traveled through even space itself, tearing apart everything in its path. This unique light force practically spoke its name into his mind, Ethereal Star Force. In that moment, Leonel understood just what kind of weight this force held. His starry spirit domain, powered by Ethereal Star Force, made him immune to internal sight on his level. That meant that only someone with 7th dimensional internal sight or 6th dimensional internal sight stronger than his own could detect him. Grasping this truth, Leonel became more confident in his scouting mission. Though this ability wasn't as strong as the Rapax's immunity, it wasn't far. So long as he stayed out of sight, he would be fine. He understood now that Ethereal Star Force wasn't just a light and Star Force mixture. It was also a Space Force mixture. It was just unfortunate that his dimension was too weak to make use of its spatial properties just yet, but this much was enough for now. Soon, the castle appeared before Leonel. As expected, he appeared as its further right edge where the scouting units were the thinnest. He closed his eyes and unfurled his internal sight. Another benefit of the Wisdom Spirit branch was that his internal sight had also become far more difficult to detect as well, so he didn't hold back in the slightest. If he really ran into someone with stronger internal sight than his own, he would simply directly give up. Such an existence wasn't something that he and Ina would be able to beat. He would then use his loophole to avoid punishment. The senses of the Dwarven race seemed to be very good, something Leonel had experienced during both missions already. So, it wasn't absolutely impossible for him to run into such an individual. Luckily, even after sweeping through the whole castle, Leonel didn't find such a person. However, his expression didn't relax in the slightest. This castle is far more elaborate. Even with my internal sight improving to hundreds of meters under the influence of anarchic force, I still can't see the whole layout. It's also far deeper underground than the last one was as well, and the traps, the ones I can detect anyway, are also far more elaborate. I'll need to move 3 more locations to get the full scope. Leonel finished his calculations quickly, deducing how many more spots he needed to visit to get the full layout. Then, he moved. In order to complete this mission, they need to crush the power structure of this base. That meant they needed to kill all 8 generals, all 4 dukes, and both the king and queen. Obviously though, the situation was more complex than that since each of them was heavily protected. Complete the hardest task first. When he returned to Ina and explained his plans, she agreed immediately. When it came to such plans, she would always leave it up to Leonel. Her only issues arose when he didn't explain himself. But with things like this, she was fully on board. Alright, give me some time. If we're going to do this, I can't go in without a bow. You should just steal one, Ina suggested. They're too small. Leonel shook his head. After using a longbow, I can't imagine going back. The white lion bow was 3 meters tall. Even his bronze-grade black bow was that tall. But the bows of the dwarven race were half that size often. He would have to carve his own. But how would he craft without little Tolly? Leonel didn't regret using their void points on Ina's armor instead of a bow for him. Now, though, he needed to find a solution. He exhaled a breath. It seemed he would have to improvise. As Leonel and Ina were preparing for their raid, a small commotion had already begun to buzz in the Void Palace's galaxy region as Ornyx advertising began to spread like wildfire. If you want to read more chapters, please visit allnovel.fus.com to experience faster update speed. Die. Chapter 1435, Anonymous. Chapter 1435, Anonymous, what did you say? Vega furrowed her brows. The current situation was completely unlike what one would expect from such a powerful disciple. Vega wasn't in the middle of some hard training, nor was she practically a technique or cultivating her strength. Instead, she stood behind an enormous desk. Despite the fact she was standing on her feet, the number of documents she was rifling through was still enough to obscure her face. The subordinate that was reporting to her right now had to talk through a wall of this stacked paper, or else they would never be able to get access to their faction leader. In truth, the documents here were worse than they usually were. But because Vega had wasted so much time with Ina, they had built up. Now she was paying for it. Such a thing only made her more infuriated with Sayo for butting into her matters. But that little weasel had vanished and she couldn't find him. We've been keeping an eye on young Ina's movements. She spent most of her time in the hospital, but a few hours ago she entered a Senate branch and accepted a mission. But she returned not long later and accepted another one. We weren't able to learn what these missions were, but she completed the first one smoothly. It was a mission that should have taken a week, but she completed it in just about 6 or so hours. What level? Level 1 Gala. Not a big deal. Move on. Vega didn't look up as she continued to rifle through the documents before her. Others might have used pendants to accomplish this task, but she didn't like the vulnerable state it put her in. The Void Palace was dangerous, especially for faction leaders, and even more especially for beautiful women. She always had to be in top condition to handle every and anything, so she was the type to refuse to leave herself vulnerable, even to the point of doing things like this. The main issue, Faction Head, is that she's now entered a 3-star Void mission. Vega's hands froze. What? She's entered a 3-star Void mission, and a galaxy-ranked disciple has begun to take bets on her odds of coming out. The reporter seemed to completely ignore Leonel's presence. But this wasn't due to any disdain on her part, it was rather because she understood the personality of Vega well and didn't want to step on her toes. After what happened with Sheo, Vega was especially sensitive to women she had taken a fancy to being love-struck fools at the beck and call of men. Of course, fancy in this context was for their power. As much as she seemed to dislike men, Vega was, in fact, straight. In truth, it wasn't even that Vega disliked men, she just found things easier to deal with if she lorded over just a single gender. But everyone had emotions, so she had been soft when it came to managing relationships. Unfortunately, it was coming back to bite her now. So, she was wondering if she should change her approach. The trouble with doing that was that she also understood how the hearts of people worked. If these were the rules from the very beginning, it would be fine. But taking away a right after having already given it was a recipe for disaster. If things were handled incorrectly, the faction she had labored decades over would collapse. Hearing what Ina had done for just her second mission, though, Vega's expression couldn't help but darken. Out alive. In that case, she'll need my help to get out of manual labor and the penalty. By then, she won't be able to escape my grasp even if she wants to. Vega's grasp of the rules was deep, but it was clearly not as deep as Leonel's. Even if she dies, we'll make back my investment in wasting so many days on her and we'll move forward with the original timeline of things. Yes, Faction Head. Oh, and keep my bet anonymous. Vega's irises flashed as her hands began to move again. She would cover all her bases. In the slim likelihood they really succeeded, she wouldn't offend Ina any more than she already had. Interesting. So the little girl who cut my void merit pool down by so much is seeking her death? I've heard some inside information on that zone. They plan to send some sector disciples in to deal with it within the century. It's already that close to beyond what galaxy-ranked disciples could handle. At the very least, if she dies like this, I'll regain my spot on the current leaderboards. Triana shook her head, seemingly not satisfied with this. Bet the last year's supply of void merits on their failure. Triana clearly didn't care as much about remaining low profile like Vega did. In fact, when she learned that Leonel was also with Ina, she doubled her bid again. If you want to read more chapters, please visit com to experience faster update speed. 1. Chapter 1436, A Game Changer. Chapter 1436. A game changer. Leonel and Ina had no idea what was going on, nor did they know that their choice had stirred up such a commotion. Leonel jumped from tree to tree, knocking on their wood as he tried to find exactly the kind he was looking for. There was something odd about trees that survived the density of anarchic force. They all looked the same. Leonel assumed they had undergone a convergent evolutionary path, following the same methods to combat their environment. That said, their interiors were very different. There were two ways to tell. The first was by observing the shape of their leaves, and the second was Leonel's method. Leonel didn't know much about plants, herbs, and the like, but he could recognize his material needs when he found them. By knocking on the wood, he could make out practically all of its uses and whether it was suitable for certain crafts or not. The foundational knowledge his father had left him with was more than enough to extrapolate to a whole range of situations. And his woodcarving lessons came with an added help benefit right now. Leonel was looking for a wood which was rigid enough to maintain its form while also being flexible enough to take his strength without snapping. Leonel came to a grinding halt, the branch beneath him swaying. He jumped, landing on the very same branch again and forcing it to bend. Leonel bent it so far that he slipped back down to the ground. But the branch itself snapped back up, whipping back and forth with so much forward that a whistling sound lashed out through the wind. Perfect. Leonel pressed his fore and middle finger together, a long strand of spear force manifesting and beginning to slowly tremble. Leonel's eyes narrowed as he watched this. He didn't normally use spear force like this. It lacked the flexibility of form Bowforce did. But that was also exactly why he did this. He knew that there was something about spear force that he was missing, and he wanted to understand it better. With it in the range of his starry spirit domain like this, he could feel it much more clearly than he ever had before. The comprehension he had used to build this level 2 spear force felt so empty. Range was the word he had used, but it felt so odd to think like that when the spear could never match something like the bow in range. Still, Leonel felt that his comprehension was correct. It was just incomplete. There was something beyond range. Leonel's finger trembled, causing motes of scarlet star force to fuse with his trembling spear force and turning its golden hues into a deathly golden crimson. He swiped across with a deft speed, slicing the top half of the tree off and then repeating it with the bottom. In the end, a thick log about 3.5 meters tall stood, stripped of its bark to reveal a silvery sort of wood. This wood should be powerful enough without force arts. I wouldn't have a force quill to draw them anyway. In that case, Leonel smiled, an excited gleam lighting in his eyes as his design for his bow began to manifest in the real world. A pale blue construct took form, completely transparent. However, that was when things began to change. A perfect replica of the wood Leonel was working with appeared in his mind. He reconstructed it down to a chemical level, understanding its in and outs as though it was the back of his own hand. Then, the pale blue construct began to change. It slowly became real in form, losing its pale blue color and becoming almost solid. Let's try a sixth-dimensional cursed beast tendon. With a thought, a bowstring appeared on it. Leonel's finger grasped the string, pulling it back. With another thought, an arrow also appeared, nocked perfectly. Leonel's back strained, his muscles tensed. Interesting, I can only pull it out to about 70% even without additional force arts. Let's see how it reacts to destruction runes. Leonel tried out many things. When he finished his tests, he grinned. Testing things with his real body felt so different. The construct of his mind obviously wasn't tangible. The reason Leonel could feel the bowstring and feel strain was because he was using his Tier 4 control to simulate it all. By fusing all of this information together, he could gain a perfect replica of how a craft would act and react in the real world and control the reactions of his body so that it reacted as though his illusions were tangible. In fact, with this new ability, Leonel could even form a sparring partner that could make him feel as though he was really being punched and harmed. Now that he thought about it, it was like he could take the simulation ability of the Void Tower with him everywhere. This would change Leonel's crafting ability forever. He already felt he made a breakthrough after his quill self-destructed, but this was another massive leap forward. When he finally got little Tolly back, his skill would be on a whole other level. Leonel snapped his fingers, causing the bowstring and arrow to disappear. With very deft control, he covered his bow construct in ethereal star force. Once he was finished, he slid the construct into the center of the log of wood. Leonel hopped down from the log, placing his hand on its body. His hair fluttered, closing his eyes, a smile curling his lips. He should be able to do this in one go. Leonel's eyes flashed open, an avalanche of destruction runes forming in irises. Bang! The log exploded into a rain of ash. With a swift hand, Leonel snatched forward, snagging the surviving bow out of the air. His grin widened. It was perfect down to the smallest deviation, its silvery glow dancing in his hand. Leonel dispelled the ethereal star force that had protected it, feeling the nice heft on his palm. This was a game changer. Time to slaughter some goblins. If you want to read more chapters, please visit com to experience faster update speed. Chapter 1437. The Heart. Chapter 1437. The Heart. When night fell in the Void Palace, it just made the blacks blacker. It was already difficult to see ahead of you in the day, but the darkness of night made it impossible to even see your hand before your face. This wasn't normally a problem during the modern day because the Void Elders had set up formations that allowed a perpetual dull light. Though it didn't help with the fog, it made the transition from night to day almost impossible to track. However, in a zone like this one, back before the humans had reclaimed their territory, there was no such luxury. But that also left things in the perfect state for Leonel and Ina. It made them even more difficult to detect in the darkness. Ina was surprisingly quite able to navigate in the darkness, but Leonel didn't ask about it. He assumed that it was related to her life force affinity. Unlike other forces, almost everything had life force. And the things that didn't really stand out by virtue of that fact alone. Using this sort of perspective, it wasn't hard to imagine how someone with life force could parse apart their surroundings without their eyes. No longer worried about Ina, Leonel shot forward at a faster speed, weaving through the trees. Ina followed to his back, their steps in perfect sync. Leonel knew that they still had to be careful even in this environment. Because of their culture, the dwarven race was very well adapted to seeing in dim and no light situations. While Leonel couldn't even see his hand without activating his lineage factor's eyes, they could probably see just fine, albeit worse than they would otherwise be able to do in the day. But he had already taken this into consideration the moment he saw that the castle's lighting situation was less than optimal. Soon, he and Ina made it to the last line of trees. Without a spatial ring to use, Leonel could only strap his bow to his back along with his arrows. He didn't make much of the latter, though. With so many dwarven bowmen around, he would have more of his fair share of arrows to steal. With a thought, Leonel and Ina's internal sights linked as one. This time, the two of them were ready for the level of intimacy required and didn't flinch as they had before. They had nothing to hide from one another, so the process was even smoother. Their tandem was already seamless in the past. But now, they didn't need to waste energy calculating and using their instincts to understand the other's actions. The moment the connection was established, they bolted forward, practically cutting a line through the earth with their speed. Leonel had timed it perfectly, picking a blind spot and appearing at the base of the castle in the blink of an eye. After a moment of lamenting the fact he couldn't use his earth force to dig through the ground here before leaping up and over the wall, Leonel and Ina didn't spend even more than a fraction of a second atop the wall before falling down lightly on the other side. Shrouded in darkness, they bolted forward, slipping not the gate furthest to the right. Much like medieval castles, the castles of the dwarven race were far more city than home. Beyond the walls Leonel and Ina had just fallen from, there were 5 gates or doorways. These 5 gates were actually the starting point of grand tunnels dug into the face of the mountain. Bat specialist or a crafter was likely a miner. But this didn't come with the same negative connotations it did in the human race. In fact, they took great pride in their strengths. Usually, these mining tunnels wouldn't lead to much of anywhere, but during his scouting, Leonel found that some of these passageways doubled as escape routes and bunkers. Many of them led to dead ends where stockpiles of food and water would be kept, but if you chose correctly, trap ahead. Leonel spoke to Ina before accelerating once again. The two of them reached one of the so-called dead ends, but Leonel had already slammed a palm forward. His momentum was swift and fiery, but just before he hit the wall, his hand slipped right through. What a clever mechanism, Leonel thought as he slipped right through. The wall was designed to pick up on intention, but the way it did so was quite ingenious. It calculated your speed and acceleration along with your distance from the wall. The moment you crossed a threshold the trap deemed impossible to stop from, it would deactivate. If your speed was beneath a certain threshold, it would feel like hitting a wall. However, if you had crossed a certain speed and hesitated at the end, the trap would put an arrow right between your brows. Leonel had to admit that there was a lot to learn from the dwarven race. Although their force arts were crude, even cruder than what Leonel had seen from the human race, their applications of them were intelligent, crafty, and quite economical. They did a lot with a little, and their minds worked in wondrous ways. The moment Leonel and Ina passed through this trap, Leonel was certain that there wouldn't be any pixies or sparrows ahead. This was a tunnel reserved for emergency situations, and could only be used by the nobles, their families, and their royal guards. However, on the other side, there'd be a battle that was unavoidable and would place them right at the heart of dwarven territory. If you want to read more chapters, please visit allnovel.com to experience faster update speed. Chapter 1438, Abnormality, Chapter 1438, Abnormality. There was nothing to hesitate about. Leonel and Ina had already secured their escape route by choosing this path. The moment they approached the exit, Ina gathered up another burst of acceleration, blazing a trail right by Leonel. Leonel's lip curled into a smile. With a single movement of both arms, he brandished his bow and nocked an arrow. The smooth feeling of beast fur tickled his palm as he wrapped around its center tightly, the beast tendon bowstring wafting a deathly black fog. Leonel's smile vanished in the blink of an eye, his gaze becoming cold and calculating. His vision went blank for a moment. But, when it cleared once more, he found himself deep with what looked like catacombs. The pillars that surrounded the region were carved directly out of the ground, connecting with the ceiling. It made it feel like the entire place was carved out in one piece, creating a beautiful, albeit somber, sort of ambience. This was a location of reflection and silence for the older members of the pixie and sparrow race. But, due to the fact this was a unique zone held open for so long, much of the logical progression of things had become twisted and tainted. So, not only were there no children to be found around, there weren't any members of the older generation either. Regardless, Leonel wasn't aware of these things. His main focus was Ina up ahead, who had already crossed the halfway mark. With a single powerful leap, Leonel shot into the air and crossed a distance of over 20 meters. He pulled his bowstring back, his gaze calm and unhurried. He seemed to sink into a rhythm, one not much different from the sixth-dimensional pixie they had faced when they first landed on this world. His bow became an extension of himself, time itself almost seeming to slow. Then, he released with an exhale, not good enough. Though he thought these words, his arrow flew true, piercing through the head of the right sparrow just as Ina's axe sliced the left sparrow in half. Leonel landed on the ground, a blinding trail of gold appearing to his back as he finally unleashed his ethereal star force. As though a bird being released from his cage, he felt free. If not for the stuffy air so far beneath ground, it would almost feel like he was galloping through the skies. He caught up with Ina in a blink as the two let their presences be known. This location was within the most sacred region of the King and Queen's stronghold. It was located right to the back of the throne room, and it was adjacent to the King and Queen's chamber. If the King and Queen were in the throne room, it would just be a straight shot to their heads. However, if the King and Queen were in their chambers, they would have to follow a U-like path. If the King and Queen were in neither, they would have to continue past the throne room in a straight line toward the dining, dance hall, and other like regions. Leonel, though, was already well aware that the King and Queen were in the throne room. Despite it being the dead of night, higher-dimensional beings didn't function like normal humans did. In addition, third-dimensional pixies and sparrows were nocturnal to begin with. So, the moment Ina burst into the throne room crashing through their doors, all the nobles of the dwarven race were alerted immediately. Ing colder on his exhale. This was the trouble of this zone. Due to an oddity, the King and Queen, along with the nobles, were in a perpetual meeting. In real life, this wouldn't make any sense. But matters like this could easily happen as the unique zone became more twisted. The only nobles not present here were the dukes. One would think that if you killed the dukes, then the nobles would be forced to make a move. But if you did that, what would actually happen is that the duke's noble guards would also join the meeting, making the task even harder. Leonel wasn't aware of this prior, but he made a simple observation. He noticed that the throne room was packed to the brim, and yet the dukes weren't present. How could the King and Queen hold a meeting like this without their highest nobles being here? That was when Leonel realized that there was something wrong with this zone. If he wanted to defeat it, he would have to take an unconventional approach. And the result of that was taking on this suicide mission right here and right now. The strongest people here were the King and Queen, both of whom were at Tier 4 of the 6th dimensional. The royal guards were all Tier 3. The noble pixies and sparrows were all either Tier 1 or 2. There total over 300 noble pixies and sparrows, 36 royal guards, and 2 monarchs. It was no wonder this was practically a death trap. Leonel, though, wondered how far he could push this oddity in the zone. The mission only stated that they had to collapse the structure of power, kill the king, queen, dukes, and generals. So, if they killed the king and queen before escaping, would the nobles and royal guards still be stuck here? A boundless pressure wafted from him, his canines growing and the illusion of 3 tails that towered dozens of meters appearing to his back. Let's do this. Ina responded with a roar, her foot stomping down hard as a pillar of crimson shot through the ceiling. If you want to read more chapters, please visit allnovel.f.all. Com to experience faster update speed. Sires Chapter 1439, Change. Chapter 1439, Change. Leonel's eyes sharpened, his pale violet hair becoming a bright white before lengthening to the point it waved out to his back like a river of light. His sideburns grew with the same blinding white, his canines continuing to grow to the point that they were almost double the length of any of his other teeth. His pale violet eyes flashed with a white gold light, his dilated pupils growing even larger. His field of view became monstrous. A normal human, even at higher dimensions, would only have a focused view of about 5 degrees and a sharp view about 30 degrees, but Leonel's had grown to 90 degrees. At the same time, his peripheral vision had increased from just about 200 degrees to just over 330, with only the remaining 30 degrees centralized to the back of his head. Nothing could escape Leonel's vision. It was as though the entire world had opened up to him. Ina charged forward and he wasn't far behind. He only had 10 arrows with him, but they were more than enough to start this off with a bang. He knocked 2 arrows as Ina charged forward, his eyes glowing with such a radiant light that his dilated pupils could no longer be seen. It was almost as though his eyes had been replaced by 2 dancing white gold flames that licked against his eyelashes and brows. In that moment, Leonel released his arrows. They twirled through the air as though they had minds of their own, whizzing by Ina's ears and appearing before the throats of 2 royal guards that had already stood in her way to stop her. The expressions of the 2 sparrow guards changed, brandishing their short spears to block. However, this decision was the worst one to make. The moment they moved to block, Ina's foot smashed against the ground. What had already seemed to be her greatest speed doubled, the air around her front collapsing like a clap of thunder as she appeared before the 2 guards. A towering blade force surged. Leonel thought it felt like a sword at first, and then it felt like a spear, and then a rod, before it finally settled into the form of an axe, shattering past a barrier and sparkling with the grace of a level 3 blade force. 6-dimensional battle axe force. 2 heads soared into the air, spurts of blood following their arc through the air. Leonel's arrows had long since ricocheted off of their short spears. His pupils flickered within the dense gold they hid behind, reading trajectories as a cascade of numbers flooded his senses. Even as his eyes bounced back and forth and Aina charged forward, his free hand had already reached for his arrow, pulling out 3 and sliding each one between his fingers. He watched as his first 2-shot arrows spun wildly in the air, having been knocked off to the side. From all sides, noble guards surged toward Aina, while only a few, along with some more fearless nobles, charged for Leonel. But he didn't seem to see them at all. His eyes focused on the spinning arrows through the air. They rotated with speed that could put anyone in the 5th dimension to shame, and yet to Leonel, they flowed oh so slowly. Leonel knocked 3 arrows, their tips blazing with level 2 bow force as he exhaled, a golden breath leaving his lips as though the skies themselves were sighing as the elegance of his shot. The 3 arrows shot through the air, curving past the heads of several guards and appeared before their targets in the blink of an eye. The leftmost arrow caught up with Leonel's spinning arrow. In Leonel's eyes, the event couldn't have been slower. Both arrows rushed by one another, completely perpendicular. However, just as the blazing arrow passed by the spinning arrow not by more than a hair's breadth, a portion of Leonel's bow force influenced it. As though being given new life, the spinning arrow shook in the air, its spinning momentum along its length becoming concentrated into a spiral along its width. The arrow became like a drill bit. Catching a royal guard off guard, it shot through the pixie's head, sending her flying to the side only for her corpse to be pinned to an opposite wall. The scene replayed itself on the right side, but this time both arrows applied pressure on the rotating arrow, causing it to pass through the heads of not just one royal guard, but 2. Leonel's 3-shot arrows continued blazing a trail forward, their trajectories suddenly shifting drastically to aim for the head of the king as though this was the main goal all along. The sudden change caught the royal guard off guard, but they were still ready. They dove before the 2 thrones, brandishing their weapons and their force as they rose into the air, their wings flapping and rising them into the air. Unfortunately, but now, Aina had gained the blood of not just 1, but 5 separate royal guards. The crimson blood, tinged with a hint of violet, danced behind her. Her steps came to a heavy stop, the soles of her shoes gliding along the polished marble floor of the throne room as she pulled her axe back, her back flexing and her polearm bending beneath the might of her gathering momentum. The 5 globules of blood gathered, coating her blade and blazing with life. Fueled with the vitality of 5 6th-dimensional powerhouses, the power was unprecedented. Even further fueled by her 6th-dimensional battle-axe force, and it was like her attack was given the wings of an angel as it shot forward. The scythe of crimson shot forward like a wave, cutting down everything in its path and even bisecting some nobles scrambling to the side. The solemn expression of the royal guards couldn't change anything. Their weapons were torn in 2, their bodies being sent flying backward. However, it was right at that moment that the king and queen stomped their feet, countless patterns along the wall and ground springing to life. If you want to read more chapters, please visit FreeWP. Novel.com to experience faster update speed. 9. Chapter 1440, 5 meters. Chapter 1440, 5 meters, a transparent and golden barrier shot up, connecting the floor and ceiling along with protecting the king and queen behind a seemingly unbreakable shield. The roar of a dragon sounded as an eastern version of the beast swirling about the barrier, tangling itself with other magnificent creatures of legends. Just with a glance, Leonel could see phoenixes, winged tigers, behemoths, centaurs, western dragons, unicorns, mermaids. The number felt endless, and they all roared in unison. Even as the corpses of the royal guards splashed against the barrier, their blood incinerated to ash and wafted into the air. Bang! Aina's blood scythe crashed into the barrier, but it barely rippled. It only took a single glance to tell how powerful this barrier was. Let alone killing the king and queen in their state, it would take a powerful individual of the quasi-7th dimension to even think of shaking it. The dwarven race weren't known for their combat prowess, but it was clear that this barrier was set up with the most powerful races of the dimensional verse in mind. It would definitely take a genius of the sector rank to shatter the barrier. This was how the dwarven race closed the gap with other races. They focused on speed and evasion. Their senses were better than most, and their bowmanship was especially profound. But their greatest reliance were their traps. This trap, though, was far more profound than anything Leonel had seen them use up to this point. If their previous force arts could be considered crude, this was on a level all to its own. It was either the dwarven race had invited another race to draw it for them, something that was highly unlikely, or, much like their usual scheming demeanors, they had lulled Leonel into a false sense of security with their crude force arts, only to show their true strength when it really mattered. This force art formation was hidden beneath 7th-dimensional materials. It was no wonder he hadn't detected it before. Leonel's pupils flickered. How clever. He and Aina were separated by over 100 meters now, and a swarm of royal guards were charging after the both of them, separating them further. On top of that, he had a feeling that the barrier wasn't finished just yet. Just as Leonel thought this, statues that lined the top of the throne room began to shake themselves awake. The spirits of the beasts stuck in the barrier swam out, diving through the marbled ground, up the walls, and fusing into the statues before roaring to life. The mythical beasts were instantly completely indistinguishable from the real thing, their stone bodies nowhere to be seen, replaced by scales, fur, and rough skin that gave off a brimming vitality. The beasts roared, their heads cocking back and before snapping forward to release beams of light that shot for Leonel and Ina. Leonel's figure flashed, appearing before the royal guards that were trying to close in on him in an instant. His plan was obvious. These beams wouldn't dare to continue hitting him if they were just harming their own kind. But, to Leonel's shock, the beams cut right through the bodies of the pixies and sparrows, not harming a hair on their heads before appearing before his chest in the blink of an eye. Leonel's eyes bulged, sending this information to Ina instantly before a roar left his lips. He spun to the spin, narrowly avoiding the beam. But, a trail of scorched skin was left on his chest as a line was ripped through his Void Palace uniform. Leonel's gaze became cold, his skin blazing to life with bronze runes that peeked through the hole in his robes. The wound on his chest healed quickly, but it was still far slower than he had expected for his current healing factor. Bang! The doors to the throne room slammed close as the previously cowering nobles began to swarm Leonel and Ina. It was only then Leonel realized that even their previous fear and cowardice was all an act. They wanted to trap Leonel and Ina, to push them to the point they would have difficulty escaping any longer. Suddenly, the enemies the couple had to face increased by 100-fold. Leonel's eyes flashed, his steps light and quick as he weaved through several attacks, beams of light continuously attacking him from above. Sliding his bow onto his back again, Leonel's palm flipped over to reveal his spear. Clang, clang, clang. He was forced several steps back, the room he had to maneuver becoming smaller and smaller. Leonel's brow furrowed. He needed to find the flaw of this formation, but all of this commotion was making it difficult. His internal sight was being interfered with, and he was certain that it was another trick of the dwarven race. His starry spirit domain was just fine, but even with his tails deployed, its maximum range was only 5 meters. If he wanted to scan this entire room, he would need to do it piece by piece. But, with its size, Leonel's gaze became frighteningly cold. In the Void Palace, a day had already passed and the bets were only growing. Orinic couldn't help but grin ear to ear. He didn't even need to bet, he just needed to take a small percentage, and he would be drowning in more void points than he would know how to spend. Originally, he had thought that he would only have lower-level galaxy-ranked disciples participating, but after news of Triana's wild bid was spread strategically by him, of course, the heat for these events ramped up far more than even tenfold could account for. By this point, some factions had even begun sending their scouts to linger around the zone, making a once-dead region far livelier than it had been in a very long time. In another part of the Void Palace, Ameri opened and closed his hand, checking how well it had healed. At that moment, a servant knocked and entered, relaying information about the commotion to the sword deity. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebnov.com to experience faster update speed. Chapter 1441, A Feeling. Chapter 1441, A Feeling. Oh, it seems that your rival is acting just as wildly as usual. An old man chuckled after hearing the news. He leaned back in his chair, taking a swig of alcohol and seemingly uncaring about Ameri's feelings on the topic. He was quite sloppy for a man of his stature, but he didn't seem to care about that either. Rival? Ameri said lightly. The old man's gaze flashed with a hint of coldness that was completely different from his usual demeanor. What did I say about excuses? The coldness in the man's words seemed to cause the temperature to drop by several degrees. However, Ameri was unmoved. He continued to squeeze and open his hand, wanting to make sure that everything was perfect. He didn't plan on picking up a sword with his hand again until it was absolutely health. To a swordsman, the hands were far too important. He would rather only use a single hand until these lingering issues were gone than to risk aggravating it again. Hands were among one of the most difficult non-lethal injuries to heal. There were so many bones, so many fragile ligaments, and so many potential variables. Ameri refused to take any risks with his future. He was the man who would stand atop the human race and repel their enemies with a single sword. He wouldn't do anything that compromised that. When did I make any excuses? Ameri replied. I only questioned your choice of words. I don't see him as a rival. That is all. The old man leaned back into his chair, the coldness dissipating as he took another swig. After Ameri finished saying this, he rose up. I will be back for more treatment tomorrow. My hand is still not ready. With that, he turned and left. What an annoying brat. The old man chuckled. In truth, he knew the truth. Right now, most of Ameri's sword force was directed towards suppressing the tribulation of sword domain. It wasn't even a tenth as powerful as it was usually. In addition, during his battle with Leonel, he had refrained from using his lineage factor as it sometimes impacted his psyche. If he lost control of himself in battle and used more of his sword force than he should and the tribulation was released, it would be too late for regret. Ameri felt no need to fear Leonel at his full strength, even if the latter had that bow. But he knew that if Leonel hadn't had that bow, the victor of their battle would have been him. Knowing this, how could Ameri see Leonel as a rival? At most, he was just annoyed he lost to someone he saw as inferior to himself, and that was a loss he would remember. He would use it to fuel him so that he could make sure that such a thing never happened to him again. As for challenging Leonel again to clear himself of humiliation, he didn't care to do it. As far as he was concerned, it was nothing more than a waste of his time. You know that he never even wanted the Shadow Sovereign Ability Index to begin with. A second voice, this one clearly feminine, rang through the room. He's stubborn. Controlling that lineage factor would be difficult without the Shadow Sovereign Ability Index, but he thinks that his sword is all he needs. If he had listened to me to begin with and spent more time learning to control it instead of swinging that sword of his all the time, this wouldn't have been that large of an issue. You talk about his stubbornness like you're not worse. You dare to get mad at my grandson when you too lost to Ishmael Morales. Now you're trying to project a rivalry of 2 generations ago onto my baby boy. You'd better stop before I teach you a lesson, old man. The old man snorted but didn't say anything in response. Also, you better heal my grandson well until he's satisfied. If not for you old fogies, he wouldn't have gone to the Rapax nest to begin with, and he wouldn't have suffered that injury. Let him do things the way he wants to. Leonel's breathing was even. He found that his stamina was on a completely different level now. But that didn't stop his body from being drenched in blood that was both his and not his own. Though his wounds had healed, he could feel his healing factor getting slower and slower. However, his eyes still maintained the same coldness, his body zipping around as it basked in a special sort of feeling. Leonel was encircled from all sides. He couldn't even see a clear line to Ina. In fact, their internal sight connection had been severed by whatever interference the dwarven race had concocted. However, he could just barely see her through the flashes of crimson she unleashed. There was no escaping this place, that much Leonel could tell. The door to the throne room was only marginally weaker in defense than the barrier protecting the king and queen. If they could destroy it, they already wouldn't be very far from destroying the mythical beast barrier anyway. It's close. Leonel focused his starry spirit domain on his spear. Every time he pierced outward, he changed something a small bit. The 2-meter radius around him became like a no-man's land. He didn't kill with a single strike, but he could force them away, keeping his distance. At the same time, he could limit the number of enemies he had to face at once. Every time the beam would fire, though, his no-man's land would shrink, causing a suffocating sort of pressure to press down on him again before he fought it off once again, pushing the pixies and sparrows back. An arrow whizzed through the encirclement and appeared before Leonel's brows. He tilted his head to the side, spinning back with a swift speed and catching the tip of the arrow with his spear blade. The arrow glided along the movement of Leonel's spear, drawing an elegant curve in the arc. Leonel acted with the grace of a dancer, but the imposing air of general. His spear whipped back, taking the arrow with it and causing it to streak outward even faster than it had come. At that moment, the fierce glowing light of Leonel's spear seemed to have become a towering, unmatched gold as the spear crown on his forehead grew another size. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebnovely.com to experience faster update speed. CS, Chapter 1442. Controlled Range Bonus. Chapter 142, Controlled Range Bonus Chapter for 750 golden tickets. Next goal at 1,500 golden tickets. Controlled Range. The crown upon Leonel's forehead expanded to double its size. The halo above his head flourished, radiating a might that wafted a violet fog. The moment Leonel spoke these words, the skull of the sparrow archer was split in two, the power of the arrow feeling even greater than when Leonel used his level 2 bow force. The enlightenment washed over Leonel. His king's might flooded his spear force. If before it could only hold 1 part, now it could hold 100 parts. Even without breaking into the 6th dimension, Leonel's spear force had increased its power by an exponential amount. He stomped his feet. Spear force radiated out in all directions, piercing through the encirclement. Illusory violet gold spears pierced through several heads at once, only dissipating after killing at least 3. 5 meters is my absolute death zone. This is my controlled range. Death to those who enter it. The white gold flame of Leonel's eyes were tinged with purple, his flowing white hair gaining the same majesty. It was time to kill his way out of here. Leonel's spear became like a winding flood dragon. Every time it pierced forward, his spear force would roar, unleashing a might that surged forward. At that moment, the destruction runes Leonel had built his king's might upon made their will known. No longer being suppressed by Leonel, it left everything in its wake in a bed of ash. Leonel's left kidney flourished. His sealed 4th-dimensional Scarlet Starforce innate node came to life, flooding his body with a heat that made his bronze runes glow a fiery red. His clothes burst apart, being incinerated to ash. The flames around him rose like a tower, and he unleashed a roar into the skies. The feeling of finally being able to use his innate node felt like a sweeping euphoria pumping through his veins. As though a beast had been unleashed, Leonel wiped out everything within 5 meters of him, his absolute death zone becoming the reflection of a hellscape. Leonel no longer worried about his spears being destroyed. With the improvement to his spear force, 4th-dimensional Scarlet Starforce under his control wouldn't even leave a dent on them. He stomped his foot hard, barreling forward like a meteor. In the distance, Ina's lip curled. She had believed Leonel would find a solution long ago, so she remained patient. It seemed it was finally time for them to go all out. Her aura flourished, dense tattoos of black covering her neck and body. At that moment, the corpses that littered her surroundings convulsed. The sparrows and pixies' expression warped in horror. They thought that Ina hadn't used this ability again because she had reached her limit. Little did they know that this was far from the case. How could she reach her limit when this action in and of itself fueled her? Leonel shot around the throne room like a barreling cannonball. Ever he landed, a 5-meter radius would be opened, a violent torrent of fire and spear force tearing through flesh and burning it to ash. That's it. Leonel's figure flickered, his river-like hair and large looming tail streaking to his back like an ethereal dream. He appeared above a location, cocking his spear back. A dragon's roar seemed to leave his spear once again as he pierced down, the white-gold-violet flame blazing in place of his eyes dancing with destruction runes. The sparrows and pixies worked together to block it, but it was already too late. Leonel's spear crashed into the marbled ground, his spear force shattered against it, his flames dancing across the surface like shards of broken glass. The marbled floors hardly suffered any damage whatsoever. However, Leonel vanished as though it didn't matter to him, appearing above another location and repeating, and then doing it once again. He flashed through the air with a speed even the sparrows and pixies couldn't match. He seemed to step on the air itself, his movements leaving small circles of wind across the throne room. Final one. A low shout left Leonel's lips as he pierced down. A formation that could keep him trapped? Maybe if it was 7th dimension, it would have had a chance. In fact, as long as it kept its tail tucked between its legs and remained hidden behind the 7th dimensional materials that protected it, it could have survived a bit longer. However, the moment it had reared its head, it was destined to fall. There was no force art that could trap him for long. Boom. All at once, the statues of majestic beasts across the throne room crumbled. The bustle around the 3-star goblin zone was only increasing. As the bet became more widespread, information about this zone began to circulate and the origin of its difficulty became known. Originally, this was meant to be a simple zone to clear. The target was the goblin race. But they weren't even a high-level bloodline of the goblin race. They were just the green and gray skins. Compared to other high-level goblins, these were lacking. They didn't have the strongest lineage factors, nor did they have access to the best ability indexes, so they couldn't even lean into the greatest strengths of their race as much as they should. However, because of an odd mutation to the zone, causing all the nobles aside from the dukes to be perpetually gathered in the throne room, a simple mission had become nigh impossible. Those that managed to come out even spoke about a barrier that erupted in the throne room. They were forced to decide whether to use the last dregs of their strength to break the door or attack the king and queen. Without much of a choice, most could only decide to go for the door. With such a challenge, it was hotly contested whether or not Leonel and Ina would be able to live, let alone clear it. But, just when the discussions were growing feverish, on the 4th day, 3 days before the deadline, the portal opened. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebnovel.com to experience faster update speed. Nianj Chapter 1443, Small Pixie Shield, Chapter 1443, Small Pixie Shield, Leonel, who was stark naked from head to toe aside from a small pixie shield blocking his most private area, was speechless. Wasn't this region barren of people? When the hell did they get such a large audience? Luckily, you could take objects out of a unique zone like this one, or else he wouldn't have anything to work with but his hands. The original plan was for Ina to go and get him another set of robes since nothing the dwarven race had would fit him, but it seemed that plan had flown out of the window. Ina, who was by his side, was stunned as well. But, when she looked at Leonel, she couldn't help but roll her lips over, trying to hold back her laughter. "What are you laughing about?" Leonel raised a brow. "It's you who's taking a loss here." Leonel's figure, under the influence of Metal Body, put fitness models to shame. He made more vascularity than he knew what to do with, and even his smallest oblique muscles were defined and bulging. He had lean muscle mass coming out of places others didn't even know existed, and he wasn't easily embarrassed to begin with. So, as far as he was concerned, it really was Ina who was taking a loss here. Ina, who seemed to suddenly realize this as well, stopped laughing, sending a glare into the crowd. Seeing the blushing faces of some of the women in the ground, she turned her glare from them back to Leonel, who was caught between laughter and trying to maintain a serious expression. How was it his fault? Plus, weren't you laughing first? Bang! Ina's battle axe swung outward, slicing into the ground just a half centimeter from Leonel's toes. Leonel's lip twitched. The enormous double axe blocked everything all the way up to his neck. He could barely peek over. This method worked too, but... "Did you need to swing so close to my feet like that? I need those to walk and stuff?" Ina's actions seemed to cause the deathly silent atmosphere to boil over. In one moment there was a harsh silence, and in the next moment there was an uproar. The only way the portal would open 3 days early was if they had passed. When everyone realized this, those that had bet on their survival cheered while those who had bet on their failure clicked their tongues, turning around and leaving so that they wouldn't have to deal with the celebration that had little to do with them. Leonel, who had been trying to appease Ina, raised an eyebrow again, looking outward. There was something odd about this. He immediately saw the crowd split into 2 groups. No, there was a third group, individuals who rushed off not to avoid the celebration, but rather seemed to be in a hurry, likely a hurry to report something. Leonel took all of this in. "It seems that someone spread the news of our bet. It's unlikely to be Dimitri, and the only other person who knew was Oranik, so it must have been him. Considering the crowd's reaction, they seem to have been just as invested in this as we were. The only way for such a thing to happen is if Leonel only believed that there were 2 possible explanations. The first was related to a rivalry between sword and spear. There were many factions in the Void Palace, but none were more contentious than these two groups. It went beyond factions and parties and acted as two clashing ideologies. It was possible that Leonel's entry had caused such a spat. The second explanation was that someone had formed a betting ring around their performance. Leonel's gaze scanned the crowd again. He felt that there was a better than 80% chance that it was that latter, with much of the remaining 20% taken up by the first possibility. Orinik isn't here, but he will be here soon. Let's wait here. Leonel suddenly said when Ina was about to go and get him clothes. Very soon there will be someone who obediently goes to get what I need. Ina raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding. But, as far as Leonel was concerned, why have Ina go run this errand when someone else would? Leonel stood in patient silence. Eventually, as expected, Orinik came over not long afterward. He had still been focused on spreading the news and getting more to bet. He hadn't expected that Leonel and Ina would survive to begin with, so he knew he had to work harder during the earlier days, or else as time waned, people would be less and less likely to bet. His eyes flashed when he saw Leonel and Ina standing practically unscathed. Though Leonel had been covered in blood, his flames had long since burnt that away. As for Ina, her self-healing abilities were beyond what most could hope to compare to, and she could control blood freely. Why would she allow it to be wasted by drying on her clothes? However, Orinik soon calmed. No matter what, he had made a fortune. With it, he would be able to increase the distance between himself and Leonel wider than it already was. He had no need to worry about Leonel at all. It was a bit unfortunate he couldn't make more money, but his void point totals were already plateauing. Now, he just had to pay everyone what he owed him, take his cut, and be on his way. Turning his head away from Leonel and Ina as though they were there at all, he gave everyone a bright smile. Please form a line, everyone. Present your betting tokens. I have your winnings here. The crowd did as they were told, even as the envoys returned. From start to finish, Leonel didn't say a word, just continuing to stand there. His cold eyes receded, a light smile plastered on his face. It took several hours, but the crowd only seemed to be growing. It was only after the last voucher was processed and Orinik was brimming with happiness that Leonel cleared his throat. Are you perhaps forgetting something? Chapter 1444? Did you? Chapter 1444, did you? Orinik, who had planned on slipping away to go and tally his winning, frowned. Eventually, he calmed. He really wanted to see what Leonel would dare to do. He had a lot of ammo on Leonel. Hardly anyone believed that he had really climbed to the 74th floor, and even if it wasn't true, he could easily weave a tale that said that Leonel had only relied on Ina to pass. On top of that, there were plenty of sword faction geniuses waiting for a chance to get revenge for what Velasco had done. On top of that, with his information network, Orinik heard that Leonel also had a grudge with the Virer family genius due to what he had done to one of her younger sisters, not to mention the fact that Ina had knocked her off of the ranking. As if that wasn't ammo enough, Orinik also heard of Leonel's clash with the archer genius of the Tarius family. News of his claiming the White Lion bow was spreading slowly among relevant factions, but it was definitely a ticking time bomb waiting to burst. None of that even mentioned the fact that Ina had rejected the third-ranked Queen Beauty and that Vega was waiting for an opportunity to capitalize. Rather than ammo, it was more accurate to say that Orinik had an entire artillery unit to take advantage of. He could hit Leonel's reputation, his livelihood, and even his life itself if he so chose. He just had to choose which button to press. He had always been a cautious person. Even though he knew it was almost impossible for Leonel and Ina to survive, he had still covered all his bases. He had already been paying attention to Leonel because he knew that he had offended him, but he had dialed up all his effort 100-fold. If Leonel hadn't held a grudge before, Orinik knew he would be able to avoid it this time, and, judging by Leonel's earlier killing intent, it was clear they were already long past the point of no return. So, when he faced Leonel this time, his sneer only deepened with each passing second. He knew that there was no point in trying to mend fences. In that case, he didn't have to lower his face at all. With this push, in a year or two, he might be able to become a sector-ranked disciple. Even with their talent, Leonel and Ina were at least a decade, if not further away from such a goal. If they thought he was easy to deal with just because they cleared a 3-star void mission, they would find themselves sorely mistaken very soon. What did I forget exactly? The crowd looked on with curiosity, sensing the tense atmosphere. Many of them understood. Orinik had made quite the sum being the arbiter of this bet. They were already a bit dissatisfied by this, but it must be dialed up 100-fold for Leonel and Ina, whose life and death was treated like a game to bet on in the first place. Even if they were unsatisfied, they could only accept that Orinik was luckier than they were. After all, he was the one who found out that this was happening before the rest of them did. However, it seemed that Leonel was unwilling to swallow this loss. Either way, there was another show to watch, so why not bask in it? Quite a lot, actually. Are you aware that bets need an overseer and a guarantor? Leonel knew that there was no way that Orinik could cover the insurance for all these bets by himself. And none of these students would be stupid enough to just hand over their hard-earned void points without a guarantee that they would have their winnings paid out. That was the simple truth. Orinik, hearing this question, only sneered deeper. Is that your question? It's the first, Leonel responded, unhurried. You're and overestimating yourself. I've already verified this bet through the gold standard faction. In addition, according to the rules, guarantors are only needed depending on the betting line and the betting pool available. Because of the bets taken, both sides were covered and could account for one another. A guarantor wasn't needed. Because of Ornic's style of advertising, the odds were split quite evenly. In fact, he placed the odds that Leonel and Ina would die and survive at equal. No matter which side won, the payouts would be manageable. Although skewing heavily to one side would have netted him far more if he won, he was, by nature, a cautious person, and, in the end, he benefited from it. Ah, so you're aware of this as well. That's good. That means I have less to explain. So you should be aware of the restrictions on betting and rank, correct? Of course I am. Orinic laughed. Unfortunately for you, such restrictions don't exist because we are the same rank. Are we? Leonel asked lightly. According to the rules, when holding a betting event, bids by those of a higher rank on a bet subject to the actions of a disciple of lower rank are heavily taxed. This tax isn't applied on the winnings themselves, but rather the betting odds. So, if a sector-ranked disciple joined this bet where winning would give them a 110 outcome, for example, they would only receive half of that, giving them a 1-5 outcome instead. If you're 2 ranks above, the penalty is even harsher. You would only get 12 odds from an originally 110 payout. These taxes are in place so that higher-ranked disciples are less likely to join and influence the matters of lesser ranks. The more Leonel spoke, the more Orinic's brows furrowed. This was because Leonel's familiarity with the rules was far beyond his expectations. He knew all of these things already, so why was he reciting these things back to him? It also happens to be, according to the rules, that when bets involve those outside of the Void Palace, or, according to the specific language in the codified law, unranked individuals, the faction that set up the bet is meant to pay a 50% tax on all earnings. In addition to this, it requires written consent of the unranked party. This rule, of course, is in place to ensure that Void Palace geniuses don't use the human domain like it's a board game to be toyed with as they please. After all, there are real lives on the line out there. So tell me, Orinic, did you observe these practices? Chapter 1445, easy? Chapter 1445, easy? There's an odd situation going on in the comments section of last that claims that I passed off a normal chapter as a bonus chapter yesterday. I'm not sure where this narrative came from or if it's a joke that's going over my head, but to clarify, I uploaded 4 chapters yesterday, one more than the promised 3, that much should be obvious. I'll post screenshots of the Discord bot activity with timestamps as proof in the comments section of this chapter. Orinic's forehead beaded with sweat. The more Leonel talked about the rules, the more he felt like he had forgotten something. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a reason why Leonel would sound so confident. A part of him wanted to believe that Leonel was just a fool. But as he recited the laws basically word for word, the sinking feeling in Orinic's gut only grew heavier and heavier. Ina. Leonel grinned. What rank am I? Ina blinked, seemingly thinking. But she eventually shook her head. I don't know. The Void Senate hasn't given you a rank yet. The moment Ina said these words, Orinic's dark skin flushed. His eyes almost rolled to the back of his head. It felt like his heart was about to fly out of his throat. This wasn't a small problem in the slightest. Not only had he broken the law, it was a law with the harshest of punishments. Killing was prohibited in the Void Palace, but another enormous taboo was negatively influencing the human domain. They were chosen to be the protectors of mankind. They couldn't be protectors if they were exploiting the people they had to protect. Even the lightest punishment for such a thing would be dozens of years of hard labor. On the other end, there was direct execution. If Leonel reported this, he was finished. But that was only the first issue. Orinic still had to deal with the Gold Standard faction. Orinic suddenly realized that no matter what he did, he would be suffering this time around. Through his blurred vision, Orinic could see the crowd looking around in confusion. It made him realize that Leonel had spoken these words for only him to hear. But of course he would. How could Leonel allow someone else to take advantage of this juicy piece of meat he had caught? How ridiculous. However, when everyone saw Orinic's reaction, their expressions changed. None of them were fools. They realized that Leonel had caught onto the latter's weakness even if they wouldn't be privy to what it was. What do you want? Orinic spoke through gritted teeth. Leonel smiled lightly. I'm glad you've come around. This makes things easy. I'll sign a contract to keep mum about these matters, and you just have to do a few things for me. Firstly, I'm in need of some clothes. There's an uncomfortable draft around here. Ina bit her lip, trying to refrain from laughing. Did this man even feel the cold to begin with? He had a raging furnace inside his body. By the time he sensed a wind, it would have been charred to a smoldering heat. Orinic's lip trembled, his fists clenching tight. But, after a moment, he began drawing up a contract, placing down Leonel's demands. I'll need the token you received to the Void Library as a reward for your work done as an envoy, and I'll also need 70% of the profit you made on this bet. When Leonel finished, Orinic was nothing more than a deflated man. However, his expression had regained its calm, his hands becoming steadier and steadier the more he wrote. In the end, he didn't hesitate to hand over everything Leonel asked for. After reading through the contract, Leonel nodded and signed it, accepting all of his rewards. He left Orinic with just enough to pay the Gold Standard faction the 30% cut he owed them while stripping him of practically everything else. Leonel would have taken more, but he felt that he already had enough enemies. There was no need to be on the bad side of a Silvergrade faction when he had already gained so much. Soon, Aurinik returned with the clothing he owed Leonel and disappeared, not saying another word from start to finish. He's a problem, Ina said after Leonel finished dressing himself. She didn't like the fact Aurinik had regained his calm so easily, or at the very least, she didn't like that it looked like he had. Leonel smiled, but it was decidedly colder than it had been previously. I hope he continues to be a problem. If not, then what excuse would I have to humiliate him some more? The crowd watched Leonel and Ina stroll off as though nothing special had happened. The speculation about how Leonel had done it ran rampant, but no one had a solid clue about exactly what had happened. They could only make their own guesses. Leonel knew what the most likely rumor would be, so he knew it would be troublesome, but he chose to ignore it for now. Aurinik had given him what he needed most. A token to the Void Library was difficult to get and cost a pretty sum of Void points and merits just for a small time. However, now Leonel had one in his hand at no cost to himself. The Void Palace wasn't fond of hand-holding, so there was no easy way to learn anything. Everything cost. However, this time, Leonel wasn't going to learn about the Sixth Dimension's God Path like most thought he might. Instead, he was going to see what he could find out about the segmented cube and how to get it back. If he had the time remaining, he would also see what he could find out about the Spear Domain Ring and learn what was going on with it. I think only one of us can enter. This token gives me 1 day, so I'll be back after that. Ina nodded. All right, I'm going to see what I can find out about getting us a place to stay. It shouldn't be difficult with how many points we have. After saying this, the couple parted, and Leonel soon found himself at the bottom of a winding set of black stairs built right into the side of a mountain he couldn't see the peak of. In fact, now that he thought about it, he couldn't see the end of the stairs either, even when his head angled all the way up. Leonel sighed. Why can't anything be easy in this place? If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebnovel.com to experience faster update speed. 9. Chapter 1446, Void Library Staircase. Chapter 1446, Void Library Staircase. Leonel took a breath, stepping on the first stair. Whether by coincidence or design, a rush of wind blew his hair back, the pressure causing his clothing to flutter. When Leonel took his second step, this happened again, causing his eyes to narrow. This wasn't a coincidence. The wind just now was exactly 0.1% stronger than the first one, and when he took his third step, it increased by exactly the same margin. Leonel's head tilted up. It seemed that the token just gave you a chance and didn't even guarantee entry. He could feel a formless pressure that wouldn't even allow him to start climbing if he didn't have the token in the first place. Still, Leonel felt that it somewhat made sense that things were like this. Usually, the Void Library was sealed off. The only way to gain access to the texts, techniques, books, and tomes within was to exchange for a copy at any one of the Senate branches. However, when taking that route, you were limited by both your rank and price. However, if you gained a token to enter, you could read texts of any level at no price at all for a 24-hour period. The price of this token was definitely worth its weight in gold. That said, to most, it was a scam. You couldn't even digest what you read in 24 hours. And getting the books themselves was a whole other ordeal, not to mention the fact the time spent climbing the stairs was part of your 24 hours chance. Leonel took a deeper breath, his gaze flashing as a radiant spear crown appeared around his forehead. A low cyclone of wind suddenly formed at a 5-meter radius away from him, kicking up air and dust as though a helicopter was landing. No one steps foot in his spear domain without his permission. Leonel's body flooded with ethereal star force, his foot pressing down on the fourth step hard before he shot forward like a bullet. He crossed 10 stairs at a time, blazing a trail of white gold as he soared, his steps only becoming faster and faster. 3 illusory tails appeared to his back, shining a blinding light in the darkness. He was the torch in an endless light, his steps only becoming faster as the pressure increased. The resounding sound of a shattering barrier resounded as Leonel crossed the halfway point. His gaze shone with spear force, a forceful intent thrumming within his limbs. Break. Within his spear domain, several lines of violet gold spear force formed, converging onto a single point before Leonel as though he himself had become a spear. Break, break, break. Leonel shot by some who still remained struggling on the staircase, his eyes focused on the peak. He didn't seem to care how far away it was or how long it would take. All he could think was that he refused to slow his effort until he touched the last staircase. Little Blackstar was like a little brother to him at this point. Little Tolly was his lifelong partner, a partner he would never abandon. The Void Library represented the chance he needed. He didn't have time to waste on this staircase. Leonel's intent burned like an eternal fire, his violet gold spear force gaining heated edges of blazing crimson as his eyes danced with destruction runes. The sound of shattering barriers shifted, a quaking boom resounding every time Leonel crossed 100 steps. From a wind that blew his hair back, Leonel began to face winds as heavy as mountains and as lethal as falling boulders. But he shot through it all, sparkling shards of space and winds falling around him. Leonel roared, his ethereal star force pacing through space and shattering the barriers from the inside out. It felt like he couldn't be stopped. He wouldn't be stopped. Leonel's foot heavily stomped against a stair, his body retracting like a compressed spring and his thighs bulging to twice their usual size. His Achilles tendon vibrated like steel cord. the power charged within it enough to make the ground tremble. Then he released everything he had, an explosive boom ringing out as he shot through the sound barrier. A clap of thunder burst the eardrums of all those that heard it, the fog in the surroundings dispersing for several hundred meters. Leonel's body appeared high above the staircase, the enormous size of the void library appearing before his eyes while the gazes of those below fell onto him. Bang! Leonel fell heavily to the ground, his body releasing a billow steam. His reddened bronze runes receded, a long breath being released from his lips that sparked the air with red-gold fire. Leonel slicked his sweaty hair back, looking up at the building before him and ignoring the narrowed gazes that had focused on him. The disciples that frequented this place were most definitely domain-ranked disciples. They had probably never seen a fifth-dimensional existence step foot here. Of course, the difficulty of scaling the steps was adjusted by a person's level. The fact that Leonel was only in the fifth dimension actually helped him greatly, but others couldn't help but be shocked nonetheless. The reason for this was because it usually required stepping into the God path to climb to the top of the stairs. That was because one needed the aid of God runes to make it here. To make it here in the fifth dimension was quite shocking. But if they knew that Leonel had an innate node, it would be easier to accept. Reason being, an innate node was like a cheat to gaining God runes long before the sixth dimension. And it was precisely because of this reason that Conan dared to say the rest of them would catch up to Leonel once they broke into the sixth dimension. That said, Leonel had no intention of caring for Conan's words. It took me almost 2 hours to climb to this place. I have a bit over 22 hours left. I can't waste any more time. Leonel flashed forward, ignoring the domain-ranked disciples. Chapter 1447, fine. Chapter 1447, fine. Leonel hardly took any time to bask in the majesty of the Void Library's glory. He meant it when he said that he didn't have time to waste. While the domain-ranked disciples could casually sit, eat, and chat, taking a break as they pleased, he didn't have such a luxury. In about a day, the token that was on him would crumble and he would be ejected. Watching Leonel charge in, the domain-ranked disciples raised an eyebrow before smiling and shaking their heads. They had seen such a scene many times before. It was unfortunate that those that came here for the first time were a bit ignorant to how things worked, and as such, they would end up suffering a bit. Things didn't work as one might expect, or else they, as domain-ranked disciples, wouldn't need to take breaks like this. They were still a bit curious about Leonel, though. They were sharp enough to sense the Scarlet Star Force he had just used, and they could tell his Spear Force wasn't normal, it even seemed close to perfection. The moment Leonel charged into the Void Library, he quickly learned why the domain-ranked disciples had amused expressions. He had expected to find stacked bookcases that rose into the skies with row after row of books in an endless sea of paper and knowledge. Or, at the very least, if he was wrong about that, then there would be row upon rows of pendants. But he couldn't have been more incorrect in his assessment. The moment Leonel crossed the barrier of the entrance, he fell forward, losing his balance. This was something that shocked him to no end. With his coordination, even if he hadn't calculated that stat for himself in years, there was no way he would casually lose his balance without reason or cause. He fell forward. But, instead of his head hitting the ground, his arm flailed, the gravity around him vanishing. It felt like he was falling through space, but there was no harsh wind to be found. Leonel flailed his arms one more time because he suddenly realized he wasn't falling at all. Rather, he was floating in space. The moment he realized this, he instantly found his center, straightening himself and looking around. He found that there was no one around him at all. In fact, it felt like he was truly in the depths of space. There were even motes of light floating around that felt like distant stars. Leonel blinked in confusion, not sure what was going on. For a moment, his heart skipped several beats as this reminded him of the changes to his dream world. Could it be that he was trapped in a dream again? What was going on? No, I'm not in a dream, I would be able to tell. This is the library then? How does this work? How do I find books? Leonel tried to move, but he soon found that if he did, he would end up flailing again. Moving was absolutely impossible. In fact, he had a feeling that even if he had his wings back from his snowy star owl lineage factor, he would still be incapable of moving through this space. So I'm meant to stay in place then? How do I? Leonel subconsciously reached out with his internal sight, only for the distant motes of light to suddenly shoot right up to his face. The world around him warped as though he had entered some sort of light-speed hyperdrive, streaking and flashing light surrounding him. Leonel froze up, stopping everything immediately. He felt a little disoriented, and he even felt that his stamina had taken a small hit. So, this is how it works. You weren't supposed to move physically, you were supposed to use your internal sight to navigate around this region. If Leonel was correct, these motes of light were probably also the representations of the information he needed. Leonel reached out and touched one, and the result was exactly like what he had felt when he touched the pendant in the Senate branch. The information flooded his mind, and he was soon pulled into a world of glaive techniques. Leonel eventually pulled back, shaking his head. This information wasn't useful to him at all. There had to be a way to organize all of this. They couldn't possibly expect him to just randomly go through all these lights one by one, right? The moment Leonel thought the word organized, though, there was another chunk taken out of his stamina, and the motes of light around him began to shift around, separating into what Leonel subconsciously knew were techniques, historical recountings, and the last was related to medicine. When Leonel saw this, he was left speechless. You've got to be kidding me. Whoever designed the function of the Void Library was a sick bastard. That was Leonel's conclusion and refused to move off of it. After several wasted minutes, Leonel came to understand that the Void Library was a lot like the Void Tower. It was a world filled to the brim with hidden information. While the Void Library had information like techniques and historical facts, the Void Tower formed its information into enemies for the Void Palace's disciple to fight and kill. When someone entered the Void Library, they were really entering their own personal library. They gained access to a whole host of information, but it was completely unorganized and left in a garbled mess. It reminded Leonel of the internet, except now, instead of relying on a computer or search engine to organize things for you, you had to use your own internal sight and stamina. If Leonel wanted to find something, he needed to exchange his own mind's computing power to file and organize things, and only then could he benefit from the Void Library. Leonel grit his teeth. This amount of information made the 500,000 years worth of laws look like child's play. The Void Palace didn't just have the laws of the Void Palace, but a vast, endless sea of information on top of that. Those laws couldn't even make up a percent of the information here. Fine, if you want to play, let's play. Leonel's gaze blazed. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebanoval.com to experience faster update speed. 1. Chapter 1448, Motes of Light, Chapter 1448. Motes of Light. Leonel took several deep breaths. His body was aching from the climb, but without the slightest hesitation, he activated Instant Recovery U. He gained a usage a day regardless. By the time he got out of here, there would only be 2 more hours until he could use it again. He would be foolish to not use it to bring himself to tip-top condition. The fatigue that filled his limbs vanished and his mind felt refreshed. Right then, he deployed his internal sight in full force. He came up with the most efficient system almost instantly. He would use his internal sight's maximum range to navigate, and when the motes of light entered the range of his starry spirit domain, only then would he organize them. Leonel posited that because he could deploy his dream force within the range of his starry spirit domain, his dream force affinity was also maximized in that range. Additionally, if he was correct, the Void Library should work on principles of dream force just like the Void Tower had. In that case, the stamina he would need to compute and organize these motes of line would be minimized to an extreme. Leonel couldn't have been more correct. The moment the motes of light touched his starry spirit domain, he didn't even need to send his mind into them to understand what their function was. Very quickly, a network of interconnected motes of light began to form around him, growing into a larger and larger web. As his web grew, Leonel realized that organizing like motes of light became easier. The more movement techniques he collected, for example, the easier it was to identify other movement techniques. Eventually, when Leonel reached a certain point of saturation, even his internal sight could organize movement techniques without passing them through his starry spirit domain first. When he reached the next threshold, his eyes alone were enough. Soon, the motes of light that Leonel could hardly tell the difference between began to shine with varying degrees of light and color. Just by looking at them, Leonel could tell what categories they fell into and slot them in without much issue. Even though things were going very smoothly, when Leonel reached the next threshold, he could only sigh. Now, he could not only see the category the motes of light fell into, but he could also see their grades, dimension level, and eventually their length. Due to this, Leonel realized that the motes of light he was organizing right now weren't even 5th dimensional, they were all 4th dimensional. They were all the lowest grades of information the Void Palace had to offer, yet there was so much of it. Leonel grit his teeth. A part of him wanted to blaze through and ignore it all, but he was certain that he needed to lay this foundation. No matter how long it took, he needed to organize all of this 4th dimensional information. Once he did, seeing through the higher dimensional information would become far easier. In fact, Leonel went even further than that. He didn't just organize the 4th dimensional information, but he continued onward to split his mind in two, organizing himself into 2 supercomputers. One focused on deciphering information, and the other half began to consume the information. After just a few, Leonel realized that he was right. Actually digesting the information felt like he was training his mind like an artificial intelligence. It made seeing through the next motes of lights even easier. If Leonel knew exactly what he was looking for, he would focus on absorbing only that information. Unfortunately, he didn't know what categories the information he needed to save the segmented cube fell under. It could be in a spatial technique, but it could also be in a historical recounting, or it could be in a crafting technique. He had no idea. He had to cover all of his bases for just the smallest sliver of a chance to find the information he needed, so absorbed it all. He left no 4th dimensional mote of light unturned, swallowing it all like a glutton. At that moment, outside the Void Library, an odd scene was taking place. The domain-ranked disciples, most of whom couldn't even be bothered with Leonel previously, raised a brow as they all looked toward the same location. The reason was quite simple. Leonel had been in there for 3 hours already. Most, on their first attempt, could only last a few minutes before being overwhelmed. Only the absolute strongest could spend hours at a time without an issue. Beyond this, domain-ranked disciples understood many things lower-ranked disciples could not. There was a reason the Void Palace had so many locations like the Void Tower and the Void Library. The appearance of someone who could perform so well in them wasn't a small deal in the slightest. Beads of sweat fell down Leonel's brow as he pushed himself harder and harder. He didn't leave a single stone of the fourth dimension unturned, his pressure reaching a relentless level. If his sixth-dimensional mind wasn't restricted by his current fifth-dimensional level, he wouldn't be nearly so pressed right now. However, regardless of how he felt, he pushed forward, pressing onward to the fourth hour, and then the fifth. It had taken Leonel no more than a few seconds to go through over 500 years of laws previously, and yet he had taken 5 hours just to clear the Void Library of all of its fourth-dimensional information. The reality was enough to even shock him. The sheer amount of information was astounding. But Leonel couldn't bask in this feeling at all. Heaving deep breaths, he looked at the sky. Now, the motes of light were no longer bland blobs of white. Some shined red, others blue, some in between, others green and yellow. The selection felt endless. However, in Leonel's eyes, he could see faint lines connecting them to his fluttering network of fourth-dimensional information. Leonel didn't realize it, but he had finally closed up all his foundational misunderstandings about the dimensional verse. He was finally no longer a novice. Right now, though, he needed more. I'll start with the most obvious. You. Leonel grasped outward, his internal sight sending him shooting forward as he appeared before a sixth-dimension mode of light, a bit of information usually restricted to disciples above the third galaxy rank. He couldn't see the names of sixth-dimensional modes of light without allowing them into his starry spirit domain, unlike with fifth-dimensional ones. This told Leonel that his current network was enough to elucidate up to the sixth dimension, but he would likely have to go through everything of the fifth dimension for information of the seventh dimension to begin to clarify themselves by a small measure. This wasn't unexpected. Mere fourth-dimensional information couldn't possibly open him up to everything here, but it was definitely an excellent starting point. However, he hoped that he would be able to find the information he needed within the fifth or sixth-dimensional layers. Leonel sunk his mind into the mote of light. Auspirals of controlling space under the influence of anarchic force. If you want to read more chapters, please visit .com to experience faster update speed. 1. Chapter 1449, Maze Lotus. Chapter 1449, Maze Lotus of Controlling Space. Under the influence of anarchic force, Leonel found his mind enveloped, his pupils flickering and bouncing aimlessly as he seemed to be reading through something despite the fact there was nothing but a mote of light before him. It took much more time to go through this information. It was dense and its explanations were far deeper than just words of written law. The principles felt more profound than anything Leonel had ever read before. This knowledge in particular didn't fall under the category of technique or historical recounting. Rather, it felt more like a PhD thesis. There were a ton of references, and much of it was actually theory. But as Leonel's mind sunk further and further into it, his comprehension seemed to open up. Without even trying, the references noted in the research paper shot over from a distance, adding themselves to Leonel's network of their own volition. Some were actually seventh-dimensional, but the vast majority were fifth-dimensional. So focusing on research papers is actually another shortcut. This is good to know. Leonel hadn't realized this before for quite a simple reason. There simply were no research papers of the fourth dimension. All the information of the fourth dimension were either cold hard facts or techniques. After all, everything in the fourth dimension had practically already been excavated and comprehended to the fullest extent. They were no longer theories, they were just objective realities. It took Leonel a few minutes, but he finally went through it all. Pulling his mind back, he exhaled a long breath. Interesting. The research paper wasn't anything groundbreaking. Like most PhDs, it was just a tweak and critique of a smaller theory that already existed. In fact, it was one of many that worked on expounding the same theory, which made it far more reliable as it wasn't some out there shot in the dark. According to the paper, manipulating space in anarchic force was difficult for reasons outside of their expectations. Anarchic force didn't destroy things, it devoured things, turning them into nothing as though they never existed in the first place. But what did that mean for space? It had to be remembered that those with high attainments in spatial force were seen to be great threats to the point where most strongholds had counters for them despite their rarity. Leonel had experienced this personally during his battle for Earth and its subsidiary planets. Space was ubiquitous, but it was also the only type of force that was easier to use, the less of it there was. The more spatial force there was in the region, the more solid the space was, and thus the more difficult it was to use spatial force for maneuvering. The research paper claimed then that one shouldn't be fighting against anarchic force when manipulating spatial force in this sort of environment. Rather, one should make use of anarchic force to help. Of course, one couldn't just take control of anarchic force. Leonel wasn't sure that there was anyone that could control anarchic force. It did as it pleased, and there was no existence within affinities for it. Even void beasts could only be considered immune, but that didn't give them the right to control anarchic force. Only the regulator could do that. However, you could take advantage of the characteristics of anarchic force to make it work for you. Anarchic force flowed toward regions of high force concentrations. Its instinct was to devour. If you made use of this to force anarchic force to target and create a flaw in space, then teleporting would actually become easy. There were obviously many problems with this theory. For example, the anarchic force you used wouldn't just vanish after it was done with its task, it would obviously be there. Even in the best case, you would have to keep the teleportation short to cut off the hounding of anarchic force toward yourself. In the worst case, you would die mid-teleportation, devoured by the battle between space and anarchic force. The research paper posited several solutions to this, which included several force manipulation and pattern techniques. In one example, they suggested forming your force into a maze-like lotus formation. According to their research, anarchic force took the longest to get to the center of such a formation of force as it had to devour the outer structural integrity first. This design allowed the inner workings to remain unharmed and structurally sound during the teleportation. According to this method was safe for movements within 10 meters. Any further, and the structure would crumble before you could make it out. Of course, the idea of forming a complex maze lotus monstrosity in the middle of battle, all for the sake of teleporting just 10 meters, was ridiculous. Even back in his Camelot days, it only took Leonel about 2 or 3 seconds to cast even the most complicated of techniques. If he used this method, it would take even his current self upwards of 5 seconds to finish. Unless, Leonel's gaze narrowed. Because he could now project his dream world into the real world so long as it was within his starry spirit domain, his control within that region was unprecedented. It was like his control of his own body had extended out from him. While it would theoretically take time to form his maze lotus with his spatial force or his ethereal star force which had spatial attributes, he could form it in less than a single blink of an eye with his dream force. If he projected that maze lotus into the real world, and then set a command within his body to constrain his spatial force to that area and that area alone, it would take me about half a second with that approach. That's still quite a long time in battles at this level, but it'll also be troublesome if my enemies can just see what I'm preparing in advance. Leonel's gaze glowed. Who said his enemies had to see what he was preparing? It was his dream world. He could make it invisible if he wanted to. Chapter 1450, Collapsing Mind. Chapter 1450, Collapsing Mind. Leonel continued blazing through research papers, realizing that he had gotten sidetracked. That paper had been helpful, but unfortunately, it didn't give him anything he needed on fixing the segmented cube. Leonel chose to focus his efforts a bit more. He could search for segmented cube relating things specifically, but he felt that there would be low odds of finding anything useful through this route. There were a few reasons for this. First, the segmented cube was the heirloom of the Morales family. He highly doubted that they would allow information about it to be so easily accessible. From what Leonel had seen of the Void Palace, though this was supposed to be the frontier of humanity, the influence individual families had was very heavy. If not for this, there would be a sword and spear division, nor would that bowman genius have threatened him with their alliance despite the fact that there was a very clear no-killing policy here. It was likely that the Void Palace was probably being pulled in all sorts of directions by the undercurrents of the families supposedly beneath them. The second reason Leonel didn't bother to take this route was also because of this. As the heirloom of the Morales family, the segmented cube had probably spent most of its life highly protected. The odds that something like this had happened before was slim to none, and even if it had, the Morales family would have definitely no disseminated information about it. Of course, Leonel had thought of the possibility that the segmented cube had a history before the Morales family. However, he deduced that focusing on this category in specific was a better use of his time. Only if it failed would he take that approach. That category being spatial devices and crafting. Leonel read through every crafting light he could get his hands on that even remotely mentioned spatial devices, trying to see what he could learn. However, even after going through everything in the fifth dimension, he found himself exhausted, beating with sweat, having a drained mind, and still being no closer to finding an answer. The only good thing was that he had learned a lot about crafting under the influence of anarchic force. But that wasn't what he needed right now. Leonel sent his mind toward his token, realizing now that he had already gone through 20 hours of allotted time. He could hardly see the number straight. He felt like he might collapse at any time. This approach is wrong, Leonel's brows furrowed. After reading all of those papers, he understood something. For spatial treasures at the fifth-dimensional level, or could be classified within fifth-dimensional information, they would never survive the collapse of their space to begin with. Something like what happened with Leonel's segmented cube, where the exterior remained and Leonel was even capable of sending his mind inside to see what happened, would never happen to such low-level treasures. The information he needed would never have been found at such a low level to begin with. Leonel hesitated. Should he read about the history of the segmented cube if he could find it? No. It's not that this approach is wrong, it's rather that I haven't gone deep enough. This time hasn't been wasted, it might be just enough for me to be able to see. Leonel's mind flashed with the last dregs of its strength, zooming toward seventh-dimensional information. His thoughts were simple. With how things were like right now, he had just gone through countless research papers that touched on crafting spatial force treasures. With that being the case, then it was likely that other related topics would also be far easier for him to pick out at a distance. As expected, without Leonel even doing anything, all research papers, techniques, and even history recounting related to spatial treasures and their crafting entered his network without him even lifting a finger. Very soon, a large swarm of sixth-dimensional motes of light joined Leonel's network, fusing with the web of his personal library and growing its size. It wasn't until Leonel entered the range of the seventh dimension that the process slowed. Leonel's gaze flickered. The pressure here was almost impossible to manage, but he grit his teeth, holding on. He didn't even know if he had the mental strength left to even take on a seventh-dimensional light. But he had no choice. He just had to pick right. That one, that's going to be the one. Leonel took a breath, focusing his eyes on one of the only three he could see the names of. The Shelf Life of a Spatial Treasure. Leonel felt that it might have what he needed. It sounded ridiculous. The title was more of something he would find in the fourth dimension, not the seventh. Plus, the segmented cube hadn't reached the end of its lifetime. But Leonel had his own reasons for making this choice. Come. Leonel grasped the mote of light, and it felt as though a bang had gone off in his mind. If not for the sturdy seventh-dimensional walls of his psyche, Leonel's heart skipped a beat in fear. Just now, his mind could have collapsed. He realized that he had been far too reckless. It was a good thing his starry-tailed fox lineage factor's wisdom branch had been fully awakened, or else he would have been seriously injured, and that was only if he managed to avoid being killed. Despite its simple name, this information was without a doubt seventh-dimensional. The vast stores of information were beyond anything Leonel had ever seen before. He had yet to get far enough in his father's training to receive information of his caliber. In fact, Leonel realized that if it wasn't for his recent breakthroughs in comprehension, he wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of this research paper. His mind split like a bolt of lightning was trying to bisect it. However, he held on. Just as Leonel reached the final pages of the research paper, his token began to count down. He pushed himself to go faster, a projectile of blood leaving his lips. When Leonel awoke, he was at the bottom of the Void Library's staircase.